Chen Mo transitioned into the role of a necromancer, awakening a godly, unparalleled talent known as the Supreme Bone, which endowed him with extraordinary enhancement abilities. From that moment forth, he embarked upon a unique and extraordinary path as a transcendent practitioner. Do the ordinary skeletal soldiers seem weak? In that case, I shall imbue them with divine auras, providing the skeletal army with limitless augmentation. Thus, these skeletal warriors, endowed with multiple aura-enhanced skills, shall dominate across myriad realms. Furthermore, Chen Mo harnessed his supreme bone talent to forge various elite skeletal soldiers. Henceforth, he augmented skeletal warriors skilled in the divine art of gunmanship and thunder control, created skeletal tanks capable of transforming into colossal earth giants, summoned skeletal mages wielding the fury of flame storms, and conjured skeletal archers possessing the ability of the wind shadow clone. He even crafted skeletal chefs, skeletal engineers, skeletal artifact masters, and skeletal mech engineers. His divine skeletal army waged war across the heavens and worlds, leaving no foe unvanquished within the divine realm. Skeletal artisans labored tirelessly day and night throughout the entire year. The output of resources was unmatched, rendering him invincible among his peers. Unbeknownst to him, he soon realized that he had become unparalleled in the world. The singular supreme sovereign. Chapter 1. The promotion ceremony, a matchmaking gathering? In the Xianqin Empire, in Yanhai City, the heart of the city, lies the promotion square. Today marks the annual awakening day of the Xianqin Empire, a day of utmost significance. All youths aged 18 and above from across the empire gather today in the 108 promotion temples located in major cities nationwide. They partake in the promotion ceremony, endeavoring to awaken extraordinary powers and become practitioners. This is an era where practitioners are revered. Powerful practitioners possess extraordinary abilities, extended lifespans, and command the majority of societal resources and wealth, especially those from practitioner families who have amassed boundless family heritage sufficient to sustain generations. For an ordinary person, the best means to alter their destiny is to become a practitioner. It is no exaggeration to say that once one awakens to become a practitioner, they immediately gain preferential rights in mate selection. Those who typically exhibit indifference, even coldness, toward you will suddenly display radiant smiles of enthusiasm. If the other party is an ordinary individual, they may even become your devoted admirer, willing to comply with your every whim at this moment. The ceremony has yet to commence. The usually solemn and quiet promotion square is now teeming with throngs of people. The streets are adorned with banners proclaiming matchmaking declarations and advertisements, rewarding handsomely for a child. I am a 26-year-old woman, fair-skinned and beautiful, with 3 listed companies and numerous properties in first-tier cities. Seeking a combat practitioner to assist, solely to borrow your exceptional genes. That I am a 22-year-old female art student, good-looking, with an excellent physique and remarkable flexibility. I can perform splits and bend backwards. Seeking a practitioner boyfriend who is understanding and not clingy, with varied postures. Beauty streamer, female, 23 years old, with long legs and black stockings, open-minded and versatile, can embody either a mature woman or a lowly, capable of both offense and defense. Seeking a practitioner partner, open to being a sidekick. I am a 28-year-old man, handsome and strong, having undergone training in an upscale club with professional certification and solid skills. Anshin Insurance Company, safeguarding practitioners, offering death and injury subsidies, financial management, and care for wives and daughters. For more details, please inquire. Diligently dressed young men and women, wealthy socialites, jostled and crowded, vying to get closer and catch the eye of the newly awakened practitioners. After all, practitioners are exalted, holding esteemed societal status. They possess their own circles, and ordinary individuals seldom have contact with them. Only during the annual practitioner awakening ceremony can one witness such a multitude of extraordinary practitioners in the city. Moreover, the newly awakened practitioners are merely 18-year-old high school graduates, yet to step into society, their eyes still reflecting innocent naivety. Should one of them catch the eye of a practitioner, a partnership could elevate their social standing in an instant. Not only could they enjoy various state benefits and live without worry, but they might also gain access to extraordinary potions, embarking on the path of transcendent cultivation. They pursue eternal life and immortality. All eyes were fixed intently on the students awaiting their turn to participate in the promotion ceremony outside the temple, searching for their desired targets. The formation has been completed. The promotion ceremony begins. The first batch of practitioners may enter the temple, announced the temple guards clad in golden armor, wielding long spears. Chen Mo stood amidst the crowd of candidates, gazing ahead at the promotion temple as he queued to ascend the steps. Entering through the colossal stone gates into the promotion temple, Chen Mo positioned himself as directed by the staff. Everyone quietly observed the extraordinary torch at the center of the temple, crafted from solid block of origin divine stone. The ancient stone pillar of the torch was etched with the known runes of various extraordinary professions. This moment, the extraordinary flame at the torch's pinnacle had ignited. The runes of the promotion formation inscribed at the base of the torch were all illuminated. Having lived in this world for 18 years, Chen Mo was well acquainted with its background. Centuries ago, Blue Star was invaded by the gray mist void, with spatial rifts scattered across the globe. Void monsters surged forth from these rifts, slaughtering all living beings they encountered. The energy of the gray mist emanating from the rifts altered the environment and the laws of the world. Vegetation thrived uncontrollably, towering and lush, obscuring the sky. Animals mutated, their bloodlines regressing, becoming extraordinary beings. Humanity retreated to safe zones, losing vast territories. Monsters ravaged the land, transforming the areas outside the cities into perilous no-go zones. Simultaneously, a plethora of void, secret realms, dungeons, and forbidden zones emerged, dotting the wilderness. The ancestors of humanity discovered extraordinary flames within these secret realms, awakening as extraordinary practitioners through the power of the flames. Thus, they defended the main city of humanity, ensuring the survival of mankind amidst calamity. After centuries of warfare and development, the societal structure had irrevocably transformed. Practitioners became the mainstream of society. Humanity reclaimed most of Blue Star's territories, occupying dungeons, secret realms, and wilderness zones. Some practitioners even traversed the spatial rifts, entering the gray mist void world. They discovered an endless expanse of planar spaces and fragments of worlds, akin to a celestial junkyard. Shattered artifacts, the corpses of extraordinary species, remnants of civilizations, and traces of ancient races lay scattered within. Numerous practitioners established territories within the void world, unearthing high-tier extraordinary treasures, amassing immense wealth overnight. To the people of Blue Star, the gray mist void was no longer a terrifying calamity. Rather, it had transformed into a treasure trove brimming with wealth and opportunities. Yet non-practitioners are fated to remain confined within the cities for their entire lives. Once they venture outside the cities, even within relatively safe cultivation zones, they may encounter monstrous threats. Even a lowly, ordinary monster poses a lethal threat to an unpowered individual. Only practitioners, endowed with extraordinary powers, can venture forth to confront monsters. They delve into dungeons, explore secret realms, and traverse forbidden zones, leveling up and enhancing their strength. They endure trials in the wilderness, and even enter the gray mist void in search of wealth and the path to eternal divinity. In such a world, Chen Mo naturally aspired to become a practitioner, pursuing the extraordinary path. Fortunately, in this life, his background was quite decent, with both parents being practitioners. Though they were merely common practitioners who perished early in the wilderness, they bequeathed him considerable wealth, sufficient for an ordinary life. Yet, Chen Mo was not content with such a fate. In an era where everyone has the opportunity to become extraordinary, filled with endless possibilities, he diligently studied and trained, leveraging his remarkable talent and the insights from 2 lifetimes to become an academic prodigy at Yunhai No. 1 High School. He outperformed numerous classmates from practitioner families with exceptional talents, consistently ranking first in both literary and martial subjects. The martial arts curriculum, known as Wuku, serves to strengthen the body, cultivate willpower, and enhance physical capabilities. According to authoritative statistics, individuals who excel academically and possess strong willpower have a significantly higher probability of awakening as magic-based. Professionals, those endowed with robust physiques and exceptional athletic prowess, are likely to awaken as melee combatants. Moreover, individuals skilled in dexterity and craftsmanship are more inclined to transition into life-oriented professions. Additionally, offspring of professionals are afforded a considerably greater chance of evolving into extraordinary vocational practitioners. This phenomenon elucidates why many ordinary women are willing to bear the financial burden of marrying a professional, fueled by the hope that their children may awaken as practitioners and thereby alter the course of their destinies. Chen Mo, a distinguished scholar and martial artist, stands at the pinnacle of both academics and physical prowess, with both parents being professionals. Uncertain of the profession he may awaken to, Chen Mo's heart brims with anticipation. Chapter 2. The profession of the Necromancer, just a common bone level? At long last, the ceremony of class transition commenced. Under the guidance of the venerable elder clad in a flowing white robe, his hair and beard a distinguished gray, the first candidate ascended the elevated platform. The transition array was activated, and a brilliant azure light erupted, within which a shield-shaped occupational rune materialized. After circling within the blue radiance several times, the rune ultimately embedded itself into the candidate's forehead. Zhao Mingyu, transition successful, now a shield warrior, with a root bone level of mid-grade spiritual bone. What a splendid start. The very first candidate has succeeded in his transition. This was all prearranged, simply for the sake of a good omen. Zhao Mingyu hails from the Zhao family of Yunhai City, a distinguished lineage of professionals. He is the youngest son of the current head of the Zhao family, Zhao Qingtiao, a 6th-tier berserker. It is said that his grandfather was an impressive 8th-tier combat professional, possessing his own dominion within the Misty Void. His mother, too, is an auxiliary professional, blessed with an exceptional bloodline, thus greatly enhancing the likelihood of a successful awakening. How envious. He is a combat professional, no less. And a formidable defensive type at that, an absolute cornerstone of any team. Moreover, he has awakened with a spiritual grade root bone, even if it is mid-grade. It marks him as a prodigious talent, significantly increasing his chances of admission into a top-tier academy. Indeed, I would be content merely to awaken as a combat professional with a common grade root bone. At the very least, I could enlist and serve, potentially securing an official position along the borders. Furthermore, as a professional, I would not need to worry about finding a partner. The prospect of marrying several wives is quite appealing. In that moment, the hall resonated with the sounds of countless eager swallows, as envious gazes fixated upon the robust youth upon the platform. Emerging from a family of professionals, endowed with substantial resources, and possessing the rare defensive profession coupled with the growth potential of a spiritual grade root bone, this young man, provided he does not meet an untimely demise, is destined to become a significant figure in time, powerful, influential, and surrounded by admirers. Former classmates, once equals, would soon find their statuses irreparably disparate, akin to the chasm between heaven and earth. Zhao Mingyu respectfully expressed his gratitude towards the elder and descended from the platform. The transition ceremony continued. Next, an unremarkable-looking boy approached the platform. The transition array ignited with a white glow. A hammer-shaped occupational rune appeared within the array and with the white light. It merged into the boy's being. Du Kai, transition successful, now a blacksmith, with a root bone level of mid-grade common bone. Next candidate, Lu Tianquan, transition failed. Wang Luan, transition failed. Tang Yiya, transition successful, now a priest, with a root bone level of mid-grade spiritual bone. As the transition ceremony progressed, the atmosphere within the hall grew increasingly chaotic. Success brought exuberance, while failure resulted in dejection and sighs of despair. The contrast between heaven and hell was but a fleeting moment. Students were divided into those rejoicing and those lamenting. After this ceremony, the identities and statuses of former classmates would diverge drastically, as if a great divide had formed. A recently failed candidate, unable to withstand the blow, fainted upon the platform. The temple guards, maintaining order, swiftly seized him and dragged him away. This scene prompted Chen Mo to recall a similar instance he had witnessed online from a conscription event in a Southeast Asian country. How pathetic. Lacking even the fortitude to handle a setback, it was merely a failed transition. Were it me, I would simply smile lightly and stride out of the hall, unaffected. If worst came to worst, I could return home and assist my father in selling barbecue. Chen Mo cast a glance at a chubby boy standing not far behind, his large head encased in a foolish expression. I can hardly believe you. Your legs are quaking like leaves in the wind, and you can hardly stand. The only thing sturdy about you is your bravado. Time flew swiftly. At long last, it was Chen Mo's turn to take the stage. Countless gazes converged upon him, for he was the academic prodigy of Yunhai No. 1 High School. His mere presence sparked conversation, and many eagerly anticipated the outcome of his transition. Chen Mo's homeroom teacher, Gao Xiaojing, was so anxious that her body trembled. He was her most promising student, and the result of Chen Mo's transition bore significant implications for her own honor and future. The transition array activated, and a white light shone forth. Upon witnessing the color of the light, Gao Xiaojing's heart sank. The color of the array represented the grade of the candidate's root bone. Gray, white, and yellow corresponded to the 3 tiers of common grade bones: low, mid, and high. Beyond that were green, blue, and purple, denoting the 3 tiers of spiritual grade bones. The highest tiers were red, orange, and gold, representing the 3 tiers of Dao grade bones. Could it be that her most esteemed student was merely of common grade bone? Yet, without talent, how had he achieved the top rank in the entire school? After a lengthy pause, the brilliance of the array did not wane. Instead, it intensified. It culminated in a radiant column of light that shot towards the heavens. The beam dispersed the clouds, revealing a colossal eye in the azure sky, surrounded by flickering lightning. The giant eye rotated, gazing downward at the people in the temple and the square, causing them to feel as though they were under the scrutiny of divine beings. Their minds went blank, unable to process thoughts, while their bodies stiffened under an overwhelming pressure, rendering them immobile. In the heavens, the thunder surrounding the colossal eye began to swirl and converge, as if poised to strike in the direction that the eye was focused upon. Fortunately, the light of the transition gradually dimmed and faded, along with the celestial anomaly. A skeletal golden occupational rune emerged in the white light, encircling Chen Mo before embedding itself into his forehead. Chen Mo, transition successful, hidden profession, Necromancer, root bone level, mid-grade common bone. The elder presiding over the array, regaining his senses from the anomaly, scrutinized the results displayed by the transition array, exclaiming loudly, What on earth was that phenomenon? The moment that I turned its gaze upon me, I nearly lost control of my bladder. Was that the eye of divine punishment? What on earth has this boy awakened? How could it be that he possesses merely a common grade root bone? Was the earlier phenomenon merely illusory? Indeed, a hidden profession is exceedingly rare, one in a myriad. Yet, what a pity. With a common grade root bone, regardless of how impressive the profession may be, the growth potential remains limited. The crowd buzzed with speculation. Gao Xiaojing's face turned pale, struggling to accept this outcome. Her class was merely an ordinary one, with only Chen Mo as a standout talent. She had placed immense hope in him, yet this transition result was undeniably disheartening. The grade of 1's root bone directly influences the number of attribute points a professional gains upon leveling up. With mid-grade common bone, one could expect to gain only 2 attribute points per level. With each incremental increase in bone grade, the number of attribute points gained upon leveling up increases by 1. The highest known grade, high-grade Dao bone, yields 9 attribute points per level. The disparity in attribute points gained per level between the two grades is staggering. And as levels increase, the gap will only widen. With low foundational attributes, even the mightiest profession cannot unleash its full potential. Therefore, the grade of 1's root bone essentially determines a professional's growth ceiling. A common grade root bone on the battlefield signifies a position of inferiority and vulnerability. Don't fret, Teacher Gao. There are still many students in your class who have yet to awaken. Perhaps there will be a surprise, consoled Li Chunmei. The homeroom teacher of the adjacent class, her face betraying a hint of smugness. She had long harbored envy towards Gao Xiaojing for having a student who ranked first in the entire school. Now that the transition results were in, with her promising student diminished, she felt a wave of satisfaction wash over her. Chapter 3, Supreme Grade Root Bone, Testing Skills. Standing at the center of the array, Chen Mo gazed at the attributes materializing before him, his heart brimming with elation. Name, Chen Mo. Profession, Necromancer. 9-colored Supreme Bone. Divine Enhancement. Level, 1000. Physique, 10th Divine Soul. 12. Equipment, none. Summoning space, 01. Skill, Skeleton Summoning, Ordinary Grade. The skeleton summoning technique consumes 30 points of mental power to summon a skeletal soldier to fight on your behalf. It can be enhanced, requiring an expenditure of 50 points of mental power. The attributes of the skeletal soldier are influenced by the Necromancer's capabilities, and sacrificing a corpse can reduce the mental power cost by 2/3. Chen Mo understood that his foundational bone grade was not merely the mid-grade mortal bone as the array suggested, but rather the 9-colored Supreme Bone. Furthermore, he possessed a divine-level innate ability, the Divine Enhancement. The outward appearance of white light was merely a fusion of colorful radiance, akin to sunlight. Chen Mo chose not to elaborate. The notion of a supreme grade bone was far too astonishing. As far as he was aware, the highest known grade of foundational bones within the empire was the Dao bone grade. Each year, the entire Xianxin Empire produced only a handful of Dao bone geniuses. In a single city, the awakening of a Dao bone prodigy was a matter of immense honor, as it marked the hometown of a future apex powerhouse. Every Dao bone genius that emerged would inevitably become a formidable practitioner, destined to rise to prominence. Experts predicted that above the Dao bone grade, there might exist the immortal bone grade, though no one had yet awakened to it, awaiting verification. Chen Mo had no clear idea of which grade his supreme bone belonged to, though it was likely higher than the Dao bone grade. He would have to wait for an upgrade to ascertain how many attribute points the supreme grade foundational bone could yield. With this in mind, he resolved to keep this secret close to his heart. Having lived 2 lives, Chen Mo understood the virtue of humility. He bowed slightly to the elder of the temple and descended from the promotion platform. Principal Gao Qiwen had long been waiting nearby. After all, Chen Mo had awakened a rare hidden profession, albeit with an ordinary foundational bone grade. However, one could never be too cautious, and he wished to see it for himself. Chen Mo, this hidden profession of yours is the first I've encountered. Would you be so kind as to demonstrate your skills? The principal inquired, to which Chen Mo graciously acquiesced. He himself was curious to witness the skeleton summoning technique in action. As the skill was activated, Chen Mo's mental power plummeted from 120 points to 90, consuming a quarter of his total. The mental power value corresponded to his soul attribute, with 12 points in soul. He possessed a total of 120 points in mental power. Before him, a summoning array manifested, and from its center emerged a swirling black vortex. A skeleton, with hollow eye sockets ablaze with gray soul flames, emerged from the vortex. The skeletal frame appeared blackish gray, with cracks and missing bones in several places. It was caked in dirt, and tattered remnants of clothing clung to its frame, as if it had just clawed its way out of the earth. Its movements were sluggish and unsteady, giving the impression that it would disintegrate upon the slightest touch. The principal, a 5th-tier gunfighter, could not contain his curiosity and gently prodded the skeleton with a finger. The skull was dislodged, rolling away across the ground. Initially, the crowd had murmured in trepidation at the sight of the emerging skeleton, feeling a chill run down their spines. Outside the square, some timid girls squealed and covered their faces, too frightened to look. However, with the principal's reckless poke, an eerie silence enveloped the area, the tense atmosphere dissipating into something almost comical. Fortunately, as long as the soul flame remained alight, such a loss of the head was merely a minor injury. Just as the skeleton was about to retaliate, Chen Mo intervened, instructing it to retrieve its skull and reattach it. The headless skeleton wobbled over, picked up its skull, and returned to stand beside Chen Mo. "What on earth? Is this summoned creature so feeble?" remarked one onlooker. "Indeed, I was startled when it first emerged. But its combat capability is laughable. I could easily kick it back down," another chimed in. "Though I am a farmer by profession, I feel I could take it on myself. This hidden profession seems rather weak at the moment." The earlier spectacle had significantly diminished the crowd's fear of the skeletal soldier, leading to a flurry of chatter. Tang Yaya, a newly minted priestess with an adorable appearance and beautiful large eyes, looked at Chen Mo with concern. Before his promotion, he had been the school's star, excelling academically and possessing striking looks, albeit with a somewhat aloof demeanor. Many female classmates regarded him as an object of secret admiration, Tang Yaya being one of them. She feared he might be disheartened by the low foundational bone grade, wanting to comfort him but feeling too shy to approach. Instead, she could only watch from a distance. Chen Mo opened his attribute panel to examine the skeleton statistics. Mortal Bone Warrior. Quality level, ordinary. Talent, none. Level, 1. Health, 150. Attack power, 17. The combat attributes of the skeletal soldier could be augmented by the summoner's own attributes, with 10 points in physique and 12 points in soul. Chen Mo enhanced the skeletal soldier's health by 100 points and attack power by 12 points. Originally, the skeletal soldier's combat attributes were likely 50 health and 5 attack. Such dismal attributes could not even surpass those of a regular student who had yet to transition. No wonder the principal's poke had caused the skull to fall off. In truth, the principal had been exceedingly cautious. It was simply that the skeletal soldier was too weak. As for the line in the attributes stating that the target could be reinforced, it was likely a manifestation of the supreme grade foundational bone's innate ability, Chen Mo speculated. The principal, having used a detection technique to discern the skeletal soldier's attributes, smirked awkwardly and clasped his hands behind his back, offering words of consolation. "Well, Chen Mo, your hidden profession still holds considerable research value. I will apply for some resources for you. All you need to do is submit a vocational information report to the school every 5 levels. With that, he departed amidst the gazes of the onlookers, somewhat embarrassed. "Look, the golden light of promotion belongs to Su Qingxue." With a loud shout, the crowd's attention was instantly captivated by the beautiful girl on the promotion platform. Tall and with alabaster skin, Su Qingxue stood amidst the golden light, resembling a celestial maiden descending to earth. Even her slightly faded oversized school uniform could not conceal her exquisite curves, and her long, shapely legs were both straight and smooth. She wore a pair of white sneakers, and her long ponytail cascaded down to her waist. Her striking eyes were wide with surprise and curiosity as they gazed at the golden radiance enveloping her. A profession rune resembling a bow and arrow materialized within the array, swirling around her in a dance of golden light before merging with her body. Su Qingxue, promotion successful. Rare profession, Ice Bowmaster, foundational bone level, superior Dao Bone. Chapter 4. The Dao Bone emerges, a city in uproar. The elder of the temple's voice rang out with excitement as he announced the results. The principal, who had not strayed far, swiftly returned to the promotion platform. His eyes widened in astonishment as he scrutinized Su Qingxue's promotion results. It was known that Dao Bone level geniuses appeared only a few dozen times each year across the entire Xianqin Empire. Moreover, Yanhai City had not seen such a caliber of genius in 3 years. The awakening of each Dao Bone genius would incite a frenzied competition among the top academies, bestowing upon them the most elite resources and treatment. Furthermore, Su Qingxue was of the highest caliber within the Dao Bone grade, a superior Dao Bone. Such talent was unrivaled nationwide. Quickly informed the dean, "A superior Dao Bone level practitioner has emerged in Yanhai City. We must send someone immediately." The staff responsible for collecting practitioner information at the academy's admissions office swiftly picked up the phone. "Editor-in-chief, breaking news. We've just awakened a Dao Bone level practitioner in Yanhai City." The crowd erupted into a frenzy. Reporters and academy personnel began frantically reaching out. "Congratulations, principal. With such an achievement, Yanhai No. 1 High School is destined to rise." As the esteemed principal led Su Qingxue down from the high platform, the leaders from other schools below wore expressions of envy, offering their hearty congratulations. "Fortunately, I shall first escort Qingxue to the city lord's mansion," the principal remarked, his face aglow with excitement as he waved his hand dismissively. The emergence of a prodigious talent of such caliber in Yunhai City warranted a formal report to the city lord. This was not only to apply for resource rewards and devise a growth plan for Su Qingxue, but also to prepare meticulously for any eminent figures who might arrive, ensuring they were well received. Su Qingxue cast a worried glance in Chen Mo's direction before turning to follow the principal away from the square. How enviable. A Dao Bone grade talent. Even as a mere blacksmith, one could gain immediate admission to a top-tier academy and receive focused training. Indeed, it appeared that the quality of one's roots was paramount. With robust foundational attributes, any profession could unlock its utmost potential. Su Qingxue was a resident of our community, seemingly living with her mother, and this moment marked her meteoric rise. Soon, we would have tales to tell, claiming that Lady Su Qingxue and I attended the same school. At that moment, all eyes were drawn to Su Qingxue as she walked behind the principal. As they exited the job transfer square, reporters and admissions personnel had already gathered at the exit, eagerly awaiting their arrival. Inside the city lord's mansion, Lord Hou Taixing stood at the window, gazing at the sky. He had just witnessed the extraordinary phenomenon above the transfer square. The appearance of such an anomaly during a job transfer likely signified the emergence of a talent of exceptional caliber. He couldn't help but reminisce about the celestial vision he had seen during his own transfer ceremony, the arrival of an angelic being, a rare and holy priest of Dao Bone grade, now a 9th-tier practitioner, Lady Jiang Qingwan, at the moment of her awakening. "Come forth," he called out. A surge of excitement coursing through him. A guard stationed outside swiftly entered, responding with utmost respect. "Yes, my lord." "Quickly, investigate the nature of the phenomenon we witnessed in the sky." At once, the guard affirmed, turning to leave. Just then, another individual rushed into the courtyard, breathless and exclaiming, "My lord, joyful news. Yunhai City has awakened a top-grade Dao Bone genius. Principal Gao Qiwen from Yunhai No. 1 High School has already brought them here." Upon hearing this report, Lord Hou Taixing almost doubted his own ears. A top-grade Dao Bone talent was an exceedingly rare occurrence nationwide, emerging only a handful of times each year. "A top-grade Dao Bone? Are you certain?" "Absolutely, my lord. This has been personally confirmed by the elder from the temple." The certainty in the messenger's voice ignited a spark of exhilaration within Lord Hou. During his tenure, to have a Dao Bone grade prodigy arise within Yunhai City, especially one of the highest caliber, represented a monumental achievement for him. "Marvelous. Was the celestial phenomenon we observed earlier indeed the awakening of this prodigy?" he inquired, brimming with anticipation. "Reporting to you, my lord, the phenomenon was that of a common bone grade hidden profession during its awakening," came the reply, which dimmed Lord Hou's enthusiasm. Hidden professions were extraordinary roles that had never before been encountered. Each year, the Xianxin Empire witnessed the emergence of new extraordinary professions from tens of thousands of novice practitioners. Whenever a new profession appeared, it was termed a hidden profession, as there was no record of it in the National Practitioners' Archives. Subsequently, relevant departments would collect and archive information regarding this extraordinary practitioner. Once there was a record of related profession information, any future awakening of the same profession would be classified as a rare profession. Nonetheless, despite being classified as a hidden rare profession, it remained so only in comparison to mainstream professions. In truth, many rare professions emerged during the job transfer process each year, and occasionally, entirely unprecedented hidden professions surfaced, which was not particularly unusual. The future potency of a practitioner primarily depended on the potential of their roots. The appearance of an anomaly during a job transfer suggested that this hidden profession might indeed possess promise. Lord Hou mused. Regrettably, the practitioner in question was merely of common bone grade, indicating limited growth potential. It remained uncertain whether this individual could fully harness the capabilities of their profession. Ensure that this hidden profession submits a report on their practitioner information for archiving every 5 levels, Lord Hou commanded before turning his focus elsewhere. He had a more pressing matter at hand, to welcome the newly awakened Dao Bone grade prodigy to Yunhai City. Dao Bone grade practitioners represented true prodigies, capable of unleashing immense power regardless of their chosen profession. As their levels increased, the disparity in strength became more pronounced. The vast differences in attributes could not be compensated for by mere professions. A casual strike from a Dao Bone grade life profession practitioner could potentially inflict greater damage than the strongest skill employed by a common bone grade combat practitioner. Thus, every Dao Bone grade genius grew to become extraordinarily formidable, inevitably destined for greatness. Now, while they were still in their nascent stages, was the perfect time to forge connections. At this juncture, various practitioner families within Yunhai City had also learned of the awakening of the Dao Bone grade prodigy through various channels. They hastened to the city lord's mansion, eager to witness this remarkable event. The public's attention was now captivated by the shocking news of Su Qingxue's awakening as a top-grade Dao Bone talent. It felt akin to someone suddenly acquiring immense wealth, and that individual just so happened to be someone familiar to you. The impact of such news was far more profound than hearing about a stranger's fortune. Meanwhile, the occurrence of Chen Mo transitioning to a hidden profession and manifesting an anomaly was quickly overshadowed by this even more sensational development. No one paid attention to Chen Mo any longer as he recalled his skeletal soldiers into the summoning space and quietly returned to the square's ranks. He closed his eyes to meditate, beginning to restore his mental energy. Summoning and retracting the skeletal soldiers within the summoning space did not consume mental energy. Akin to Chen Mo's personal storage, Unexpectedly, the previously anxious and trembling chubby boy who had stood nervously behind Chen Mo also successfully transitioned, becoming a life profession chef, thereby fulfilling his dream of returning home to sell barbecued skewers. Chapter 5. Procuring materials, strengthening the skeletal soldiers. As evening descended, the job transfer ceremony finally concluded. The elder from the temple, who had presided over the ceremony, ascended the high platform for his final address. Children, tomorrow the novice dungeon will be fully opened. Those wishing to level up may proceed to the Western Suburbs Dungeon Hall. For those who have transitioned to life and support professions, in addition to leveling, you may practice your skills at dedicated training facilities. For those intending to apply to the Extraordinary Practitioners Academy, you must strive diligently in the coming days. Combat practitioners should aim to reach at least level 10 within a month, while life support practitioners need to reach level 5 and elevate one professional skill to level 2 to qualify for the Academy assessment. Even if you do not wish to apply to the Academy, but plan to enlist or seek employment. Cherish this month of novice dungeon opportunities to enhance your levels and bolster your self-defense capabilities. Finally, I wish everyone a joyous time in the dungeons and a safe return home. With that, the elder turned and entered the grand hall, marking the end of the job transfer ceremony. Outside the square, eager youths had been waiting for this moment, and they surged into the square, excitedly rushing towards the newly minted practitioners they admired, brimming with enthusiasm. Even the chubby boy who had become a chef found himself surrounded by several girls. The transfer square instantly transformed into a matchmaking event. The freshly graduated students, having never witnessed such a spectacle, blushed furiously, their hearts racing while they outwardly feigned restraint, awkwardly navigating the exuberant attention from the opposite sex. Chen Mo struggled to navigate through the crowd. His pockets were already stuffed with photographs and notes from the eager young ladies. As ordinary individuals, they are indifferent to the inherent qualities of a professional's roots. In fact, a lower caliber of roots in a professional may even enhance their chances of success in matchmaking. Moreover, Chen Mo, being tall and handsome with a hidden profession and exceptional genes, is perceived as the epitome of an ideal partner in their eyes. Even the prospect of becoming one of Chen Mo's wives or concubines is not entirely unacceptable to them. After wiping away the lipstick marks from his face and adjusting his nearly torn clothing, Chen Mo hastily departed from the square, overwhelmed by the enthusiasm of the young ladies. On his journey home, he had already placed an online order for 20 kilograms of black iron-grade ferocious beast bones from the Longfong pig, leaving a note indicating that he preferred the meat to be trimmed clean, as he intended to use it solely for soup. The additional 5 kilograms were ordered as a precaution, in anticipation of the bone-to-meat ratio being insufficient for reinforcing the skeleton. It was prudent to secure a larger quantity. The ferocious beasts dominate the wilderness, breeding and rampaging, rendering it perilous for ordinary people to venture outside the city. However, there are advantages to this situation. Within the city, specialized hunting teams composed of professionals venture into the wild to hunt these beasts, returning with their spoils for sale. Thus, even ordinary citizens, provided they possess the means, can procure the extraordinary meat of ferocious beasts. Regular consumption of high-grade beast meat can replenish vitality, bolster physical strength, and extend one's lifespan. Some rare magical beast flesh even has the potential to enhance the inherent qualities of a professional's roots, increasing their potential or granting other unique benefits without any side effects. Naturally, the costs are prohibitive for the average person. Chen Mo's order for the 20-kilogram black iron-grade Longfong pig bones alone cost him over 30,000 coins, equivalent to more than half a year's salary for an ordinary citizen. Upon returning home, the delivery had already arrived. After signing for the package, Chen Mo lugged the large bones upstairs and secured the door. He opened his summoning space, from which a skeletal soldier emerged, still in disrepair and wobbling unsteadily. Not inclined to scrutinize the mud-caked skeleton, Chen Mo directly employed the Supreme Bone's innate ability for divine enhancement. Choose enhancement direction, speed enhancement, physical enhancement, mental enhancement. 3 options appeared before Chen Mo. After a moment of contemplation, he opted for speed enhancement. In the early stages, enhancing the skeleton's speed would provide a greater advantage, enabling quicker movement and attacks, thus facilitating swifter monster slaying. Physical enhancement would likely increase the skeleton's health, but would not enhance its efficiency in combat. As for mental enhancement, it seemed to lean towards a magical path, which lacked advantages in the early game, consumed considerable resources, and offered no spells or skills. Once he made his selection, a golden light enveloped Chen Mo. The Longfong pig bones he held disintegrated into powder, bursting from the bag. Accompanying the golden light, the powder swirled around the skeletal soldier before merging with its frame. The skeleton's bones visibly transformed from a blackish gray to a pristine white. Cracks and missing sections were mended, and the entire skeleton grew slightly larger. The color of the soul flame within the skull shifted from gray to white, flaring with newfound vigor. Chen Mo opened the attribute panel to examine the skeletal soldier's attributes. Common bone warrior speed. Qualification level, black iron. Talent, swiftness. Level, 1, health, 200. Attack power, 22. Swiftness, attack and movement speed increased by 15. Target can be enhanced. Requires 15 kilograms of bronze-grade biological bones. The Common Bone Warrior had advanced to become the Common Bone Warrior of Speed. Without Chen Mo's attribute bonuses, the combat attributes of the Common Bone Warrior had doubled, with health rising from 50 to 100 points and attack power increasing from 5 to 10 points. Not only had its combat attributes improved, but it had also gained a talent ability named Swiftness. The Black Iron Grade Common Bone Warrior's potential had now reached the level of a mid-tier Common Bone professional. Now, the Common Bone Warrior stood tall and sturdy, its bones gleaming white and broad, finally resembling a true warrior rather than a fugitive. Chen Mo checked the strengthening requirements for the Common Bone Warrior and picked up his phone to place another order. He purchased 20 kilograms of bronze-grade ferocious beast bones from the Gale Wolf, casting a glance at the ragged skeleton warrior, who stood empty-handed. Chen Mo also ordered a set of novice whiteboard armor and a longsword. As an awakened extraordinary professional with a 9-colored supreme-grade root, Chen Mo was determined to seize the opportunity to bolster his strength in preparation for the upcoming academy assessment in a month. Gaining admission to a top-tier academy not only waives tuition fees, but also provides a salary and various benefits. More importantly, the academy boasts abundant training resources for professionals, including rare dungeon mysteries and guidance from high-ranking professionals, along with specialized and efficient skill training facilities. Students who complete the academy's tasks are rewarded with high-quality equipment, professional skill books, and alchemical materials. Thus, gaining admission to a top-tier professional academy is tantamount to ascending to the upper echelons of society. Naturally, if Chen Mo were to publicly reveal his supreme-grade roots, he would instantly become the target of fervent competition among all top-tier academies. Admission would be guaranteed without examination, and he could access the finest resources at any institution. However, the supreme-grade root is exceedingly formidable. The innate ability of divine enhancement alone possesses limitless potential. In the Xianxin Empire, even the awakening of a Dao-grade root incites a commotion throughout the city. Should Chen Mo's supreme-grade roots be exposed, it would likely incite a frenzy across the entire empire, with him at the eye of the storm, accompanied by myriad crises. In contrast, Chen Mo preferred to cultivate steadily and prudently. Nonetheless, he understood the necessity of seizing opportunities. His goal was to stand out in the upcoming academy assessment, showcasing the potential of his profession to secure a place in a prestigious academy. Chapter 6. Continuing Enhancement, the Skeleton Archer. Thus, today's expenditures are investments for a brighter future. Chen Mo reassured himself while painfully confirming the payment order on his phone. The transaction was successful, and he had spent nearly 300,000 a day. The primary expense was the exorbitant price of the 20 kilograms of bronze-grade ferocious beast bones, which amounted to almost 150,000 coins. Fortunately, his parents had left him with savings exceeding 200,000, coupled with the subsidies he received from the empire during his years of study, and the fact that Chen Mo had minimal expenses aside from meals. He had managed to save quite a sum. For an ordinary person, such savings would suffice for a lifetime without working, provided they spent frugally. However, after becoming an extraordinary professional, such funds scarcely suffice. Chen Mo had merely purchased some low-grade ferocious beast bones and a set of whiteboard equipment, yet he had already spent nearly 30,000 coins. Higher quality materials and equipment would escalate in price by several times, even dozens or hundreds of times. A new black iron-grade novice weapon retails for over 1 million coins, not to mention the even higher-priced bronze-grade, silver-grade, and gold-grade equipment. While awaiting his orders for delivery, Chen Mo retracted the skeletal soldier. He fetched a basin from the kitchen and began cleaning the floor. He never anticipated that this divine enhancement skill would also include a bone classification feature. The 20-kilogram Longfong pig bones he held, having consumed 15 kilograms for enhancement, left behind a mess of shattered bones and beast meat scattered across the floor. Fortunately, the meat chunks remained relatively intact, and after a wash, they could still be consumed. Not wanting to waste any precious ferocious beast meat, Chen Mo busied himself for quite some time, mopping the floor clean. Afterward, he began to prepare a meal, feeling quite famished after standing in the square all day. He savored a sumptuous feast of braised ferocious beast meat. As dusk approached, the delivery arrived. Upon opening the door, Chen Mo was greeted by the same delivery person from before, who was laboriously hauling several large packages up the stairs. After signing for the delivery, Chen Mo opened the package to reveal a bronze-grade ferocious beast, the bones of a Gale Wolf, which he placed into a large basin he had prepared in advance. This time, he was unperturbed by the prospect of shattered bones and scattered meat. He checked the delivery slip to ensure all items were accounted for and securely closed the door. Chen Mo then opened the summoning space and released the skeletal soldier. He proceeded to enhance it further. Once again, he opted for a speed enhancement. Golden light enveloped Chen Mo, and the bronze-grade Gale Wolf bones in the basin similarly transformed into powder, rising with the golden glow. The bone powder swirled around the skeletal soldier, which had evolved into a bone warrior, merging into its form. The skeletal soldier's stature grew, now exceeding a height of 1.8 meters, with a broad skeleton and gleaming white bones. The most noticeable change was the soul flame within the skull, which shifted from white to yellow. Bone Warrior Speed. Quality level, Bronze. Talent, Swift. Level, 1. Health, 300. Attack, 32. Skills, None. Swift. Increases movement and attack speed by 30. Can be further enhanced. Requires 15 kilograms of silver-grade biological bones and 1 essence of wind. The Bone Warrior evolved into a Bone King. Its combat attributes doubled, with health increasing from 100 to 200 points and attack rising from 10 to 20 points. Now, as a level 1 Bone King, its combat attributes, bolstered by Chen Mo's fundamental enhancements, were nearly triple that of Chen Mo himself. It is worth noting that Chen Mo was the top student in both academics and martial arts at school, with a maxed base attribute of 10 points prior to his class change. Other newly transitioned warriors, even with their professional attribute bonuses, would find the Bone King's combat attributes to exceed theirs by at least twofold. Furthermore, after its enhancement to Bone King, the skeletal soldier not only gained the talent of swiftness, but also acquired an additional skill slot, allowing it to learn a new skill. As for the essence of wind among the enhancement materials, it was a transcendent substance dropped by certain wind element monsters upon their demise. Chen Mo recalled encountering it in the book Compendium of Transcendent Materials during his reading at the school library. The inclusion of the essence of wind in the next enhancement materials was likely intended to complement the Bone King's swiftness talent, Chen Mo surmised. He instructed the skeletal soldier to don the newly purchased plain white armor, complete with a helmet and armed with a longsword, with the armor adorning it. The skeletal soldier appeared significantly more presentable. Checking the soldier's attributes, Bone King Speed. Quality level, Bronze. Talent, Swift. Level, 1. Health, 350. Attack, 38. Skills, None. Swift. Increases movement and attack speed by 30. Can be further enhanced. Requires 15 kilograms of silver-grade biological bones and 1 essence of wind. The plain armor provided the skeletal soldier with an additional 50 health points and 6 attack points. Decent enough, considering it was merely novice-grade gear without any magical enhancements. Once the enhancement of the skeletal soldier was complete, Chen Mo stored the remaining remnants of the Gale Wolf's bones and flesh in the refrigerator, retracting the armored skeletal soldier back into the summoning space. After a brief wash-up, he succumbed to sleep. At 7 in the morning, after breakfast, Chen Mo reopened the summoning space to release the skeletal soldier. This time, his gaze fell upon the longsword clutched in the skeletal soldier's hand. Iron longsword. Quality, Ordinary. Attack, 6. Durability, 50-50. Can be enhanced. Requires 2 kilograms of black iron grade refined iron. Indeed, while he had been preoccupied with enhancing the skeletal soldier yesterday, he had overlooked a thorough examination of the equipment's attributes. During breakfast, he pondered whether his divine enhancement skill could also be applied to equipment. Now it was clear that as a companion skill of his supreme grade root, it was indeed formidable enough to enhance gear. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Mo placed another order, acquiring 2 kilograms of black iron grade refined iron and a plain longbow along with 500 arrows. After some contemplation, he also purchased provisions, beverages, and other outdoor essentials such as a tent and sleeping bag, for he intended to delve into a dungeon today, possibly even spending the night within its confines. Thus, thorough preparation was essential. All morning, Chen Mo contemplated how to expedite the Bone King's monster hunting capabilities following its speed enhancement. Considering the Bone King's swiftness talent, the most efficient strategy for slaying monsters would be to leverage its speed advantage to maintain distance while executing ranged attacks, minimizing the risk of damage to the skeletal soldier and consequently reducing the time wasted on healing. Fortuitously, the Bone King had an empty skill slot. Thus, Chen Mo resolved to have it learn archery skills for ranged combat. He accessed the professional panel and clicked on the Universal Marketplace option. Within the Universal Marketplace, he began searching for a basic archery skill book. Unlike the low-tier beast meat and ordinary plain armor, skill books for professionals, high-tier equipment, and rare materials were predominantly traded within the Universal Marketplace or sold at dedicated professional guilds in the city. Entry into these guilds required verification of professional status, ensuring that high-tier transcendent items were not available in ordinary markets, inaccessible to the general populace. Chapter 7. Silver-grade archer, black iron longbow. After locating the basic archery skill book, Chen Mo also found silver-grade beast bones from the Bloodfang leopard within the Universal Marketplace. He purchased the skill book, along with 15 kilograms of beast bone materials and 1 essence of wind. Upon clicking purchase, Chen Mo's assets were instantly diminished by over half. Glancing at his remaining balance, he noted it was still in the hundreds of thousands. After years of saving, he had nearly exhausted his funds within just 2 days of becoming a professional. There was a growing sense of urgency in his heart. Being a professional was indeed costly. Once a professional reached level 10, they could apply to venture outside the city to hunt ferocious beasts for sale or complete bounty tasks to earn money. As long as they could exit the city, there were numerous ways for professionals to generate income. Within the Universal Marketplace, after a transaction was completed, items would directly transfer into the professional's bag space, thus saving the time otherwise spent waiting for delivery. Chen Mo first retrieved the 15 kilograms of silver-grade beast bones and the essence of wind from his bag space, opting to continue enhancing the skeletal soldier. The silver-grade beast bones and essence of wind swiftly transformed into powder, swirling around the skeletal soldier's bones alongside the golden light of the enhancement skill. The soul flame within the soldier's skull shifted from yellow to green, while the exposed bones took on a hue reminiscent of the essence of wind, becoming translucent and jade-like in appearance. From his bag space, Chen Mo produced the basic archery skill book for the skeletal soldier to study. Basic archery enables proficient use of bows and arrows, significantly enhancing accuracy. Can be enhanced. Requires 50 points of mental energy. Upon selecting to use it, the skill book radiated with light, transforming into a skill rune that soared upward, merging into the soul flame of the skeletal soldier. Chen Mo opened the attributes panel for the skeletal soldier to check its status, discovering that the recently learned basic archery skill could indeed be enhanced as well. With his mental energy sufficiently replenished, Chen Mo resolved to give it a try. He opted to enhance his basic archery skills. The consumption of 50 mental energy points reduced his total from 120 to 70. A golden light once again enveloped Chen Mo, merging seamlessly into the soul flame of the skeletal soldier. The enhancement was completed, and he proceeded to check the attributes. Spirit Bone Warrior, Wind, Qualification Level, Silver, Talent, Wind Swiftness, Level 1, Health Points, 550, Attack Power, 58, Skill, Basic Archery, Wind Swiftness, Movement Speed and Attack Speed increased by 60. Basic Archery, allows for attacks using a bow and arrow, with an attack range increase of 30. Can be further enhanced, requiring 100 mental energy points. Enhancement target, requires materials, 15 kilograms of golden level creature bones, and 1 wind crystal. Upon evolving into a spirit bone warrior, the combat attributes of the skeletal soldier surged dramatically. Even at level 1, its health points were already 5 times that of Chen Mo's. Its attack power rivaled that of a level 4 Dao bone level prodigy. The green soul flame flickering within the skull of the skeletal soldier signified its formal ascent to the spirit bone level. Its qualification level was now equivalent to that of a low-grade spirit level practitioner. Furthermore, with the attribute bonuses provided by Chen Mo and the talent Wind Swiftness, which granted a 60 increase in both movement and attack speed, the actual combat prowess of this skeletal archer could undoubtedly overpower all other prodigious practitioners. Even Dao bone level practitioners could not possess such staggering combat attributes at level 1. Moreover, with the skill enhancement, the basic archery skill had improved, augmenting the skeletal archer's attack range by an additional 30. For an archer, attack range is tantamount to survival. Thus, it could be asserted that this skeletal archer, even adorned with nothing but basic gear, could effortlessly bypass simple-level dungeons and delve into ordinary or even difficult-level novice dungeons for monster farming and experience gain. Not long after the enhancement of the skeletal soldier was completed, the delivery Chen Mo had ordered arrived. It was the same delivery personnel from yesterday, efficient in their duties. After checking the supplies and signing for them, Chen Mo opened the parcel, summoned the skeletal soldier from its hiding place within the house, and equipped it with the longbow. He then rummaged through the package to retrieve the black iron-grade fine iron blocks and applied the enhancement skill to the longbow held by the skeletal soldier. Choose enhancement direction, speed enhancement, attack enhancement, energy enhancement. The enhancement direction for the equipment slightly differed from that of the skeletal soldier, yet he opted for speed enhancement. Chen Mo resolved to commit to one direction fully. Golden light enveloped the longbow as the black iron-grade fine iron blocks transformed into a gaseous form, merging into the golden light and ultimately coalescing upon the longbow. The enhancement was completed, and he proceeded to check the equipment attributes. Fine iron longbow, speed, quality, black iron, attack, 12, weapon trait, attack speed increased by 10, durability, 100 soulbound. Chen Mo, enhancement target, requires materials, 2 kilograms of bronze-grade alloy steel. By selecting speed enhancement, he bestowed an additional weapon trait that increased attack speed to the bow. Chen Mo was quite pleased with the results of this enhancement. However, he did not anticipate that the enhanced equipment would become a soulbound item, thus extinguishing his nascent ambitions for profit. A black iron-grade weapon for novice use could fetch over $1 million in the marketplace, while his enhancement costs were less than 100,000, presenting a nearly tenfold return. Regrettably, soulbound items could only be utilized by the binder or their summoned entities, rendering the prospect of trading it to others moot. He was left with no choice but to relinquish the idea of profiting through equipment enhancements. The exorbitant prices of novice equipment primarily stemmed from the scarcity of low-level elite monsters. Conversely, ordinary monsters rarely dropped valuable gear, resulting in a dearth of high-quality novice equipment. Most aspiring adventurers could only resort to commissioning blacksmiths or tailors for custom-made items. Even the most industrious manufacturers required at least 2 days to craft a black iron-grade piece of equipment. Furthermore, even with round-the-clock labor, the output remained insufficient to meet demand. The Xianqin Empire welcomed hundreds of thousands of new practitioners each year, and with each set of equipment comprising at least 9 pieces, the demand surged into the millions. Consequently, most novice practitioners found themselves settling for ordinary whiteboard gear, which was plentiful and affordable. After all, it was merely a transitional phase, and they could upgrade to higher quality equipment upon reaching level 10, albeit at the expense of slower leveling in the early stages. Only those from affluent practitioner families or those aspiring to enter prestigious academies would opt for high-quality novice gear to expedite their leveling and gain a competitive edge. With the black iron-grade fine iron longbow in hand, the skeletal archer's attack power surged from 58 to 64, along with a 10-point increase in attack speed. Coupled with its wind's swiftness talent and the weapon trait of the fine iron longbow, its attack speed experienced a staggering 70 increase. This level of attack attributes could undoubtedly be classified as overwhelming among novice practitioners. For instance, a warrior practitioner, even with maximum base attributes before transitioning, would only possess 10 points. With a warrior's class bonus of 2 points, the health of a level 1 warrior would merely equate to 12 points. This translated to 120 health points and 12 attack points. Even with the addition of a whiteboard weapon's attack bonus, the total could not exceed 20 points, falling short of even a third of the skeletal archer's attack attributes. Moreover, the skeletal archer's 70-point attack speed bonus magnified this disparity. The stark difference in combat power can be attributed to the fact that as the innate quality of magical creatures rises, their foundational attributes strengthen correspondingly. In contrast, human practitioners face inherent limitations, capping their physical attributes at a maximum of 10 points before transitioning to extraordinary careers. Nevertheless, human practitioners can bridge this gap through equipment, magical artifacts, and skill acquisition. Even at equal combat power, the skeletal soldier's efficiency in monster farming would far surpass that of human practitioners. While practitioners tire from combat and require rest and healing, the skeletal soldier remains tireless, capable of fighting as long as Chen Mo is not fatigued. This ensured an efficiency in dungeon farming that could decisively outpace other practitioners. Chapter 8. The Wild Wolf Wilderness Dungeon and Teeming Turmoil Observing the Armored Skeletal Archer. Bow in hand, Chen Mo nodded with satisfaction. With the combat attributes of the skeletal archer, he could undoubtedly speedily clear ordinary novice dungeons alone. With a measure of caution, he might even challenge difficult level dungeons. Based on the data regarding novice dungeons, Chen Mo conducted a brief assessment of the skeletal archer's combat prowess. He reached for the whiteboard longsword in the skeletal archer's other hand. It was just right for his own use, even if it was a whiteboard item. Wielding a weapon offered a greater sense of security than being empty-handed. He then summoned the skeletal soldier back into the summoning space and stowed away the food, drinks, and outdoor gear he had purchased into his backpack. Chen Mo stepped outside and took a vehicle to the dungeon hall located on the outskirts of the city. At 9 a.m., he arrived at the bustling dungeon hall, already teeming with people. At the dungeon entrance, individuals were calling for team formations, setting up stalls to sell potions, and offering food and drinks, contributing to the vibrant atmosphere. Looking for team members to clear the Wild Wolf Wilderness, simple level. For one, just need a healer to get started. I'm an assassin, high-quality ordinary bone, proficient in outputting damage, looking for a team. Freshly brewed healing potions. I have level 2 alchemy skills, quality guaranteed. Hot roasted sweet potatoes for sale. Bottled water, drinks, ham sausages, peanut porridge, instant noodles, please make way. Navigating through the bustling crowd, Chen Mo located the registration desk for the Wild Wolf Wilderness Dungeon and began to queue up. At the entrance of the dungeon, although there was a throng of individuals, the registration process proceeded expeditiously. Before long, it was Chen Mo's turn. Prior to entering the dungeon, adventurers were required to complete a registration form, detailing their name, profession, level, school affiliation, and the time of entry. Those who entered as a team also needed to record the number of participants and their names. Once Chen Mo submitted his information, the staff member cast a cursory glance at the registration details, then looked at Chen Mo, who was clad in nothing but a simple tracksuit, and exclaimed in astonishment. Are you planning to tackle this alone? Indeed, I am, teacher, Chen Mo confirmed with a nod. Dear student, if you have companions, it would be wise to form a team, the teacher advised. Though the Wild Wolf Wilderness is a novice dungeon, it still poses significant risks. Should you happen to sustain an injury or even lose consciousness inside, without anyone to provide care or assistance, it could lead to dire consequences. Therefore, it is advisable to form a team. Even a duo is preferable to embarking on such a perilous journey alone. Please, do not jest with your life. It was evident that the teacher possessed a kind heart and a sense of responsibility. Teacher, Chen Mo attempted to argue further. Chen Mo, why not join our team? Interjected a sweet, melodious voice from behind. Turning around, Chen Mo was met with the sight of an exceptionally adorable girl. She was petite, donned in a white priest's robe, and held a novice staff. The contrast between her youthful appearance and her ample bosom was striking. Her hair was styled in a bun, and her large, expressive eyes sparkled beneath her bangs. Beside her stood a tall girl clad in armor, wielding a shield and sword, exuding an air of confidence. This armored maiden had short hair, a prominent nose, and an assertive demeanor. Following her was a demure girl with black-framed glasses. Sporting a ponytail and dressed in a blue tracksuit, her frame slender. It was apparent that these three were a team. "Who are you?" Chen Mo inquired, surveying the girls before him, not recognizing any of them, though they seemed familiar, likely classmates from his school. "I am Tang Yeye, from Class 8. This is Wei Jie and Xiaowen. We currently have 3 members in our team. Chen Mo, please join us. It would be beneficial for everyone to look out for one another." Tang Yeye extended another invitation. In truth, she had noticed Chen Mo earlier and had discreetly stolen glances at him. Upon seeing him prepare to venture alone, she felt a surge of concern for his safety, prompting her to muster the courage to approach him. "Our team is already full, Yeye. Did we not agree to team up?" A burly boy clad in warrior armor, carrying a massive shield, voiced his displeasure from behind. "Indeed, my brother Yu is a shield warrior. Look at this shield, it's bronze tier equipment," he added. "Moreover, Yeye and I are classmates and should support each other. Teaming up with us will guarantee your safety in the dungeon." Beside the shield-bearing boy, a smaller, scruffy-looking boy in leather armor, with a dagger at his waist, hastily chimed in. "Wang Fuyin, I never agreed to team up with you. I can choose my own companions without your interference." Tang Yeye shot an annoyed glare at the diminutive boy before turning her attention back to Chen Mo, extending a request once more. "Chen Mo, please join us in the dungeon. I am a priest and can heal. I will ensure everyone's well-being." Her hands clutched the staff tightly, her expression a mixture of eagerness and apprehension. After some contemplation, Chen Mo decided to accept the invitation. The risks of going solo were indeed considerable. As the teacher had said, no one could guarantee they would remain unscathed. If a skeleton soldier happened to spawn ahead while he was ambushed from behind by a monster, it could spell disaster. In his quest to save money, he had not purchased any protective gear. An injury that rendered him unconscious within the dungeon would make him easy prey for the monsters lurking there. It was far wiser to proceed with caution. Upon Chen Mo's acceptance, the 2 other girls in the group remained silent, merely observing him with curious gazes. The team now comprised 4 members. Chen Mo glanced at the team information and learned that the tall girl in armor was named by Wei and was a sword and shield knight. The slight girl with glasses behind her was Rin Xiaowen, a mechanical engineer, while Tang Yeye was indeed the priest she claimed to be. With 2 rare professions and a highly sought-after healing role, the quality of this team was notably impressive. The 2 boys, noticing Tang Yeye's discontent, ceased their remarks, instead directing provocative glares at Chen Mo. Disregarding the squabbling boys, Chen Mo turned and made his way toward the dungeon entrance. The 4 completed their registration and approached the imposing vortex that led into the vast dungeon space. Novice Dungeon, Wild Wolf Wilderness, Level 13. Please select dungeon difficulty, easy, normal, hard hell. Choosing the easy difficulty, Tang Yeye made her selection. Chen Mo had no objections. For his inaugural foray into a dungeon, an easy level was prudent. After all, unfamiliar with what awaited them inside, it was better to err on the side of caution. Once the difficulty was selected, the 4 figures vanished into the vortex. Entering the dungeon. Chapter 9. First encounter in the dungeon, facing a crisis. I just remembered. Isn't that the guy who transitioned to a hidden class yesterday? He seems to be the top student in our grade, named Chen Mo, remarked Wang Fuyin, a small, wiry scout wielding a dagger, his eyes wide with disbelief. A hidden class? Is he the one who summoned a skeletal minion and was sent flying by the principal? Zhao Mingyu, clad in armor, recalled with a grim expression. After all, only one hidden class had appeared during the transition ceremony the previous day, making it quite memorable. Zhao Mingyu was not a student of Yanhai No. One high school and had not known Chen Mo prior. However, as the scion of the Zhao family in Yanhai City, he had been pampered since childhood and had faced little adversity. Earlier, in the dungeon hall, he had instantly recognized Tang Yeye and her companions, not only because they were all strikingly beautiful, each possessing their own allure, but primarily because they hailed from prestigious adventurer families in Yanhai City. As fellow members of affluent families, he was familiar with their circles. Any one of these girls possessed a family background that rivaled his own, or even surpassed it. If he could win the affection of any of them as a girlfriend, he would undoubtedly eclipse his elder brother and second brother, thereby gaining higher standing within his family and access to greater resources. Moreover, Wang Fuyin, his little brother, happened to be classmates with Tang Yeye, providing him with the perfect excuse to approach her and foster a closer relationship. Unfortunately, that meddlesome individual had thwarted his plans. It must be him, the pale-skinned, handsome one. I only remembered his face because his looks are quite striking, almost rivaling mine, Wang Fuyin thought with a sense of pride. When we enter the dungeon, you should take the lead in tanking the monsters. I see you have a thick skin, so the monsters shouldn't break through your defenses, he suggested. Damn it, being the top student is of no use. He's just a mediocre talent. Daring to oppose me? He'll have to pay for it when he emerges. Zhao Mingyu slammed a hand on Wang Fuin's shoulder, causing him to grimace in pain. Enough. We need to focus on leveling up first. We can settle scores with him later. Go summon Liangzi and the others, Zhao Mingyu instructed, waving his hand for his brother to hurry and fetch their companions. Earlier, He had deliberately asked a few other lackeys to keep their distance to avoid joining Tang Yeye's team. He brought along Wang Fuyin, a subordinate acquainted with Tang Yeye, intending to form a team with the three of them. However, as soon as he articulated his intentions, Tang Yeye dashed over to that young man. Zhao Mingyu's frustration grew with each passing moment. The quartet, comprising Chen Mo, traversed the spatial gate of the dungeon, entering the simple-level instance known as the Wild Wolf Wilderness. As the scene shifted and the protective barrier dissipated, they found themselves on a verdant meadow. Chen Mo promptly activated his summoning space. Emerging from a swirling black vortex was a skeletal archer clad in metallic armor, bow in hand, its eyes flickering with green flames, standing resolutely behind Chen Mo. With such a formidable guardian at his side, Chen Mo felt reassured enough to survey his surroundings. The environment of this dungeon was breathtaking. The expansive wilderness stretched infinitely, with rolling hills merging into the azure sky. A gentle breeze brushed past, carrying the fragrant scent of fresh grass, an experience unfamiliar to the city-bred companions. Chen Mo gazed nostalgically at the picturesque landscape before him. He had seen grasslands before, yet in this lifetime, he had never ventured beyond the city, thus missing the chance to witness such beauty anew. White Wei, the tall and poised sister of the team, donned in knightly armor and equipped with sword and shield, maintained a calm demeanor. Upon entering the dungeon, she was not entranced by the scenery. Instead, she scrutinized the skeletal archer standing beside Chen Mo with a hint of perplexity. As a fellow student of Yunhai Yizhong, she knew Chen Mo. Otherwise, she would not have consented to Tang Ye's invitation for him to join. Moreover, she had witnessed the extraordinary phenomenon during Chen Mo's job change, which left a lasting impression, granting her some understanding of his class and root level. She had also seen the scene where the principal had flicked away the skull of his summoned skeleton, albeit from a distance, rendering it less distinct. Despite the skeletal summon's current armor obscuring most of its bones, she sensed its stable movements and agile actions, quite unlike the feeble appearance she had observed that day. Ren Xiaowen, a bespectacled and somewhat naive girl, similarly stared at the skeletal archer with curiosity. After squinting in contemplation, she seemed to remember that she too possessed a summon. Hastily, she activated her summoning skill, conjuring a mechanical beast resembling a hunting dog, towering over her. Wow, Wei Jia, this place is stunning, Tang Yeye exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she stepped into the dungeon and marveled at the enchanting scenery. With arms outstretched, she was about to dash forward in jubilation when, thud, a shadow leapt from the grass, charging straight towards her. Startled, she gasped. The skeletal archer, its eyes ablaze with green fire, sprang into action, swiftly drawing its bow and releasing an arrow. A red-eyed magic rabbit was struck mid-air, plummeting to the ground. Defeat of level 1 red-eyed magic rabbit, normal. Experience 1. The sudden turn of events startled the group. Having lived in Yunhai City since birth, they were ordinary individuals unpermitted to leave the city until their class change. Now, arriving at such a beautiful location, their guard had momentarily dropped. None of them had noticed the lurking creature in the grass, nearly leading to an unfortunate mishap. Getting injured right after entering would indeed be embarrassing. While many had encountered such situations, none wished to experience the humiliation of a social death. Reassuring himself, Chen Mo quickly retrieved his long sword from his backpack. Tang Yeye, come back quickly and stand behind us. White Wei, the team's elder sister, reprimanded Tang Yeye, her face stern from the earlier scare. The attack from the red-eyed rabbit had heightened the girls' alertness, reminding them that they were in a dungeon, not a safe scenic area, where monsters could strike at any moment. That was close, Brother Chen Mo, thank you. Tang Yeye, still shaken from the rabbit's sudden assault, exhaled as she patted her chest, which looked far more imposing than her demeanor suggested. Blushing, she expressed her gratitude to Chen Mo and sheepishly retreated to the safety of the group. This was her first foray into a dungeon. Lacking experience, she had momentarily forgotten that this was not a safe zone like the city. Seeing Tang Yeye return to the group, no one voiced further complaints. Fortunately, this was merely a simple-level novice dungeon designed for newcomers to acclimate to the wilderness. It was populated mostly with ordinary low-level monsters, possessing low attributes and primarily relying on basic attacks, lacking advanced skills. As long as the novice adventurers remained cautious, the dangers were minimal. The three girls drew their weapons and entered a vigilant state. White Wei donned her knight's helmet, brandishing her longsword and shield. Taking position at the front of the formation, she glanced back at the skeletal soldier wielding a longbow. The earlier incident where the skeletal soldier had come to Tang Ye's aid had impressed her. Initially, she thought that Tang Ye's invitation to Chen Mo was merely an act of kindness, considering he was an ordinary root. Meanwhile, the three of them boasted spiritual-grade roots, particularly Ren Xiaowen, who possessed an exceptional spiritual root. Moreover, Chen Mo's summon had been deemed weak during the principal's assessment. However, it appeared that the skeletal summon was not as feeble as she initially believed. It exhibited remarkable agility and swift reflexes, displaying excellent archery skills. The arrow struck the swiftly leaping magic rabbit with astonishing speed. The damage dealt was astounding, evidenced by the 60 points of damage when it felled the red-eyed rabbit. This indicated that its attack power must be at least above 60 points. White Wei assessed her own attack attributes, which, combined with her bronze-grade longsword, amounted to merely 36 points. The disparity was nearly double. However, given their unfamiliarity, she refrained from probing further. Chapter 10. The Marathon on the Prairie. Seeing that Tang Yi was uninjured, the group composed themselves and began to venture deeper along the path through the prairie. White Wei, clad in knightly armor and serving as a melee class, held her shield and longsword, cautiously leading the way. Chen Mo, brandishing a plain longsword and dressed in athletic wear, followed closely behind her, instructing the skeletal archer to patrol the vicinity and engage any monsters autonomously. Tang Yi obediently walked in the middle of the formation, while Ren Xiaowen trailed behind, accompanied by her mechanical beast resembling a hunting dog. The group had not wandered far when they encountered a magic creature the size of a wild dog in the grass ahead. Long-toothed groundhog. Quality, ordinary. Talent, none. Level 1. Health, 50. Attack, 5. Description, a small creature of the wilderness that enjoys burrowing underground to store food. Chen Mo utilized his detection skill to assess the creature. In this simple-level dungeon, most monsters were of ordinary quality, designed to help novice adventurers adapt to the wilderness. However, was this description truly accurate for such a sizable creature? Upon spotting the magic creature, White Wei's excitement was palpable. Activating her knightly skills, her sword and shield radiated a white glow as she prepared to charge into battle. With a whoosh, an arrow flew past, directly piercing the long-toothed groundhog, which toppled to the ground. Defeat of Level 1 Long-Toothed Groundhog. Normal. Experience 1. White Wei halted, feeling slightly embarrassed as she glanced back at the skeletal archer. This opportunistic creature was truly bothersome. The skeletal soldier perceived the external world through mental awareness rather than sight, making it nearly impossible for any monster to evade its detection while lurking in the grass. Furthermore, the creatures in a simple-level dungeon were predominantly of ordinary quality. Even the bosses within were likely to be mere black iron-grade monsters. The monsters here possess a rather low health pool, rendering them utterly incapable of withstanding the relentless onslaught of the skeletal archer's overwhelming attack power. With their silver tier qualifications, these skeletal archers wielding black iron longbows are unequivocally invincible in this vast grassland. Upon encountering any monster, they swiftly detect and eliminate it with their arrows. Under Chen Mo's directives, the skeletal archers no longer linger near the party but charge ahead, activating their slaughter mode within the instance. Bolstered by the wind's swiftness talent, the skeletal archers exhibit remarkable speed and rapid firing rates. With an impressive attack power of 64, they dispatch foes almost instantaneously, clearing out monsters at an astonishing pace. Defeated Level 1 Burrowing Mouse. Normal. Experience 1. Defeated Level 1 Steel-Spiked Hedgehog. Normal. Experience 1. Defeated Level 2 Toxic Skunk. Normal. Experience 2. Soon, the skeletal archers, bow in hand, advanced further and further ahead, much to the astonishment of Bai Wei and her companions. Gradually, the four of them found themselves needing to quicken their pace to a jog just to keep up with the skeletal archers. Across the expansive wild grassland, a skeletal archer, its eyes ablaze with green fire, clad in armor and wielding a bow, unleashed arrows with unerring precision, swiftly reaping a harvest of monster corpses. Hot on its heels were a man and 3 women, accompanied by a dog-like mechanical beast of half their height, all striving to keep pace. The 3 girls transitioned from initial shock to a state of numbness, their minds fixated solely on one thought. They must not lag behind the skeletal archer. This pursuit continued for much of the day. Despite the prolonged battle, the skeletal archer remained as swift as the wind, darting back and forth with agility, its monster-clearing efficiency unchanged. Meanwhile, the others had been left far behind, panting heavily as they struggled to keep up. Bai Wei, a knight clad in heavy, suffocating armor, found herself particularly burdened, her hands weighed down by a hefty shield and steel longsword. By now, she was nearly drenched in sweat. Ren Xiaowen, who possessed a weaker constitution, had collapsed atop the mechanical beast, gasping for breath as it carried her along. Tang Yi still managed to run, but her usual exuberance was muted, leaning on her staff. She pressed on, sweat streaming down her face. Eventually, Bai Wei opted to stow her longsword and shield in her backpack to lighten her load. The cumbersome armor was stifling and noisy, a source of great discomfort. Yet, she felt reluctant to remove it. As a melee combatant, she needed to be prepared for battle. It would be unacceptable to shed her armor, so she endured the heat and pressed on. Chen Mo also harbored some regrets, wishing he had brought a means of transportation into this instance, realizing his preparations had been insufficient. In his eagerness to enhance the skeletal soldier's speed, he had failed to consider his own pace. Reflecting while running, he recognized the need for more meticulous planning. By afternoon, they finally reached the heart of the Wild Wolf Wilderness instance, the Wolf Valley. After the skeletal archer loosed 2 arrows, slaying a wandering wolf, a beam of light enveloped the 4 of them. They had leveled up. Chen Mo hastily opened his profession panel to inspect his attributes, eager to ascertain the level of his supreme bone structure. He was taken aback to discover that he had gained 15 attribute points upon leveling up. It was worth noting that Su Qingxue, whose premium Dao Bone talent had caused a sensation in Yunhai City, only received 9 attribute points per level. Chen Mo, however, received 6 more than her with each level gained. This disparity raised questions about the existence of celestial level bones, or even stronger ones beyond the Dao Bone level. There was simply no other explanation for why his supreme bone structure yielded so many attribute points. Such extraordinary potential could not be revealed. As he surveyed his newfound attribute points, he felt his resolve strengthen. After calming his emotions and contemplating for a moment, Chen Mo allocated 2 points to his physique and 13 to his spirit. The spirit attribute would augment the attack power of the skeletal archers, enhancing their monster clearing speed. Furthermore, increasing his spirit attribute would bolster his mental strength, essential for summoning skeletal soldiers and expanding his summoning space. Upon reaching level 2, his summoning capacity increased by 2, bringing it to a total of 13. After distributing his points, Chen Mo's base attributes became 12 in physique and 25 in spirit. Correspondingly, his combat attributes elevated his health to 120 points and mental strength to 250 points. The skeletal archer also leveled up to level 2. As a silver tier summoned entity, it was equivalent to a low-grade spirit bone practitioner. Thus, upon leveling, the skeletal archer gained 4 attribute points, all of which Chun Missouri allocated to its physique. As a physical damage dealer, enhancing its physique would increase its health and attack power. Combined with Chun Mo's base attributes, the skeletal archer's health surged to 610 points, and its attack power reached 81 points. The level 2 skeletal archer's health and attack power now rivaled that of a level 6 Dao Bone practitioner. With such combat attributes, Chen Mo was confident he could challenge higher-level instances solo. Chapter 11. A dismal instance experience. Wow, I leveled up, Sister Wei, Tang Yaya exclaimed. Wiping the sweat from her brow, her cheeks flushed as she waved her staff excitedly. I received 5 attribute points. Xiaowen, how many did you get? Tang Ye eagerly checked her attribute panel, glancing back at Rin Xiaowen, who was sprawled atop the mechanical beast. The 3 girls, Tang Ye and Bai Wei, were mid-grade spirit bone practitioners, while Rin Xiaowen boasted a high-grade spirit bone. I got 6 points, Rin Xiaowen replied weakly, feeling dizzy and slightly nauseous from the ride. Just as Tang Ye was about to inquire further with Bai Wei, she noticed Chen Mo nearby, stuck out her tongue, and refrained from asking more. Her brother Chen Mo, possessing only mid-grade mortal bone, would likely only gain 2 attribute points upon leveling up. It seemed best not to provoke him further, and a wave of sadness washed over her. Bai Wei's resolve also waned after leveling up, and she plopped down onto the ground, her armor clanking. I can't go on. I'm too exhausted. I need a break. The strong-willed Bai Wei never anticipated that, while intending to assist Chen Mo, a mere mortal bone practitioner, in leveling up, she would end up as the combat core unable to engage a single monster. Instead, she had undergone an arduous endurance training session, running half the day and exhausting herself merely from the journey. The experience within this instance was utterly lacking, even disappointing. Bai Wei had never realized how cumbersome and stifling her armor could be. The skeletal archer was simply absurd, donning armor and wielding a bow, yet showing no signs of fatigue after such prolonged combat. With the surrounding monsters having been wiped out by the skeletal warriors, she decided to shed her armor and cast it aside, revealing a form-fitting bodysuit beneath that clung to her, accentuating her figure. With her bosom at ease, she reclined upon the verdant grass, inhaling deeply with a sense of exhilaration. Never before had she envied her companions, clad in their simple garb, as she did in this moment. Chen Mo, devoid of armor, wore only the plainest of equipment, which bestowed no supplementary attributes. Donning such basic gear merely augmented a fraction of one's vitality and failed to enhance the skeletal warriors. There was no necessity for him to engage in combat, thus rendering the investment in armor unwarranted. Primarily, the expense was considerable, and he hesitated to purchase it, deeming the cost-to-benefit ratio insufficient. He resolved to wait until higher quality gear, capable of amplifying base attributes, could be obtained before adorning himself anew. Yet, even in athletic attire, Chen Mo, with his stamina, found himself somewhat fatigued after such prolonged exertion. He seized the opportunity to sit upon the ground, allowing the skeletal archer to survey the surroundings and independently engage with foes. During his class transition, Chen Mo had examined his skeletal summoning skill, which was subject to enhancement. Initially, with his level at a mere 1, he could only summon a single skeletal soldier, filling the summoning space to capacity. Consequently, the skeletal summoning skill remained dormant, and he refrained from strengthening it. However, during his recent run, feeling a tinge of boredom and with ample mental energy, he opted to enhance the skill directly. Consuming 50 points of mental energy, he upgraded his skeletal summoning skill from ordinary to black iron grade. The brilliance of the enhancement did not manifest externally, as it pertained solely to a skill he had already acquired, rendering it invisible to onlookers. Skeletal summoning, black iron grade, consumes 60 points of mental energy to summon a skeletal soldier, black iron grade, to fight on your behalf. Can be enhanced, requiring 100 points of mental energy. After utilizing the enhancement, Chen Mo's mental energy, which had dwindled to 60 points, was fully restored upon leveling up, and subsequently elevated to 250 points. He resolved to further enhance the skeletal summoning skill. As the enhancement involved a knowledge skill, it necessitated no materials, only the expenditure of mental energy. Selecting to enhance the skeletal summoning skill, he consumed 100 points of mental energy, reducing his total from 250 to 150 points. Chen Mo felt a profound comprehension of the skeletal summoning skill deepen within him, as the runes of the summoning formation became increasingly vivid in his mind. Skeletal summoning, bronze grade, consumes 120 points of mental energy to summon a skeletal soldier, bronze grade, to fight on your behalf. Can be enhanced, requiring 200 points of mental energy. After reviewing the skill description, Chen Mo decided to summon a skeletal soldier for comparison. Wishing to discern the differences between a skeletal soldier summoned directly through the skill and one enhanced from ordinary to bronze grade, he promptly activated the skeletal summoning skill. Expending another 120 points of mental energy, he refrained from sacrificing the corpses of magical creatures to mitigate the mental energy costs, as the creatures encountered in this novice dungeon were mere manifestations of ethereal energy and lacked tangible bodies for sacrifice. After 2 consecutive uses of the skill, Chen Mo's mental energy plummeted from 250 to a mere 30 points. As the summoning array activated, a skeletal soldier, its eye aglow with yellow flames, emerged from the swirling black vortex. In comparison to the ordinary skeletal soldier he had first summoned, this bronze-grade soldier boasted pristine, broad bones, exhibiting stability and agility in its movements. The flame within its skull now burned a vibrant yellow, rather than the dull gray of its predecessor. This bronze skeletal soldier, like the ordinary one, was adorned only in tattered rags. Common Bone Warlord. Qualitative level, bronze. Level, 2. Health points, 320. Attack power, 45. Target can be enhanced, requiring 15 kilograms of silver-grade biological bones. The newly summoned skeletal soldier possessed no additional talents or skill slots, merely the fundamental attributes of a bronze-grade summon. In contrast, the one Chen Mo had enhanced resembled an elite summon, endowed with unique talents and skill slots. After reviewing the attributes of the newly summoned bronze skeletal soldier and comparing them with those of the previous one, Chen Mo gained a deeper appreciation for his extraordinary enhancement abilities. Even an ordinary bronze skeletal soldier, bolstered by Chen Mo's enhancements, exhibited combat attributes akin to those of a level 4 practitioner of superior bone quality. Chen Mo allocated the soldier's 3 attribute points to its physique, raising its health points to 350 and its attack power to 48. He then handed over a plain long sword to the newly summoned skeletal soldier, instructing it to stand guard nearby. Having expended considerable mental energy, he now found himself with only 30 points remaining, feeling a slight dizziness. Chen Mo settled in place, closing his eyes to meditate and restore his mental energy. Tang Yuanyue's eyes widened in astonishment as she beheld the skeletal soldier, sword in hand, standing vigil beside Chen Mo. Perhaps accustomed to the skeletal archer accompanying them throughout the morning, she felt no fear at the sight of this skeletal warrior. Moreover, it was a creation of her beloved Chen Mo, summoned through his skill. Observing the skeletal soldier, clothed in ragged strips and with yellow soul flames flickering in its eye sockets, diligently scanning its surroundings, Tang Yuanyue even found it somewhat endearing. Chapter 12. A much-needed respite. Bai Wei regarded the skeletal soldier emerging from the summoning array with curiosity, glancing at the meditating Chen Mo. Truly, he was a hidden class capable of manifesting wondrous phenomena, likely possessing further skills to enhance his summons. Lying upon the grass, Bai Wei turned her head to observe the imposing, pristine skeletal soldier, her mind brimming with inquisitive speculation. The skeletal warriors they had encountered were evidently far more formidable than the one they had seen at the class transition square that day, particularly the one with green flames. Clad in armor and proficient in archery, its strength was practically astounding. Not only was it incredibly swift and boastful of high attack power, but it also dispatched foes with astonishing efficiency. More importantly, several hours had elapsed, yet that soldier remained agile, showing no signs of fatigue, while the rest of them were nearly exhausted from merely keeping pace. Setting aside the formidable skeletal archer, the freshly summoned skeletal soldier, adorned in tattered rags and bereft of equipment, strode with steady assurance, a stark contrast to its earlier, unsteady demeanor in the square. One could infer its combat prowess was far from negligible. Ren Xiaowen, having lagged behind, was utterly spent and had taken to resting upon her mechanical beast. Although she felt somewhat revived now, the ride was jarring, leaving her feeling as though she might disintegrate. She had not anticipated that her meticulously designed mechanical beast would serve merely as a mount on its inaugural descent into the dungeon. She had failed to claim a single monster, missing out on any practical combat opportunities, rendering the myriad of combat functions unused. It was hardly more effective than a vehicle, which at least provided a smoother ride. After the group came to a halt, she leisurely dismounted from the mechanical beast and squatted on the ground for a moment before retrieving several bottles of water from her backpack and distributing them among her companions. Bai Wei accepted the water from Ren Xiaowen, unscrewed the cap, and drank heartily, releasing a long sigh of relief as she felt rejuvenated. Ren Xiaowen then handed a bottle to Tang Yuanhua, casting a glance at the meditative Chen Mo before gently placing the water beside him, returning to her spot to lean against the mechanical beast and rest. Tang Yi paused for a moment before rising to spread out the picnic blanket upon the grass, subsequently rummaging through her backpack to extract a plethora of snacks. She was utterly famished after running around for so long. Upon witnessing this, Ren Xiaowen's eyes brightened, and she moved closer. The two girls sat down on the picnic mat and began indulging in their food. Meanwhile, as the group took a break to snack, the skeletal archer had already infiltrated the heart of the Wild Wolf Valley, encountering a pack of wolves. The notifications of kills indicated the demise of Wild Wolf monsters. Killed 2nd level Wild Wolf, normal, experience 2. Killed 1st level Wild Wolf, normal, experience 1. The skeletal archer shared a psychic bond with Chen Mo. Every location it explored materialized as a map within Chen Mo's mind. Furthermore, he could sense its condition, even connecting to its line of sight to observe the surroundings through the skeletal soldier's perspective. This revelation had come to him during his recent meditation. He sensed that the skeletal archer was in excellent condition. With the boon of the wind's swiftness talent, its movement speed had surged by 60. The enhancement of basic archery skills had increased its attack range by 30, allowing the skeletal archer to maintain a safer distance with ease. It sprinted ahead, leaving the pack of wild wolves far behind. The wolves, unable to match its speed, could only pursue in vain. The skeletal archer would occasionally turn and release an arrow, effortlessly slaying a 1st-level wild wolf. Gradually, the number of wolves chasing the skeletal archer dwindled, satisfied that the skeletal archer was unharmed. Chen Mo instructed it to draw more monsters together for a more efficient hunt, thus accelerating the process. He then redirected his focus, concentrating on meditation to restore his mental energy, while Chen Mo and the others rested behind the high slope. They continued to gain experience points due to the skeletal archer's relentless extermination of monsters. The constant stream of kill notifications rendered Bai Wei and her companions somewhat embarrassed. Despite entering the dungeon as a team, they had contributed little. Their lack of stamina nearly hindered their efforts. What was intended as support for Chen Mo's leveling had turned into passive assistance. They didn't even need to exert effort in battling monsters. Even lying on the ground sleeping, their experience points kept rising. This novel experience was something Bai Wei had never anticipated before entering the dungeon. Ren Xiaowen, having later perched atop a mechanical beast, found herself uncomfortable yet not overly fatigued. After a brief rest, noticing a series of kill notifications, she grew curious and climbed up the slope to gaze into the distance. The scene before her astonished her, her eyes widening in disbelief as she nearly gasped. Quickly, she covered her mouth with her hand and motioned for Tang Yiya, who was sitting on the picnic blanket indulging in food, to come over. Tang Yiya was thoroughly enjoying her meal, her cheeks stuffed and her eyes gleaming with happiness after a long day of running. Spotting her good friend Ren Xiaowen crouched anxiously on the slope, she waved her over. Curiosity piqued, she stood and walked towards the slope. Xiaowen, what are you doing? You seem so tense. However, before Tang Yiya could finish her sentence, she caught sight of the scene beyond the slope, causing her to crouch down hastily. Her large eyes fixated on the spectacle outside. Below, in the valley, dozens of wild wolf monsters were galloping across the barren ground, their mouths agape, revealing menacing fangs as they fiercely pursued the skeletal archer, which was sprinting ahead, eyes glinting with green fire. The sheer scale of the wolf pack, running in unison, stirred up clouds of dust, creating a truly breathtaking sight. Among the pack, a majestic white giant wolf could be seen howling incessantly, orchestrating the wolves' movements to encircle the fleeing figure. The skeletal archer appeared diminutive against the throng of wild wolves, yet it moved with remarkable swiftness, skillfully leading the pack in a wild chase across the wilderness. Should the girls be discovered by such a formidable assembly of wild wolves, they would surely be torn apart in an instant. Was this not a novice dungeon? How had that individual managed to provoke such a horde of wolves? It was utterly terrifying. Tang Yiya pressed her body tightly against the ground, her chest flattened. Her delicate hands anxiously clutched the grass beneath her. Suddenly, a hand slapped her shoulder, startling her. She turned to see Bai Wei, who had been resting on the grass. She had removed her armor, now clad in a snug black outfit that accentuated her perfectly proportioned figure. At that moment, Bai Wei also crouched in the bushes, her expression grave as she surveyed the distant wolves. As a knight, Bai Wei possessed exceptional physical capabilities. Although she was fatigued, a brief rest had rejuvenated her considerably. Noticing her two younger companions' tense demeanor on the slope, she had curiously followed them, only to be equally alarmed by the scene before her. Chapter 13, Battling the Wolf Pack. Clearing the dungeon. After observing intently for a while, Bai Wei discerned that although the wolf pack was numerous, their speed appeared insufficient to catch up with the skeletal archer ahead. After considerable time had elapsed, the skeletal archer remained vigorous and fleet-footed, showing no signs of fatigue. Even clad in armor, its speed seemed unimpeded. The skeletal archer darted ahead of the wolves, turning back to release an arrow that claimed the life of a wild wolf. It was no wonder that experience points were rising so rapidly. The archer had effectively grouped the monsters together, without the need to hunt them down one by one. The process had indeed accelerated significantly. Baiwei understood. After watching nervously for a while, the three girls realized that while the wolf pack appeared fearsome, their speed did not pose a threat to the skeletal archer. As the skeletal archer continued its relentless assault, the number of wolves dwindled. The white giant wolf at the center of the pack seemed to be losing its voice from howling, yet the pack still failed to corner the skeletal archer. The skeletal archer nimbly maneuvered in front of the wolves, darting left and right, maintaining a dynamic rhythm that both instilled hope and eluded capture. Oh no, the wolf pack is splitting into three directions. They are about to corner the skeletal archer. What should we do? The White Wolf King seemed to have realized that the pack could not catch up with the skeletal archer at its current speed. It began directing the wolves to flank from the left and right, constricting the archer's range of movement. The three girls, who had just begun to relax, felt tension rise again as they witnessed the battlefield's changing dynamics, their eyes glued to the agile skeletal archer weaving between the wolves. They feared it might be suddenly overwhelmed by the wolves, which were narrowing the distance. Sister Wei, this novice dungeon is so challenging. Thank goodness we teamed up with Chen Mo. Otherwise, could we have possibly handled this on our own? Tang Yaya expressed her lingering anxiety. You silly girl, when fighting monsters, we should always draw them out one by one. That is how novice players operate. How could one be so audacious as to gather the entire Wild Wolf Valley's monsters together? Baiwei reassured the somewhat frightened Tang Yaya while keeping a watchful eye on the situation ahead. The massive white wolf in the center must be the boss of the Wild Wolf Valley dungeon, the White Wolf King. What a bold move to evade even the boss. This individual truly underestimated the White Wolf King. Baiwei couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. The skeletal archer, now aware of the wolves' movements, spotted the encroaching pack from the left and right. It swiftly directed its arrows toward a vulnerable spot in the left flank, taking down several encroaching wild wolves. A temporary breach was created in the encirclement, allowing for a sudden acceleration that enabled the skeleton archer to break free from the onslaught of the wolf pack. Upon witnessing the skeleton archer's escape, Baiwei and her companions breathed a sigh of relief. Had the skeleton archer succumbed to the wolves, they would have been compelled to make a hasty retreat. After breaking through the wolves' formation, the skeleton archer exercised caution, avoiding any opportunity for the wolves to regroup. It maneuvered deftly, maintaining a safe distance while keeping up its offensive rhythm. As the skeleton archer led the wolf pack in a circular chase across the wilderness, it would occasionally turn back to unleash arrows. The number of wolves diminished at a conspicuous rate, one by one. The three girls, now relaxed, settled back onto the grassy ground. Tang Ye once again produced snacks, and the group enjoyed their treats while reveling in the rare beauty of the wilderness before them. Ultimately, the entire wolf pack was vanquished by the skeleton archer, leaving only the boss, the White Wolf King. At this juncture, the White Wolf King had been led on a relentless chase by the skeleton archer throughout the Wild Wolf Valley, panting heavily, saliva dripping. Its once pristine white fur now soiled with sweat and dirt. It relentlessly pursued the skeleton archer, the bane of its subordinate wolves, yet found itself utterly incapable of catching up. The White Wolf King's heart brimmed with indignation. White Wolf King. Ordinary qualification. No talent. Level 3. Health 130. Attack 13. Skill. Wolf King's Call. Wolf King's Call can command the wolf pack to attack. Introduction. The ruler of the wild wolves. Its true power is far greater than this. Chen Mo, through the link with the skeleton archer's perspective, observed the battle conditions. He probed the attributes of the White Wolf King and discovered that, as a boss, it was not even classified as an elite monster. Its combat attributes were merely at the level of a second-tier spirit bone practitioner. A standard adventurer team should be able to dispatch it with ease. Indeed, this was a simple level dungeon. Look, that Wolf King looks pitiful, like a dog. After running for so long, it must be exhausted, Tang Yaya remarked sympathetically, her mood lightening as the battle neared its conclusion. However, she received no response from her companions. Turning around, she realized that the expressions of her two friends were somewhat off. Suddenly, it dawned on her that they had also just run about, likely as fatigued as a dog. Did I just insult myself? Tang Yaya recognized her faux pas, quickly redirecting her attention back to the distant Wolf King, pretending as if nothing had transpired. At this moment, the skeleton archer ceased its running, taking aim from a stationary position. Drawing back its bow, it released 2 arrows, mercifully ending the suffering of the nearly incapacitated White Wolf King. 65-70. Defeated the level 3 boss, White Wolf King, granting 30 experience points. Dungeon completion confirmed. Adventurers may choose to exit at any time. A golden light appeared, and the group leveled up once more, ascending to level 3 and restoring their state. The dizziness from excessive mental exertion dissipated, prompting Chen Mo to cease his meditation. Opening his attribute panel to review his stats, he found that he had gained an additional 15 attribute points. He allocated 2 points to physique and 13 to spirit. After the allocation, his attributes stood at 14 in physique and 38 in spirit. Correspondingly, his health increased to 140 points, and his mental energy reached 380 points. The capacity of his summoning space rose by 3, totaling 26. Chen Mo then distributed the attribute points obtained from leveling up his 2 skeleton soldiers entirely into physique, enhancing their health and attack power. Since early summoned creatures lacked magical skills, bolstering physique was the optimal choice. With Chen Mo's attribute bonuses, the level 3 skeleton archer's health surged to 670 points, and its attack reached 98 points. Even the skeleton soldier beside Chen Mo, wielding a basic longsword, now boasted combat attributes of 400 health and 70 attack points. This freshly summoned skeleton soldier was capable of easily overpowering the White Wolf King. Receiving the notification of dungeon completion left the 3 girls, seated on the slope and munching on snacks while observing the battle, momentarily dazed, unable to process what had just transpired. Although they had sensed that the wolf monsters were being systematically slain by the skeleton archer, the reality of the situation felt surreal, as if they were caught in a dream. What just happened? We ran for an entire day, and now we're just sitting here resting. Did we just finish the dungeon? What were we even here for? A day of endurance training? They were at a loss for words, unsure of how to articulate their confusion. Chapter 14. The Challenge of the Dark Forest Dungeon. Chen Mo connected with the skeleton archer's senses to assess the surroundings. Indeed, there were no remaining monsters. All had been lured together and dispatched by the skeleton archer. He commanded the skeleton archer to return. Unfortunately, as a beginner dungeon, it was an evolving one, offering only experience points with no item drops. Aside from leveling up, there was little to gain from the dungeon. The novice dungeon was primarily designed to help new adventurers acclimate to the wilderness environment, featuring reduced difficulty and a relatively scattered distribution of monsters. The dungeon's map was vast. A standard adventurer team would typically require 2 to 3 days to complete it. Yet, Chen Mo and his team finished it in less than a day, most of which was spent running. If they could enhance their speed, they might be able to complete dungeons even more swiftly. Chen Mo reflected on the need to improve his speed. After clearing the simple level Wild Wolf Wilderness dungeon, Chen Mo's level rose to 3,501. With the level increase, his mental energy fully restored, and following his allocation of spirit attributes, his mental energy surged to 380 points. After contemplation, Chen Mo decided to further strengthen his core skill, the skeleton summoning technique. He chose to enhance the skill, consuming 200 points of mental energy to elevate the skeleton summoning technique from bronze to silver level. Skeleton summoning technique. Silver level consumes 240 points of mental energy to summon a silver level skeleton soldier to fight for you. Can be enhanced, requiring 400 points of mental energy. After using the enhancement ability, Chen Mo was left with 180 points of mental energy. He was temporarily unable to use the summoning skill to replenish his summoning space and would have to wait for his mental energy to recover before summoning more skeletons. Chen Mo opened the multiverse mall, hoping to find extraordinary potions for rapid mental energy recovery. Upon clicking the potion category, the item list appeared, and he was taken aback. To his astonishment, even the cheapest black iron level mental energy recovery potion cost over 100,000. Why was everything related to the extraordinary realm so exorbitantly priced? Unable to afford it, he resigned himself to meditating for recovery. Hey, brother Chen Mo, you should eat something too. After all that running, you must be hungry. Tang Yi called out as she settled back onto the picnic mat, beckoning Chen Mo, who was engrossed in reviewing his attributes. Chen Mo did not decline. He stood and joined her at the edge of the mat. Accepting the bread she offered, he took large bites, feeling genuine hunger after a day of exertion. After some thought, he retrieved a few bottles of drinks and bags of sunflower seeds from his backpack, placing them on the mat for everyone to share. By way, clad in heavy knight's armor and having run for most of the day, had expended the most energy among the 4. Now that the dungeon was complete, she relaxed. Yet despite having eaten a little on the slope, she felt even hungrier. Upon hearing Chen Mo's greeting, she rose and nonchalantly sat down beside him, eagerly gnawing on a piece of jerky. Ren Xiaowen quietly followed by way back, taking a seat next to Tang Yi, daintily nibbling on her food. Having completed the dungeon, the 3 girls felt somewhat guilty for their lack of contribution. Blushing, Tang Yi spoke up, Chen Mo, how about we offer you some compensation? It feels rather unfair otherwise. We didn't contribute much to the dungeon. It was all you. Chen Mo took a sip of water and waved his hand dismissively. The reason you didn't contribute is that this dungeon was exceedingly simple. The monsters fell with a mere hit. Once we finish eating, let us head out. Tomorrow we can tackle a more challenging dungeon, and you may find yourselves required to lend a hand. By way, exasperated, glanced at Chen Mo. Is that even a sensible statement? You claim the monsters drop easily. Why not let me take a swing at one? Do you have any idea how monstrous the attack power of that skeletal archer is? My bronze tier weapon barely scratches even half of its strength. After a whole day of running around, I'm utterly exhausted, trailing behind that skeletal archer, having barely touched a monster. Nevertheless, the pace of leveling up was indeed swift. On the first day of becoming an adventurer, they had defeated the boss and advanced to level 3. Bai Wei mused to herself that such a rapid progression in dungeon runs was likely unprecedented in the history of Yanhai City. Chen Mo, do you still wish to run dungeons with us? Tang Yia asked, her voice tinged with excitement. Bai Wei and Rin Xiaowen exchanged surprised glances with Chen Mo. After spending the better part of the day together, they had developed a clearer understanding of Chen Mo's prowess. With the presence of that formidable skeletal archer, he certainly had the capability to tackle dungeons solo. They had anticipated that Chen Mo would prefer to venture alone for quicker leveling. To their surprise, he didn't view them as burdens. Instead, he intended to include them in the dungeon runs. The three girls were considered prodigies within Yunhai City. Yet, upon entering the dungeon, they had done nothing but observe, feeling a sense of disillusionment. Of course we'll run dungeons together, Chen Mo affirmed with conviction. Primarily, tackling a dungeon alone poses certain dangers. I fear being ambushed by monsters, and am counting on you to watch my back. He contemplated that the larger team would reduce his likelihood of being targeted to 1/4, thus enhancing safety. Additionally, he had come to appreciate the cheerful and optimistic nature of these three girls. After an exhausting day, none of them had complained. All were steadfast in their determination, unwilling to drag the team down. Notably, Rin Xiaowen had repeatedly encouraged Bai Wei and Tang Yia to rest on the mechanical beast, while they, in turn, had selflessly offered the beast to her, considering her weaker constitution. Having such teammates instilled a sense of security in him. Today, we already made significant progress in the dungeon, and given our fatigue, delving into another tonight would be perilous. Let us save that for tomorrow, Chen Mo proposed, expressing his desire to enhance his equipment and further augment the skeletal archer's combat capabilities. Within the dungeon, he couldn't utilize enhancement skills due to the crowded conditions. Agreed. That sounds good, Tang Yia nodded eagerly. After spending the day together, they had grown comfortable with one another. Once their plans were solidified, they resumed their meal. Typically, it would take 2 to 3 days to complete such a dungeon, given its vast map and the scattered monsters. Indeed, I've checked the information, the tents are prepared. We were almost ready to camp here for the night. My mechanical beast has yet to see battle, and I'm uncertain of its combat prowess, though I feel it needs further modification, Rin Xiaowen and Tang Yia whispered to each other. They had not anticipated that they would enter the dungeon without unleashing a single skill, merely sprinting alongside the team for most of the day before clearing it. They still had no clear understanding of their own class abilities. Chen Mo, which dungeon should we tackle tomorrow? Let us avoid the Wild Wolf Wilderness. It's simply too exhausting, Tang Yia suggested after a brief rest, her energy renewed. Chen Mo reflected on the 3 beginner dungeons available in Yunhai City: the Wild Wolf Wilderness, level 13, the Dark Forest, level 36, and the Zombie Mine, level 69. The Wild Wolf Wilderness was certainly off the table. Its expansive map was too much to traverse. Additionally, the low-level monsters offered scan experience and were too dispersed for efficient grinding. Given their levels, only one option remained: the Dark Forest Dungeon. According to the Dungeon's documentation, the Dark Forest's layout was reasonable, with a suitable size. The monsters inside primarily consisted of goblins and clawed wildcats, and the terrain was relatively open, allowing the skeletal archer's speed advantage to shine. With the skeletal archer's combat strength, he believed they could challenge the normal difficulty level. With this in mind, Chen Mo made his decision. Tomorrow morning, we shall venture into the Dark Forest. All right, the Dark Forest sounds splendid. The map there is certainly more manageable, and we can be of assistance, Bai Wei chimed in, her spirits lifted as she continued to munch on jerky. After a long day clad in metal armor, the heat and discomfort had begun to wear on her. She would rather charge into battle against monsters than endure this. Once they finished their meal and tidied up their belongings, the four exited the Wild Wolf Wilderness dungeon and returned to the dungeon hall. By now it was evening, and the hall was far less crowded, as most adventurers had already formed parties to enter dungeons. Only a few merchants and some adventurers who had exited due to unforeseen circumstances remained, resting and receiving treatment. Upon seeing Chen Mo and the others emerge, the supervising teacher stationed at the entrance approached them. Which of you students is injured? Please take a seat. I'll provide treatment. Teacher, none of us are injured. We just completed the dungeon, Tang Yia replied. What? You completed the dungeon? The teacher chuckled, amused, as if doubting Tang Yia's understanding of what it meant to clear a dungeon. Did they think that merely entering and exiting after a day constituted completion? Newbies indeed. They probably hadn't even encountered the boss. Didn't you check the guides before entering the dungeon? At the very least, you should know that it's imperative not to exit midway through a dungeon run. Otherwise, your progress resets, and you'll have to start over tomorrow, the teacher said, picking up the dungeon registration form and flipping through it. May I have your names, please? Teacher, I'm Tang Yia, and we entered the simple level dungeon, the Wild Wolf Wilderness. Upon hearing her response, the teacher quickly located their information on the registration form, noting their entry time was 9:50 a.m. He calculated that they had spent less than 6 hours in the dungeon. Given that time frame, managing to clear even a third of the dungeon would be commendable. Students, it's crucial to approach dungeon runs with seriousness. Make sure to review the guides. Ideally, you should avoid exiting a dungeon midway. Exiting prematurely resets your progress, making your day's efforts futile. Consider today a lesson. Return home, rest well, and prepare yourselves for tomorrow. Do not exit so casually again, understood? Hearing the teacher's words, Tang Yaya felt anxious and quickly interjected. Teacher, we have cleared the dungeon. The White Wolf King has been defeated. Certainly. It was that perverse skeletal archer who had managed to eliminate me. Tang Yaya mused silently, refraining from voicing her thoughts. Upon hearing her words, the female teacher was utterly incredulous. How could this be possible? The map within spans at least over 30 kilometers, even without engaging in combat. Traversing the entire distance would take several hours. Did they not encounter any monsters? Classmate, would you mind if I examine your level information? The teacher inquired softly, eager to ascertain the truth behind their claims. Of course, I'm simply curious. If it's inconvenient, that's perfectly all right, the young teacher explained. Not at all, teacher. I've set my information to public. Here, take a look, Tang Yaya replied, seizing the opportunity to showcase her accomplishments. After all the arduous effort she had put into the dungeon, it would be a shame to let it go unnoticed. She relished the astonishment etched on the teacher's face, feeling an immense sense of satisfaction. So this is what it feels like to be an academic prodigy. To achieve the highest exam scores and submit one's paper ahead of time. Delightful. Maintaining a composed demeanor, she stifled a laugh. Believing that a true academic champion should carry themselves in such a manner, much like her brother Chen Mo, who was undoubtedly the epitome of this ideal. The teacher cast a spell of appraisal upon Tang Yaya. Tang Yaya, class, priest, level 3. Upon witnessing Tang Yaya's level, the teacher was completely taken aback. Could this be true? Had they genuinely completed the entire dungeon? It was simply astounding. They had indeed managed to traverse the full distance and eliminate all the monsters within a mere 6 hours. Otherwise, it would be impossible to reach level 3 in such a short span. As a teacher, she had a fair understanding of the experience points awarded by monsters within dungeons. A novice adventurer would typically need to clear an entire simple level dungeon, like the Wild Wolf Wilderness, defeating the boss while effectively eliminating the smaller monsters to achieve level 3. Yet this was simply too exaggerated. How on earth had they accomplished such a feat? Even a team of elite adventurers would require at least 2 days of combat within a dungeon to emerge victorious. After all, adventurers are human too. They tire and hunger. They must rest, eat, and hydrate while battling monsters, all of which consumes precious time. Even in a simple level dungeon, where the monsters are not particularly strong, there are still at least 100 creatures to defeat. Merely swinging one's weapon to slay so many would require countless strikes. Furthermore, they would need to traverse such a vast expanse to reach the boss, eliminating the pack of wild wolves and slaying the White Wolf King. It would necessitate an uninterrupted, grueling 6 hours of relentless combat to even have a chance. The teacher arrived at this conclusion, casting a curious glance at Chen Mo and his companions. They appeared unscathed, breathing steadily, walking with vigor. It was astonishing. One would expect anyone completing such a dungeon to be utterly exhausted. This suggested they either possessed extraordinary stamina or had some means of rapid traversal or efficient monster elimination. Although the teacher was dying of curiosity, she refrained from further inquiries. Every adventurer harbors their own secrets, and even a teacher should not pry into another's affairs. She waved her hand, signaling that they could leave. By way, having stored her armor in her backpack while resting in the dungeon, changed into a casual outfit that accentuated her tall, perfect figure, exuding a more composed and capable demeanor. She paid little heed to Tang Yaya's childlike display of pride. Upon exiting the dungeon, she retrieved her phone from her backpack and made a call. As the four stepped out of the hall, a car awaited them at the entrance, precisely the one Bai Wei had summoned from home. With a vehicle at their disposal, they saved considerable time and incurred no expense, so Chen Mo joined them without hesitation as they returned to the city. Observing their departure, the classmates who had been watching the commotion in the hall approached the teacher with curiosity. Teacher, is it true what that little girl said? Did they really finish the Wild Wolf Wilderness in just one day? It can't be, can it? We just entered, and the dungeon map seemed endless. Even if they didn't fight monsters, walking the entire distance would surely exhaust anyone. The students who had temporarily exited the dungeon due to injuries were equally incredulous. However, upon receiving the teacher's confirmation, the hall fell silent, filled with the sound of collective gasps of disbelief. Chapter 16, Continuing Strengthening at Home. In the Wild Wolf Wilderness Dungeon, Su Qingxue held a bronze-grade longbow, aiming at a distant wolf. Activating the frost arrow skill, the icy power enveloped the arrow. It flew forth, striking the wolf squarely in the side. 41. The chilling force instantly spread across the wolf's body. Target slowed by 50. Although the wolf was hit, it did not perish. Bearing its fangs, it charged towards Su Qingxue. Due to the slowing effect of the icy power, the wolf's speed was diminished. Thud. A stout girl clad in warrior armor, brandishing a shield and axe, charged at the slowed wolf. The two collided, and the wolf was toppled, rolling backward. 28. Behind the fallen wolf stood a young girl wielding a flaming longsword. She thrust the sword viciously into the toppled wolf. 36. The searing flames engulfed the wolf's wound, producing a sizzling sound. 5. The enchanted flames on the sword inflicted continuous fire damage to the wolf. Slayed a level 2 wild wolf. Normal. Gained 2 experience points. A golden light enveloped the girls. Level up. Phew, we finally leveled up. Let us take a break. The stout girl, still donning her armor and holding the shield, removed her helmet, revealing her sweat-drenched face as she plopped down onto the ground. The girl with the flaming longsword sheathed her weapon, extinguishing the flames, and stood tall. She opened her adventurer panel to check her attributes. Suziwan. Class, Magic Swordsman. Superior Spirit Bone. Level, 2. Physique, 12. Soul, 10. Skills, Flame Enchantment, Silver. Advanced Swordsmanship, Silver. Flame Enchantment imbues the weapon with fire magic, inflicting additional continuous magical damage to the target. Available attribute points, 6. Their team was an elite group assigned to Su Qingxue by the Lord of the City. Apart from Su Qingxue, who was at the Daobone level, the rest of the members were of Spirit Bone level, all hailing from adventurer families. The team comprised her, the rare magic swordsman captain, the warrior Zhu Tingting who had just charged with a shield, and a priest and knight, making the entire team female. They had been tirelessly grinding since entering the dungeon without rest, and now, as night fell, they had finally reached level 2. Qingxue, let us call it a day. Su Ziwen suggested, wiping the sweat from her brow. Our stamina is nearly at its limit. Continuing further could be perilous. If any situation arises, we want to have the strength to retreat. Su Qingxue nodded in agreement, stowing her longbow. The group set up camp, preparing to spend the night within the dungeon. I wonder how Chen Mo is faring now. As Su Qingxue unpacked the tent, her thoughts drifted to the boy who had helplessly watched as the summoned creature was sent flying by the principal's skull. A smile unconsciously crept across her lips. From the moment she began her academic journey, she consistently ranked as the top student, achieving first place in her school. However, upon entering high school at Yanhaizhong, she encountered Chen Mo. No matter how diligently she toiled, she found her examination scores perpetually eclipsed by his, as he remained far ahead. While she settled for the second position year after year, fueled by a fierce determination, she regarded him as her benchmark and pursued him relentlessly. Yet, unbeknownst to her, her heart had already become entwined with his presence, an indelible mark upon her soul. In another realm, amidst the wilderness of wild wolves, Wang Fuyin, clad in leather armor and wielding a dagger, marked a wild wolf with a distinctive sign. A striking red mark appeared upon the beast, indicating that the marked target could not conceal itself and would sustain an increase in damage received. The archer then commenced an assault on the marked wolf, while the mage unleashed spells toward the target. As the archer's arrows struck true, the wild wolf, now aware of their presence, charged towards the archer who had initially attacked it. Soon, a fireball soared through the air, finding its mark and exploding upon the wolf's form. The flames ignited the creature's fur, inflicting continuous magical damage. In agony, the wolf quickened its pace, yet Wang Fuyin pursued closely behind, utilizing his dagger to strike. The wolf, however, paid him no heed, fixated solely on the archer who had first provoked it. Just as the wolf was about to pounce, Zhao Mingyu, a towering figure with a massive shield, positioned himself in front of the archer. The collision between the charging wolf and Zhao Mingyu's shield produced a thunderous sound, rendering the beast momentarily stunned and unable to rise. It was swiftly surrounded and overwhelmed by the others. Your tactical coordination is remarkable, Yu Gu, the archer and mage praised. Glancing at Wang Fuyin, who was panting and chasing the wolf, without a second thought, Zhao Mingyu, brimming with pride, cast his shield to the ground and seated himself upon it. I have always advocated for a strategic approach to monster hunting. Charging at every creature will only lead to exhaustion. Liangzi, fetch me some water, I'm parched. Curse this heavy shield, it's both cumbersome and burdensome. Zhao Mingyu directed his request to a youth in the rear of the group, whose face was dotted with acne and who was clad in a priest's robe. Accepting the water handed to him, Zhao Mingyu took a deep breath. That will be all for today. This armor is suffocating and hot. I need some respite. I estimate our team's progress today will surely place us among the top 3. We shall make camp here for the night and continue tomorrow. With that, Zhao Mingyu began to shed his cumbersome equipment, while several subordinates hurriedly set up tents and prepared food, bustling about. Unbeknownst to them, a pair of watchful eyes observed from the distant underbrush. Meanwhile, Chen Mo sat in a vehicle en route home, surrounded by a group of animated girls engaged in lively conversation. Feeling somewhat bored, he informed the driver of his address before accessing the professional interface to enter the universal marketplace, intent on procuring materials and equipment. Having reached level 3, Chen Mo was now capable of summoning 6 skeletons. Each skeleton required a weapon. It would be imprudent to summon them only to have them fight unarmed. Moreover, he intended to tackle the level 36 Dark Forest dungeon the following day. Chen Mo realized that the weapons of his skeleton archers needed enhancement to avoid compromising their efficiency due to insufficient attack power. During a recent monster hunt, Chen Mo noted that the attack power of the skeleton archers was somewhat lacking. When battling the level 2 wild wolves, it occasionally took 2 arrows to bring one down. While their rapid-fire capability masked this deficiency, it indeed hindered their efficiency in dispatching foes. Otherwise, the wolves would have been eliminated long before they could encircle the archers. However, Upon glancing at the cost required to upgrade the skeleton archers to golden tier, Chen Mo decisively abandoned the idea. With his remaining savings, he could barely afford even a kilogram of golden tier biological bones, and upgrading the archers would require at least 15 kilograms. Forget it, I won't dwell on that. Upgrading the weapons will suffice. The effects will be comparable. After solidifying his thoughts, Chen Mo navigated the universal marketplace to find bronze-grade alloy steel, ordering 3 kilograms. He subsequently purchased 9 standard long swords and 5 shields, intending to equip his newly summoned skeleton soldiers entirely. Transactions in the universal marketplace were seamless, with items immediately transferring to the professional S backpack, eliminating the need for delivery. Upon completing his purchases, the vehicle arrived at Chen Mo's residence. He bid farewell to the 3 girls and alighted, ascending the stairs to his home. Once inside, he activated the summoning space and conjured forth the skeleton archer. Extracting the bronze-grade alloy steel from his backpack, he prepared to enhance the iron longbow held by the skeleton archer. Select enhancement direction, speed, attack, or energy. He opted for speed. Chen Mo understood that equipment enhancement should focus on specialization. Diversifying attributes would lead to a disjointed outcome. Even by choosing to enhance speed, he knew that the weapon's attack power would also experience a modest increase in tandem with its quality. Golden light enveloped him as the bronze-grade alloy steel transformed into powder, adhering to the skeleton soldier's longbow. The enhancement succeeded, and he reviewed its attributes. Refined longbow, speed, quality, bronze grade, attack, 24. Weapon trait, attack speed increased by 30, durability, 200, soulbound. Chen Mo, target can be further enhanced. Requires materials, silver-grade blue-gold iron, 3 kilograms, essence of wind, 1. As Chen Mo had anticipated, the longbow's attack power doubled from 12 to 24 upon its elevation from black iron to bronze grade. The weapon's speed enhancement also increased from 10 to 30. With the bronze-grade weapon's speed characteristic, combined with the skeleton archer's innate 60 speed enhancement, its attack speed surged to an impressive 90, nearly doubling its previous rate. Armed with the bronze-grade longbow, the skeleton archer's attack power soared to 110. Now, against the level 2 wild wolves, it could undoubtedly dispatch them with a single arrow. In comparison to Su Qingxue, whose attributes were entirely devoted to physique, the current attack power of the level 3 skeleton archer would be unattainable for her until she reached at least level 8. Chen Mo calculated contentedly, retracting the skeleton archer. After a quick shower, he reclined on his bed for a brief rest to recuperate his stamina. Awakening from his slumber, he discovered that night had fallen, and upon checking the time, it was already 7 o'clock. Rising, he retrieved the leftover bones from the previous night's enhancements from the refrigerator. For dinner, he planned to prepare a hearty soup from the fierce beast's bones, ensuring to save the remnants for potential future enhancements. He wondered whether the cooked bones could serve as enhancement materials, but dismissed the thought, focusing instead on his meal to avoid any spoilage. After all, there was a considerable amount of meat on the bones, which was too precious to waste. As he settled down to eat, Chen Mo reviewed his attribute panel. His summoning space had expanded to 6 slots, now totaling 26. Given this trend, it seemed likely that his future summons would continue to increase. Over the past few days, Chen Mo had been contemplating his next steps. What skills should one truly acquire to maximize the combat prowess of a necromancer? As an extraordinary practitioner levels up every 10 levels, they unlock 2 skill slots. Chen Mo's initial 2 skill slots include one innate skill of the necromancer class, the summon skeleton spell, while the other slot remains vacant, as he has yet to decide on a suitable skill. Of course, if one possesses substantial financial resources, they may directly purchase a class-specific skill book, which offers the chance to acquire a random exclusive skill of their profession. This method is a primary avenue for many hidden and rare practitioners to obtain their respective exclusive skills. However, a class-specific skill book in the universal marketplace costs at least several hundred million, and most transactions require the use of rare materials exclusive to extraordinary practitioners, high-tier equipment, and other items, making direct sales exceedingly rare. After all, practitioners who possess such a rare item are typically not in want of funds. What they lack are high-tier equipment, elixirs, and rare materials corresponding to their profession. Thus, considering Chen Mo's current financial situation, the acquisition of a class-specific skill book is not feasible. After dinner, Chen Mo tidied up and took a seat. He opened his practitioner panel and navigated to the skill category of the universal marketplace, meticulously browsing in hopes of discovering a fitting skill. Heavy Strike, universal skill, consumes 15 points of mental power. After using this skill, the next attack inflicts 15 times the damage. Ice Arrow, universal skill, consumes 20 points of mental power. Upon activation, it conjures an ice arrow to strike the target. Healing Spell, universal skill, consumes 30 points of mental power. Upon activation, it restores 50 points of health. Most foundational skills for extraordinary practitioners are universal. Warriors can learn magical skills, and mages can dabble in priestly abilities. Each individual may freely combine skills according to their innate talents and combat styles. However, Advanced and exclusive skills are restricted to their respective classes. For example, the warrior's whirlwind slash and the mage's blizzard are bound by class requirements. After rummaging through the skill marketplace for quite some time, Chen Mo's eyes suddenly brightened upon discovering an auxiliary skill. Strong Strike Aura, universal skill, activates an aura that enhances allied targets' attack power by 10. He felt that this aura-based auxiliary skill resonated profoundly with his professional style. The aura skill could amplify the overall combat effectiveness of his summons, and the greater the number of summoned entities, the more substantial the benefit. With this thought, Chen Mo felt a surge of excitement and forced himself to calm down. After all, with only one skill slot available, the choice of skill required careful consideration. After pondering for a moment, he ultimately resolved to learn it. He selected the Strong Strike Aura skill book, opted to purchase it, and confirmed the transaction. The trade completed. The skill book was seamlessly transferred into Chen Mo's backpack space. Today, Chen Mo had purchased bronze-tier materials, a dozen whiteboard weapons, and just acquired a basic skill book. His savings had dwindled from several hundred thousand to merely under 30,000. He needed to expedite his leveling and venture out to earn money. He mused as he gazed at his dwindling balance. Nevertheless, the priority remained enhancing his strength. With anticipation, Chen Mo retrieved the Strong Strike Aura skill book from his backpack and chose to learn it. The skill book radiated light, transforming into a skill rune that ascended and merged into his forehead. Chapter 18. The issue of movement speed resolved. Chen Mo opened his practitioner panel to review his attributes. Name: Chen Mo. Profession: Necromancer. 9-color Supreme Bone, Divine Enhancement. Level: 3, 501. Physique: 14. Soul: 38. Summoning Space: 26. Skills: Summon Skeleton, Silver Tier. Strong Strike Aura, Basic Tier. Summon Skeleton consumes 240 points of mental power, summoning a Skeleton Soldier, Silver Tier, to fight for you. Can be enhanced, requiring 400 points of mental power. Description: the attributes of the Skeleton Soldier are influenced by the Necromancer's stats. Sacrificing a corpse can save 2/3 of the mental power cost. Strong Strike Aura activates an aura that enhances allied targets' attack power by 10. Can be enhanced, requiring 50 points of mental power. Indeed, Chen Mo's 2 initial skill slots were now filled. One skill icon resembling a skeleton represented the Silver Tier Summon Skeleton, while the other, a rune resembling a white circle, indicated the newly learned Strong Strike Aura skill. As a passive skill, the aura would continually provide its enhancement without consuming mental power. Chen Mo examined his mental power. After enhancing the Summon Skeleton skill to Silver Tier in the dungeon, he had 180 points left. Having rested for a while, his mental power had now recovered to 215 points. He chose to enhance the Strong Strike Aura skill. Chen Mo decided to refrain from summoning a new Skeleton Soldier for the moment, opting instead to elevate the quality of the Strong Strike Aura skill. This way, his main combat force, the Skeleton Archer, could maximize its combat potential, thereby increasing the efficiency of monster farming. After using the enhancement, his mental power decreased from 215 to 165 points, and he upgraded the Strong Strike Aura skill to Iron Tier. Strong Strike Aura, Iron Tier, activates an aura that enhances allied targets' attack power by 20. Can be enhanced, requiring 100 points of mental power. The Iron Tier skill effect had doubled to 20. With sufficient mental power remaining, Chen Mo once again opted to enhance the Strong Strike Aura. This time, 100 points were consumed, leaving him with only 65 points. The Strong Strike Aura skill was then upgraded to Bronze Tier. Since he was enhancing his own skill, the golden light of enhancement did not manifest externally. Strong Strike Aura, Bronze Tier, activates an aura that enhances allied targets' attack power by 40. Can be enhanced, requiring 200 points of mental power. Having completed the learning and enhancement of the Strong Strike Aura skill to Bronze Tier, Chen Mo felt a weight lift from his shoulders. After a long day in the dungeon, he was indeed feeling fatigued and merely wished to freshen up before settling down for the night. Just as he was about to retire, he suddenly recalled an important matter: the issue of transportation. Today in the dungeon, he had contemplated how to improve his speed to keep pace with the Skeleton Soldiers, ensuring that his slower speed would not hinder monster farming efficiency. An excellent idea struck him. Without delay, Chen Mo donned his clothing, exited his dwelling, and took a vehicle to the city center. It was just past 8 o'clock, and the nightlife was just beginning, with shops still open. Chen Mo found a bicycle shop near the film city and walked inside. He was certainly not there to purchase a bicycle. The wilderness environment was complex, and at times, walking was faster than riding. He sought to see if they had the type of rickshaw he had seen before, one with 2 wheels at the back, pulled by a person in front. He felt that such rickshaws should be available for rent or sale near the film city. Indeed, upon entering, he spotted 2 display rickshaws on display in the store. "Sir, may I inquire what type of bicycle you are looking for? Would you like me to provide some recommendations?" A young female clerk, noticing Chen Mo's entrance, approached him with a bright smile. "I would like to ask about the price of these 2 rickshaws," Chen Mo replied, pointing to the rickshaws placed in the center of the shop. "These 2 rickshaws are custom made by our boss for display and rental purposes. They are not for sale." The clerk responded, surprised that Chen Mo had taken an interest in the rickshaws. What a dashing young man. Is this a hobby of yours? Do you enjoy pulling rickshaws? However, if it were him, I wouldn't mind sitting in the back, accompanying him as he spirals into madness. The young salesperson began to indulge in fanciful thoughts. Sir, if you truly desire it, we can negotiate. The shop owner had already taken notice of Chen Mo and his companions, approaching them. Judging by Chen Mo's demeanor, he appeared to have just graduated from high school, leading the owner to suspect that he was likely a freshly transitioned professional. Not daring to neglect the matter, he hurried over to investigate. Upon confirming that Chen Mo was indeed a professional, the owner immediately offered to gift him a vehicle. However, Chen Mo declined, ultimately purchasing one at cost for 20,000. Under the eager gaze of the young female clerk, who was almost mesmerized, Chen Mo hastily completed the payment. Once seated in the rickshaw, he opened a spatial summoning and conjured forth a skeletal soldier from the shop's black vortex. To the astonishment of the owner and the staff, the armored skeletal soldier emerged from the swirling darkness. It swiftly took hold of the rickshaw and dashed out of the shop, vanishing into the throng of the street with Chen Mo aboard. On the streets of Cloud Sea City, the skeletal soldier, with eyes ablaze with yellow flames, hurriedly pulled the rickshaw in the direction of home. In the dead of night, passers-by were startled to see a skeleton, its eyes glowing ominously, racing down the street with a rickshaw in tow. The sight immediately incited gasps of shock, as many ordinary citizens mistook it for a monstrous attack, nearly fainting in terror. Only when they discerned that a person was seated in the rickshaw did they realize it was merely the summons of a professional. The skeletal soldier ran with remarkable speed, requiring no rest, proving both economical and environmentally friendly. Chen Mo, comfortably seated within the rickshaw, felt immense satisfaction with this mode of transport. With this vehicle, even excursions to the wilderness beyond the city would become feasible. On smooth roads, being drawn by the skeletal soldier would ensure swift and stable travel at minimal cost. In the event of bumpy terrain, several skeletal soldiers could easily lift the rickshaw, transforming it into a palanquin. Contentedly, Chen Mo sat back, drawing the rickshaw's canopy to shield himself from the curious and envious gazes of onlookers. The only downside was that the rickshaw was rather ostentatious, lacking in subtlety. Nonetheless, practicality and cost-effectiveness took precedence, rendering any minor flaws acceptable. Before long, Chen Mo arrived home, dismissing the skeletal soldier and storing the rickshaw within his spatial backpack. He ascended to his residence, foregoing meditation in favor of a direct retreat into slumber. Prolonged meditation could be taxing on the body. Moderation was key. Thus, the night passed in silence. Upon rising the next morning, Chen Mo assessed his mental energy. After a night of rest, it had replenished to 255 points. While the recovery rate from sleep did not rival that of meditation, it was still commendable. Chen Mo accessed his attributes panel, opting to further enhance his skill. The Strike Aura. Consuming 200 points of his freshly restored mental energy, he was left with 55 points. The Strike Aura skill was successfully upgraded to silver level. Strike Aura, silver level, activates an aura that enhances allied targets' attack power by 80. Further enhancement requires 400 points of mental energy. The silver level Strike Aura provided a substantial increase in attack power, nearly doubling its efficacy. With the support of the Strike Aura, the attack power of the skeletal archer surged from 110 points to an astonishing 198 points, marking a significant qualitative leap. Such formidable attack power would enable him to swiftly eliminate even the simplest of wild wolf bosses, ensuring that Tang Yeye and her companions could traverse the dungeons with greater efficiency. Chapter 19. Does he truly have a vehicle? Chen Mo gazed at the combat attributes panel of the skeletal archer, his satisfaction with his skill selection deepening. After a simple breakfast of hearty bone soup and rice, he donned his attire and descended the stairs. At the entrance of the western outskirts dungeon hall in Cloud Sea City, Bai Wei and Tang Yeye had just alighted from a vehicle, standing by the roadside. Sister Wei, why do you think Brother Chen Mo didn't let us pick him up? Didn't we return together yesterday? Tang Yeye pouted, somewhat displeased, feeling as if Chen Mo was distancing himself from them, reluctant to trouble them. He even mentioned he already had a vehicle. Sister Wei, Xiaowen, let us wait here and see what kind of vehicle Brother Chen Mo arrives in. Tang Yeye muttered discontentedly. Yeye, look over there. Doesn't that skeletal soldier pulling the rickshaw resemble Brother Chen Mo's summons? Ren Xiaowen suddenly exclaimed, spotting a skeletal figure swiftly approaching, rickshaw in tow. The fully armored skeleton, with fiery yellow eyes, was strikingly conspicuous on the road. Fortunately, they were in the western outskirts zone, and most professionals were busy within the dungeons, leaving the streets relatively deserted. Aside from Bai Wei and the two girls, no one else seemed to take notice. The skeletal soldier's speed was impressive. It wasn't long before it arrived at the entrance of the dungeon hall, pulling the rickshaw. Chen Mo lifted the canopy, stepped out, and adjusted his attire. With a wave of his hand, the skeletal soldier and rickshaw vanished, absorbed back into the spatial realm. Wow, Brother Chen Mo truly has a vehicle. He wasn't lying to us. Upon seeing Chen Mo emerge from the rickshaw, Tang Ye's spirits lifted. Hello, Brother Chen Mo, good morning. She chirped, bounding over to greet him. Good morning, Chen Mo replied, nodding to Bai Wei and the somewhat shy Rin Xiaowen. Bai Wei admired Chen Mo's ingenuity, remarking on how he had maximized the utility of his skeletal soldier. That unscrupulous owner truly outdid himself in providing you with such a unique mode of transport. Rin Xiaowen's eyes lit up as she contemplated the practicality of Chen Mo's idea. Perhaps I could create a battle vehicle for my mechanical beasts as well. This would make long journeys much less arduous for us, Sister Wei. We could even add armor and defensive modules, turning it into a mobile base in the wild. We could sleep right in the vehicle, eliminating the need for tents, which would be considerably safer. As Rin Xiaowen became lost in her thoughts, Chen Mo, noticing that Bai Wei and the others had arrived, chose not to linger and proceeded into the hall. The interior was still sparsely populated. On the first day of entering a dungeon, most individuals opted to spend the night within, for returning outside would reset their progress, compelling them to start anew, something many found unacceptable. After laboriously clearing minor monsters throughout the day, no one wished to exit without even encountering a boss, only to have to refight their way back in. What surprised Chen Mo was the sight of someone he recognized outside the dungeon, Wang Fuyin, the individual who had sought to form a party with Tang Yiya and her friends the previous day. At present, one of his arms was bandaged and cradled against his chest, while he held a cup of water in the other hand, seated beside Zhao Mingyu, who had a splint on his leg. Professionals attacked by monsters could recover health through healing spells if their injuries were minor. However, if bones were fractured or severely damaged, they required proper medical attention to heal correctly. Otherwise, they might heal improperly, necessitating further corrective measures. Judging by their appearance, it seemed they had fallen victim to a wolf pack attack, leaving them with broken bones. Seeing the four newcomers, the two men looked as if they had seen a ghost, quickly turning their heads in embarrassment, fearing discovery by Chen Mo and his companions. Chen Mo, disinterested, strode past them into the hall. Rin Xiaowen noticed the duo as well and tugged at Tang Yiya's sleeve, signaling her to observe the two figures hiding in the corner. Tang Yiya, spotting them, rolled her eyes disdainfully. Those two were boasting about leveling us up and keeping us safe. Yet look at them now. On the very first day in the dungeon, they've been mauled by wolves. Even brother Chen Mo's Pinky is tougher than them. Without further delay, the two girls hurried to catch up with Chen Mo, who was already moving ahead. The four-member squad arrived directly at the entrance of the Dark Woods dungeon. After registering, they stood before the vortex leading into the dungeon. You are about to enter the Dark Woods dungeon, level 36. Please select the difficulty: easy, normal, hard, hell. They opted for the normal difficulty. The captain, Bai Wei, made the selection, which had been agreed upon by the group while resting in the Wild Wolf Wilderness dungeon the previous day. Though their skeletal archer's combat prowess was sufficient to challenge the hard difficulty dungeon, level 69, Chen Mo had to consider both his own safety and that of his companions. His current health was only 140 points, and he lacked any skills or means for self-preservation. Moreover, he possessed only 2 skeletal soldiers. Should they be ambushed by monsters, responding effectively would be quite difficult. It was wiser to level up steadily alongside his team rather than take unnecessary risks. Once the choice was made, the four vanished into the spatial vortex. Upon witnessing Chen Mo and his companions enter the Dark Woods dungeon, Wang Fuyin expressed his astonishment. Wait, you go. How could they have leveled up by 3 levels in just one day? Zhao Mingyu, biting his teeth in frustration, slammed his fist onto the table with a resounding thud. Damn it, Wang Fuyin. What use is having you as a scout if you couldn't even detect the wolf pack around the tent? Now look at me, injured like this. And to make matters worse, those 3 girls saw me in this pathetic state. If you jeopardize my plans, I swear I'll take you out. Zhao Mingyu pointed to his leg, which was in a splint, and growled at Wang Fuyin in a hushed tone. Wang Fuyin, intimidated by Zhao Mingyu's outburst, recoiled and refrained from further comment. Get me another healing spell, and once I'm restored, we need to rush into the dungeon. Damn it. It's been a whole day, and I'm still at level 1, while they've all advanced to level 3. Zhao Mingyu, not dwelling on his situation, beckoned to Liangzi, who was sitting nearby, meditating to recover his mental energy. The priest, Liangzi, opened his eyes, cursing under his breath. Unwillingly, he stood up, suppressing the headache caused by his depleted mental energy, and cast another healing spell on Zhao Mingyu. After Bai Wei finalized the dungeon's difficulty, the scene shifted. Chen Mo's party found themselves at the edge of a densely vegetated forest. Towering trees loomed overhead, their canopies obscuring the sun, while underbrush thrived in abundance. Gazing into the forest from the outside, it appeared dark and foreboding, imbued with an aura of unknown terror. As the protective barrier dissipated, the squad officially entered the normal difficulty, level 36, dungeon, the Dark Woods. Oh, this forest feels a bit frightening. Are we really supposed to go in there? Tang Yiya remarked, eyeing the dimly lit woods ahead, her heart fluttering with trepidation. Chen Mo remained silent, immediately activating his summoning space upon entering the dungeon. He summoned a skeletal archer clad in armor, its eyes ablaze with green fire, along with a skeletal soldier, whose skull was alight with yellow soul flames. He retrieved a long sword and shield from his backpack, equipping the skeletal soldier with them. With 2 skeletal soldiers by his side, Chen Mo felt a modicum of safety. The absence of self-preservation skills was indeed a disadvantage, instilling a constant sense of insecurity, while the vastness of the grasslands had offered little concern. Entering this complex jungle heightened his apprehension significantly. Chapter 20. Entering the forest, I can only hope to reach level 10 before considering skills that might enhance my survival. Chen Mo pondered. During his school years, he had excelled in physical fitness but had not learned any combat skills. This was a common situation for most students. Uncertainty about their potential career paths often left them unprepared. Moreover, pursuing combat skills through out-of-school classes required substantial time and financial investment, which most ordinary families could not afford. If they failed to awaken a profession, all expenses would be in vain. Only the progeny of professional families practiced combat skills while still in school. After some thought, Chen Mo decided to draw a long sword for self-defense, reasoning that wielding a weapon was preferable to being unarmed. Rin Xiaowen, having learned from her previous experiences, promptly opened her summoning space as well, releasing her mechanical beast to guard her side. Bai Wei, seeing that everyone was ready, donned her helmet, drew her sword and shield, and took the lead into the forest. Chen Mo followed closely with his skeletal soldiers, with the priest Tang Ye positioned centrally, while Rin Xiaowen trailed at the back with her mechanical companion. As they ventured into the woods, the light dimmed. Once their eyes adjusted, they could see the surroundings more clearly. The forest was lush and vibrant, filled with the sounds of birds and the fragrance of flowers, with small creatures darting about. At first glance, the environment appeared quite pleasant. However, it was a dungeon rife with lurking monsters. Beauty concealed a perilous threat. Tang Ye was careful not to repeat her previous mistake of recklessly running about upon entering the dungeon. This time, she walked cautiously in the middle of the group, keeping her lips sealed and remaining silent. After a short while, their visibility suddenly expanded into a clearing within the woods. In the center of this space stood a makeshift dwelling crafted from branches and tattered cloth, where two squat, dark green-skinned creatures rested. Goblin of the Woods. Quality, normal. Talent, none. Level, 3. Health, 130. Attack, 13. Description, intelligent creatures dwelling in the dark woods. They prefer to live in groups. Utilizing his class's detection skill, Chen Mo assessed the goblin's attributes and felt reassured. The skeletal archer, enhanced by the strong strike aura, had an attack power of 198 points. Such minor foes could easily be dispatched with a single arrow. Chen Mo was further convinced of his skill choice. The strong strike aura was indeed a perfect match for his profession, directly augmenting the overall combat capability of his skeletal soldiers. As the battle loomed, Chen Mo activated his newly enhanced silver tier skill, the strong strike aura. A white halo manifested beneath his feet, and under his control, the three girls in the party, along with the two skeletons and the mechanical beast, also found the same white halo beneath them. Shortly after the skill was activated, the halo gradually merged into their bodies and vanished from sight. The attribute enhancement effect provided by the halo would persist as long as Chen Mo did not deactivate the skill. An aura skill? Bai Wei and the others were taken aback. Wasn't this a skill typically learned by support classes? What purpose did it serve for Chen Mo, a hidden summoner? Hastily, Bai Wei opened her attribute panel to check. To her astonishment, her attack power had soared to 74, 4133 points. The 41 represented her original attack, while the 33 points were the increase from the strong strike aura. As she beheld her dramatically enhanced attack attribute, Bai Wei was left in disbelief. What caliber of skill was this? Its amplification capabilities were formidable. This aura skill had to be at least silver tier. Yet, how could Chen Mo afford to purchase skill advancement scrolls? Each scroll cost a minimum of hundreds of millions. Bai Wei found it perplexing. Their base skills had certainly been improved through such scrolls, but they hailed from professional families with resources at their disposal. Given what she knew of Chen Mo's background, it was implausible that he could afford such scrolls. Unable to unravel the mystery, Bai Wei chose not to dwell on it further. Instead, she focused on her nearly doubled attack attribute, suddenly grasping why Chen Mo had opted for such a skill. His skeletal archer's attack power was already exceedingly formidable. With the addition of this halo skill and its subsequent amplification, one cannot help but wonder how much this fellow's combat prowess would escalate. Casting a glance at the skeletal archer standing beside Chen Mo, Bai Wei was abruptly reminded of the harrowing experience she endured while traversing the wilderness just yesterday. An impulsive desire to hastily shed her armor surged within her, fueled by the fear that she might not be able to escape in time should the need arise. The two goblins within the camp, however, did not allow her much time for contemplation, as they had also sensed the delectable opportunity presented to them. Snatching up wooden clubs, with drool pooling and eyes gleaming with cunning, the two goblins charged towards Bai Wei, who, upon witnessing their advance, resolved to act without further hesitation. She raised her shield and surged forward, colliding with the two goblins. The diminutive creatures were knocked over, yelping in pain as they fell to the ground. Just as they were about to rise again to continue the fight, Bai Wei's longsword radiated with a brilliant white light. With a decisive strike, she severed the neck of one goblin. Knight's exclusive skill, Aura Armament, silver level. Aura Armament. consumes 25 spirit points to imbue aura energy onto equipment, thereby enhancing its attributes. This strike resulted in the immediate demise of one goblin. The other goblin, having regained its footing, raised its wooden club, poised to strike by way. However, 2 arrows swiftly flew through the air, striking the standing goblin with lethal precision. Turning to observe, Chen Mo noted that one of the arrows was loosed by his skeletal archer, while the other originated from Ren Xiaowen's mechanical beast. The hound-like construct had opened up, revealing a crossbow-like mechanism from which the arrows were fired. Wow, Xiaowen, your mechanical beast is truly impressive. I recall it was without this crossbow feature the last time I saw you training with it, remarked Tang Yiya, her curiosity piqued. Ren Xiaowen felt a tinge of embarrassment under their scrutiny. Well, I modified it after finishing the dungeon yesterday evening, so I could contribute a bit more, she explained. Her cheeks flushed. This modification is truly remarkable. Xiaowen, you are indeed a prodigy in the field of mechanics, Bai Wei affirmed, nodding in approval upon seeing the mechanical beast. Typically quiet, Ren Xiaowen often sat alone reading during breaks, rarely engaging in conversation, except with Tang Yiya and Bai Wei. Chen Mo, having teamed up with them, had only exchanged nods with Ren Xiaowen, lacking deeper interaction. It was surprising to realize how sensitive and driven she was, seemingly affected by her experience in the wolf wilderness where she felt she had made no contribution. Otherwise, she would not have gone through the trouble of modifying her mechanical beast to include ranged attack capabilities. Chen Mo had intentionally refrained from sending his skeletal archer into battle at the outset, wishing to assess the team's combat strength. It was evident now that their squad possessed sufficient capability for self-defense. Consequently, he instructed the skeletal soldier, armed with a long sword and shield, to stand guard beside him while permitting the skeletal archer to engage in monster hunting independently. Its swiftness would allow it to operate without the constraints of the team's pace, maximizing its efficiency in farming experience points. The goal was to elevate it to level 10 swiftly, enabling them to venture beyond the city to hunt for profit. To rapidly enhance the combat capabilities of his summoned creatures, Chen Mo required a considerable amount of materials for reinforcement. However, in the novice dungeon, the encounters were solely for experience points, with no equipment materials to be gained from defeating monsters. With merely over 10,000 coins in savings, Chen Mo felt a weight of pressure. He pondered whether there were any other adventurers more impoverished than himself. He mused that while the enhancement capability was indeed effective, it was also exceedingly costly. Chapter 21, Combat in the Dense Forest, Ascending to Level 4. Under the near doubling effect of the strong strike aura, the skeletal archer's attack had surged to an impressive 198 points. In this ordinary level dungeon, few magical creatures could withstand such a strike, often falling to a single arrow. It was not long before a slew of kill notifications echoed back to the group. Killed level 3 Longclaw Cat Demon, ordinary level, earned 3 experience points. Killed level 3 Forest Goblin, ordinary level, earned 3 experience points. Killed level 4 Goblin Squad Leader, Black Iron level, earned 8 experience points. A continuous stream of kill messages surfaced, eliciting unwelcome memories from the previous day among Bai Wei and her companions. That fellow was beginning again. Would they be forced to flee once more? Fortunately, the intricate environment of the dense forest limited the skeletal archer's speed, preventing the chaotic pace experienced in the plains. Under Chen Mo's guidance, the archer did not follow the same path as them, allowing for an abundance of magical creatures ahead for practice. Unlike the last time when all the monsters had been decimated, leaving them with no choice but to run, releasing the skeletal archer to hunt alone. The group pressed deeper into the forest. Not far into their advance, a shadow silently descended from the treetops, lunging directly at Chen Mo. The skeletal soldier at his side, its eyes aflame with a yellow glow, instinctively raised its shield to protect Chen Mo. Brother Chen, be careful, Tang Yiya exclaimed, noticing the figure leaping towards him. A luminous white shield appeared around Chen Mo, light shield protection. Silver level consumes 30 spirit points to create a magical light shield that absorbs damage. Tang Yiya had reacted swiftly. Even before the shadow could reach Chen Mo, she had already cast her skill. The shadow collided with the shield held by the skeletal soldier, crashing against it with a resounding thud before tumbling to the ground. As it fell, the magical creature immediately attempted to rise and attack again. Bai Wei, positioned ahead in the group, quickly turned and struck at the shadow with her sword, knocking it down once more. This time, the weapon lacked the aura enhancement, resulting in diminished damage. Neither blow had sufficed to vanquish the creature. As the group finally discerned the appearance of the creature on the ground, they saw it was a cat demon with exceptionally long, bushy hair and razor-sharp claws. Thankfully, its assault had been thwarted by the skeletal soldier. Had those claws found purchase on Chen Mo, he would surely have suffered grave injuries. Intrigued by the shield surrounding him, Chen Mo expressed his gratitude to Tang Yiya. The young girl, often chatty, had proven dependable in critical moments. Chen Mo scanned the attributes of the cat demon before him. Clawed cat demon. Quality, Black Iron level. Talent, Agility. Level, 4. Health, 180. Attack, 18. Description, a creature that prefers solitary action and excels at ambush. While the demon's attributes were not particularly high, Its speed was remarkable due to its agility talent. The clawed cat demon favored lurking in shadows for ambushes, making it a formidable opponent if one were not cautious. However, the skeletal soldier's perception relied on spirit power, allowing Chen Mo to detect the cat demon hiding in the tree long before it pounced. Unfortunately, without the skeletal archer present, Chen Mo had lost his ranged attack option and could only wait for the creature to descend. Yet, Tang Yiye and the others had not been prepared for the sudden attack. Their reactions were instinctual. Their quick reflexes were commendable, marking them as competent adventurers. The mechanical beast beside Ren Xiaowen did not afford the fallen cat demon the opportunity to rise again. The mechanism on his back released a bolt, striking the clawed cat demon on the ground, resulting in its demise. Slain a level 4 claw cat demon, Black Iron Grade, earning 8 experience points. The Black Iron Grade monsters yield double the experience compared to their ordinary counterparts. Naturally, they are also more challenging to defeat. The ease with which Chen Mo and his companions subdued this Black Iron Grade clawed cat demon can be attributed to the fact that Chen Mo's skeletal soldier had already detected it. This prior preparation rendered its ambush ineffective. Otherwise, given its speed and stealthy attack style, it would have been quite difficult for an ordinary adventurer team to emerge unscathed. Upon seeing that Chen Mo was unharmed, the three young women breathed a sigh of relief. They recognized that while Chen Mo's summoned creatures were formidable, he himself lacked combat skills and relied on them for protection. This characteristic is common among most summoning classes. After 2 encounters with monsters, the team had gained a clearer understanding of the creatures in the dungeon. Without lingering too long, they pressed on to continue battling monsters. Soon, noon arrived. After they had dispatched several waves of foes, a sudden series of kill notifications echoed in their ears. Slain a level 3 forest goblin, ordinary grade, earning 3 experience points. Slain a level 5 goblin captain, Black Iron Grade, earning 10 experience points. Slain a level 4 goblin archer, Black Iron Grade, earning 8 experience points. The continuous notifications made Chen Mo suspect that the skeletal archer he had sent out solo might have attacked a goblin camp. A golden light shone as the group leveled up. Chen Mo examined his attribute panel, distributing the 15 attribute points he had received, 2 points to physique and 13 points to soul. His primary objective remained to enhance the attack power of the skeletal archer, thereby accelerating its leveling pace. Thus, Chen Mo prioritized allocating points to the soul attribute to provide an offensive boost to the skeletal archer. Moreover, a higher mental capacity would facilitate a quicker replenishment of his skeletal soldier count. After completing the point allocation, Chen Mo's attribute panel now read as follows. Name, Chen Mo. Class, Necromancer. Supreme Bone of 9 colors. Divine level enhancement. Level, 4, 325. Physique, 16. Soul, 51. Summoning space, 210. Skills, Skeleton Summoning, Silver Grade. Power Strike Aura, Silver Grade. Skeleton Summoning consumes 240 points of mental energy to summon a skeletal warrior to fight for you. Can be enhanced, requiring 400 points of mental energy. Description: the attributes of the skeletal soldier are influenced by the necromancer's attributes. Sacrificing corpses can save 2/3 of the mental energy cost. Power Strike Aura activates an aura that increases allied target's attack power by 80. Can be enhanced, requiring 400 points of mental energy. After allocating his base attributes, Chen Mo's combat attributes changed to 160 health points and 510 mental energy points. Following the upgrade, his mental energy was fully restored. This time, Chen Mo chose not to enhance his skills. Instead, he intended to summon more skeletal soldiers to replenish his summoning space. Wandering through the dark forest dungeon, he felt somewhat uneasy with only a single skeletal soldier by his side for protection, so he decided to summon a few more for reassurance. Utilizing the skeleton summoning skill, the summoning array activated, and a skeletal soldier with glowing green eyes and a crystalline appearance emerged from the swirling black vortex above the array. After using the skill, 240 points of mental energy were expended, leaving Chen Mo with only 270 points. Summoning just one skeletal soldier had consumed nearly half of his mental energy. As the skill level increased, the mental energy cost rose significantly. Thus, to fully replenish his summoning space, Chen Mo would need ample time for meditation to restore his mental energy. Chapter 22. Marching through the forest, another day of travel. Observing his remaining mental energy, Chen Mo opted not to continue summoning. Overextending his mental energy could lead to dizziness and headaches, a most unpleasant sensation. It was wiser to wait until his mental energy recovered before proceeding with further summoning. Chen Mo retrieved a white shield and long sword from his backpack and equipped them on the newly summoned skeletal soldier. Now, with 2 skeletal soldiers wielding shields flanking him, his sense of security significantly increased. After battling continuously for the morning, the group was now both hungry and fatigued. Having leveled up, they decided to rest in place. Consuming some food and reviewing their upgraded attribute panels, Ren Xiaowen's mechanical beast, equipped with a long-range bow and crossbow, had indeed enhanced their attack efficiency remarkably. It could not only provide protection from the rear, but also support frontline combat through ranged attacks, greatly improving their monster-slaying efficiency. Tang Yeye, filled with excitement, lauded Rin Xiaowen multiple times, leaving the shy girl quite embarrassed as she attempted to cover her mouth several times. After eating and resting for a while, Chen Mo and the others rose to continue battling monsters. However, after traveling for quite some time, they encountered no monsters at all. Bai Wei felt an ominous premonition creeping into her mind and began to quicken her pace. Eventually, they stumbled upon several waves of monster corpses. The three young women quickly deduced that these had been slain by the aberrant skeletal archer ahead. They thought to themselves, as expected, we have entered another tedious travel segment. Chen Mo sensed the situation of the skeletal archer, which was currently roaming the forest in search of monsters to slay. The distribution of monsters in the dense forest was sparse, with most of them situated in trees, making them difficult to locate. Observing the skeletal archer's path, it was apparent that it was not too far from Chen Mo and his companions. Indeed, the monsters in this area had been wiped out by it. With no monsters to engage, the group had no choice but to hasten their journey. Fortunately, the complex environment of the forest allowed them to avoid closely following the skeletal archer for safety. The dense underbrush and branches rendered Chen Mo's yellow cart unusable. Thus, he instructed one skeletal soldier to wield a long sword and clear the undergrowth ahead to forge a path, while another skeletal soldier stood guard beside him. The three young women followed behind, taking turns resting on the mechanical beast. This continued for half a day. By evening, they had reached the core area of the dark forest, near the goblin cave. The group was somewhat weary, but, having progressed at a moderate pace and allowed the girls to rest along the way, they were not as exhausted as the previous day. As the sky grew dim, they arrived at a clearing. After a brief discussion, they decided to set up camp right there. They pitched their tents and had a light meal. Chen Mo then settled into the tent to meditate and restore his mental energy. He aimed to summon more skeletal soldiers and replenish his summoning space, which would bring him some peace of mind. Unbeknownst to him, night had fallen. Chen Mo's mental energy had recovered to 352 points. The soft murmurs of the three young women outside had subsided. They must have fallen asleep. Chen Mo opened his eyes, intending to summon one more skeletal soldier before retiring for the night. Using the skeleton summoning skill, he expended 240 points of mental energy, and a summoning array appeared before the tent. A silver-grade skeletal soldier with green fire in its eyes emerged from the swirling black vortex above the array. Chen Mo retrieved a white shield and long sword from his backpack and equipped the newly summoned skeletal soldier, assigning it to guard the perimeter of the camp. Now, outside Chen Mo's tent, three sword and shield-wielding skeletal soldiers stood guard, along with one skeletal archer patrolling the area for monsters. Checking his attribute panel, Chen Mo noted that his summoning space had reached 410. After completing the summoning, just as he was about to lie down in the tent to rest, a sudden tearing sound of fabric pierced the night air, immediately followed by the piercing scream of Tang Yeye and the sounds of a fierce struggle. Chen Mo hastily scrambled out of the tent to assess the situation. It turned out that a clawed cat demon, whose origins were unknown, had pounced from the treetops, launching an attack on the tents of Tang Yeye and Bai Wei. Fortunately, three skeletal soldiers were stationed nearby to guard them, and the tent provided a temporary barrier, buying them precious time. Just as the clawed cat demon tore through the fabric of the tent, it was swiftly dispatched by the arriving skeletal soldiers. Tang Yeye and Bai Wei were merely startled, suffering no significant injuries. Bai Wei stood protectively behind Tang Yeye. They had not anticipated that after wandering for half a day without encountering any monsters, they would be ambushed by one during the night. The clawed cat demon had indeed chosen its target wisely. Among the three tents, Chen Mo's tent had just summoned a skeletal soldier, clearly a formidable presence. Rin Xiaowen's tent had a mechanical beast stationed at its entrance. Only the tent of Tang Yeye and Bai Wei was situated slightly farther from the patrolling skeletal soldiers. Furthermore, they had exerted themselves the most during the day's battles and had walked for an entire afternoon, leaving them quite fatigued. The two had retired to their tent early to rest, and thus became the targets of the cat demon's surprise attack. Fortunately, it was merely a standard-level cat demon that had only managed to rip the tent without harming its occupants. Seeing that they were unharmed, Chen Mo felt a wave of relief wash over him, grateful that he had brought them along for the dungeon raid. Otherwise, it would have been he who fell victim to the monster's ambush. The teacher's words rang true. Having more people indeed meant greater safety. Although Bai Wei and Tang Yeye had sustained minimal injuries, their tent now bore a significant tear, rendering it uninhabitable. On this expedition to clear the dungeon, the three girls had brought only 2 tents. Thus, they had no choice but to squeeze into a single tent for rest. During the day, while battling the monsters, Chen Mo commanded the skeletal soldiers, and Rin Xiaowen primarily relied on her mechanical beast. Neither of them needed to fight directly. They merely observed and directed the battle. Only Bai Wei and Tang Yeye were actively involved, with one engaging the monsters up front while the other provided healing spells from the rear, constantly casting shields for protection. Exhausted, the two decided to change their quarters and moved into Rin Xiaowen's tent, quickly succumbing to slumber once more. Rin Xiaowen, who had initially been reading in her tent and had yet to sleep, was startled by the commotion from Tang Yeye's tent. Upon emerging and discovering that they were unharmed, she assisted in transferring their bedding into her tent. Outside, she read by the light of the camping lantern. Just as she was preparing to retire for the night, she realized there was no space left. Bai Wei and Tang Yaya occupied the tent in a disarray of limbs. In the already cramped tent, it was impossible to accommodate another person. Feeling somewhat awkward, Ren Xiaowen attempted to shift Tang Yaya's leg aside, managing to clear just enough space near the entrance to fit herself. However, sitting there, her head protruded outside the tent due to its semicircular shape. Sleep was out of the question. She could only retrieve a book from her backpack. Sitting inside the tent and continuing to read by the light from outside to pass the time. Chapter 23. Have you two taken up cohabitation? Following the earlier attack, Chen Mo chose not to return to sleep, opting instead to meditate for a while and keep watch. He sat in the tent, meditating until midnight, restoring his mental energy to 263 points. Glancing at the experience bar, he noted that the skeletal archer had been tirelessly defeating monsters throughout the night. Although the pace of finding monsters was not swift, his experience bar had risen to 5102, with the progress bar now halfway filled. Exiting the tent, Chen Mo intended to relieve himself in the woods before summoning another skeletal soldier and then retiring for the night. With his current mental energy, after employing the skeletal summoning skill, he would be left with only 23 points, which would greatly facilitate sleep. Given the current rate of monster elimination by the skeletal archer, it was likely he would level up by morning. He aimed to expend his mental energy first and then rejuvenate after leveling up. As Chen Mo stepped outside, he was startled by a small head peeking out from a nearby tent. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Ren Xiaowen, sitting with her head bowed over a book. Although she had already drifted off, after relieving himself in the woods and freshening up, he found Ren Xiaowen still oblivious to his approach. Gently, he nudged her awake. Groggy and disoriented, she blinked at him. Brother Chen Mo, is it already dawn? Wait, I will wake Yaya and the others. Chen Mo chuckled at the adorably dazed girl before him. It was still the middle of the night, with dawn far off. I see you are straining yourself sitting here. Xiaowen, why don't you come sleep in my tent? I can meditate outside for a while. Oh no need. Brother Chen Mo, you should sleep. I'm fine. Ren Xiaowen insisted, shaking her head vehemently. You still need to battle during the day, and I haven't exerted myself much. I'm not very tired. Understanding her reluctance, Chen Mo gently pulled her up. You should go rest. I don't need to fight tomorrow, so it's no trouble for me. Xiaowen, you're so slender. If you don't sleep tonight, you might struggle to keep up with the team tomorrow. Ren Xiaowen, caught off guard by Chen Mo's pull, found herself standing outside the tent, momentarily dazed. Chen Mo gave her a gentle push. Only then did she snap to attention, blushing as she walked into his tent and lay down. Seeing her settle, Chen Mo took a piece of clothing from his backpack and spread it on the ground. Since he wasn't going to sleep, he resumed his meditation watch. After more than an hour, his mental energy had restored to over 290 points, and checking his experience, it had risen to 5,643. The skeletal archer was indeed diligent. Its efforts ensured that no monsters would disturb their slumber in the dungeon that night. Chen Mo contemplated his next move. He decided to expend more mental energy before summoning another skeletal soldier. He worried that if he inadvertently fell asleep and then leveled up, all his efforts in meditation would be in vain. Employing the skeletal summoning skill, a summoning array appeared before him, and yet another skeletal soldier, its eyes ablaze with green fire, emerged from the swirling black void. Checking the attribute panel, he noted that his summoning space had increased to 510. After using the skill, Chen Mo was left with just over 50 points of mental energy, and he felt a slight dizziness settling in. He retrieved his shield and longsword, equipping the newly summoned skeletal soldier before instructing all 4 skeletal soldiers to patrol and guard the perimeter of the camp. With such a formidable presence around him, Chen Mo finally felt at ease, laying out his clothing on the ground, preparing to rest outside for the night. Just as he was about to close his eyes, he noticed a small head peeking out from his tent, large eyes staring at him with a conflicted expression, as if wanting to say something but hesitating. Xiaowen, is there something on your mind? Chen Mo inquired with curiosity, wondering what the young girl was doing awake at this hour, her eyes wide open. Well, Brother Chen Mo, why don't you come in and rest too? Ren Xiaowen's cheeks flushed as she spoke softly. I'm fine, and I sleep very soundly. I won't take up much space. Seemingly worried he would refuse, she hurriedly explained, feeling guilty about occupying Chen Mo's tent while he remained outside. She had been restless inside, torn with indecision. Finally gathering her courage, she stood up and called for Chen Mo to come in and rest. Chen Mo initially intended to decline, but, seeing Ren Xiaowen's expression, realized that if he didn't go in, she would likely remain awake due to her internal conflict. After some consideration, he decided not to push back any longer and entered the tent. Dressed in his daytime sportswear, he lay down on the outer side of the tent. All right, Xiaowen, it's time to sleep, Chen Mo said to Ren Xiaowen, closing his eyes and quickly succumbing to slumber. Exhausted from the excessive drain on his mental energy, he felt dizzy and overwhelmingly fatigued. Upon seeing Chen Mo enter the tent, Ren Xiaowen lay inside, tense and utterly still. When she heard Chen Mo's words, her cheeks flushed, and she merely acknowledged him with a soft falling silent thereafter. After a considerable while, upon confirming that Chen Mo was fast asleep, she finally exhaled in relief and gradually calmed her racing heart. She cautiously gazed at Chen Mo's face for a moment before finally closing her eyes and drifting off to sleep. A radiant beam of golden light flickered, signaling an upgrade. The notification roused Chen Mo from his slumber, and as he opened his eyes, he was startled to see two heads peering into the tent. It was none other than Tang Yiya and Bai Wei, their curious expressions fixated on the male and female within. With an exasperated shove, Chen Mo pushed Tang Yiya's head away and emerged from the tent. Rin Xiaowen had already awakened. However, she felt her face heat up under the scrutiny of Tang Yiya and Bai Wei, lying still with her eyes tightly shut in the tent. Wow, Xiaowen. What is going on? You two? Tang Yiya exclaimed as she hurriedly crawled into the tent, curiosity mingling with a hint of concern as she addressed the feigning asleep Rin Xiaowen. What you two are you talking about? Last night, you squeezed Xiaowen so tightly there was no room for her to sleep, so I let her share my space, Chen Mo interjected, aware of Rin Xiaowen's shyness and eager to clarify. Hearing Chen Mo's explanation, Bai Wei, finding the situation lacking in intrigue, merely rolled her eyes and sauntered to the side, opening her attribute panel to check her newly upgraded stats. With the reassurance that nothing untoward had occurred, Tang Yiya's spirits lifted. Yet, a pang of regret surfaced. She lamented her deep slumber. Had she known, she would have stayed awake longer to offer her tent to Xiaowen, allowing her to sleep in Chen Mo's tent instead. Once again, her curiosity ignited. She began whispering to Rin Xiaowen in the tent, playfully threatening her to divulge the details. Chapter 24. The modest master and servant observing that everyone was engaged in various tasks, Chen Mo settled onto a nearby patch of ground and opened his attribute panel. He allocated the 15 points acquired from his recent upgrade, assigning 2 to physique and 13 to spirit. Chen Mo's basic attribute panel was now as follows. Name, Chen Mo. Occupation, Necromancer, Supreme 9-colored bone, God level enhancement. Level, 5, 131. Physique, 18, Spirit, 64. Summoning space, 515. Skills, Skeleton Summoning, Silver level. Strike Aura, Silver level. Skeleton Summoning consumes 240 mental energy to summon a skeletal warrior to fight for you. Can be enhanced, requires 400 mental energy. Description: the attributes of the skeletal soldier are influenced by the necromancer's attributes. Sacrificing a corpse can save 2/3 of the mental energy cost. Strike Aura. Activating this aura can increase an ally's attack power by 80. Can be enhanced, requires 400 mental energy. Chen Mo's health had risen to 180 points, and his mental energy to 640 points. He promptly expended 480 points of mental energy to summon 2 additional skeletal soldiers. His mental energy plummeted to 160 points. The summoning circle activated, and 2 silver-level skeletal soldiers emerged from the spatial vortex. The number of his skeletal soldiers had increased to 7. With the summoning space's attributes now at 715, Chen Mo handed the last shield from his backpack to one of the newly summoned skeletal soldiers and distributed long swords to them. Now, the number of skeletal soldiers guarding Chen Mo had risen to 6. Aside from the 1 bronze-level skeletal soldier he had summoned first, the remaining 5 were all silver-level. Of the 5 shields and 9 long swords he had purchased before entering the dungeon, only 4 long swords remained. None of the 6 skeletal soldiers surrounding Chen Mo were equipped with gear. Their white bony frames were draped with tattered rags, wielding only their weapons. One even lacked a shield, brandishing just a plain long sword. Even Chen Mo himself was clad in nothing but ordinary sportswear. The entire ensemble appeared rather shabby. Having exhausted his savings and being too low in level to venture outside the city, he had no choice but to remain in this state. Fortunately, despite their lack of equipment, the combat attributes of the skeletal soldiers were formidable. After allocating all attribute points to physique, Chen Mo examined the attributes of the newly summoned skeletal soldiers. Soulbone Warrior, quality level, silver level, talent, none, level, 5, health, 740, attack power, 214, with Chen Mo's attribute enhancements and the boost from the strike aura. The average combat attributes of the level 5 silver-level skeletal soldiers could undoubtedly rival those of a level 10 Dao Bone class practitioner. Despite their shabby appearance, the skeletal soldiers' impressive combat prowess rendered the necessity of the additional 50 health points from novice gear negligible. However, the exposed bony frames, caked in dirt and ragged strips, were certainly less than aesthetically pleasing. Chen Mo sensed the surroundings of the skeletal archer. They had reached the final area of the dim forest, the Goblin Cave. He left 2 skeletal soldiers to guard him, while the remaining 4 silver-level skeletal soldiers ventured forth to assist in monster hunting. With their attributes, the silver-level skeletal soldiers were undeniably a force to be reckoned with in this dungeon. Moreover, with the skeletal archer also engaged in battle outside, 5 formidable skeletal soldiers were ready to assault the boss's lair. Chen Mo could vividly imagine the despair of the goblins within the cave. For the monsters ahead had already been annihilated by the skeletal archer, allowing the 4 skeletal soldiers to move swiftly. Before long, the 5 skeletal soldiers converged at the entrance of a vast cavern, the very heart of the dim forest, the abode of the boss goblin chief. It was not far from where Chen Mo and his companions had set up camp. After a night of cleansing, the only remaining monsters, aside from this goblin cave, had been eradicated by the tirelessly hunting skeletal archer. The 4 skeletal soldiers, armed with long swords and shields, had naturally found their way here. At that moment, the goblin monsters inside the cave had already noticed the presence of the skeletal soldiers outside. Infuriated by the blockade at their doorstep, the goblin chief, adorned with a metallic headband, bare-chested, and clad only in a hide, angrily brandished his staff, shouting commands to rally his minions and bolster their morale for an impending charge. Earlier, when only a single skeletal archer stood outside, several brave goblin minions had already attempted to confront the archer in single combat. However, the corpses of the goblin squad leaders sprawled at the entrance had made the goblins inside acutely aware of the archer's terrifying combat capabilities. The strongest goblin squad leaders of their tribe hadn't even grazed the archer before being struck down by a single arrow, instilling fear into the hearts of the goblins, who now dared not venture outside. The skeletal archer remained steadfast outside, refraining from entering. Just as the standoff continued, 4 more skeletal soldiers wielding shields and long swords emerged. The goblin chief's rage escalated. Very well, if you don't dare to come in, you wish to rally your forces, do you? Let us see who has the greater numbers. At this moment, both sides had gathered their forces. Surrounding the goblin chief were more than 30 forest goblins, brandishing wooden clubs. As the goblin chief raised his staff and let out a resounding shout, the goblins swung their clubs and charged out of the cave, howling fiercely. The 2 sides began to clash with remarkable synchrony. Thus commenced a one-sided battle. The goblins' wooden clubs struck against the skeletal soldiers' bony frames, producing little more than a dull thud. The damage inflicted was negligible. Meanwhile, the skeletal soldiers, shields raised, charged forward, sending several goblins flying as they surged into the opposing ranks. With a single stroke of their long swords, they could fell a forest goblin. The skeletal archers, positioned at the rear, dispatched goblins with rapid-fire arrows, each shot finding its mark. Within mere minutes, the goblin tribe was reduced to only the goblin chief, who stood at the back of the line. At that moment, the goblin chief had just reached his position, staff aloft, beginning to chant a spell. A fiery orb gradually formed before him. However, a skeletal soldier charged in, crashing into the goblin chief and sending him sprawling. The force of the impact was so great that the staff flew from the goblin chief's grasp, and the nascent fireball dissipated like embers in the air. The goblin chief flailed helplessly in midair, emitting cries of pain. The skeletal archers released 2 arrows in quick succession. Before the goblin chief could even land, he had lost his life midair. Thus concluded a brutal and overwhelming battle. The dungeon of the dark forest was cleared. All the monster corpses on the ground transformed into wisps of energy, dissipating into the ether. Chapter 25, Dungeon Cleared. At this moment, Chen Mo and his companions had just finished their breakfast and were tidying up their belongings. The news of the dungeon's completion arrived. Defeated level 6 goblin chief, bronze level. Earned 240 experience points. Dungeon has concluded. Challengers may exit the dungeon at any time. Upon receiving the news, Chen Mo checked his experience bar, which had risen to level 5, 2932. He communicated with the skeletal archers, sensing the surroundings, and upon confirming everything was in order, he opened the summoning space to recall all the skeletal soldiers. The summoning of skeletal soldiers was not limited by distance. Even 5 skeletal soldiers far away in the goblin cave were enveloped in a summoning array beneath their feet. Subsequently, a black vortex of space appeared, and all the skeletal soldiers were drawn into the summoning space. Tang Yia and her 2 companions also received the news of the dungeon's completion. They exchanged glances without uttering a word, continuing to pack their belongings. Having teamed up with Chen Mo for 2 dungeon runs, they had grown somewhat accustomed to the impressive combat prowess of the skeletal soldiers. Thus, they were not as taken aback as before and remained calm while organizing their things. In this run, they had indeed contributed, managing to eliminate several waves of monsters. However, Bai Wei harbored suspicions that those waves of monsters were deliberately left for them by Chen Mo, in order to foster a sense of involvement within the dungeon. After the monster fighting phase concluded, they entered the familiar yet tedious travel segment. They awoke from their slumber to find the dungeon had been completed. The ease with which they cleared the dungeon made them feel as if they were on an outing. Despite contributing little in the 2 runs, they had all reached level 5. The beginner dungeon had only been open for 2 days, and most adventurers were likely still battling in the Wild Wolf Wilderness dungeon. Those who could access the Dark Forest dungeon today were undoubtedly elite teams of adventurers. Yet, they had already cleared the Dark Forest dungeon and were preparing to exit. Such an astonishing rate of leveling up must surely be a record for Yunhai City, Bai Wei pondered. Now that they had finished packing, and everyone was awake and not overly fatigued, Chen Mo approached, and they discussed their next steps. They decided to exit the dungeon and re-enter to challenge the more difficult version of the Dark Forest dungeon. Once the discussion concluded, All 4 members of the team chose to exit the dungeon, returning to the outer hall. It was now the morning of the 3rd day since the opening of the beginner dungeon, and the hall was bustling with more adventurers. In just 2 days, some had already cleared the simple level 13, Wild Wolf Wilderness dungeon, reaching level 3. After resting for a night, they had all returned to the dungeon hall, ready to continue their runs. As Chen Mo and his team exited the dungeon, emerging from the swirling vortex of the Dark Forest dungeon, they encountered the team of Su Qingxue, who were waiting in line to enter. Su Qingxue's eyes lit up upon seeing Chen Mo. She had not anticipated his swift leveling, having reached level 3, thus qualifying to enter the Dark Forest dungeon, level 36. Clearly, the strength of Chen Mo's teammates must be formidable, otherwise, he would not have leveled up so quickly. However, upon seeing them emerge from the dungeon, Su Qingxue felt a mix of surprise and concern. Had they encountered difficulties within? Why else would they exit the dungeon so swiftly? She assumed that Chen Mo's team had just entered the Dark Forest dungeon that morning. After all, her own team was already considered a top-tier combination in Yunhai City, having battled relentlessly in the Wild Wolf Wilderness dungeon to clear it the previous afternoon. She doubted that Chen Mo's team could surpass their leveling speed. After all, Chen Mo was merely of the ordinary bone level, with limited combat prowess. No matter how strong his teammates were, they could not possibly outpace her team in monster-clearing speed. Thus, Su Qingxue speculated that Chen Mo's team must have cleared the Wild Wolf Wilderness dungeon the night before, reached level 3, and returned to tackle the Dark Forest dungeon first thing in the morning. Seeing them exit the Dark Forest dungeon, she concluded that they must have faced challenges inside, or else they would not have chosen to exit so soon after entering. At that moment, Chen Mo noticed Su Qingxue, who was lining up to register for entry into the dungeon. Being the only Dao Bone level prodigy in Yunhai City, Su Qingxue was indeed the center of attention wherever she went. Chen Mo recalled that she had long been the second-place student at Yunhai No. 1 High School, with him as the first. Their eyes met briefly, and Chen Mo nodded in acknowledgement before turning away from the dungeon entrance to sit down and meditate, restoring his mental energy. Meanwhile, Bai Wei stood in line, preparing to register for another entry into the Dark Forest dungeon. With their current level of 5, they could only challenge this, level 36, dungeon. The next stage, the Zombie Mine dungeon, would require them to reach level 6 before they could enter. Xiaowen, we haven't really done anything over the past couple of days. We've only leveled up so quickly thanks to Chen Mo. What do you think about giving him something in return? Tang Yi whispered to Rin Xiaowen, glancing at Chen Mo, who was meditating nearby. Rin Xiaowen, who had felt somewhat shy after spending the night in a tent with Chen Mo, blushed slightly at the suggestion and turned her head to glance at him. After pondering for a moment, she replied, "Yeah, have you noticed that the skeletal soldiers summoned by Chen Mo are all unarmored? Yet, he himself also lacks armor. However, that skeletal archer was fully equipped. Moreover, the last summoned skeletal soldier didn't even have a shield. Do you think Chen Mo?" Upon hearing Rin Xiaowen's words, Tang Yi suddenly understood. "Ah, I see now, you mean." On the first day of running, Chen Mo discovered that the armor was excessively heavy, severely hampering the speed of the skeletons. He preferred not to wear it, allowing them to run faster in order to enhance their monster hunting efficiency. "Am I right?" Tang Yi said with a smug expression, convinced of her own cleverness. Rin Xiaowen cautiously glanced at Bai Wei, who was queuing in the distance, and noticed she was oblivious to their conversation. Only then did she give Tang Yi a light smack on the head, admonishing her, "Keep your voice down. You don't want Sister Bai Wei to hear and come over to give you a beating." At that moment, Tang Yi recalled the time in the Wild Wolf Wilderness instance when Bai Wei, clad in heavy armor, had struggled to run, nearly exhausting herself. Realizing she had misspoken, she stuck out her tongue. Chapter 26, Su Qingxue joins the team. "Xiaowen, what were you trying to express just now?" Rin Xiaowen, ensuring that Chen Mo was out of earshot, whispered to Tang Yi, "Do you think it's possible that Chen Mo lacks funds, which is why he hasn't equipped the skeleton soldiers?" Tang Yi's eyes widened. She found Rin Xiaowen incredibly insightful. "Xiaowen, you're brilliant. How did you figure that out?" Growing up in a wealthy family, she had never lacked for equipment or skills and had little concept of such matters. Moreover, her carefree and somewhat careless nature contrasted with Rin Xiaowen's meticulousness. Due to her profession as a mechanic, Rin Xiaowen frequently purchased materials, giving her some understanding of market prices. As Tang Yi pondered over Rin Xiaowen's words, the more she felt they made sense. There was no reason for the first skeleton soldier to wear armor while the others remained unarmored. If speed was the concern, why not remove all the armor? Excited at the prospect of finally being able to assist Chen Mo, Tang Yi exclaimed, "Xiaowen, let us quickly calculate how many skeleton soldiers Chen Mo has now. We should buy more equipment for them." The two girls huddled together, whispering animatedly. Su Qingxue, resting a distance away, had observed the scene for quite some time. She noticed that the members of Chen Mo's team, upon exiting, did not converse but instead sought their own places to rest. Su Qingxue surmised that they must have experienced some discord within the instance. Given that Chen Mo's team had managed to level up to level 3 in just 2 days and enter the Dark Forest instance, it was evident that the 3 girls in his team possessed exceptional innate qualities, undoubtedly serving as the main combat force. Upon entering the Dark Forest instance, they likely realized they were no match for the monsters within and had no choice but to exit, growing disdainful of Chen Mo, who was merely at the mortal bone level. Their behavior upon exiting the instance confirmed her suspicions. One girl, adorned in armor and wielding a sword and shield, left the instance without a word, ignoring Chen Mo, and headed straight to the queue, presumably to select a simpler difficulty level. The other two girls were even more egregious. Sitting at a distance, furtively glancing at Chen Mo while whispering amongst themselves, Su Qingxue believed they were plotting how to expel Chen Mo from the team. Chen Mo, likely aware of his shortcomings, sat quietly at a distance, reinforcing her assumptions. Observing the once spirited youth now transformed into a taciturn figure filled her with an unexpected sadness and sympathy. After a moment of hesitation, she abruptly rose and walked toward Chen Mo Suzuan, who was waiting in line for registration, looked at Su Qingxue's unusual action with curiosity. Through their 2 days of joint battles, she had gained some understanding of Su Qingxue. With a gentle demeanor and an amiable disposition, she had not let her status as a gifted individual in the Daobone rank inflate her ego. She continued to diligently hunt monsters, exhibiting a tenacious spirit of perseverance. Albeit being somewhat introverted with few friends, what could she possibly be up to now? And who was that boy? A message just arrived. Su Qingxue has exited the team. This news left Su Ziwen momentarily stunned as she watched Su Qingxue walk directly up to Chen Mo, sensing someone approaching. Chen Mo opened his eyes to see a girl before him. She possessed a tall and graceful stature, clad in leather armor and carrying a longbow. Her high ponytail cascaded down her back, and her exquisite features were taut, hinting at her less than pleasant mood. Chen Mo, may I join your team? Her cool voice inquired softly. Chen Mo regarded Su Qingxue, somewhat perplexed. Hadn't she already been part of her own team? Why was she seeking to join his? Had she quarreled with her teammates? No wonder she appeared so discontented. Chen Mo surmised he was not far from the truth. He didn't mind, having obtained team leader privileges from Bai Wei. He sent Su Qingxue a request to join the party. After all, they were short one member, and an additional player would not be a burden. Su Qingxue joined the team just as Bai Wei reached the instance registration desk. After completing the necessary paperwork, Chen Mo and his companions rose together, heading toward the vortex to enter the dark forest. Wait a moment, a striking girl with a composed demeanor approached them. It was Su Ziwen, Su Qingxue's teammate, who hurried over, visibly anxious. Qingxue, why did you suddenly leave the team? Aren't we continuing to farm together? Their team had been personally organized by the city lord, and Su Ziwen's primary task was to safeguard Su Qingxue while they leveled up together to ensure they all reached level 10 safely. Su Qingxue's unexpected exit left them at a loss. Ziwen, you all continue farming without me. I'll practice leveling with Chen Mo for a bit and then rejoin you. Su Qingxue replied. As she conversed with Su Ziwen, a teacher stationed at the instance entrance glanced at the registration information. Upon seeing Chen Mo's name, she suddenly recalled something. Rising from her desk, she approached Chen Mo. Are you Chen Mo? The female teacher inquired softly. Chen Mo nodded in affirmation. It's this way, Chen Mo. The principal has approved the subsidy for your hidden profession. Please check your account balance, and if everything is in order, just sign here. The teacher handed him a document. Chen Mo accepted it, feeling a surge of excitement. He had been worrying about affording materials to continue enhancing his skeleton soldiers, and this subsidy arrived just in time. Upon opening his practitioner panel, he discovered that his account balance exceeded 1 million. The subsidy had indeed been credited, and it was far more than he had anticipated. Practitioners in the 10,000 Realms Mall could purchase items bound to their personal account information, allowing them to view their account balance. After confirming by signing the document, he returned it to the teacher, who nodded and departed. Now that he had sufficient funds, Chen Mo planned to enhance an elite skeleton soldier. This time, he intended to strengthen a physique-type skeleton soldier in preparation for the next instance, the level 69 zombie mine. The confined space within the zombie mine would hinder the speed advantage of skeleton archers. Thus, the optimal strategy would be to bolster a physique-type skeleton soldier to shield against the onslaught of zombies, allowing the skeleton archers to focus their fire from the rear. This should be the most effective approach for farming the zombie mine instance. Chapter 27, the Purgatory level instance. Perfectly, I still possess a bronze level skeletal soldier, which can be utilized for reinforcement. This notion had lingered in Chen Mo's mind for quite some time. However, due to a lack of funds to procure materials, the plan had to be temporarily shelved. With the arrival of the subsidy, this plan can finally be set into motion. Bai Wei and her companions, upon seeing their instructor searching for Chen Mo, stood at the entrance of the dungeon in anticipation. Chen Mo, not wishing to delay, signed the necessary documents and proceeded to the dungeon entrance. They decided to enter the dungeon first. After all, items purchased from the Myriad Realms marketplace would be directly placed into the adventurer's backpack space, and the same applied within the dungeon. I wish to challenge the held difficulty of the Dark Forest dungeon. Chen Mo expressed his thoughts upon returning to the team. Feeling a sense of urgency due to insufficient funds for materials, he was eager to venture out of the city to hunt monsters and earn money. After clearing the dungeon twice, Chen Mo had gained some understanding of the monster's prowess within, with the combat strength of the skeletal soldier. Clearing the hell, level 69, Dark Forest Dungeon should pose no significant challenge. Alright, we will follow your lead. You are the main force for monster farming, and we have no objections, Bai Wei agreed. Having completed 2 dungeon runs together, Bai Wei and her companions had formed a degree of understanding regarding Chen Mo's capabilities. Furthermore, they held some blind confidence in the exceptionally powerful skeletal archer. This creature could obliterate monsters in the normal difficulty Dark Forest Dungeon with a single arrow. Guiding them through the hell difficulty dungeon should be feasible, right? Even if they were unable to overcome the challenges. Having the skeletal soldier cover their retreat would buy them time to escape, which should be achievable. As the eldest sister, Bai Wei made the decision. Meanwhile, Su Qingxue, who had been explaining something to Su Ziwen from a distance, had not heard the discussions among the others. Once their deliberations concluded, Su Qingxue returned, and they all gathered at the entrance of the Dark Forest Dungeon. Entering the level 36 Dark Forest Dungeon, please select the difficulty: easy, normal, hard, hell. Choosing the hell difficulty dungeon, Chen Mo, possessing the authority of the team leader, made his selection. Bai Wei felt a twinge of excitement. After all, this was a hell difficulty dungeon. Most adventurers would dare not enter until they had reached the maximum level of 6, as set by the dungeon's restrictions. Those with inadequate team strength might not even manage to succeed. Yet, they were only just at level 5. The newly joined Su Qingxue was even at a mere level 3. More importantly, the novice dungeon had only been opened for 3 days. If they managed to clear it, the experience points from the hell difficulty dungeon would surely elevate them to at least level 7. Such a rapid advancement in levels would give them a significant edge over other adventurers, even if they ceased to team up with Chen Mo afterward. Their advantage would greatly enhance their chances of being accepted into top-tier academies during the assessment. Bai Wei pondered over this. Their swift level progression was all due to Tang Yeye's generous invitation, which had allowed Chen Mo to join their team. With the relentless support of Chen Mo's formidable skeletal soldiers, they had reached level 5 in just 3 days, halfway to their goal of level 10. This pace of leveling was indeed astonishing. After Chen Mo finalized the dungeon difficulty, the group vanished from the entrance. Their unusual behavior caught the attention of fellow students resting in the hall. Weren't they just injured? How come they immediately re-entered the dungeon? One curious student remarked to a companion. Did you not see the teacher seeking their signatures earlier? They must have had some urgent matter to attend to, the companion speculated. Could it be that they cleared the dungeon already? Come on, it's only the 3rd day since the novice dungeon opened. What kind of speed would that require to clear the Dark Forest Dungeon now? Another chimed in, noting that even Su Qingxue's group was just preparing to enter. Are they really faster than Su Qingxue's team, which possesses a talent of the Daobon level? His companion smugly analyzed before glancing around and continuing in a hushed tone. What you should really be concerned about is why Su Qingxue left her team to join them. Alright, why would Su Qingxue do that? How should I know? Surely it couldn't be that she has taken a liking to that boy, could it? That lad certainly has his fair share of fortune. Surrounded by beauties while being the only male in the group. Fortune? Perhaps in hell difficulty, but did you not notice Su Qingxue's icy demeanor? She probably discovered something and left her team in anger to confront that boy in the dungeon. They whispered among themselves, indulging in gossip. After Chen Mo selected the dungeon difficulty, the small team entered the Dark Forest Dungeon. The scene shifted, and the protective barrier dissipated. Chen Mo and his companions found themselves once again on the outskirts of the deep and lush forest, but this time, it was the hell difficulty Dark Forest Dungeon. The monsters inside had begun to include elite creatures of bronze and silver quality. Even the final boss, the Goblin Chieftain, had likely reached a golden level. Given their current levels and combat strength, encountering these monsters would be overwhelming. Chen Mo quickly opened the summoning space and summoned all 7 skeletal soldiers. A black vortex opened, and the skeletal soldiers clad in uniform armor emerged. They positioned themselves around the team, safeguarding the group within. Su Qingxue, unaware of Chen Mo's prior discussions before entering the dungeon, was taken aback to discover that he had chosen the hell difficulty. Shocked, she initially thought Chen Mo had made a hasty error in his excitement. As the barrier fell upon entering, she anxiously drew her longbow, positioning herself protectively behind Chen Mo. Unbeknownst to her, Bai Wei and the other girls exchanged peculiar glances as they observed her. Chen Mo, you should quickly choose to exit. We should leave before the monsters arrive, she urged, but her words were cut short as a clawed cat demon, the size of a wolf, sprang from the depths of the forest. The brown-furred demon charged at them with astonishing speed. Chen Mo employed his detection skill to examine the attributes of the clawed cat demon. Clawed cat demon. Quality, bronze level. Talent, agility. Level, 3. Health, 290. Attack, 29. Agility, increases movement and attack speed by 18. Description, an elite cat demon that prowls the forest's outskirts, known for ambushing prey. The first monster in this hell difficulty dungeon was indeed a bronze level elite, indicating the challenge would be substantial. Chen Mo mused to himself. As the creature approached, Su Qingxue, who had been standing in front of Chen Mo, fell silent. She swiftly drew her longbow, activating the Ice Arrow skill. Ice Arrow, golden level, condenses icy power into the arrow, causing frost damage upon impact and reducing the target's speed by 50. As the icy power coalesced at the arrow's tip, she loosed it. The arrow struck the charging cat demon with a direct hit. The blue, icy energy enveloped the demon, having its speed instantly. Chapter 28, The Abnormal Skeletal Archer. Behind Chen Mo, the skeletal archer also nocked an arrow, targeting the now frost-covered cat demon and releasing 2 rapid shots. The arrows flew in a near-seamless line. 185, 193. The skeletal archer's assault swiftly dispatched the clawed cat demon, which had been struggling to advance. Slain 3-level clawed cat demon, bronze level, gained 12 experience points. Facing a bronze-level elite for the first time, Su Qingxue felt a wave of anxiety wash over her, uncertain if she could manage to buy enough time for her teammates to exit the dungeon, as she beheld the explosive damage unleashed by the skeletal archer. Effortlessly annihilating the elite-level cat demon, she could scarcely believe her eyes. What sort of perverse skill was this? The damage output was more than double that of her own abilities. Su Qingxue had only managed to elevate her professional skills to the golden tier thanks to the resource subsidies arranged by Lord Ho. Moreover, the longbow she wielded was a bronze-grade weapon worth over 10 million. She could not fathom how Chen Mo could afford a weapon of superior quality for his summoned minion. Judging by her impressions of Chen Mo's skeletal summons, they seemed weak, as if a mere flick could send their skulls tumbling. Their frail appearance led Su Qingxue to believe that such outrageous offensive power was implausible. It seemed most probable that the skeletons possessed a temporary damage-boosting burst skill, which could explain the anomaly. Nevertheless, even with that consideration, the damage was exceedingly grotesque. As a Dao bone-level combat specialist, her own damage output paled in comparison to that of a mere skeletal minion. Curiosity welled within her as she noted that the immediate crisis had passed. This afforded her the opportunity to turn her attention to Chen Mo's summoned skeletal soldiers. Upon closer inspection, she realized they were indeed markedly different from her previous recollections. The current skeletal soldiers exhibited robust and sturdy frames, with some areas even displaying interconnected bone plates. Their skeletal structures exuded an undeniable combat prowess, and their bodies gleamed with a pearlescent whiteness, moving with a remarkable steadiness. This was a far cry from the frail figures she had encountered a few days prior at the job transfer plaza. Su Qingxue cast a glance at Chen Mo and his companions, choosing to remain silent. Having witnessed the skeletal soldier's combat capabilities, she began to speculate that Chen Mo and his team had not made an erroneous choice. Rather, they were deliberately opting to challenge the hellish difficulty of this dungeon. Observing that everyone else appeared calm except for herself, she felt somewhat out of place and anxious. After summoning all the skeletal soldiers, Chen Mo instructed 2 of them to patrol and guard the team while directing the remaining 5 to venture into the dense forest to engage in monster hunting. He intended for the skeletal soldiers to first clear the entrance of the forest of any magical beasts before allowing Tang Yeye and the others to enter. Wait a moment. Chen Mo, Tang Yeye called out, retrieving a substantial amount of equipment from her backpack and tossing it onto the ground. The sheer volume of gear piled up into a small mountain on the open ground. No fewer than 20 or 30 sets of weapons and armor. Brother Chen Mo, I have some surplus equipment. Let those skeletal soldiers wear it. Taken aback by the sight of the scattered equipment, Chen Mo wondered how it could amount to at least 2 to 3 million. Yeah, how did you manage to accumulate so much extra gear? Was this the privilege of the affluent? Indeed, Brother Chen Mo, just accept it. It will make them look more presentable, less frightening, chimed in Ren Xiaowen. Reluctantly conceding to the reasoning of the wealthy, Chen Mo understood that they simply wanted to assist him, having noticed that his skeletal soldiers were unadorned. As the equipment had already been purchased, leaving it unused would be wasteful. Through their time together in dungeons, he had gleaned some insights into the backgrounds of the 3 girls, recognizing that they hailed from affluent families in Yunhai City. Acquiring such equipment would not adversely impact their lives. He instructed the skeletal soldiers to pick up and don the scattered gear. True to their word, once clad in armor, the skeletal figures appeared significantly more appealing. Aside from the skulls peeking from beneath their helmets, their bodies were nearly obscured by armor, rendering it nearly impossible to discern that beneath the armor lay mere skeletal frames. Once the skeletal soldiers were equipped, Chen Mo proceeded with his original plan, leaving 2 to safeguard the group's safety while sending the remaining 5 into the forest to commence monster hunting. Observing the skeletal soldiers, now under the leadership of the skeletal archer, venture into the dense woods, Chen Mo sought a clear spot nearby, laid out a garment, and began to meditate to restore his mental energy. Brother Chen Mo, are we not going in? Tang Yeye and the other 3 girls were puzzled by his actions. We'll wait a little longer before entering. The hellish level dungeon is primarily filled with elite monsters of black iron tier and above. Given our current levels, it would be too perilous to enter. Let us remain here until the skeletal soldiers have cleared out some of the monsters, then we can follow suit. With that, Chen Mo closed his eyes once more to meditate. Meanwhile, within the dungeon, the skeletal soldiers had already encountered their foes. Killed level 4 Forest Goblin, Black Iron tier, gaining 8 experience points. Killed level 6 Goblin Squad Leader, Silver tier, gaining 48 experience points. Killed level 5 Claw Cat Demon, Bronze tier, gaining 20 experience points. Soon enough, news of the skeletal soldiers vanquishing magical beasts echoed from within the forest. Observing the experience gained from the kills, Chen Mo felt assured that his decision to tackle the hellish dungeon had been correct. The experience points from elite monsters were indeed substantial, and the pace of leveling up was markedly accelerated. The 4 girls, witnessing the notifications from the dungeon, fell silent, each finding a place to rest. With the environment of the forest teeming with elite magical beasts, entering directly would be exceedingly dangerous. It was much wiser to remain outside. At that moment, Su Qingxue realized she had misjudged Tang Yeye and her companions. Their hushed conversations had been about acquiring equipment for Chen Mo, not about attempting to oust him as she had previously imagined. Most importantly, Chen Mo's prowess was evidently not as weak as she had assumed, necessitating the assistance of 3 girls for leveling up. On the contrary, his skeletal soldiers demonstrated extraordinarily formidable combat capabilities. Was the damage they had inflicted earlier truly reflective of their standard attacks? Otherwise, it would be inexplicable why the elite monsters within the forest were perishing so swiftly. Chen Mo, at merely level 5, was capable of leading a group into the level 36 hellish dungeon of the dark forest with ease. Meanwhile, the 3 girls were not the primary combatants. It appeared they were the ones being led in their leveling endeavors. Of course, Su Qingxue herself was now an added member of this entourage. Realization dawned on Su Qingxue. Her earlier request to join the team outside the dungeon now seemed as if she was deliberately seeking to leech experience. She had contributed little within the dungeon, yet found her experience points steadily increasing, leaving her feeling somewhat embarrassed, particularly given her typically reserved nature. She was eager to explain herself, but found herself at a loss for words. Chapter 29, A New Enhancement Plan. Fortunately, Tang Yeye and her companions did not dwell on why Su Qingxue had been invited to join Chen Mo's party. No one inquired about the matter, which alleviated some of her discomfort. Upon hearing Chen Mo's decision to wait outside the forest, the girls prepared to set up camp at the dungeon entrance. Tang Yeye retrieved a picnic mat from her backpack and spread it on the grass, then laid out some food and beverages in the center. After summoning a mechanical beast to guard the surroundings, Ren Xiaowen joined her to assist. Once they were settled, they sat down on the mat, calling over to Bai Wei, who was standing guard, and an awkwardly blushing Su Qingxue. Sister Wei, Sister Qingxue, come over and join us for a bite. The environment inside the forest dungeon is complex, and we may have to wait quite a while. Upon hearing their words, Bai Wei glanced around and noticed the nearby mechanical beasts and 2 skeletal soldiers on guard. The safety of their team seemed assured, granting her the peace of mind to approach Su Qingxue and invite her to sit beside her on the mat. Sister Qingxue, this is for you. Tang Yumwei, observing Bai Wei pulling Su Qingxue over, produced a piece of chocolate and offered it to her. A bit bashful, Su Qingxue accepted it. Murmuring her thanks before taking a seat on the mat, her cheeks flushed. Biting into the chocolate, she accessed the team information. As she had anticipated, having witnessed the terrifying combat prowess of the skeletal soldiers, she now confirmed her suspicions upon viewing Chen Mo and the others' level information. To her astonishment, they had indeed cleared the dark forest dungeon once. Chen Mo and the others had exited the dungeon that morning, not due to some imagined difficulties, but because they had successfully completed it. Reflecting on her impulsiveness in the dungeon hall, Su Qingxue regretted not seeking clarity, acting on mere conjecture, which had caused Su Ziwen and the others undue worry. Thankfully, she had refrained from uttering any harsh words. Su Qingxue began to introspect. However, given her nature, she could hardly express anything unpleasant. Her sole intention had been to join the team to assist Chen Mo in leveling up, without wishing to burden him with sorrow. Unexpectedly, she found herself merely leeching experience. The thought made her feel even more embarrassed, causing her to shy away from looking at the others. As she focused intently on her chocolate, the vivacious Tang Yumwei, however, was quite intrigued by Su Qingxue. As the only Dao Bone-level prodigy in Yunhai City, Su Qingxue was somewhat of a celebrity there. The two had previously had no interaction, but suddenly found themselves as teammates, an exhilarating experience for Tang Yumwei. Sister Qingxue, you must try these chips. They're delicious. Sister Qingxue, you're so beautiful and tall. You seem to be about the same height as Sister Wei. Sister Qingxue, is it true that with your Dao level root, you gain 9 attribute points for each level up? Xiaowen, don't just sit there in a daze. Come over and chat with Sister Qingxue. Exhibiting symptoms of social exuberance, Tang Yumwei transformed into a curious child, peppering Su Qingxue with questions. Sitting at the edge of the mat, Su Qingxue's face reddened, her embarrassment causing her to curl her toes. She could only respond with shy smiles and nods to Tang Yumwei's inquiries. Ren Xiaowen had initially been merely curious about Su Qingxue, quietly observing their conversation from the side until Tang Yumwei suddenly turned and beckoned her over. Feeling as though she had been caught eavesdropping, she hastily averted her gaze toward the forest, pretending she hadn't heard. Bai Wei watched Tang Yumwei's excitement with a hint of helplessness. Yet, upon reflection, She found it rather pleasant. In this team, now including the newly joined Su Qingxue, there were 5 members in total. Judging by Su Qingxue's demeanor, it seemed she was not particularly adept at socializing, and alongside the bookworm Rin Xiaowen and the taciturn Chen Mo, the group consisted of 2 socially anxious individuals and 1 withdrawn person. Fortunately, with Tang Yumwei's vibrant personality to mediate, the atmosphere remained lively, alleviating the awkwardness of merely sitting together in silence. Chen Mo had meditated for a considerable time, restoring his mental energy to 295 points. Checking his experience bar, he noted it had risen to 9,102. Once more, he employed the skeletal summoning skill, consuming 240 points of mental energy to summon a skeletal soldier. This way, once he leveled up and restored his state, he wouldn't fear wasting mental energy. The summoning array activated, and a skeletal soldier with green flames in its eyes emerged from the spatial vortex. Su Qingxue's eyes widened in curiosity as she watched the summoned skeletal soldier. Her first close encounter with Chen Mo's summoning skill. The newly summoned skeletal soldier was evidently much stronger than the one she had seen at the class change square. No wonder their combat strength was so formidable. Chen Mo must possess some ability to enhance his summons, she speculated. With the newly summoned skeletal soldier, Chen Mo's total count of skeletal soldiers reached 8, expanding his summoning space to 815. Among them was 1 elite silver-level skeletal archer, enhanced through skills, while the remainder consisted of ordinary skeletal soldiers, 1 bronze level and 6 silver level. With his impending level up, Chen Mo ceased his meditation. He had just received a hidden class subsidy of 1 million. Now, he could thoughtfully consider how to utilize it to enhance his strength. Last night, when Tang Yumwei and Bai Wei's tent was attacked by a cat demon, Chen Mo felt a twinge of guilt. He realized he had been somewhat negligent. He had not communicated with his skeletal soldiers to carefully scout the surrounding environment using his mental perception. Furthermore, the recent ambush had heightened his awareness of personal safety. Regardless of how powerful his skeletal soldiers were, if an enemy were solely intent on ambushing him, the situation could be perilous. As he currently lacked any means of self-preservation and his health was not robust, the disparity in combat strength between him and his skeletal soldiers left him reluctant to take risks. He could only allow his skeletal soldiers to meticulously clear the monsters ahead before he would dare enter the forest to rejoin the team. Moreover, with the next dungeon being the zombie mine, the confined space would hinder the skeletal archer's speed advantage. The optimal enhancement plan would be to create a defensive skeletal soldier to take the lead, allowing the skeletal archers to safely unleash their full firepower from behind. This approach should also be the most efficient combat strategy. Additionally, during times of non-combat, this defensive skeletal soldier could accompany him, acting as a skeletal shield to prevent ambushes and unforeseen incidents. Chen Mo surveyed his skeletal soldiers and noted he had a bronze-level skeletal soldier available. The yellow soul flame amidst a group of skeletal soldiers with green flames appeared quite out of place. You shall be the one. Chen Mo decided to enhance this particular skeletal soldier into a physique-oriented one. Chapter 30, Panic Outside the Dungeon. Having made his decision, he checked the materials required to enhance the bronze-level skeletal soldier. He opened his profession panel, accessed the Infinite Realm Mall, and prepared to select silver-level beast bones as materials. Chen Mo examined the categories of beast bones. Bloodfang leopard beast bone, silver-level quality, priced at 550,000 per kilogram. Earthquake bear beast bone, silver-level quality, priced at 60,000 per kilogram. Dragon pool crocodile beast bone, silver-level quality, priced at 560,000 per kilogram. Silver-level ferocious beast bones are treasures in their own right. Even their bones serve as essential materials for numerous equipment and potions. The prices for materials of this level were relatively similar, with differences arising from acquisition difficulty and variations in demand for their uses. Chen Mo purchased 15 kilograms of the Earthquake Bear's silver-level beast bone. Since he had resolved to enhance a physique-oriented skeletal soldier, it was prudent to choose materials from the same type of ferocious beast. After confirming the transaction, he completed the order and exited the Infinite Realm Mall. Following his shopping, his experience points maxed out. A golden light enveloped him. He leveled up. In just 3 days, Chen Mo and his companions had reached level 6, an unprecedented leveling speed among all new practitioners in Yunhai City. Chen Mo allocated the 15 attribute points he had just acquired, distributing 2 points to physique and 13 points to spirit. He opened his attribute panel to review. Name, Chen Mo. Profession, Necromancer. 9-colored Supreme Bone, God level enhancement. Level, 6, 298. Physique, 20. Spirit, 77. Summoning space, 821. Skill, Skeleton Summoning, Silver Tier. Strong Strike Aura, Silver Tier. The Skeleton Summoning skill consumes 240 points of mental energy to summon a skeletal warrior to fight on your behalf. It can be enhanced, requiring 400 points of mental energy. The attributes of the summoned skeleton soldiers are influenced by the Necromancer's characteristics. Sacrificing a corpse can reduce the mental energy cost by 2/3. The Strong Strike aura activates an aura that enhances the attack power of allied targets by 80. It can be enhanced, requiring 400 points of mental energy. Upon leveling up, Chen Mo's status was fully restored. Moreover, with the allocation of base attributes, Chen Mo's health reached 200 points, and his mental energy surged to 770 points. After examining the two skills, Chen Mo resolved to further enhance the Strong Strike aura skill. The primary objective now was to accelerate monster farming, and augmenting attack capability was the most direct method. Additionally, with 8 skeleton soldiers already at his disposal, summoning a couple more would not significantly increase farming speed. Therefore, enhancing their overall attack power would yield more pronounced effects on farming efficiency. He opted to enhance the Strong Strike aura skill. Chen Mo utilized the enhancement ability directly, continuing to strengthen the Strong Strike aura skill. Within Chen Mo's perception, a golden light of enhancement materialized, swiftly merging into the runes of his Strong Strike aura skill. However, externally, no manifestation of the enhancement light was visible, rendering it imperceptible to onlookers. Upon completion of the skill enhancement, the Strong Strike aura skill ascended to the gold tier. Chen Mo felt a profound increase in his comprehension and construction of the skill runes associated with Strong Strike aura. Strong Strike aura, gold tier, activates an aura that enhances the attack power of allied targets by 160. It can be enhanced, requiring 800 points of mental energy. With the elevation of the Strong Strike aura skill to gold tier, the increase in attack power reached an astonishing 160, nearly doubling it. As Chen Mo had anticipated, the efficacy of skills escalates dramatically as their tiers increase. Yet few practitioners possess gold tier skills. Gold tier skill books are exceedingly rare, and very few individuals in the market offer them for sale. Even if one were to possess a gold tier skill book, if it is not applicable to their profession, individuals would seek to exchange it for the extraordinary items they require rather than selling it for profit. There exists another method to elevate skill tiers, namely skill advancement books. However, the price of a gold tier skill advancement book is beyond Chen Mo's imagination at this moment. Under the enhancement of the Strong Strike aura, the attack power of the skeletal archers soared to an impressive 419 points, an attack power that even Su Qingxue might struggle to achieve at level 20. Chen Mo contemplated briefly, hastily retracting the aura enhancement effect from several teammates, opting to amplify only his skeletal soldiers. He cautiously glanced at his companions, noting that none had noticed the alteration in his combat attributes, allowing him to exhale in relief and resume perusing his professional attribute panel. With such elevated attack power, complemented by a 90 increase in attack speed and a 60 enhancement in movement speed, the current skeletal archer had undoubtedly evolved into a formidable mobile artillery unit. With such an exaggerated speed increase, should the circumstances permit, even challenging higher-level foes would present a significant success rate. If attributes were mismatched, it could even kite opponents to the point where they could never lay eyes upon the skeletal archer. After the team members leveled up to level 6, the monsters at the entrance of the dense forest had been nearly eradicated. Chen Mo linked his consciousness with the skeletal archers to assess their condition. The skeletal squad was advancing deeper into the dense forest, continuing their search for monsters. Chen Mo then commanded a skeletal soldier guarding him to enter the vicinity of the dark forest entrance and conduct repeated inspections. After confirming everything was in order, Chen Mo rose and notified the girls that they could prepare to enter the forest. While the inside of the dungeon was tranquil, the situation outside had become tumultuous. Su Ziwen, having failed to persuade Su Qingxue, could only watch helplessly as she followed Chen Mo's party into the dark forest dungeon. Sensing something amiss with the difficulty level of the dungeon chosen by Chen Mo and his group, she hurriedly turned to her teacher for clarification. "Teacher, could you check the difficulty level of the dungeon that Su Qingxue and the others have entered?" The duty teacher at the entrance of the dark forest dungeon, Wang Cuifan, also recognized Su Qingxue, as she was the only prodigy of Dao Bone level in Yunhai City. Aware of the gravity of the situation, Wang Cuifan nodded and activated her authority to check the dungeon information. When they saw the results of the inquiry, both she and Su Ziwen were taken aback. Su Qingxue had actually entered the Inferno-level difficulty Dark Forest dungeon alongside Chen Mo. Su Ziwen's team had been specifically designated by Lord Ho to protect Su Qingxue during her leveling. Now, with Su Qingxue having left the group to enter the dungeon with others, she could not afford any complications. Realizing this, Su Ziwen grew anxious and hastily picked up her phone to dial Lord Ho's number. At that moment, Lord Ho was leisurely enjoying tea and reviewing documents in his office. In recent days, nothing significant had occurred in Yunhai City, save for the Dao Bone level awakening of Su Qingxue. He had reported the situation to higher-ups and anticipated they would have results by that day. It had been 2 days, surely the Academy representatives would arrive soon. Taking a sip of tea, Lord Ho mused. Just then, the phone rang on his desk. Here it comes. He quickly set down his cup and answered the call. Yes, rest assured, my lord. Listening to the instructions from the other end, Lord Ho nodded in affirmation. After hanging up, he wore an excited expression. The Academy representatives were finally on their way. The unexpected accolades he had received were finally secured. Now, he merely awaited Su Qingshua's special recruitment by the top academy, and his task would be complete. Fortunately, preparations had already been made, and a dedicated team had been arranged to assist Su Qingxue. All that remained was for the esteemed guests to arrive in the city. It seemed he would be quite busy that day, Lord Ho thought. At that moment, the phone rang once more. Lord Ho answered the call, only to be startled by Su Zuwen's report, which sent chills down his spine. What is this child thinking? Su Qingxue appears to be quite obedient. Why is she being so headstrong now? Daring to enter an infernal level 36, dungeon at only level 3? Has she never faced the wrath of monsters? With the academy representatives arriving imminently, if anything were to happen to her in the dungeon, would he still be able to serve as city lord? With these thoughts racing through his mind, Lord Ho could no longer sit idly. He rose and headed outside. I must hurry to the suburban dungeon hall. Just as Lord Ho and his entourage were about to step out, a messenger reported that the academy representatives had arrived and were en route to the city lord's residence. Lord Ho was taken aback. What was he to do now? Teacher Wang Tsuefen, having completed her inquiry into the dungeon information, was equally stunned. She had never encountered such a headstrong student before. In a team of 5, 4 were level 5 and 1 was level 3, yet they dared to enter a level 6 infernal level dungeon? How self-assured were they in their ability to farm such a simple level dungeon? Did they believe that all dungeons, regardless of difficulty, were populated solely by ordinary monsters? Had they ever encountered a level 6 silver tier elite monster to be so reckless? Wait, that is not right. The novice dungeon had only been open for 3 days. How were there 4 level 5 practitioners? That was not the crux of the matter. The focal point was that the pride of Yunhai City, Su Qingxue, was merely level 3 and had followed them into the dungeon. If they were to encounter trouble within, she could already envision a bleak future. No, she needed to inform the parents immediately. Wang Tsuefen suddenly realized that she was merely responsible for registration at the dungeon's entrance. This was a choice made by the students themselves. The parents should be notified to handle the situation. After coming to a resolution, she finally regained her spirits and hastily began to search for the personnel information of her team. Following the family phone numbers provided, she made calls one by one to notify them. Only then did she feel a slight sense of relief and returned to her desk to register. Within half an hour, a large crowd surged into the exterior of the western suburb dungeon hall. As Lord Ho was preparing to exit, the dignitaries from the academy had already arrived. Vice Dean Xie Yonglin from the Shank Academy and Director Lu Chongxing from the Zhongdu Academy. Lord Ho, unable to conceal the gravity of the situation, explained everything to the 2 academicians. Upon hearing Lord Ho's words, they too were filled with urgency. They quickly re-entered their vehicle and hastily made their way to the location. Following Lord Ho and his companions were the parents of Tang Yumiyu and others, who had rushed over after receiving a notification from Wang Tsuefen. Among those present were the principal of Yunhai No. 1 High School and Chen Mo's homeroom teacher, Gao Xiaojing. Their arrival was due to the fact that Chen Mo's family contact number was listed under homeroom teacher Gao Xiaojing. Startled by Wang Tsuefen's call, she promptly informed Principal Gao Qiwen. Upon learning that the students entering the Hell Level dungeon were all from her school, and that among them was the future hope of Yunhai No. 1, Su Qingxue, she was filled with dread. Time was of the essence, so she hurriedly accompanied Principal Gao to the scene. If anything were to happen to them, her position as a principal would be on the line. Upon entering the hall, Lord Ho made a beeline for the shadowy forest dungeon. Wang Tsuefen, seated at her desk, quickly stood to greet them as they approached. Where is the dungeon registration form? Bring it to me at once, Lord Ho commanded. After receiving the dungeon records from Wang Tsuefen, he scrutinized the team roster and, after glancing at the gathered parents, chose not to elaborate further. Instead, he directly utilized his lordship privileges to access the dungeon information. His investigation revealed a discrepancy. How could there be 4 level 5 adventurers in this team? Hadn't the novice dungeon only just opened 3 days ago? He continued to exercise his privileges. Delving into the dungeon records of Chen Mo's team, what he uncovered was even more outrageous. On the first day the dungeon was open, Chen Mo's team entered the simple Wild Wolf Wilderness dungeon at 9:50 a.m. and defeated the boss, the White Wolf King, by 3:20 p.m. After spending just over an hour inside, they exited the dungeon at 4:35 p.m. How could they have cleared it in less than 6 hours? To accommodate novices, the Wild Wolf Wilderness had monsters that were extremely scattered across a vast map. To traverse the entire map and eliminate nearly all the creatures in just over 5 hours, was that something a novice adventurer could accomplish? Surely, it would require at least one individual dedicated to drawing aggro, complemented by a high-tier adventurer with area attack skills to achieve such a feat otherwise, within 5 hours. They would be exhausted from both battling and navigating the map. Furthermore, the next dungeon was even more absurd. On the second day of the novice dungeon's opening, Chen Mo's team entered the ordinary shadowy forest dungeon at 9:10 a.m. By 8:45 a.m. the following day, they had slain the boss, the Goblin Chieftain, and exited the dungeon. The map was fraught with dense underbrush and a complex environment, making navigation treacherous. The Clawcat demons were adept at ambushes, and the goblin monsters preferred to appear in hordes. The difficulty of this dungeon escalated significantly yet they had completed it in just one day. He found it hard to believe that novice adventurers could slay monsters in the dark forest. Thus, their actual combat time amounted to merely one day. With such a short time frame, merely traversing the forest without getting lost and accurately locating the goblin's lair was an arduous task. Moreover, they were expected to eliminate all lurking monsters within that same day. From this perspective, it seemed they were more akin to monsters themselves. Based on their dungeon records, it became apparent that their choice to enter the hell-level dungeon was not unfounded. Having already cleared the ordinary shadowy forest dungeon, they should have some confidence. It was likely that they had to opt for the shadowy forest due to insufficient levels. Otherwise, they would already be in the level 69 zombie mine. Observing the astonishing records of Chen Mo's team, Lord Ho felt a tinge of relief. Since they had successfully cleared the ordinary shadowy forest dungeon once, their strength should enable them to exit the hell-level dungeon safely, even if they couldn't conquer it. Chapter 32, The Formed Skeleton Team. Lord Ho shared his findings with everyone present. Upon hearing the news, Vice Dean Xie and Director Lu's eyes lit up in astonishment, realizing that their visit to Yunhai City had yielded unexpected delights. To have reached level 5 in merely 3 days? Such a terrifying rate of advancement must surely have set a historical record in the Xianqin Empire. What was crucial was that they hadn't been grinding in the dungeon the entire time. In such a short period, they had even managed to return home for a night's rest. Although the specifics remained unclear, judging by the current combat prowess of this small team, they were undoubtedly a group of exceptional talents. They felt a surge of excitement within. Initially, upon hearing that Su Qingxue had rashly entered the hell-level dungeon, they had harbored some dissatisfaction, perceiving her character as overly proud and arrogant, an affliction common among many gifted students, newly awakened with exceptional talent. Such individuals often held an inflated sense of self-worth. They had encountered many of this sort in the academy. However, it now appeared that Su Qingxue had a substantial understanding of her team's capabilities, demonstrating a strong trust in their combat strength. This was why she had chosen to leave her team to join them in the hell-level dungeon, seeking rapid advancement. This child, Su Qingxue, displayed great courage. It was indeed a wise choice. It seemed prudent to prepare additional enrollment slots. Once they emerged, it would be imperative to seize the opportunity to recruit these talented individuals. For now, they remained in the dungeon, out of reach, and communication was impossible. They could only suppress their thoughts and patiently await their return. As Vice Dean Xie and Director Lu exchanged glances, they recognized each other's intentions without needing further words. They needed to quickly communicate with their respective institutions to secure more slots. Each of them harbored their own thoughts as they followed Lord Ho out, leaving a few individuals behind at the dungeon entrance to await Su Qingxue and the others' return for an immediate report. Oh, I never expected our Yaya to be so formidable. It's only the 3rd day, and she's already reached level 5, exclaimed a plump middle-aged woman from the crowd. Wenwen is usually so quiet, and she didn't even mention entering the hell-level dungeon to us beforehand. Rest assured, Wei Wei is quite level-headed. She wouldn't risk allowing Wenwen and the others to venture in without assurance. Besides, didn't Lord Ho mention that Wei Wei and her team have already set a historical record for leveling speed in Yunhai City? It's astonishing how capable they are now. They should be fine. Several parents from adventurer families consoled one another. After lingering for a while at the dungeon entrance, they began to disperse. Principal Gao and Chen Mo's homeroom teacher, Gao Xiaojing, observed that the situation had drawn to a close. They could only await the outcome with patience and prepare to leave. Suddenly, Principal Gao spotted a woman resembling Su Qingxue, anxiously making her way into the dungeon hall. It was indeed Su Qingxue's mother. Recognizing her, Principal Gao quickly approached and explained the situation to her. Su Qingxue's mother felt a slight sense of relief, glancing worriedly at the swirling entrance of the dungeon. She realized she could offer no assistance, and thus turned to leave with Principal Gao and Gao Xiaojing. Chen Mo sat in meditation outside the dense forest for quite some time. Upon checking his mental power, he discovered it had recovered to 370 points. He proceeded to utilize the skeleton summoning skill, consuming 240 points of mental energy. Activating the summoning array, he conjured another silver-tier skeleton soldier. His summoning space now stood at 921, leaving him with merely 130 points of mental power. Chen Mo rummaged through his backpack, retrieving a set of equipment and weapons to equip the newly summoned skeleton soldier. Surrounding Chen Mo's party were already 4 skeleton soldiers, vigilantly patrolling for their protection. Feeling considerably safer, he finally stood up with ease. He beckoned a few girls to gather their belongings, preparing to venture into the forest alongside the skeleton soldiers. The girls, thanks to Tang Ye's lively presence, had grown quite familiar with one another. Once everyone was ready, they formed a line. Chen Mo commanded the skeleton soldiers, wielding long swords, to lead the way. The armored skeleton soldier stepped forward, brandishing its sword to cleave through the obstructing branches and underbrush, forging a relatively passable path as it entered the forest first. Chen Mo followed closely behind, guiding the team into the depths of the woods. It was Su Qingxue's first encounter with such an environment, and she curiously observed her surroundings. Upon entering the instance, due to her lower level, Su Qingxue was the first in the party to level up, now reaching level 4. She had never anticipated that leveling up could be so effortless. Merely chatting at the entrance of the instance before she ascended in rank. Now, within the forest, she was also safeguarded by several skeleton soldiers. Ahead, a squad of skeleton soldiers was actively engaging monsters, rapidly gaining experience. All she needed to do was follow behind, without the need to exert herself in combat or worry about danger, an experience starkly different from their previous encounters. Just days prior, while grinding in the Wolf Wilderness instance, they had scarcely taken breaks, focused solely on advancing, fighting monsters, and enduring the strain on their arms from drawing bows. Today, however, it felt as if they were on a leisurely stroll through a scenic tour, free from the anxiety of monster attacks, the urgency of killing speed, or the concern over whether the creatures were formidable. As long as they followed in Chen Mo's footsteps, everything would be fine. Su Qingxue found herself momentarily lost in thought as she gazed at Chen Mo ahead of her. Tang Yeye, intrigued by Su Qingxue's expression, noticed her lingering gaze on Chen Mo and felt a surge of unease. She had previously speculated on Chen Mo's sudden invitation for Su Qingxue to join the instance. However, since they had just entered, and given Su Qingxue's reticent nature, she had refrained from asking. Now, it was apparent to her that Su Qingxue was indeed a rival. Tang Ye silently assessed her situation, glancing down, only to realize she couldn't even see her toes. A confident smile spread across her face, asserting that the advantage was hers. With the enhancement from the Golden Tier Strong Strike Aura skill, the combat effectiveness of the skeleton soldier squad surged, greatly increasing their monster clearing speed. As night fell, they reached the core area of the instance, catching up with the skeleton soldier squad engaged in battle. They were fiercely assaulting a small goblin encampment, which housed approximately a dozen goblin monsters. For skeleton soldiers, armed with shields and swords, spotted their target and charged forward, shields raised before them. They crashed into the encampment, toppling the goblins gathered there, swinging wooden clubs, and began to slash with their swords. The frail bodies of the goblin monsters stood no chance against the skeleton soldiers. As they clustered together, the charge scattered them, trampling and creating chaos. The goblins, unable to regroup, could only fight individually. It was a completely one-sided battle. Skeleton archers stationed at a distance unleashed a flurry of arrows, each capable of slaying a goblin monster in a single shot. Within less than a minute, the entire group of goblins was eradicated by the skeleton soldier squad. Chapter 33, A Night in the Forest. Chen Mo observed the increasingly formidable skeleton soldier squad with satisfaction. After the goblin encampment was cleared, several members of the party leveled up again. Chen Mo and the others reached level 7, while Su Qingxue advanced to level 5. Chen Mo opened his attributes panel, allocating the 15 attribute points he had gained, distributing them with 2 points in physique and 13 points in spirit. After allocation, his attributes panel transformed into Name, Chen Mo, Class, Necromancer, 9-colored Supreme Bone, Divine Enhancement, Level, 7051. Physique, 22, Spirit, 90, Summoning Space, 1028. Skills, Skeleton Summoning, Silver Tier. Strong Strike Aura, Golden Tier. Skeleton Summoning consumes 240 points of mental power to summon a skeleton soldier, Silver Tier, to fight for you. Can be enhanced. Requires 400 points of mental power. Description: the attributes of skeleton soldiers are influenced by the Necromancer's attributes. Sacrificing corpses can save 2/3 of mental power consumption. Strong Strike Aura enhances the attack power of friendly targets by 160. Can be enhanced. Requires 800 points of mental power. After leveling up, Chen Mo's health points increased to 220, and his mental power reached 900. Due to some recovery during the day, he summoned another skeleton soldier on the way, bringing his summoning space to 1028. Currently, 5 were actively grinding monsters, while the remaining 5 skeleton soldiers stood guard around the party. With his mental power fully restored, Chen Mo opted to consume some of it to further enhance the skeleton summoning skill. As he selected to strengthen the skeleton summoning skill, golden light manifested within Chen Mo, merging into the runes of the summoning skill. The enhancement was successful, and Chen Mo felt a deeper understanding of the formation and rune structure of the skeleton summoning skill. He even sensed he could now control the tier of the summoned skeleton soldiers. Skeleton Summoning, Golden Tier, consumes 480 points of mental power to summon a skeleton soldier, Golden Tier, to fight for you. Can be enhanced. Requires 800 points of mental power. Description: the attributes of skeleton soldiers are influenced by the Necromancer's attributes. Sacrificing corpses can save 2/3 of mental power consumption. And lowering the tier of the summoned skeleton soldiers can reduce mental power consumption. With the skill enhancement completed, Chen Mo still had 500 points of mental power left, making it somewhat challenging to summon a golden tier skeleton soldier. Moreover, given the current number of people around, he decided to wait until nightfall. As this was an evolving instance, the monsters in the encampment quickly dissipated into spiritual energy upon defeat. Only some tattered tents remained, bearing witness to the fierce battle that had occurred. Now that night had fallen, the group decided to set up camp. After the previous incident involving Tang Yeye, and by way being attacked by a clawed cat demon in the tent, Chen Mo exercised greater caution this time. In this hellish difficulty instance, all monsters were elite tier, making an attack extremely perilous. He instructed 10 skeleton soldiers to thoroughly scour the area around the camp, conducting several rounds of checks. Once he confirmed there were no lingering monsters, he felt secure enough to leave 5 skeleton soldiers behind for continued patrol. Releasing 5 skeleton soldiers, led by a skeleton archer, they ventured outside to continue hunting monsters. Due to the skeleton soldiers' unique mental perception method, nighttime combat posed no hindrance to them. As darkness enveloped the surroundings, Tang Yeye and the others took out flashlights and camping lamps, preparing to set up tents. Chen Mo also produced 3 camping lamps, hanging them around the necks of 3 skeleton soldiers, positioning them as pillars of light around the campsite, with a myriad of lights illuminating the surroundings. The entire campsite soon glowed as brightly as day. Bai Wei gazed in bemusement at the skeleton soldier stationed nearby, holding a camping lantern. How did Chen Mo come up with such clever ideas? This skeleton soldier was undoubtedly being utilized to its fullest potential, pulling carts, raising lanterns, and wielding a long sword to carve a path through the dense forest. It had taken on every menial and laborious task imaginable. If not for the adventurers' backpacks, Chen Mo would surely have tasked it with carrying their belongings as well. Bai Wei mused with a chuckle. Chen Mo set up the tent, laying down a moisture-proof mat. Chen Mo, go. Shall we prepare dinner together? Tang Yeye suggested eagerly. The environment here is delightful, and there are no interruptions. Besides, it's still early. It would be quite dull otherwise. Chen Mo felt a flicker of desire at her words. It had been a long time since he had experienced such freedom, away from the masses and savoring the wilderness. Without further ado, Tang Yeye ceased her tent-pitching efforts, instead retrieving fuel to place in the center of the campsite. Chen Mo had purchased a considerable amount of camping gear earlier, which had yet to be utilized, and he brought it all out. Tang Yeye assisted in setting up the cooking equipment and arranging the tables and chairs. As flames ignited beneath the cookware, they gathered around the fire. Chen Mo took out the ingredients and began preparing the meal, with Su Qingxue coming over to lend a hand. Bai Wei observed the 2 busy figures with a sense of reflection. Tang Yeye's competition was rather formidable, beautiful, gifted, and now appearing quite domestic, adeptly handling tasks with remarkable efficiency. In contrast, the sight of Tang Yeye sitting nearby, gazing at the flames with an air of clumsiness, was quite stark. Bai Wei could surmise the reason behind Su Qingxue's desire to join their party. She likely believed that Chen Mo was being bullied by them and wished to provide him with support. From the changes in her expression before and after entering the dungeon, Bai Wei had pieced together a general idea. Recalling the fear etched on Su Qingxue's face upon witnessing the skeleton soldier's terrifying attack power, Bai Wei couldn't help but chuckle. What an innocent and endearing young lady she was. It was unexpected that these once strangers would have such interwoven fates due to Tang Yeye's kind-hearted assistance. They all sat together in the thicket, gathered around the bonfire, cooking their meal. After filling their bellies, nightfall descended, and they prepared to sleep. Oh no! How could I forget to buy a new tent? How are we all going to sleep tonight? Tang Yeye's frustrated voice rang out as they attempted to set up the tent. Su Qingxue had not brought a tent either. Their supplies were all with the leader, Su Ziwen, and her backpack held little in the way of resources. Upon hearing Tang Yeye's lament, Chen Mo approached. Yeye, don't you still have that torn tent? Let us set it up. I can take that one. Reluctantly, Tang Yeye produced the damaged tent, and they collaborated to erect it. All right, you all go ahead and sleep. I will rest here, Chen Mo declared as he crawled into the tent, signaling for the bronze-level skeleton soldier to come and stand at the entrance. He intended to strengthen the skeleton while they slumbered. Oh dear, this tent has such a large hole. It will be so cold tonight, Tang Yeye remarked. Chen Mo, go. How about I keep you company? If we sleep together, it might be a bit warmer. She volunteered, but was promptly pulled away by a bemused Bai Wei. Ren Xiaowen remained silent. Her cheeks flushed as she retrieved a blanket from her backpack and placed it inside Chen Mo's tent before turning to leave. Watching the interactions among the group, Su Qingxue felt that something seemed off. She noticed Bai Wei had taken Tang Yeye into one tent, leaving her to follow Ren Xiaowen. The 2 socially anxious girls sharing a tent of their own. Chapter 34. The Skeleton Tank in the Dead of Night. Chen Mo awakened from his meditation, connecting with the perception of the skeleton soldier to assess the surrounding environment. The girls were already asleep, and thanks to the skeleton soldier's diligent patrols, the area around the campsite was remarkably free of monsters. The surroundings were tranquil and secure. He retrieved from his backpack the bones of the silver-level ferocious beast, the earth-shattering bear, which he had purchased earlier during the day's rest, intending to enhance the skeleton soldier standing before the tent. As the only bronze-level skeleton soldier in his ranks, its yellow soul flame stood out conspicuously among the green flames of the other skeletons. This time, Chen Mo aimed to transform it into a shield warrior, capable of taking the front line in defense. When not engaged in combat, it could stand beside Chen Mo, serving as a skeletal shield to protect him. He selected the enhancement skill. Choose enhancement direction, speed enhancement, constitution enhancement, spirit enhancement. He opted for constitution enhancement. Golden light emanated from within the tent, mingling with the powdered bones of the earth-shattering bear, enveloping and integrating into the skeleton soldier's frame. Once the enhancement was complete, he checked the skeleton soldier's attributes. Spirit Bone Warrior Body, Qualification Level, Silver, Talent, Resilience, Level 7 Health, 1110 Attack Power, 468, 180288. Skills, None. Resilience, Damage taken reduced by 30. Slowly regenerates health when not in combat. Target can be enhanced. Requires 15 kilograms of gold-level creature bones and 1 Earth Spirit Stone. By choosing to enhance its constitution, the skeleton soldier gained the Resilience talent, providing a 30 damage reduction and allowing it to gradually recover health. Furthermore, it unlocked a skill slot. Chen Mo opened the Universal Marketplace, seeking an appropriate skill for this skeleton soldier. As the team's defensive anchor, it was imperative that it possessed the ability to draw the monster's attacks. Otherwise, high defense would be futile if the monsters chose to target the more vulnerable members at the back. Thus, Chen Mo's goal was to find a skill that would enable this skeleton tank to attract monster attacks. With a clear objective, it did not take long for Chen Mo to discover a suitable skill. Taunt Aura, common level. Activating the aura will prioritize attacks from monsters, affecting a range of 2 meters. This was an area skill that did not require active release. As long as the aura remained active, it would function. Monsters within a 2-meter radius of the skeleton soldier would prioritize attacking it, significantly reducing the likelihood of Chen Mo being targeted. That was the one. He selected the skill book, chose to purchase it, and confirmed the payment. Chen Mo's subsidy of 1 million had been nearly exhausted once again. He produced the skill book for the newly enhanced skeleton soldier to learn. The skill book glowed, transforming into a skill rune that merged into the skeleton soldier's soul flame. Chen Mo opened his attribute panel, noting that his mental strength stood at 675 points. He directly consumed 150 points of mental strength to elevate the Taunt Aura skill to bronze level. Taunt Aura, bronze level. Activating the aura will prioritize attacks from monsters, affecting a range of 8 meters. Surrounding the skeleton soldier, the 8-meter radius should suffice for now. With 525 points of mental strength remaining, Chen Mo checked his experience points, which had risen to level 7 with 4,953 points. He decided to summon a gold-level skeleton soldier to assess its capabilities, and depleting his mental strength would assist with sleep. Utilizing the skeleton summoning skill, Chen Mo expended another 480 points of mental strength, activating the summoning array. A skeleton soldier, its skull alight with blue soul flames, emerged from the vortex of the array. He examined the attributes of the gold-level skeleton soldier. Spirit Bone War General, Qualification Level, Gold, Talent, None, Level 7 Health, 1320, Attack, 520, 200320. Introduction: The Golden Tier Skeleton Soldier, a formidable backbone of the necromantic army. The combat attributes of this Golden Tier Skeleton Soldier have surpassed those of the recently enhanced Silver Tier Skeleton Tank. After much toil, the enhancement of the skeleton tank was completed, and Chen Mo summoned yet another Golden Tier Skeleton Soldier. At this juncture, Chen Mo felt his mental energy waning, his head slightly heavy. He withdrew the Golden Tier Skeleton Soldier back into the summoning space. The combat prowess of his skeleton squad was already astonishing. Chen Mo deemed it prudent to keep the Golden Tier Skeleton Soldier concealed for the time being. He retrieved a blanket from his backpack and signaled the skeleton soldier to approach, relinquishing its weapon to accept the blanket. He instructed it to cover the gaping hole in the tent with the blanket. Then, he commanded the newly enhanced skeleton tank to take its position in the center of the camp, allowing its taunting aura to envelop the entire area. Thus, should any monsters attempt an assault, they would prioritize attacking the skeleton tank upon entering the camp. With all preparations complete, Chen Mo finally lay down in the tent, covering himself with the quilt that Ren Xiaowen had provided. He closed his eyes and drifted into slumber. Before dawn, while still lost in dreams, Chen Mo leveled up, reaching level 8. Defeated level 9 boss Goblin Chief, Golden Tier, earned 1440 experience points. Dungeon has been completed. Challenger may exit the dungeon at any time. Chen Mo opened his eyes, realizing that the dungeon had indeed concluded, and the skeleton soldiers had put forth commendable effort. He rolled over in his cozy bed, accessed his class panel, and began to allocate his points. Once again, he distributed the 15 attribute points by assigning 2 to physique and 13 to spirit. After this allocation, Chen Mo's attribute panel transformed into Name, Chen Mo. Class, Necromancer. Supreme Bone of 9 colors. God Tier Enhancement. Level, 8, 916. Physique, 24. Spirit, 103. Summoning Space, 1136. Skills, Skeleton Summoning, Golden Tier. Strike Aura, Golden Tier. Skeleton Summoning consumes 480 points of mental energy to summon a skeleton soldier, Golden Tier, to fight for you. Can be enhanced. Requires 800 points of mental energy. Description: The attributes of the skeleton soldier are influenced by the necromancer's attributes. Sacrificing a corpse can save 2/3 of the mental energy cost. Reducing the tier of the summoned skeleton soldier can decrease mental energy consumption. Strike Aura. Activating this aura can enhance the attack power of allied targets by 160. Can be enhanced. Requires 800 points of mental energy. Following the level up and point allocation, Chen Mo's health increased to 240 points, and his mental energy rose to 1030 points. His fundamental attributes could provide the skeleton soldiers with a combat attribute bonus of 240 health and 103 attack. With his mental energy restored, Chen Mo resolved to expend some of it to enhance the strike aura skill, thereby further augmenting the attack power of all skeleton soldiers and boosting their monster slaying speed. He chose to enhance the strike aura skill. After using the skill, Chen Mo's mental energy was reduced by 800 points, leaving him with 230 points. A golden light manifested, directly merging into the runes of the strike aura skill in his skill slot. The Dark Gold Tier Strike Aura skill enhancement was completed. Chapter 35, Dark Gold Tier Skill. Strike Aura. Dark Gold Tier. Activating this aura can enhance the attack power of allied targets by 320. Can be enhanced. Requires 1,600 points of mental energy. Upon seeing the description of the Strike Aura skill, even Chen Mo was taken aback. This aura skill tripled the attack power of all skeleton soldiers. Such auxiliary capability was undeniably formidable. Dark Gold Tier skills are exceedingly rare. Many high-ranking practitioners do not possess them. Most practitioners consider it an impressive feat to advance their skills to Silver Tier. Only those with exceptional innate talent or a family background can acquire Golden Tier skills. As for Dark Gold Tier or even higher tier skill books, they are coveted rare items, even among high-ranking practitioners. Yet here was Chen Mo, possessing a Golden Tier skill and a Dark Gold Tier skill at just level 8, thanks to his enhancement capabilities. The supremacy of his innate constitution was indeed terrifying. Chen Mo hurriedly opened his attribute panel to inspect the attributes of the skeleton archer. He wished to observe the effects of the strike aura enhancement. Spirit Bone Warrior, Wind. Qualification level, Silver Tier. Talent, Wind Swiftness. Level, 8. Health, 1170. Attack, 903, 215688. Skills, Basic Archery, none. Basic Archery, Black Iron Tier increases attack range by 30. Can be enhanced. Requires 100 points of mental energy. Wind Swiftness increases attack speed and movement speed by 60. Description: a skeleton soldier endowed with the Wind Swiftness talent and archery skills is undeniably a competent mobile artillery piece on the battlefield. Target can be enhanced. Requires materials: 15 kilograms of Golden Tier biological bones and 1 Wind Spirit Stone. Upon witnessing the attack power of the skeleton archer, even Chen Mo was astonished. An attack power of 903 points. The strike aura had indeed amplified its attack power by 688 points. At level 8, Chen Mo's health was only 240 points. If he were to face the skeleton archer, he would surely be dispatched in an instant. Such terrifying attack power, combined with the Wind Swiftness talent and the weapon's attack speed bonus, resulted in a staggering 90 increase in attack speed. The rapid firing rate, coupled with formidable attack power, would undoubtedly spell doom for any adversary. Now, Chen Mo possessed a Golden Tier skill and a Dark Gold Tier skill. This lavish skill configuration far surpassed that of most prodigies. Only those with exceptional talent or from prestigious families could hope to learn Golden Tier skills during their novice phase. Most practitioners begin modestly, gradually acquiring more resources in the later stages, allowing them to obtain better skill books and slowly advance or replace their existing skills. The gains from this endeavor were immense, effectively doubling the combat power of the skeleton soldiers. After reviewing the attribute panel, Chen Mo contentedly turned over, snuggling deeper into the quilt, and continued his slumber. As morning broke, sunlight streamed into the dense forest, slicing through the shadows. The air was fresh, imbued with the fragrance of vegetation. Another beautiful morning dawned. Su Qingxue awoke from her dreams, surprised to find the notification of the dungeon's completion. She opened her class panel and discovered that she had reached level 6. Completing a single dungeon had not only elevated her by 3 levels, but also significantly increased her experience to nearly 1/3. The Infernal Tier dungeon granted such abundant experience, though its difficulty was indeed high. She recalled the damage she dealt to the first small monster upon entering the dungeon. It was utterly insufficient. Had she faced the cat demon alone without assistance, she would undoubtedly have sustained injuries. The primary challenge of this dungeon was not merely the strength of individual monsters, but rather the treacherous environment of the forest, the cat demon's covert ambushes, and the swarming goblin tribes and camps. The Infernal Tier dungeon effectively simulated a genuine wilderness environment. In the wild, monsters do not engage in one-on-one duels. They swarm or strike from the shadows with the singular goal of ruthlessly eliminating their prey. This Infernal Tier dungeon was designed to acclimate practitioners to the true intensity and environment of the wilderness. In reality, wilderness monsters are not as large and scattered as those in the wild wolf territory. The encroachment of gray mist energy and the rampant growth of wild vegetation obscure the sky. The harshness of the wilderness environment far exceeds expectations, with most areas resembling high canopied forests and overgrown, abandoned towns. In the depths of the chasms and vast waters, amidst towering mountains and desolate steppes, monstrous creatures lurked and made their lairs. Even in the wild grasslands, these fiends roamed in packs, rendering it impossible for adventurers to tackle them one by one. The wilderness was fraught with peril at every turn. Hence, the Xianxin Empire mandated that adventurers must attain a level of 10 before being permitted to leave the city, allowing them to gradually acclimatize to the treacherous environment of the wild through dungeon runs. Otherwise, with the combat awareness of novice adventurers, recklessly venturing into the wilderness would lead to a significantly heightened mortality rate. Not long after Su Qingxue awoke, her companion Ren Xiaowen also opened her eyes. Their gazes met for a fleeting moment before they both quickly looked away. "Good morning, Xiaowen. I'm heading out first." Su Qingxue greeted her and hastily exited the tent. Once outside, both felt an awkward relief at no longer being confined in the same enclosed space. Hearing Su Qingxue speak, Bai Wei and Tang Yuemoon also woke up. Realizing that the dungeon had been completed, glancing at their attribute panels, they found themselves at level 8. Having followed Chen Mo through 3 dungeon runs, they had grown accustomed to such occurrences and no longer pondered it too deeply, as they had already been sufficiently astonished. Bai Wei rose and stepped out of the tent to begin her morning routine and prepare breakfast. Chen Mo had awakened during the night to allocate his experience points and had even acquired a dark gold level skill. He had not slept well, feeling the drain on his mental energy, and thus had indulged in a longer slumber. When he finally awoke, he found several girls gathered together for breakfast. With the lively presence of Tang Yuemoon, the atmosphere was quite harmonious. Upon noticing Chen Mo's awakening, Tang Yuemoon eagerly beckoned him over. "Good morning, brother Chen Mo. I made some boiled noodles for you. Come try them." Chen Mo acknowledged her with a nod, quickly washed up, and joined them, accepting the noodles from Tang Yuemoon and enjoying his breakfast. "After this, let us head home for a day's rest, and we can continue dungeon runs early tomorrow," he suggested. Their leveling speed had become remarkably swift. Just 4 days into the opening of the novice dungeon, they had already reached level 8. Most others were likely still at level 3, while even elite teams were around level 4. Unbeknownst to Chen Mo, their rapid advancement had already astonished both the city lord and the instructors from the academy. He merely contemplated their pace, far surpassing others, and thought it prudent to prepare for their next steps. Primarily, he wished to return home to restore his mental energy more rapidly and summon a few more golden-level skeleton soldiers to bolster his reserves. For the next dungeon, he intended to challenge the hellish-level zombie mine. Based on the experience calculations for hellish-level dungeons, Chen Mo estimated that another run would likely propel him to level 10. With his goal so close at hand, he felt no urgency, believing it wise to be adequately prepared. After all, safety was paramount, and a greater number of skeleton soldiers would provide additional assurance. Chapter 36. Visitors from the academy. Upon hearing Chen Mo's proposal, the girls unanimously expressed their agreement. They, too, wished to return to organize their gains and prepare further. Everyone understood that after one more dungeon run, this team would likely disband. Yet they all tacitly avoided addressing the matter. "Well, I think I want to continue with this team. I'll return to my previous group," Su Qingxue said, somewhat shy about lingering in this team for experience. Though reluctant, she voiced her decision. "Qingxue, please don't go. Our team has such great synergy. Since we get along so well, you should stay with us for future runs." Tang Yuemoon, quite fond of Su Qingxue, hurriedly interjected to persuade her to remain. Chen Mo then looked at Su Qingxue and added, "If you join us for one more run, we'll likely reach level 10. And then you can return to your original team." Hearing Chen Mo's suggestion, Su Qingxue blushed and nodded in agreement. After discussing, they finished breakfast and tidied their belongings. Chen Mo activated his summoning space and recalled all the skeleton soldiers. Together, they chose to exit the dungeon. Upon emerging, they were startled by the scene outside the dungeon. "Wow, look! Su Qingxue and the others are out," quickly informed the lord. "Hurry and call the family head." A throng of people awaited them outside, including members of the Tang, Ren, and Bai families, as well as guards from the city lord's residence. Upon seeing Chen Mo and his companions emerge from the dungeon, everyone displayed expressions of astonishment and hurriedly gathered around. The sight left Su Qingxue and her companions somewhat bewildered. Chen Mo vaguely surmised the cause. It was likely due to Su Qingxue, a focal point of attention in Yunhai City, abruptly switching teams to join his group. Having just reached level 3, she had accompanied them into the hellish-level dark forest dungeon. The staff, noticing this, checked the dungeon information and deemed it significant, thus reporting to the city lord, which resulted in the current situation. However, none of this concerned him. He intended to find an opportunity to slip away and return home for rest. The previous night, his tent had a hole, allowing wind to seep through. Though Chen Mo had draped a blanket over the gap with the help of a skeleton soldier, it hadn't sealed it well. Additionally, with his level rising and acquiring a dark gold skill during the night, he had felt a surge of excitement, leading to a less than restful night. As Chen Mo maneuvered through the crowded throng, attempting to make his exit, the city lord, accompanied by 2 dignitaries from the academy, rushed in from the hall. "Elder Xie, Elder Lu, that girl is Su Qingxue," the city lord announced, spotting Su Qingxue standing amidst the crowd. Relieved to see her safe, he promptly introduced her to the two elderly gentlemen behind him. Elder Xie Yonglin and Elder Lu Changsheng, who had traveled from the academy, had not fared well in their sleep the previous night. They had requested information regarding Chen Mo and his team from the city lord and spent most of the night analyzing it. They were perplexed by how a seemingly ordinary team, consisting of 3 spirit bone level and 1 mundane bone level members, could so thoroughly dominate numerous elites and achieve such rapid leveling. They had even shattered the national record for leveling speed. Moreover, they had managed to find time to return home for a night's rest amidst their dungeon runs, which was utterly incomprehensible. Now, upon hearing the city lord's introduction, both elders felt a sense of anticipation. This girl is remarkable. She has managed to stay in the hellish level dark forest at level 3 for such an extended period, Elder Xie remarked appreciatively, observing Su Qingxue, who seemed lost in thought among the crowd. It's impressive that she has withstood an entire night there. Her will and potential are indeed commendable. Meanwhile, Director Lu Changsheng from Zhongdu Academy also expressed satisfaction, both men feeling a sense of eagerness. Based on their findings from the previous day, they speculated whether this team had possibly cleared the dungeon. If they could conquer a hellish level dungeon at their current level, it would undoubtedly be an extraordinary achievement. Enough to astonish the entire community of adventurers across the nation. As they conversed, they approached the forefront of the crowd, which parted to allow the city lord and the 2 academy officials to advance to Su Qingxue. Qingxue, allow me to introduce you to these 2 esteemed gentlemen, Dean Xie from the Divine River Academy and Director Lu from the Zhongdu Academy. They arrived yesterday and have been waiting for you until now. Upon hearing their esteemed identities, the crowd erupted into whispers of astonishment. Wow, 2 prestigious academies have come to seek out Su Qingxue. How enviable. With her exceptional root bone quality at the top-tier Dao bone level, it's only natural for her to receive such attention. One wonders which academy Su Qingxue will choose. She is surely on the brink of soaring to great heights. Indeed, gaining admission to a top-tier academy essentially signifies entry into the upper echelons of society. How enviable. I wonder what kind of partner she prefers. Shall we inquire about it? But we are women, aren't we? So what if we are? As long as I can be with her, I would accept anything. Upon hearing Lord Ho's introduction, Su Qingxue hurriedly approached the 2 elders and offered a polite bow. Haha, splendid. Classmate Qingxue, let us converse upon our return, Dean Xie remarked, visibly pleased by Qingxue's courtesy. Many prodigies, upon awakening their extraordinary talents, often become arrogant and dismissive, lacking the humility that comes from real-world experience. As the vice president of a top-tier academy, he had encountered many such individuals. However, witnessing Su Qingxue awaken to the pinnacle of top-tier Dao bone quality while maintaining her genuine humility and grace elevated his regard for her even further. He silently resolved to bring her back to the academy at all costs. He exchanged a knowing glance with Lu Changsheng, who was simultaneously looking in his direction. The 2 old foxes shared an unspoken understanding. Qingxue, after a day and night of dungeon grinding, you must be quite exhausted. There is still ample time before the assessment. No need to overexert yourself. You should tackle the hellish level dungeon once your levels are higher. With your innate talent, you should be able to clear it next time. Director Lu from the Zhongdu Academy said, noticing that Su Qingxue was rather quiet after exiting the dungeon. He assumed she had not cleared it and was feeling down. So he hurriedly offered words of comfort to bolster his rapport with her. Director Lu, we have indeed cleared the dungeon. We have just emerged, Su Qingxue, feeling a bit anxious in this situation, explained softly. What? You cleared it? The 2 elderly gentlemen were taken aback, while Lord Ho stared at Su Qingxue in disbelief. Is that even possible? A party of 4 level 5s accompanied by a level 3 successfully completed a hellish level dungeon? No such feat had ever been accomplished by the multitude of prodigies across the country. This was simply extraordinary. After a moment of stunned silence, Lord Ho quickly made his way to the entrance of the Dark Forest dungeon, utilizing his authority as the city lord to check the dungeon records. Hellish level dungeon clearance record. Clearance time, 22 hours and 46 minutes. Challengers, Chen Mo, Su Qingxue, Bai Wei, Tang Yuanyue, Ren Xiaowen. They truly cleared it? A team of 4 level 5 players, accompanied by a mere level 3? How could they have completed the hellish level dungeon of the Dark Forest? Upon seeing the clearance record, Lord Ho found it almost unbelievable. Having served in Yunhai City for 5 years, he was quite familiar with this novice dungeon. Hellish level dungeons were teeming with elite grade monsters that excelled at ambushing and gang assaults. The hellish level dungeon resembled the harsh realities of the wilderness. Goblin monsters would not engage in one-on-one duels with adventurers. If you struck down one goblin, it would call upon its brethren, summoning the entire encampment to retaliate. With so many level 5 elite grade monsters swarming, how could a team of 4 level 5s and 1 level 3 possibly withstand such an onslaught? The boss of the Dark Forest dungeon was a level 6 golden grade goblin chieftain, particularly adept at summoning minions for group attacks. It could call forth a horde of bronze and even silver grade subordinates to join the fray. Moreover, the goblin chieftain itself possessed magical attacks. How could they possibly triumph over such an adversary? This was utterly preposterous. While others challenging hellish-level dungeons were typically at the pinnacle level 6, equipped with optimal gear and supplies, and had teammates of at least spirit bone grade, what were they thinking? Lord Ho glanced at Chen Mo, who was attempting to discreetly slip away from the gathering. A mere mortal-level weakling without even novice gear. Was this truly a combatant? Or was it merely the 3 spirit bone grade adventurers who enabled 2 mere bystanders to clear a hellish-level dungeon? Lord Ho was equally perplexed, struggling to comprehend the situation. Let us all proceed to the Lord's mansion to understand the circumstances better, Dean Xie suggested, noticing that the crowd was growing increasingly dense in the dungeon hall. Lord Ho snapped back to reality at this reminder. He quickly signaled the guards to inform Chen Mo and the others to accompany them to the Lord's mansion. If they did not act swiftly, that boy would surely escape. Chen Mo had originally intended to discreetly take his leave since everyone's attention was captivated by Su Qingxue and her companions. However, upon hearing the guards explaining their intent, he reluctantly followed them out of the hall and into the carriage. It seemed that one could not attract too much attention. Simply completing a dungeon with Su Qingxue had now made it impossible for him to return home. Chen Mo reminded himself once more that these were valuable lessons to be learned from others' experiences. At the Lord's mansion, upon hearing Bai Wei's account, Lord Ho and the 2 visiting elders were left utterly speechless. Bai, are you implying that you hardly contributed? And most of the monsters were defeated by Chen Mo's summoned creatures? Upon receiving Bai Wei's nod of affirmation, their gazes shifted toward the quietly seated Chen Mo, who appeared lost in thought. Dean Xie and Director Liu had already been informed by Lord Ho that this young man was responsible for the celestial phenomena at the job transfer square, a hidden profession. Chen Mo, might you summon your creature for us to observe? Lord Ho inquired. Before returning to the mansion, he had already gathered information about several individuals and was aware of their current levels. The nature of Chen Mo's summoned creature must indeed be extraordinary, otherwise, given their team's apparent strength, even clearing a difficult level dungeon would prove challenging, let alone a hellish level 1. As Lord Ho posed his question, Chen Mo felt an unsettling familiarity, reminiscent of the headmaster's inquiry just days prior when he had been asked to summon a skeleton for inspection, only for it to be sent flying. Dismissing those thoughts, Chen Mo nodded and opened the summoning space, releasing a standard silver-grade skeleton soldier. The black vortex of the summoning space opened, and a skeleton soldier clad in armor, wielding a novice sword and shield, emerged, its eyes ablaze with green flames. Chen Mo set the viewing permissions for the skeleton soldier, displaying its attributes before the assembled audience. Spirit Bone Warrior. Quality level, Silver. Talent, None. Level, 8. Health, 970. Attack, 177. Description: a silver-level skeleton soldier, having transcended the cannon fodder stage, now represents a core force. Target can be enhanced, requiring 15 kilograms of golden-grade biological bones. Of course, the last piece of information was not visible to outsiders. Only Chen Mo, with his godly enhancement abilities, could perceive it. The shocking attributes of the skeleton soldier left everyone in the room utterly astounded. After reviewing the details, Su Qingxue quickly opened her own attribute panel for comparison. Name: Su Qingxue. Profession: Frost Archer. Root Bone level: Top Tier Dao Bone. Level: 6, 1016. Physique: 66. Spirit: 10. Skills: Frost Arrow, Golden Grade. Advanced Archery, Silver Grade. Ice Arrow. Infuses the power of frost into the arrows, dealing additional magical damage upon striking a target, and reducing the target's movement speed by 50. Advanced Archery enables the use of bows for attacks, increasing attack range by 120. Su Qingxue, having gained 9 attribute points per level, has allocated all of them to her physique. Now at level 6. Her foundational attributes combined with her equipment yield combat statistics of 760 health and 90 attack. In stark contrast, the skeletal soldier boasts 970 health and 177 attack, revealing a significant disparity, particularly in attack power, where the skeletal soldier's prowess nearly doubles hers, despite wielding merely a novice whiteboard weapon. Observing the million-valued bronze-tier weapon strapped to her back, Su Qingxue feels a sense of incredulity. As a Dao Bone-level practitioner, her combat attributes surprisingly fall short of a mere skeletal soldier. It's no wonder that such creatures can easily clear dungeons and vanquish foes, she muses. Teng Yuanhua, Bai Wei, and Rin Xiaowen are encountering the attributes of the skeletal soldier for the first time, although they have previously witnessed its formidable combat capabilities during dungeon runs. The revelation of actual statistics proves even more staggering. They are aware that this skeletal soldier is not even a part of Chen Mo's main fighting force, merely a guardian for safety. They wonder how extraordinarily powerful the skeletal archer's attributes might be. However, no one vocalizes their thoughts, having spent considerable time together. They understand that Chen Mo dislikes drawing attention to himself. Had there not been an urgent need for explanation, he likely would not have disclosed the skeletal soldier's attributes at all. Chapter 38. Contesting recruitment of Su Qingxue. The Lord of Ho City had previously heard of Chen Mo, a practitioner of the hidden class of ordinary bone level. He had gleaned some information from reports regarding the incident of the high-ranking official launching the skeletal skull into the air. Now, he contemplates the immense force required to send such a skull flying. Was this a test of a novice's summoned creature? Or was it an act of provocation? If this young man harbors a grudge, he may face repercussions in the future. The Lord of Host City suddenly feels the need to witness certain matters firsthand, having nearly been deceived by his subordinates' reports. Given the combat prowess of this skeletal soldier, even if the summoner possesses only an ordinary bone level, it merits an increase in investment. He begins to reconsider the modest 1 million subsidy he had allocated. The two representatives from the academy, Vice Dean Xie and Director Liu, are equally bewildered. Is it true that such a prodigy exists in Yunhai City, yet you keep it under wraps? Are you willing to forego such a significant achievement? Xie Yonglin feels his visit to Yunhai City was indeed worthwhile. Su Qingxue, a practitioner of superior Dao Bone with rare class, possesses exceptional talent, a gentle demeanor, and a calm, collected disposition. She is polite and diligent, qualities he greatly admires. To then discover another prodigious newcomer is astonishing. The level 8 summoned creature exhibits such exaggerated combat attributes that it surpasses even Su Qingxue. Moreover, it can lead a level 5 team through a hellish 36-level dungeon. Its leveling speed has shattered national records, confirming the skeletal soldier's combat abilities are genuine and battle-tested. Should this young man continue to grow, his potential is limitless. With this in mind, he becomes increasingly excited. Lord of Host City, do you have any information on this student Chen? Just as the Lord of Host City is about to nod, he realizes that despite having ordered Chen Mo to submit a professional information report every 5 levels, the young man's rapid advancement and continuous dungeon forays have left him unable to comply. As the Lord opens his mouth to speak, Chen Mo stands and retrieves a document from his backpack, presenting it. Lord of Host City, here is my professional information report, comprising 2 copies, one for level 1 and another for level 5. Chen Mo hands over the documents, explaining that he had prepared them in advance, having received substantial hidden class subsidies. He believes in fulfilling obligations, as it is one of his principles. The Lord of Host City receives the documents and passes them to the 2 elders from the academy. Upon reviewing the report, Xie Yonglin discovers that Chen Mo's bone level is merely average. Realization dawns upon him. No wonder he had not heard of this individual prior to arriving in Yunhai City. Who would have guessed that a summoner with such formidable combat capabilities possesses only an average bone level? The report reveals that Chen Mo's summoned creatures can not only gain levels by slaying monsters, but also enhance their attributes. The silver tier skeletal soldier, for instance, has ascended from the ordinary tier through such battles. After perusing Chen Mo's professional information, Vice Dean Xie cannot help but feel a sense of regret. Such a powerful hidden profession seems squandered on someone with such mediocre bone attributes. At this moment, he finds himself conflicted. A profession of such strength certainly qualifies for special recruitment, yet the summoner himself lacks the qualifications to enroll in their academy. To recruit or not to recruit? After contemplating for a while, Vice Dean Xie resolves to observe further. He fears that the potential of this young man's summoned creature might be exhausted, ceasing to improve after reaching the silver level, while the summoner's own weaknesses are glaringly evident. In actual combat, should the summoner become a target, he would likely meet his demise swiftly. In the later stages, he would inevitably be surpassed by talents like Su Qingxue of Daobone level, who would not hesitate to focus their attacks on the summoner himself. A few arrows could easily vanquish him. Should he recruit this individual, it might turn into a source of ridicule for the academy. While Vice Dean Xie deliberates, Director Liu finishes reviewing Chen Mo's information, casting a conflicted glance at him without uttering a word. The Lord of Host City, having gathered sufficient information, now comprehends the reasons behind Chen Mo's team's rapid leveling. With matters concluded, he announces a significant decision. Every newcomer who successfully clears the hellish dungeon will receive a reward of 5 million in funding, intended to motivate novice practitioners to strive for excellence. This award has long existed, with newcomers attempting the challenge each year. However, few have succeeded. Even in the hellish, level 13, Wild Wolf Wilderness dungeon, the overwhelming hordes of wolves can instill despair. Those capable of conquering such a dungeon are undoubtedly extraordinary individuals, making this a form of scholarship for top-tier students. Once the Lord of Host City finishes speaking, he gestures for Su Qingxue to remain while indicating to the others that they may leave. Upon hearing that they can return home, Chen Mo opens the summoning space to withdraw the skeletal soldier and rises to depart, feeling exhilarated. It seems that today was not in vain. Unexpectedly, clearing a hellish dungeon comes with a scholarship reward. The sum exceeds his previous savings, indicating that he can enhance the skeletal soldier's strength once more tonight. As Chen Mo and his companions exit, Vice Dean Xie puts aside his thoughts and turns to Su Qingxue, seated somewhat uneasily on the couch, and offers a warm smile. Qingxue, allow me to introduce myself once more. I am Xie Yonglin, the Vice Dean of Shinhao Academy, and I extend a sincere invitation for you to join us. I have secured the highest S-grade treatment level for you, and I hope you will consider it. Seeing that Xie Yonglin had begun to recruit individuals, Director Liu, who was seated nearby, could no longer remain idle. Qingxue, I am Lu Changsheng, the director of the admissions office at Zhongdu Academy. Our institution is one of the prestigious 4 academies of the Xianqin Empire, and you will undoubtedly receive the finest training here. Furthermore, I have already submitted an application on your behalf, which will not only grant you S-rank student privileges, but also provide you with accommodation within the academy. You may bring your mother to live with you, and we will assist in securing her a position within the institution. What do you think? Upon hearing Director Lu's enticing offer, Xie Yonglin was apprehensive that Su Qingxue might accept on the spot, prompting him to interject hastily. Lu Changsheng, how shameless. Qingxue, our academy can also enhance your living arrangements. Your mother need not work, as we would provide her with a family allowance. Hey, you old scoundrel. Who are you calling shameless? Oh, you dare to insult me? Chapter 39, The Golden Level Archer. As the 2 admissions officers from the academy engaged in a heated argument over Su Qingxue, Chen Mo had already returned home by car. It was now midday. He checked his account and confirmed that the scholarship had indeed been credited. The mayor, Ho, had personally intervened, and the efficiency was commendable. Opening the refrigerator, he found it nearly bare. After spending the last few days grinding monsters in dungeons, he had little time to procure ingredients. He pulled out his phone and casually ordered takeout. Sitting on the sofa, he noticed his mental energy had significantly recovered. He decided to first utilize the skeleton summoning skill, summoning forth a golden level skeleton soldier. The summoning array activated, consuming 480 points of his mental energy. A skeleton soldier, its body glimmering like jade and its skull ablaze with blue soul flames, emerged from the black vortex above the array. Chen Mo opened the panel to examine the skeleton soldier's attributes. Spirit Bone General. Quality level, golden. Talent, none. Level, 8. Health, 1370. Attack, 205. Description, a golden level skeleton soldier. An indispensable force within the necromantic army. Enhancement target, requires 15 kilograms of dark gold biological bones. This marked Chen Mo's 2nd golden level skeleton soldier. With combat attributes potent enough to challenge bosses in hell-level dungeons. His summoning capacity had increased to 1236. Observing the stats of this ordinary golden level skeleton soldier, Chen Mo felt a surge of anticipation. He wondered how formidable his skeleton archer would become upon reaching the golden level. Excited, he opened the multiverse mall for a brief perusal, only to close the interface in disappointment. It seemed his hopes had been overly ambitious. The scholarship funds were insufficient for purchasing enhancement materials for the skeleton archer. Enhancing the skeleton archer was out of the question. He decided to finish his meal, engage in meditation for recovery, and continue summoning skeleton soldiers to fill his summoning space more pragmatically. Before long, the takeout arrived. After eating, he planned to rest for a while before resuming his meditation. Suddenly, his phone rang with account notifications. Chen Mo picked it up and was astonished to find his balance had skyrocketed to over 25 million. He hurriedly tapped to check the details. The funds were transferred by Bai Wei and her companions. Just as he finished reading the information, Tang Ye called. Chen Mo, did you receive our transfer? We didn't contribute to the hell-level dungeon run. You did all the work. We can't accept your money. So Sister Qingxue and I decided to send it all to you. Please don't refuse. Before Chen Mo could articulate his refusal, he was interrupted by Tang Ye's rapid-fire words, and the call ended. After a moment's contemplation, he chose not to return the call to decline. He genuinely needed the money. The trio hailed from prestigious families of professionals and had never lacked for anything. Su Qingxue, on the other hand, had likely experienced a modest upbringing until her awakening of the Dao-level root, which had since provided her with an abundance of resources. Adorned in black iron gear and wielding a bronze-level longbow, her equipment alone was conservatively estimated to be worth over 20 million. Since the money had already been transferred, returning it would be awkward for both parties. He resolved to express his gratitude later. Chen Mo dismissed his concerns and reopened the multiverse mall, purchasing 15 kilograms of golden-level beast bones from the Wind Eagle and a Wind Crystal. The Wind Crystal was a high-tier extraordinary material dropped by the death of advanced Wind-type beasts. After confirming the transaction, he watched as his account, once boasting over 25 million, dwindled to less than a million. This sensation was something Chen Mo had never experienced before. He had previously hesitated over purchases costing mere dozens, yet now, with millions at his disposal, he spent it all without a second thought. The prices for professional-grade items were indeed exorbitant. Having completed his purchases, Chen Mo no longer dwelled on the matter. He retrieved the golden-level beast bones and Wind Crystal from his bag. Opening the summoning space, he released the skeleton archer and selected the enhancement option. A golden light enveloped the skeleton archer as the beast bones and Wind Crystal in Chen Mo's grasp transformed into powder, swirling around the skeleton archer before settling upon its bones. The skeleton archer shimmered with golden radiance until the light finally dissipated. In Chen Mo's perception, the skeleton archer had undergone a remarkable transformation. The green flame within its skull had shifted to a blue soul flame, and its skeletal structure was no longer the translucent white of jade, but had taken on the hue of the Wind Crystal, appearing as if it were glowing. However, due to the skeleton archer donning full armor, the differences were not immediately apparent from the exterior. Chen Mo accessed the panel to check the skeleton archer's new attributes. Spirit Bone General, Wind. Quality level, Golden. Talent, Blessing of the Wind. Level, 8. Health, 1440. Attack, 1016, 242774. Skill, Basic Archery, None. Basic Archery, Black Iron level increases attack range by 30. Can be enhanced, requires 100 mental energy points. Blessing of the Wind, increases attack and movement speed by 120. Description, a golden level skeleton soldier endowed with the Blessing of the Wind and proficient in archery, a truly terrifying mobile artillery on the battlefield. Enhancement target, requires 15 kilograms of dark gold biological bones and a wind core. With the enhancement, the skeleton archer's speed talent surged to 120, a rarity among monsters of the same tier. Given its speed, as long as space permitted, it should be capable of single-handedly confronting most golden level monsters. Coupled with Chen Mo's attribute bonuses and the terrifying 320 attack power boost from the strike aura skill, he felt confident that the current skeleton archer could hold its own against an elite dark gold level monster of the same rank. Upon elevating the skeleton archer to golden level, a new skill slot was unlocked. However, Chen Mo currently had no suitable skill targets to select, so he resolved to observe first, determining which aspect of the skeleton archer required enhancement before making a skill choice. At present, Chen Mo commanded 12 skeleton soldiers, including 3 golden level and 9 silver level skeleton soldiers, with a summoning capacity of 1236. Among them, he had enhanced 1 silver level skeleton tank with a physique upgrade and 1 golden level skeleton archer with a speed upgrade. The strength of his skeleton squad was now nearly complete. He merely needed to increase their numbers to fill the summoning space and solidify his skeleton army. Before reaching level 10 and departing from the city, it would be prudent to acquire a life-saving skill. Chen Mo pondered carefully, contemplating what additional preparations were necessary. Suddenly, he recalled that tomorrow he would be tackling the zombie mine dungeon, necessitating the presence of skeletal soldiers to absorb the brunt of the enemy's attacks. Given that the dungeon was of inferno difficulty, it would be teeming with elite-level zombies. According to the materials provided by the school, the zombies within the mine not only possessed formidable strength and high defenses, but they also released corpse poison upon death. It would be beneficial to have several skeletal soldiers take turns absorbing the damage. Nevertheless, it would be ideal to have a primary skeletal tank available at all times. Chapter 40. Enhancing the Shield, Crafting the Skeletal Tank. Chen Mo opened the summoning space. A silver-tier skeletal tank emerged from the swirling black vortex. Currently, this skeletal tank was equipped with only basic gear, wielding a novice's longsword and shield. Such equipment and attributes were far from adequate. Under the assault of the zombie monstrosities, it would likely falter. With over 1 million in his account, Chen Mo realized that upgrading the skeletal tank to golden tier would be financially unfeasible. Thus, he had to devise a strategy regarding its equipment. His objective this time was to enhance the shield it wielded, nurturing it as the primary tank. After reviewing the materials required for shield enhancement, Chen Mo promptly placed an order in the universal marketplace. Once the materials were procured and payment confirmed, he directed his focus to the shield held by the skeletal tank and chose to utilize the enhancement capability. A golden light enveloped him, merging with the materials into the shield. Chen Mo reinforced the shield 3 times in succession, elevating it to silver tier. Now, the shield wielded by the skeletal soldier had undergone a significant transformation. It now stood over 1 meter tall, predominantly black, with a tapered bottom and a broad top, exuding an air of formidable heft, effectively safeguarding the skeletal tank behind it. Chen Mo examined the shield's attributes. Rock Shield Tower, Equipment Tier, Silver, Level 5, Equipment Trait, Block Rate increased to 40, Durability, 400-400, Soulbound. Chen Mo, Description, a robust shield designed specifically for positional defense. The tapered section can be embedded into the ground to alleviate defensive pressure. Enhancement possible, requires 5 kilograms of golden tier material meteorite iron. Unlike other equipment, the shield did not augment the combat attributes of the wielder, but it possessed a block success rate attribute akin to a fighter's evasion attribute. When the wielder successfully blocks an attack with the shield, it signifies that the shield has effectively served its purpose, mitigating the damage sustained by the fighter behind it, possibly even rendering them immune to harm. However, if the opposing forces are excessively disparate in strength, the defender may still be injured or the shield could be shattered if the attack exceeds its durability threshold, resulting in a complete loss of durability. Conversely, a block failure indicates that the shield has failed to protect the wielder, who would then suffer the entirety of the incoming damage. Therefore, mastering the use of the shield skill to maximize the block rate and minimize damage taken is an essential capability for a competent tank specialist. After enhancing the skeletal tank shield, Chen Mo found himself with only a little over 100,000 left in his savings. The transition from once feeling pained at spending a few thousand to now effortlessly disbursing over 20 million for the enhancement of a golden tier skeletal archer marked a significant psychological shift since becoming a professional. However, the rewards from this expenditure were substantial. The sensation of power enhancement was undeniably gratifying. For a professional, possessing immense wealth pales in comparison to one's genuine combat prowess. Gazing at the skeletal tank, with its skull aglow with green soul flames, brandishing the formidable black shield, and adorned in armor, Chen Mo nodded in satisfaction. With this formidable ally, his safety would undoubtedly increase. After further examining the attributes of the skeletal tank, he withdrew the skeletal soldiers and sat on his bed to recuperate his mental energy. The enhancement objective had been accomplished, leaving only one remaining task, to replenish the summoning space and augment the number of skeletal soldiers. Upon checking the summoning space, which currently contained 236 units, he realized that a significant portion remained to be filled. If completed, how terrifyingly powerful would such a multitude of skeletal soldiers become under the amplification of the dark golden aura skill? Filled with motivation, Chen Mo promptly closed his eyes and began to meditate. Meanwhile, Su Qingxue, following the counsel of the city lord, departed from the lord's manor, planning to return home in the afternoon to deliberate on which academy to choose. Upon her exit, the two elderly gentlemen, who had been fervently disputing, finally calmed their excited emotions before departing the city lord's office to return to their respective residences. Once outside, Dean Xie picked up the phone and dialed Su Qingxue's number. "Hello, is this student Qingxue? This is Xie Yonglin, the vice dean of Shen Academy." Seated in the car on her way home, Su Qingxue recognized the voice of Vice Dean Xie and hurriedly responded in a hushed tone. "Hello, Vice Dean Xie. This is Su Qingxue. Indeed, I have something I wish to discuss with you." After concluding the call, without hesitation, Su Qingxue promptly dialed the city lord's number. Having just heard Vice Dean Xie's proposal, she had decisively chosen to join Shen Academy. With her decision made, it was only natural to inform the city lord. The reason for her swift choice was due to Vice Dean Xie's confidential assurance that, although top-tier academies typically do not enroll ordinary bone-tier professionals, he would provide Chen Mo with an opportunity should he rank within the top 30 in the academy's assessments. Thus, without hesitation, Su Qingxue opted for Shen Academy. Upon learning of her decision, Xie Yonglin was filled with delight. The astute Dean Xie had sensed Su Qingxue's intentions when he heard she had abruptly withdrawn from her previous team to join Chen Mo's. He had long been ambivalent about admitting Chen Mo into Shen Academy. Observing his current achievements, it was evident that he was exceptionally talented, capable of outshining all the prominent figures nationwide. Yet, there lingered a fear that Chen Mo's foundational skills might be insufficient, limiting his potential. Therefore, Dean Xie had taken a chance by discussing the matter with Su Qingxue. To his astonishment, she readily agreed to join Shen Academy. Hearing Su Qingxue's earnest tone, Dean Xie was reminded of his own youthful days, filled with pure and beautiful emotions. For someone he admired, he was equally willing to give everything. With Su Qingxue's decision to join Shen Academy, Dean Xie initially planned to depart immediately with her to report to the academy. However, he had numerous matters to attend to and had already delayed his departure from Yunhai City for the sake of personally recruiting Su Qingxue. Yet, at her insistence, he acquiesced to wait until she and Chen Mo completed the zombie mine dungeon before they set off for the academy together. After all, he had witnessed the combat attributes of Chen Mo's summoned soldiers. Compared to the inferno level difficulty, the bosses in the zombie mine dungeon would not be significantly different. Furthermore, Su Qingxue had informed him that Chen Mo possessed a total of 10 such summoning units. With such a formidable array of skeletal soldiers to protect her, Dean Xie felt relatively reassured regarding Su Qingxue's safety. Even if they found themselves in the midst of the inferno-level zombie mine dungeon and sensed overwhelming odds, let the skeletal soldiers bear the brunt of the assault ahead, thus granting them precious time to flee. This is certainly feasible. However, for the sake of prudence, Dean Xie entrusted Su Qingxue with a teleportation scroll, advising her to utilize it promptly should she encounter peril within the dungeon. As for that rascal Chen Mo, Dean Xie had already given his word to Su Qingxue and would not renege on it. It would be wise to first observe his performance during the academy assessments before making any further judgments. Chapter 41, The Skeletal Rickshaw. Meanwhile, the admissions officers from the other two academies, Blood Battle Academy and Xianhua Academy, arrived in Yunhai City that very afternoon. Upon their arrival, they unexpectedly encountered Director Liu from the admissions office of Zhongdu Academy, who was preparing to depart. Upon hearing Liu's news that Lord Ho had just informed him of Su Qingxue's decision to join Shenhua Academy, they felt compelled to leave without delay, hastening towards the next city. This was their busiest season, with prodigious talents emerging in various cities. They needed to make contact and recruit within the briefest time frame, lest they find themselves outpaced by other academies, as had occurred that very day. However, only those of exceptional caliber would experience such early recruitment. As for those of spirit bone level, they might as well participate in the academy assessments, while those of bone level should refrain from even attempting to enter the academy and instead seek work with a hunting team or enlist in the military at the border, where they could earn merit points more practically. In the borderlands, advancement was primarily contingent on the merits gained from slaying monsters, so the sooner they arrived, the sooner they could rise through the ranks. With the current trend of youthful leadership, Those who arrived late would struggle to compete with their younger counterparts. Having selected her academy, Su Qingxue returned home to share the news with her mother. She was exempt from the academy assessments and would, in a couple of days, accompany Dean Xie to the academy after completing the dungeon. Dean Xie had already contacted the academy to arrange housing for the mother-daughter duo. Su Qingxue's mother, who had been raising her alone, was overwhelmed with emotion upon hearing the news, tears of joy streaming down her face. They began to pack their belongings, preparing to relocate to Shinha City in a couple of days. Su Qingxue pondered whether Chen Mo would also attend Shinha Academy and if they would have the chance to meet again. In a spacious assembly workshop, Tang Yuanyue sat munching on potato chips, observing her oil-stained friend Ren Xiaowen. Xiaowen, aren't you tired? Come take a break, she called out. Ren Xiaowen looked up from her tools, shaking her head. I still need to wait a bit longer. I must upgrade the core of this mechanical beast. I've procured the materials and should be able to elevate it to silver level soon. You should rest, Yuanyue. Tang Yuanyue, feeling a bit bored but understanding the importance of her friend's work, replied, All right, Xiaowen, you keep at it. I'll go check on Sister Wei. She has been in the training room since her return, practicing for hours now. Since you all have your tasks, I'll prepare some food for you. Rising, she made her way to the nearby training room. Inside, Bai Wei was diligently practicing combat techniques, wielding a wooden sword as she battled against training dummies. Her fitted training attire was drenched in sweat, accentuating her athletic form. Sister Wei, I've come to see you. Is there anything you'd like to eat? I can go buy it for you. Tang Yuanyue called as she entered the training room. Spotting her friend, Bai Wei paused her training, wiping the sweat from her brow with a towel. Yuanyue, you arrived just in time. I've completed my training regimen and now have the opportunity to coach you. Let us begin your reaction speed training. What speed training? As a healer, do I really need that? Tang Yuanyue was taken aback. Bai Wei fixed her with a stern gaze. Hurry over for training. During combat, it's your responsibility to ensure the safety of the entire team. Sluggish reaction times are unacceptable. If you don't train and you falter while casting protective spells, I won't let you off easily. Fine then, Tang Yuanyue sighed. Her spirits dampened as she trudged into the training room. Had I known it would be like this, I wouldn't have come, she grumbled internally. Before long, the day passed. After breakfast, Chen Mo noted that his mental energy had significantly recovered and consumed another 480 points of mental power to cast the skeleton summoning skill, successfully summoning a golden level skeletal soldier. His summoning space now held a total of 1,336 slots, including the newly upgraded golden level skeletal archer. He now possessed 4 golden level skeletal soldiers and 9 silver level skeletal soldiers. Opening his summoning space to stow away the skeletal soldiers, he descended the stairs. Upon reaching the ground floor, he found an unoccupied area and waved his hand. A spatial vortex opened, and a silver-level skeletal soldier emerged. It harnessed the skeletal rickshaw, carrying Chen Mo towards the suburban dungeon hall. With his account funds dwindling, he decided to be frugal. If a free transport was available, he would not waste money on a ride. Pulling up the canopy, he concealed himself within the rickshaw, shielding himself from the curious gazes of passers-by. After completing this dungeon run, he resolved to modify the rickshaw, at the very least to improve privacy. While seated, he continued to meditate, seizing the opportunity to restore his mental energy. He still needed to summon more skeletal soldiers to fill his summoning quota. At the entrance of the suburban dungeon hall, Dean Xie accompanied Su Qingxue to the venue. Having little to attend to in Yunhai City over the past 2 days, he awaited Su Qingxue's completion of the zombie mine dungeon before escorting her out of the city and back to Shinha Academy. Thus, he had arranged transportation to accompany her for this dungeon run. A talent of high caliber would be greatly valued in any academy, and with her joining Shinha Academy, it was only fitting that he accord her the attention she deserved. Just as he stood at the entrance, preparing to bid farewell to Su Qingxue, an astonishing sight unfolded before him, causing him to widen his eyes in disbelief, nearly causing him to tug at his beard in astonishment. A skeleton soldier clad in armor, its eyes aflame with green fire, was sprinting down the road, pulling a rickshaw. The clattering of its metallic armor reverberated as it moved swiftly, seemingly unaffected by its weight. It raced forward, the sound of its armor resembling a bell, alerting pedestrians along the way. The rickshaw-as canopy obscured the view inside, leaving the occupants shrouded in mystery. Was that not Chen Mo's summoned creature? Realizing this, Dean Xie couldn't help but chuckle. The lad certainly knew how to have fun. Chen Mo, lost in deep thought upon the seat, remained oblivious to his surroundings. The skeletal soldier moved with remarkable speed, soon arriving at the entrance of the dungeon hall. Gradually slowing, it came to a halt and lowered the rickshaw. Chen Mo opened his eyes, surveying the astonished onlookers who stood agape at the entrance. Quickly rising, he disembarked from the rickshaw, covering his face and summoning the skeletal soldier and rickshaw back into his space. He then hastened towards the hall. Chapter 42, Miss? Don't you have a strategy for the dungeon? This spectacle left Dean Xie in a state of bemusement, torn between laughter and disbelief. So this is how you choose to play it, is it? You still possess a sense of modesty? You certainly waste no opportunity to utilize your summons to their fullest potential. Chen Mo, oblivious to Dean Xie's bemused expression, spotted Su Qingxue and her companion upon stepping down and greeted them before promptly entering the dungeon hall. Upon witnessing this, Su Qingxue bid farewell to Dean Xie and hurriedly followed suit. At that moment, Tang Yueme and Bai Wei had already arrived at the dungeon hall, sitting at the entrance of the zombie mine dungeon, awaiting their comrades. Chen Mo, upon seeing them, swiftly made his way to the entrance of the zombie mine dungeon. However, he did not anticipate that the situation within the hall was hardly better than outside. As they arrived at the registration desk for the zombie mine dungeon, they instantly became the center of attention. The hall was eerily quiet, with everyone staring at them in astonishment. Today marked only the 5th day since the novice dungeon had been opened. In such a short span, even elite-level adventurers could only manage to reach around level 4, which was already considered a remarkable achievement. As a character's level progresses, the rate of advancement slows considerably. Those who could reach level 10 within a month were elite adventurers capable of participating in academy assessments. Most ordinary adventurers would be quite content to reach level 8 in a month. As for achieving level 10 to meet the criteria for leaving the city, it typically required at least a month and a half for an average adventurer. Yet, here they were, merely 5 days in, and they had already reached level 6. Preparing to challenge the zombie mine dungeon? Such a pace of advancement seemed utterly outrageous. Many students who had just exited the dungeon were unaware that Chen Mo and his companions had already cleared the Inferno-level Dark Forest dungeon the previous day. Now, as everyone gazed at them in disbelief while they registered at the entrance of the zombie mine dungeon, the presence of Su Qingxue in their party provided some reassurance to the onlookers. Was this the very distinction between us and the prodigies? Indeed, the world is never devoid of talent. They were already of superior lineage and yet displayed such relentless determination in slaying monsters. How many creatures must they have vanquished to reach level 6? In just 5 days, had they not taken a moment's respite? The students gathered in the hall were filled with questions. Chen Mo and his companions swiftly completed their registration at the entrance of the zombie mine dungeon, which was currently unchallenged and thus required no queue. The group hurried to the swirling portal of the dungeon space. You are about to enter the zombie mine dungeon. Please select difficulty: easy, normal, hard, inferno. Choosing the inferno difficulty, Chen Mo made his selection, causing the portal to illuminate, and moments later, they vanished from the entrance. Could it be they truly entered? To ascend to level 6 in 5 days, such an extraordinary feat occurring right beside me? That must be Su Qingxue, a prodigy of exceptional caliber. It was not entirely impossible for her to level up rapidly. Witnessing Chen Mo and his companions actually step into the zombie mine dungeon, the spectators dared to believe their own eyes. The hall erupted into a flurry of discussions. How many monsters must they have slain to achieve level 6? The ordinary version of the Dark Forest dungeon would require at least 3 completions to level up, and in just 4 days, who could possibly finish that quickly? Was it conceivable that they had tackled the Inferno version of the Dark Forest dungeon? A collective gasp reverberated through the hall as this thought struck the students, chilling the atmosphere further. As Chen Mo and his team entered the dungeon, the scene shifted. They found themselves in a dimly lit cave, rife with a dank, putrid odor. The protective light shield dissipated, marking their official entrance into the Inferno-level zombie mine dungeon. Chen Mo immediately opened the summoning space, conjuring forth skeletal soldiers. 10 armored skeletal warriors emerged from the dark whirlpool of the summoning space. The first was Chen Mo's primary combatant, a golden-level skeletal archer wielding a longbow. Its eyes ablaze with blue soul flames, its bones glimmering like jade, as though light, airy elemental winds flowed through its very skeleton. The second was a silver-level skeletal tank, augmented for strength, wielding a massive black shield that nearly encompassed its entire form. The remaining 8 were silver-level ordinary skeletal soldiers, equipped with novice swords and shields, clad in basic armor. Upon emerging from the summoning space, the skeletal soldiers spread out, encircling Chen Mo and his companions for protection. Chen Mo activated the taunt aura of the skeletal tank, a crimson circle manifesting beneath its feet, expanding until it enveloped the entire team. "Wow, it's freezing in here," exclaimed Tang Yueme, clad only in a priestly robe, as she hugged herself. Observing this, Chen Mo retrieved several military coats from his backpack. He donned one and distributed the others to the 4 girls. Tang Yueme eagerly accepted a coat, wrapping it around herself, genuinely impressed. "Brother Chen Mo, you are so well prepared. I can't believe you even have coats." Chen Mo looked at her with some confusion, internally critiquing, "This girl, doesn't she prepare for dungeons at all? She has no grasp of the basic environment within the dungeon, yet she dares to venture forth and slay monsters? How brave." Shaking his head, he diverted his gaze. Bai Wei draped her coat over her armor like a cloak, readying her shield and sword. The cave was not particularly spacious, but its dark environment and limited visibility posed a disadvantage for combat. Bai Wei glanced around, contemplating. "Yueme, bring out the camping lantern." She turned to remind Tang Yueme. Just then, she noticed Chen Mo retrieving 4 headlamps and 2 powerful flashlights from his backpack. He kept one flashlight for himself and handed the other to Ren Xiaowen, as the 2 of them would not engage in battle, merely directing the summoned creatures from the rear. Chen Mo affixed the 4 headlamps onto the helmets of the skeletal soldiers tasked with guarding them. With so many light sources illuminating the area, the zombie mine dungeon was suddenly as bright as day, alleviating their fears of ambushes by zombies. Ren Xiaowen switched on the flashlight, illuminating the path ahead. Chen Mo did the same with his flashlight, and the two of them took their positions at the back of the group, responsible for lighting the way. With all preparations complete, Chen Mo signaled the skeletal tank to raise its enormous black shield, leading the way through the dungeon. He stationed an additional skeletal soldier wielding a sword and shield on either side of the skeletal tank for defensive support. Bai Wei armed herself, walking alongside the skeletal archer. Trailing behind the skeletal tank, Su Qingxue, with her longbow, accompanied by Tang Yueme wielding her staff, followed closely in the middle of the formation. Chen Mo and Ren Xiaowen brought up the rear with their flashlights, providing illumination. The remaining 6 skeletal soldiers and Ren Xiaowen's mechanical beast dispersed around the group, offering protection. With their formation set, they began their descent deeper into the mine. Chapter 43, Chen Mo's True Combat Power. In this dungeon run, Chen Mo resolved to adopt a cautious approach, prioritizing the safety of his team. The zombie mine dungeon was riddled with numerous branches and complex maps, making it easy to be ambushed by zombie monsters emerging from side paths. Furthermore, completing this dungeon would likely elevate everyone to level 10, culminating their novice dungeon quests. Thus, Chen Mo deemed it prudent to ensure a secure passage through the novice dungeon. This time, he refrained from summoning all of his skeletal soldiers. Among the 10 he summoned, only one was a golden level skeletal archer, while the others were all silver level. As for the newly summoned golden level skeletal soldier, he intended to reserve it, keeping it in the summoning space. In public, he would maintain the appearance of having only 10 skeletal soldiers for monster farming, concealing his secret of possessing even more. Should anyone target him, he could then summon a legion of skeletal warriors to encircle them. The mere thought of such a scenario and the bewildered expressions on his opponents' faces filled Chen Mo with excitement and anticipation. Moreover, the combat prowess of the 10 skeletal soldiers is now entirely sufficient, given their aptitude levels. Coupled with Chen Mo's attribute enhancements and the amplification from the Dark Gold Grade Critical Strike Aura skill, their combat strength has indeed surpassed that of the boss, the Zombie King. In this infernal level dungeon, the foremost combatant, a gold grade skeletal archer, boasts an astonishing attack power exceeding 1,000 points. Thanks to the 320-point boost from the Critical Strike Aura skill, engaging in combat within this dungeon, they should be capable of executing instant kills. Before long, the team encountered a horde of zombies within the mine. The slumbering undead were roused by the beam of the flashlight, their grotesque faces contorting as they opened their eyes and let out a low growl, baring their fangs as they lunged toward the skeletal tank at the front of the group. Under the influence of the tank's taunting aura, several zombies displayed singular focus, completely disregarding their surroundings as they jostled and pushed against one another in their eagerness to attack the skeletal tank. The skeletal tank, firmly planted with the sharp edge of its enormous black shield embedded into the ground, lowered its head and braced itself against the assault of the zombies. Flanking the tank were 2 skeletal soldiers wielding shields, assisting in preventing the zombies from circumventing the imposing black barrier and breaching the ranks of the team behind. Illuminated by several lighting fixtures, the group could clearly discern the appearance of the mine zombies. Clad in miner's garb, their faces were a sickly hue, filled with jagged teeth, and their garments were tattered and caked in dirt. Chen Mo examined the attributes of the zombies. Mine zombie, aptitude, bronze grade, talent, copper skin, level 6, health 350, attack 35, copper skin, defense increased, damage taken reduced by 10. Description: low-level magical creatures from the zombie mine. Aside from their thick skin, they possess no notable advantages. With such abysmal attributes, there was no need for the skeletal archer to intervene. Standing beside the skeletal tank, a skeletal soldier swung its longsword, dealing a staggering 630 damage, sending the zombie's skull flying and eliminating it in an instant. The 2 skeletal soldiers at the front surged forth from the side of the tank, swiftly dispatching the approaching 5 zombies within mere seconds. The girls, witnessing the heap of defeated zombies, were momentarily dumbfounded. Could this truly be an infernal-level zombie mine dungeon? Had they made a mistake in their selection? How could these zombies be so feeble? Moreover, what was amiss with the skeletal soldiers? How could they possess such formidable attack power? Was it not stated that the zombies in the mine had high defenses? How could they be vanquished so effortlessly? Bai Wei glanced at the long sword wielded by the skeletal soldier. Its appearance suggested it was merely a basic piece of equipment, enhancing attack by a mere 6 points. Yet, how could that skeletal soldier inflict over 600 damage? Was this an extraordinary display of striking power? Opening her attribute panel, she noted her own health was a total of 500 points. Did this imply that a skeletal soldier wielding a basic longsword could eliminate her with a single strike? A chill ran down her spine as she looked at the 10 skeletal soldiers surrounding her. Su Qingxue set her bow down, realizing she had not even had the chance to assist. Each time she aimed at a zombie, it was swiftly dispatched before she could intervene. Was she concerned about stealing kills? As a Dao bone-level prodigy, she found herself utterly ineffective in the dungeon. She stowed her longbow, resigning herself to another day of inactivity. The team pressed on, the mine growing increasingly narrow. With the skeletal tank leading the way, bolstered by its taunting aura, the group felt secure. Even if there were zombies lurking behind, emboldened by the taunting aura, they would not attack the team, but instead charge directly at the skeletal tank. After several combat encounters, Chen Mo felt immense satisfaction with the effects of the taunting aura skill. He observed that the multitude of zombies ahead, once within the skill's radius, focused solely on the skeletal tank, ignoring the other skeletal soldiers as they decimated the undead. Determined to breach the barrier of corpses, the zombies persisted until they met their demise at the hands of the tank, ultimately providing experience points for Chen Mo and his companions. As the skeletal team adeptly dispatched their foes, Chen Mo, feeling a bit bored and hungry, decided to share snacks with the girls. He summoned a skeletal soldier to carry his drinks and snacks, handing over the flashlight to ensure illumination while he savored his treats as they walked. The group was shielded by the skeletal soldiers, allowing them to enjoy their food without disruption. As they became accustomed to this routine, it did little to diminish their appetites. Tang Yaya, intrigued, offered commentary as they progressed, occasionally casting a healing spell on the skeletal tank to replenish its health. As they delved deeper into the dungeon, the number of zombies increased, often encountering groups of a dozen or more. Yet, with the gold-grade skeletal archer joining the fray, the zombies barely reached the tank before being eliminated by the archer and the skeletal soldiers. Chen Mo reflected on his previous caution, realizing he had been overly conservative. The team was wasting potential. Only 4 skeletal soldiers were needed to effortlessly cut through the zombies, while the remaining 6 merely provided illumination and support. After a moment's contemplation, he resolved to revert to their previous aggressive combat strategy to expedite their progress. Let us take a brief respite here, Chen Mo called out to the advancing team. Brother Chen Mo, it's all right. We've only just begun. We aren't tired yet. Tang Yaya, wrapped in a military coat and holding chips, misinterpreted his concern, responding with gratitude. Nevertheless, let us pause for a moment. I will send a skeletal soldier ahead to scout the path and confirm our direction. It will make our onward journey more convenient, he insisted. Seeing Chen Mo's resolve, Tang Yaya ceased her objections, halting in place to rest. Bai Wei discerned Chen Mo's intention. Suspecting he found their current pace too leisurely and wished to accelerate, she contemplated shedding her armor. Feeling somewhat embarrassed at the thought of a knight unarmored amidst such a protective contingent of skeletal soldiers, the dungeon's narrow confines left little room for concealment. And by the time the skeletal soldiers passed through, the remaining zombies would likely be few. The risk of ambush seemed minimal. It appeared that the supposed rest was merely a prelude to prepare for a swift advance. With the current speed of the skeletal soldiers, it was indeed plausible that the girls would have to run to keep pace. Bai Wei felt a twinge of hesitation, torn between the desire to remove her armor and the modesty of a knight not donning her gear in a dungeon. Yet, the weight and confinement of her armor would indeed become a burden should they need to sprint. Casting a glance at Chen Mo, she mused that only by accompanying this young man could she experience such a delightful dilemma. Otherwise, she would be the one engaging in close combat with the filthy, odorous zombies. Reflecting on the grotesque, foul creatures, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. Su Qingxue and Rin Xiaowen were both rather taciturn, refraining from voicing any opinions. Upon Chen Mo's suggestion to take a break, they halted their steps, producing mats to sit upon. As the group settled down to rest, Chen Mo left behind a skeletal tank to unleash its mocking aura, accompanied by a skeletal soldier to guard the team. He directed the remaining 8 skeletal soldiers to follow the skeletal archer and advance rapidly ahead. Soon, a series of monster kill notifications echoed from the distance. Defeated a level 7 cave zombie, bronze, gaining 28 experience points. Defeated a level 8 poison zombie, silver, gaining 64 experience points. Defeated a level 7 cave zombie, bronze, gaining 28 experience points. Defeated a level 9 frost zombie, silver, gaining 72 experience points. The pace of monster extermination here far surpassed that within the Dark Forest dungeon, primarily due to the dense congregation of zombie monsters within the narrow confines of the mine. The skeletal soldiers wasted no time searching for monsters. They simply sprinted straight ahead down the mine shaft. Eventually, the skeletal squad arrived at a point where multiple forks in the mine appeared. Sensing the situation ahead, Chen Mo commanded all skeletal soldiers to divide and advance. Only a single skeletal soldier was required to explore each fork. Chen Mo realized that, bolstered by his attribute enhancements and the threefold attack power boost from the dark gold level strong strike aura, even the ordinary silver level skeletal soldiers possessed sufficient strength to vanquish the monsters within this dungeon. Thus, he adopted a more audacious strategy, allowing the skeletal soldiers to independently traverse the mine and eliminate monsters. In this dungeon, every skeletal soldier could unleash their full potential, rendering any further caution unnecessary. Before long, the skeletal soldiers had ventured far and wide, resulting in a rapid increase in experience points for the group. Chen Mo assessed the routes traversed by the skeletal soldiers and confirmed their direction before rising to inform the few girls that it was time to set off. The zombies ahead had been thoroughly cleared. More importantly, with skeletal soldiers scouting the various forks, Chen Mo and his companions could avoid unnecessary detours. They only needed to follow the main path indicated by the skeletal soldiers, thus saving time and evading dead ends. After a morning of travel, Chen Mo's party had traversed over half of the zombie mine. A golden light enveloped them, signaling their level up. Chen Mo opened his attribute panel. He allocated the 15 attribute points received, distributing 2 points to physique and 13 to spirit. Upon completing the allocation, his attribute panel updated to Name, Chen Mo. Occupation, Necromancer. Supreme, 9-colored bone, divine enhancement. Level, 9, 327. Physique, 26. Spirit, 116. Summoning space, 1345. Skills, skeleton summoning, golden, strong strike aura, dark gold. The skeleton summoning skill consumes 480 spirit points to summon a skeleton soldier, golden, to fight for you. Can be enhanced, requiring 800 spirit points. Description: the attributes of the skeleton soldier are influenced by the Necromancer's attributes. Sacrificing corpses can save 2/3 of the spirit cost. Reducing the grade of the summoned skeleton soldier can also decrease spirit consumption. The strong strike aura enhances the attack power of allied targets by 320. Can be enhanced, requiring 1,600 spirit points. With the allocation complete, Chen Mo's attributes transformed to a health pool of 260 points and spirit of 1160 points. As his mental state fully recovered, Chen Mo immediately expended 960 points to summon 2 golden-level skeleton soldiers. His primary task now was to augment the number of skeleton soldiers. Currently, the skeleton summoning skill could no longer be enhanced due to insufficient spirit. Summoning a dark gold-level skeleton soldier would consume 960 spirit points, and given the same expenditure, summoning 1 dark gold-level skeleton soldier or 2 golden-level skeleton soldiers. The latter was clearly more cost-effective. Moreover, these golden-level skeletons could be further enhanced in the future. Therefore, it remained paramount to prioritize the increase in the number of skeleton soldiers. The summoning array activated within the dark mine, and 2 skeleton soldiers emerged from the spatial vortex above the array. They promptly entered another spatial vortex nearby, where Chen Mo stored them in the summoning space. As the rear of the mine was exceedingly dark, and the skeleton soldiers remained concealed, the girls in the party, while aware that Chen Mo had utilized the skill, could not discern his actions clearly. They merely speculated that he was likely summoning skeleton soldiers, though they were not entirely certain. During their morning trek, as his spirit had partially recovered, Chen Mo had stealthily summoned a skeleton soldier in the darkness. With the addition of the newly summoned 2 skeleton soldiers, Chen Mo's summoning space attribute now stood at 1645. He had now accumulated 6 golden-level skeleton soldiers in his summoning space, intending to reserve them as trump cards. The silver-level skeleton soldiers in this dungeon were already in a state of invincibility. Summoning them again would yield minimal enhancement. It was better to save them for a surprise. When foes believed they faced only 10 skeleton soldiers, suddenly discovering themselves surrounded by dozens, even hundreds, would surely be a shock. Chen Mo mused in anticipation. Chapter 45. Instantaneously slaying the zombie king. Following their level up, the group did not linger. After a brief review of their attribute panels, they continued their journey. The pathways within the mine were, in comparison to the convoluted forest, far more navigable. This dungeon's challenge lay in the higher density of monsters, leaving adventurers with little opportunity to catch their breath. Any encounter would result in being besieged by swarms of zombies, and with the confined map space and numerous forks, escaping would prove difficult. Relative to the open expanses of the forest, this dungeon posed a greater test of the adventurer's overall capabilities. However, these challenges posed no problem for Chen Mo and his companions. After a day's worth of combat, his skeletal squad had commenced the elimination of the final zombie nest within the zombie mine dungeon. Based on the map Chen Mo had mentally constructed from the reconnaissance of the skeletal soldiers, all navigable forks in the dungeon ultimately led to this location. This indicated that the zombie nest was likely the lair of the final boss. Chen Mo quickened his pace, guiding the girls toward the final nesting site. After a short while, they arrived at a spacious cavern. All the skeletal soldiers that had been out hunting now congregated here, engaged in combat with the dense horde of zombies within the cave. Among them, the most conspicuous was Chen Mo's strongest asset, the golden-level skeletal archer. Positioned behind several skeletal soldiers, it unleashed arrows with the swiftness of a tempest, saturating the entire zombie swarm. The powerful projectiles shot forth from its longbow, piercing through the skeletal soldiers in front and accurately penetrating the skulls of the zombie monsters. The tremendous force could even send the corpses of the defeated zombies flying backward, toppling the monsters behind them. With just this one skeletal archer, the attack intensity unleashed rivaled that of a mobile artillery unit, creating a vacuum within the throng of zombies. Furthermore, despite maintaining such rapid fire, the skeletal archer showed no signs of fatigue. The relentless barrage of arrows unleashed by the skeletal archer continued unabated, resulting in a dramatic reduction in the number of zombies within the cavern. Su Qingxue, witnessing the prowess of the skeletal archer, found herself entranced. Despite being an archer herself and a freshly recruited talent from a prestigious academy, she felt a pang of inadequacy in the face of such grotesque skill. Here she was, a Dao bone-level practitioner, yet her output paled in comparison to that of a mere skeletal minion. The disparity was staggering, a unilateral annihilation of her confidence. Setting aside the sheer force of its attacks, the rapid and sustained rate of fire exhibited by the skeletal archer was something she deemed unattainable. As the number of zombies swiftly dwindled, tendrils of black mist erupted from the corpses of the fallen, coalescing into the massive sarcophagus at the center of the cave. The mist thickened, swirling ominously above the coffin until it formed a vortex. Eventually, the entirety of the dark essence was drawn into the sarcophagus, which then began to creak open. From within emerged the Zombie King, a towering figure of at least 3 meters clad in armor and wielding a battle blade. Chen Mo scrutinized the attributes of the Zombie King. Zombie King, quality, golden level, talent, Earth Smite, level 9, health 3000, attack 275, skill, Zombie Army, Earth Smite, gains immense power while grounded, doubling attack strength. Zombie Army summons a legion of zombies to fight, with the number determined by the summoner's mental energy expenditure. Description: an ancient general, long dormant beneath the earth, awakened by miners who disturbed its slumber, unleashing a horde of undead. Upon its emergence, the Zombie King raised a hand, unleashing a torrent of black mist that surged into the lifeless bodies of the zombies. Those that had previously fallen to the skeletal soldiers now staggered back to their feet, reanimated in their undead forms. Chen Mo, be cautious, Su Qingxue exclaimed, noticing a zombie rising not far behind him, lurching toward him with malevolent intent. Aware of Chen Mo's low base attributes and health, she realized that time was of the essence. Drawing her bow would be futile. Moreover, she doubted her ability to eliminate the zombie before it reached him. Without hesitation, she sprinted forward, positioning herself protectively in front of Chen Mo, ready to absorb the zombie's assault. Her innate quality was superior Dao Bone level, granting her 9 attribute points upon leveling up, coupled with her black iron grade equipment. Her health had reached 830 points. While she was primarily an archer and not particularly defensive, she believed she could withstand a few strikes from an elite cave zombie. She braced herself for the inevitable bite. However, to her surprise, the zombie seemed to disregard her entirely. Under the influence of the skeletal tank's taunting aura, it bypassed her and charged directly at the skeletal tank beside Chen Mo. With a resounding crash, it collided with the tank's imposing black shield, only to be swiftly dispatched by a nearby skeletal soldier's blade, collapsing once more in death. Embarrassed, Su Qingxue found herself at a loss, standing awkwardly before Chen Mo. He reached out, ruffling her hair in gratitude. Flushed with embarrassment, she stood there, her cheeks aglow. At that moment, the Zombie King had completed its skill, summoning its undead army. It opened its mouth, inhaling the lingering black essence in the air, and then let out a thunderous roar. Who dares to awaken me from my slumber? The Zombie King's furious proclamation was abruptly interrupted as the skeletal archer's arrows struck true, piercing its skull. Thud, thud, thud. A rapid succession of attacks rained down upon the Zombie King, leaving it no time to react as it stumbled backward under the relentless onslaught. Damage numbers flashed: 901, 1021, 956, 1055. Sensing the dire situation, the Zombie King raised its battle blade to defend itself, only to be felled by the skeletal archer's lethal precision. Its colossal form slumped back into the sarcophagus, falling silent once more. The golden-level skeletal archer, bolstered by Chen Mo's attribute enhancements and the dark gold-grade critical strike aura, exhibited a combat prowess that was nothing short of a massacre against similarly ranked foes. With the death of the Zombie King, the zombie army it had summoned fell lifeless once again before they could even engage in battle. The dungeon was complete. Defeated the level 9 golden-level boss, Zombie King. Gained 1440 experience points. Dungeon cleared. Challengers may exit at any time. Chapter 46. Dungeon cleared, reaching level 10. Golden light enveloped them as several members leveled up. The combat style of the skeletal soldiers was particularly well suited for dungeons teeming with monsters. There was no need to waste time searching for foes. The sheer volume of combat led to rapid leveling. For ordinary practitioners, this dungeon would be akin to a nightmare. Even elite teams would require at least 3 days of relentless fighting to navigate the complex cave maps and locate the Zombie King's lair. Yet they had accomplished this feat in just 1 day, vanquishing the Zombie King and achieving level 10. Chen Mo opened his professional attribute panel, taking his time to allocate his attribute points, intending to observe any potential enhancement needs first. Now that he had reached level 10, meeting the requirements to exit the city, he felt less urgency in boosting the attack power of the skeletal soldiers for dungeon efficiency. Moreover, reaching level 10 unlocked 2 skill slots, prompting him to consider suitable skills for synergy before determining how to allocate his attribute points. with his status fully restored and 1160 points of mental energy replenished. Chen Mo again utilized the skeletal summoning technique, consuming 960 points of mental energy. In the dark recesses of the zombie cave, he activated the summoning array, conjuring 2 golden-level skeletal soldiers into his summoning space. After using the skill, his mental energy dwindled to 200 points, and his summoning capacity increased to 1855. The number of golden-level skeletal soldiers stored within his summoning space had now reached 8. With the dungeon completed, their temporary party was on the verge of disbanding. Tang Yiya closed her professional attribute panel, gazing at Chen Mo with a hint of reluctance. Chen Mo, will you miss me? She asked, her large, innocent eyes wide with curiosity. Chen Mo chuckled, embracing her gently. Of course, you are my first teammate. Under Bai Wei's prompting, Ren Xiaowen finally approached Chen Mo, presenting him with a skill book from her backpack. Chen Mo, this is a token of our appreciation from Wei Jie and Yaya. Please, you must accept it. Chen Mo glanced down, astonished to discover it was a professional exclusive skill book. Such a tome, worth several billion in the Myriad Realms marketplace, was a rare treasure indeed. The fact that they wished to gift him such a valuable item left him momentarily bewildered. Chen Mo, just accept it. You led us through dungeons. And in just 5 days, you helped us reach level 10. With 25 days until the academy assessment, we plan to continue leveling in the wilderness outside the city to maintain our advantage. Thanks to your assistance, we now have a strong chance of being accepted into the top-tier academy. We owe you such a significant favor. It would be difficult for us to find peace of mind if you refuse it, Bai Wei urged. Observing their insistence, Chen Mo ceased to decline further and accepted the skill book. Upon witnessing Chen Mo take the book, Ren Xiaowen let out a sigh of relief. Her cheeks tinged with a faint blush as she stepped aside. Su Qingxue, having concluded her conversation with them, approached. Chen Mo, Dean Xie from Shinha Academy informed me that as long as you rank within the top 30 in the Academy's assessment, they will admit you. So, promise me you'll give it your all. With that, Su Qingxue stepped forward and embraced Chen Mo, her arms encircling his waist with a gentle firmness, as if wishing to imprint him permanently in her heart. Chen Mo looked down at Su Qingxue, who suddenly lifted her gaze and planted a kiss on his cheek. Before he could fully comprehend the moment, Su Qingxue flushed and withdrew from the instance, her figure vanishing before the others. Wow, how could Sister Qingxue do that? She just launched a sneak attack. No, I must do the same, Tang Yiya exclaimed, feeling a surge of indignation upon witnessing Su Qingxue's covert kiss on Chen Mo. She rushed forward, wrapping her arms around him once more and kissing him soundly on the other cheek. Satisfied, she released him and, alongside Bai Wei and Ren Xiaowen, chose to exit the instance. Chen Mo, do your best in the assessment. Let's all strive together. After encouraging one another, Chen Mo waved his hand to open the summoning space, recalling all his skeleton soldiers before also opting to exit the instance. Upon his return to the instance hall, he found Su Qingxue surrounded by a throng, her expression one of embarrassment and anxiety. The hall was still bustling with people as their group emerged from the instance. The hall erupted in excitement. This was due to the fact that yesterday, Lord Ho had come to the instance hall to review the dungeon records. Chen Mo's team had now gained genuine notoriety within the ranks of practitioners in Yunhai City. Earlier that morning, some were still unclear about the situation, surprised to see them enter the zombie mine instance. However, word had spread about Chen Mo and his team's remarkable achievements. In just 5 days, they had advanced to level 8 and, that very morning, had boldly challenged the inferno level difficulty of the zombie mine instance. Initially, people merely speculated that they might have reached level 6, as practitioners' information remains hidden unless disclosed. The assumption of them reaching level 6 stemmed from the fact that the zombie instance was designated for level 69, and one could not enter without at least level 6. No one expected them to reach such an outrageous level of 8 in merely 5 days. Moreover, they had directly registered to enter the zombie mine instance without practicing in lower difficulty instances first, opting instead for the most challenging inferno level instance. What a prodigious team. It was simply astonishing. They had managed to endure a day within the inferno level zombie mine instance, showcasing their formidable strength. Why do you think they didn't continue? Did they encounter some difficulty? No one knows what the inferno level zombie mine instance is like, someone mused. Who knows what awaits inside? We needn't speculate. Even if they reached level 9, with our mere mortal foundations, stepping into the inferno level zombie mine would be tantamount to delivering ourselves as fodder. It's far more prudent to stick to easier instances for safety. Observing their demeanor, they didn't appear too disheveled, suggesting they may not have exited due to encountering trouble. Do you think they might have completed the inferno level zombie mine instance? Another questioned. What are you suggesting? I refuse to believe it. It's absurd to think they could clear the zombie mine in just 1 day. Haven't you read the data on this instance? The terrain within the zombie mine is incredibly complex, filled with numerous forks, all of which harbor dormant zombies. Each time challengers enter, the map changes. And no two layouts are the same. Who can guarantee they'll navigate perfectly on the first try? One wrong turn could lead to a dead end. And a day spent in the instance could slip away just like that. To clear it in a single day? Unless they never made a mistake and advanced at breakneck speed, that is simply unrealistic. Even if they didn't T-complete it. Surviving a day in the Inferno level zombie mine instance is already a remarkable feat. Who knows if they leveled up today? If they did, that would mean they reached level 9 in 5 days. Such a pace is terrifying. Indeed, it is said that their leveling speed has shattered the Empire's record for the fastest ascent of newcomers. Officials have already been dispatched to verify the situation. And if it holds true, there is a reward for breaking the record. Is that true? They've already broken the record? No wonder Su Qingxue is so impressive. What's Su Qingxue? Haven't you heard what Lord Ho said yesterday? The true combat backbone of this team is that fellow named Chen Mo. Wow, it's really him. My idol is still so formidable. I thought he would be disheartened after awakening his ordinary roots. A young girl cupped her cheeks, gazing adoringly at Chen Mo, who was preparing to slip away through the crowd. I heard his hidden profession is exceptionally powerful, and his summoned creatures can evolve and level up. Which is why they've been so formidable early on, a boy boasted, drawing the attention of those nearby. Really? Where did you hear that? My aunt works at the Practitioner Information Archives. Yesterday, Chen Mo's occupational information report was filed. She told me about it. As the crowd witnessed Su Qingxue and her companions emerge from the zombie mine instance, discussions erupted. Zhao Mingyu and his team had healed their injuries and cleared the Wild Wolf Wilderness instance yesterday, reaching level 3. Upon exiting their instance, he learned that Chen Mo's team had entered the zombie mine instance. The disparity in their levels was staggering. Upon hearing the news, Zhao Mingyu was infuriated and struck his underling Wang Fuyin. He was unaware of the details and did not know that Tang Ye's team's combat strength primarily stemmed from Chen Mo, mistakenly attributing their prowess to Bai Wei and the others. What if they could have teamed up with Tang Ye? Wouldn't he be the one ahead in levels now? He lamented that if he could break the record for leveling in the Xianqin Empire, his standing within the Zhao family would undergo a radical transformation. It's all this guy's fault for his poor character. Otherwise, why would Tang Ye look down on him? Now he is dragging me down with him. Damn it. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. Zhao Mingyu glared at Wang Fuyin, who appeared pitiful beside him, feeling disgusted. Damn it. I should give him another beating. As Su Qingxue exited the instance, those waiting at the entrance promptly reported to Lord Ho. She had now become a celebrity in Yunhai City, and upon seeing her standing in the hall, everyone gathered around, eager to catch a glimpse of the future Lady Qingxue. At last, with the escort of the city lord's guards, she squeezed through the crowd, leaving the instance hall to return home and prepare for her journey to Shinha Academy. Meanwhile, in the city lord's mansion, Lord Ho and Dean Xie Yonglin of Shinha Academy, engaged in conversation, grew somewhat anxious upon receiving news that Chen Mo's team had completed the instance. They finished the instance in just 1 day, according to Dean Xie's estimates. They wouldn't be able to clear it until tomorrow night at the earliest. Even that was considered fast. Leveling to level 10 in 6 days would undoubtedly break the fastest leveling record in the Xianqin Empire. The result is that just a mere day has passed, and they have yet to commence their evening meal. Have they truly completed their endeavors already? Does this imply that they have ascended to level 10? My word, to reach level 10 in just 5 days? What an outrageous record. Driven by curiosity, Dean Xie and the others investigated the fastest leveling record within the Xianqin Empire, which was established by the Empire's princess, Chu Xianhua, who achieved level 10 in a total of 17 days. And what of Chen Mo and his companions? They accomplished the feat in a mere 5 days? This not only shatters the Empire's previous leveling record, but also reduces the time to an unfathomable extent. Such a swift accomplishment is nearly an impossible task. It is likely that this leveling record will remain unbroken for the foreseeable future. They could not help but recall Chen Mo's exceptionally powerful skeletal soldiers. It seemed illogical that, given their combat prowess, they should have completed the zombie mine dungeon so swiftly. According to Lord Ho's analysis, these skeletal soldiers indeed possess combat attributes superior to the monsters within the Inferno-level zombie mine dungeon. However, they are not overwhelmingly dominant, faced with a swarm of zombies. Even if they could clear the dungeon, the process would likely be arduous, with potential losses among the skeletal soldiers during battle. How could they have achieved such rapid progress? Is it possible that this young man possesses other methods to enhance the combat abilities of his skeletal soldiers? Regrettably, the skills chosen by an adventurer are a personal secret and are not documented in the occupational information report. Hence, Lord Ho and the others remain unaware of Chen Mo's possession of the dark gold-level strong strike aura skill. Naturally, they cannot comprehend why the combat strength of the skeletal soldiers within the dungeon is so formidable. In just 1 day, they eradicated all the monsters within the Inferno-level zombie mine dungeon, successfully clearing the dungeon and attaining level 10. Remarkably, during these 5 days, they also returned home to rest for 2 nights, rather than continuously battling within the dungeon. This implies that their actual monster hunting time was merely 4 days? 1 dungeon per day? Truly, a prodigious feat. Dean Xie sighed repeatedly. Such an extraordinary occupational capability, even if Chen Mo possesses a spiritual grade bone structure, would warrant significant investment in his training by the academy. However, with his mortal grade bone structure, his attributes are exceedingly inadequate. It is feared that the potential of the skeletal soldiers may also be hindered by him, with their qualifications peaking at silver grade. Furthermore, Chen Mo's inherently low attributes render him an easy target. A high-bone structure assassin could stealthily strike him. If a single ambush were successful, even with just one opportunity for an attack, he could be eliminated. Alternatively, a few ranged attackers could focus solely on Chen Mo. With his health pool, how many attacks could he endure? If the summoner falls, what use are the skeletal soldiers, no matter how powerful? Dean Xie felt a deep sense of regret. However, this matter must be reported to the Academy promptly. Regardless, it has been confirmed that Chen Mo has broken the record for the fastest leveling among newcomers, and now they await official acknowledgement of the results. The Academy must prepare in advance to avoid any complications during the newcomer assessments. Chapter 48. The goal, top rank in the examination. Upon seeing Su Qingxue depart with Lord Ho's entourage, Tang Yud and the others also boarded their family vehicle. As Chen Mo exited the hall, he waved goodbye to them amidst the curious gazes of those inside. He opened the summoning space, and a skeletal soldier clad in armor, adorned with a helmet and possessing one eye ablaze with green fire, emerged from the black vortex. The sight of this skeletal warrior elicited gasps of astonishment from the crowd. Wow, what a cool summon. It must possess impressive combat strength. Could this be the secret behind their rapid dungeon clearing? Indeed. Just a glance at its appearance exuded an aura of intimidation, indicating that this summon is of considerable caliber. This is certainly different from what was seen at the job-changing square, isn't it? Foolish, how could it not have changed at all, given its level? Oh, true, they chuckled. Yet, outside the hall, there were no monsters. What could that fellow possibly need with his summon? Bah, just showing off, is it? Leveling up so quickly is quite the achievement, isn't it? While the onlookers speculated, Chen Mo retrieved a human-powered cart from his backpack. A uniquely designed cart appeared by the roadside. He quickly settled into the cart, drawing the canopy to shield himself from the prying eyes of the crowd. The armored skeletal soldier he had summoned stepped forward to pull the cart, as all eyes in the hall widened in astonishment, carrying Chen Mo towards Yunhai City. Oh, so this skeletal soldier is meant for this purpose. How cool. It must be quite impressive to ride on the streets like this. I would love to try sitting in that cart. Indeed, it is undeniably impressive, especially with a skeletal summon that has a fiery green eye. Such is the essence of showcasing style. If one were to have a mere human pulling the cart, the grandeur would diminish. Only a magical creature would suffice. But I don't have one. Oh wait, I'm a priest, and I know shielding. How about we team up? I cast a shield on you, and you can pull the cart with a glowing shield in front. The effect would surely be just as good. Get lost. Chen Mo has now reached level 10, surpassing the level cap of the novice dungeon. To gain further experience, he must venture beyond the city into the wilderness to hunt magical creatures. Leaving the city means confronting the real dangers posed by magical beasts, as opposed to the fixed scenarios found within the dungeon. The wilderness is fraught with complexity, and the magical creatures do not remain stationary as they do in dungeons. They roam and hunt for food within the wild. Should an adventurer encounter high-tier beasts while hunting in the wilderness, it could prove exceedingly perilous. To prepare for potential crises, Baiwei's family has already arranged a protective escort team. Once they reach level 10 and are ready to venture out into the wilderness, they will guide them to train outside the city. Originally, the goal was to ensure they could elevate their levels to 11 before the Academy's grand examination, thus providing them with a competitive edge during the assessment. This was their original aspiration. However, with Chen Mo's emergence, and given that the novice dungeon has only just been open for 5 days, they have already followed Chen Mo to level 10. Naturally, this plan requires revision. Baiwei now intends to expedite their journey into the wilderness and make the most of the training time, striving for all of them to reach at least level 13 before the Academy assessments. In the examinations, even a single level difference can lead to a significant disparity in strength. Their combat capabilities and sustainability will be greatly enhanced. Initially, they estimated their chances of being admitted to a top-tier academy at only 30. However, with Chen Mo's assistance through efficient leveling, if Baiwei and her group can maintain their level advantage and reach level 13 in the next 25 days, competing for a spot in a top-tier academy among those who are merely level 10 should pose no problem. This is a matter of considerable significance regarding their future prospects. Thus, Baiwei and her friends felt an overwhelming sense of indebtedness to Chen Mo. Consequently, the 3 girls conspired together to share the cost and present Chen Mo with a professional skill book originally intended for Ren Xiaowen. The skeletal soldier ran with remarkable speed. Before nightfall, Chen Mo had already returned home. Thankfully, the canopy concealed him, sparing him from public embarrassment on the streets. The primary concern was the skeletal soldier, with its skull ablaze with green soul flames, drawing far too much attention. He somewhat regretted utilizing this human-powered cart in the city. It was simply too ostentatious. In an effort to save on fare, the price he paid was indeed quite steep. Upon arriving downstairs, Chen Mo alighted from the vehicle and swiftly secured the skeletal soldiers and the handcart. He ascended to his residence. After an entire day traversing the dungeon, Chen Mo and his companions were famished. However, the past couple of days had afforded them no opportunity to procure ingredients. leaving them with no choice but to order takeout. Chen Mo retrieved his phone and successfully placed the order, thus resolving his dining dilemma. Finally, he found the time to calm his mind and meticulously organize the spoils from the dungeon. Having just completed the hell difficulty of the zombie mine dungeon, Chen Mo had ascended to level 10. The number of his summoning space had reached 1855, yet the growth rate of his skeletal soldiers remained painfully slow, primarily due to his insufficient mental energy. Despite his diligent meditation to restore it, he had only amassed 18 skeletal soldiers thus far. Among these, 9 were gold-tier skeletal soldiers and 9 were silver-tier. Notably, one was a gold-tier wind-type skeletal archer, and another was a silver-tier skeletal tank, both elite skeletal soldiers that he had enhanced himself, while the rest were mere ordinary skeletal soldiers. He planned to rest for 2 days and attend to some formalities related to leaving the city. Additionally, now that he had reached level 10, he needed to submit his occupational information report. He intended to take advantage of these 2 days to bolster the number of his skeletal soldiers and procure additional supplies, as his expedition into the wilderness would likely keep him away until after the Academy's major examination. Thus, he needed to prepare at least a month's worth of survival provisions. After thorough preparation, he would venture forth to slay monsters, earn gold, and level up, all in preparation for the Academy's assessment. Originally, he had hoped to compete vigorously during the assessment to achieve a commendable score, even if, due to his innate limitations, he could not gain admission to a top-tier academy. He aspired to attend a more formidable vocational academy. However, owing to Su Qingshua's influence, the Shinj Academy was willing to waive the restrictions on his innate qualities. This only spurred him to work harder, so as not to squander Su Qingshua's goodwill. Furthermore, after 5 days of battling within dungeons, he had gained a clear understanding of the combat prowess of his skeletal soldiers. Chen Mo's ambitions had shifted. This time, he aimed to dominate all prodigies and contend for first place. Chapter 49, Necromantic Symbiosis. After reaching level 10, Chen Mo unlocked 2 additional skill slots. Upon completing the zombie mine dungeon, Rin Xiaowen and the others gifted him a profession-specific skill book. As he awaited his takeout, Chen Mo took the skill book from his backpack, eager to discover which professional skills he might draw. Utilizing the profession-specific skill book would allow him to randomly select exclusive skills pertinent to his vocation. This was a relatively advanced extraordinary item, scarcely available for purchase in the Myriad Realms marketplace. Moreover, Bai Wei and Rin Xiaowen, both of whom belonged to rare professions, also required this skill book, yet they had chosen to present it to him. Chen Mo mentally noted this act of kindness. Shaking his head to dispel further thoughts, he focused on the profession-specific skill book in his hands. His understanding of the necromancer profession was still somewhat limited. From what he knew, the only exclusive skill he possessed was the skeleton summoning skill. The Power Strike aura was merely a fundamental skill, not exclusive to his profession, but rather a universal skill available to all professions. Anyone who did not mind the potential waste of their skill slots could learn it. Now, with the profession-specific skill book in hand, Chen Mo had the opportunity to choose another exclusive skill. Furthermore, this new skill would grant him greater insight into the necromancer profession. Choosing to utilize the profession-specific skill book, Chen Mo activated it with his mental energy, causing it to emit a radiant glow. Using the profession-specific skill book, please select a skill. Slowing Curse consumes 35 mental energy to cast a curse upon the target, reducing their speed by 20. Bone Spear consumes 25 mental energy to condense a bone spear, inflicting piercing damage upon the target. Sacrificing a corpse can reduce the mental energy cost by 2/3. Necromantic Symbiosis. Passive. The Necromancer shares health and mental energy with their summoned undead. As long as there is a summoned entity present, the Necromancer cannot perish. The profession-specific skill book offered Chen Mo 3 skills to choose from. He scrutinized each skill's description with care. Through the introductions of these 3 skills, he formed a general understanding of the Necromancer's profession type. It appeared to be a spellcasting class focused on debuffs and summons, with active offensive magic, making it a relatively well-rounded spellcasting profession. After comparing the 3 skills, he hesitated not and decisively chose the 3rd skill, Necromantic Symbiosis. Initially, he had been troubled by the thought of his low health, which provided him with little security in the wilderness. Should he be ambushed by lurking monsters, his combat prowess would struggle to cope. This skill perfectly compensated for his inadequate survival capabilities. With it, as long as his skeletal soldiers remained unvanquished, Chen Mo would be shielded from harm. Thus, his survival capacity in the wilderness would see a significant enhancement. Moreover, with the Necromantic Symbiosis skill, he could also draw upon the mental energy of his skeletal soldiers to cast spells, greatly accelerating the summoning of skeletal soldiers and replenishing his summoning space. After selecting his profession skill, the profession-specific skill book transformed into a chain-like skill rune, embedding itself into the vacant slot of his skill panel. Chen Mo had successfully learned his first skill after reaching level 10. Necromantic Symbiosis. Passive. The Necromancer shares health and mental energy with their summoned undead. As long as there is a summoned entity present, the Necromancer cannot perish. With this skill, Chen Mo's health surged from a mere 200 points to nearly 20,000. Each of his 18 skeletal soldiers now boasted approximately 1,000 health points. Furthermore, as the number of his skeletal soldiers continued to rise, so too would the health he could share. With such a formidable array of summoned beings backing him, he finally felt a profound sense of security. Chen Mo then assessed the capacity of the necromantic symbiosis skill to share the mental energy of his summoned entities. Since all 18 skeletal soldiers were of the warrior type, their attribute points had been entirely allocated to physical prowess. Consequently, their base mental energy stood at 100 points each, totaling 800 points. Adding his remaining mental energy of 256 points, he possessed a total of 2,056 points. This ample mental energy was just right for testing the use of the skeleton summoning skill. Activating the skeleton summoning skill, the summoning array initiated, and 2 gold-tier skeletal soldiers with blue flames in their eyes emerged from the spatial vortex. Chen Mo's mental energy expenditure was 600 points, leaving him with 456 points. The residual mental energy allocated to each skeletal soldier was minimal. Due to the excessive mental strain, Chen Mo felt a slight headache. He hastily shared some mental energy with the newly summoned skeletal soldiers, alleviating his discomfort. He then retracted the 2 new skeletal soldiers back into the summoning space. The number of his summoning spaces decreased to 2055. Thanks to the necromantic symbiosis skill, the speed at which he summoned skeletal soldiers had significantly improved. Moreover, as a passive skill exclusive to his profession, it required no further enhancements. After learning and experimenting with the skill, the takeout finally arrived. After dining, Chen Mo lay on his bed and accessed the adventurer panel, entering the Myriad Realms marketplace. He intended to select another skill to bolster the strength of his skeletal squad. Having witnessed the terrifying synergy between the aura skills and the skeleton squad, Chen Mo was resolute in his decision to select another aura skill. Having just mastered the necromantic symbiosis skill, his personal safety was now assured. The remaining challenge lay in enhancing the overall combat effectiveness of his skeletal soldiers. Brilliant Aura. Activating this aura increases the mental recovery speed of allied targets by 10. Defensive Aura. Activating this aura reduces the damage taken by allied targets by 10. Lifesteal Aura. Activating this aura allows allied targets to absorb 10 of the damage dealt to restore their own health. The foundational aura skills offered a plethora of types, each with diverse amplification effects. As Chen Mo contemplated these skills, he found himself in a quandary. The offensive capabilities of the skeleton squad were already sufficient. What was imperative now was to bolster their defensive and sustainability capabilities. Each of these auras appeared promising, and their enhancements would undoubtedly augment the skeleton squad's prowess significantly. After a moment's reflection, Chen Mo resolved to select the lifesteal aura skill. The skeleton squad's most pressing deficiency remained their restorative and endurance capabilities. In the wilderness, devoid of teammates for support, the skeletal soldiers would inevitably face assaults in combat. With their health depleting, Chen Mo lacked any means for recovery. Allowing them to recuperate in the summoning space was far too sluggish, should they encounter intensive battles. Losses among the skeletal soldiers were inevitable, a prospect Chen Mo was loath to entertain. Chapter 50, Lifesteal Aura. After laboriously meditating for so long, he had managed to accumulate only 20 skeletal soldiers. Losing even one would be a source of great anguish, particularly if the lost soldier happened to be an elite-level skeleton he had invested resources to enhance. Such a loss would be utterly disheartening for Chen Mo. By acquiring this lifesteal aura skill, he could enable his skeletal soldiers to recover health swiftly during combat, significantly enhancing their sustainability and safety, thereby reducing the likelihood of casualties. The necromantic symbiosis skill merely allowed the wizard to share health and mental power with the summoned undead. The summoned entities could not share vitality among themselves. Thus it was vital to ensure the survival of each skeletal soldier. With his thoughts crystallized, Chen Mo firmly chose the lifesteal aura skill, confirmed the purchase, and the skill book seamlessly entered his backpack space. Observing his dwindling account balance, Chen Mo felt an overwhelming desire to venture outside the city and engage in monster hunting. Suppressing his burgeoning impatience, he retrieved the lifesteal aura skill book from his backpack space and opted to learn the skill. As he activated the skill book with his mental power, it radiated with light, transforming into a Fong-like skill icon that embedded itself into the last available skill slot. Chen Mo's skill slots were now completely filled with skeleton summoning, gold level, strong strike aura, dark gold level, and the 2 newly acquired skills, necromantic symbiosis, passive, and lifesteal aura, normal. Opening his attributes panel, he scrutinized the skill attributes. Lifesteal Aura, normal level. Activating this aura allows allied targets to absorb 10 of the damage dealt to restore their own health. Can be enhanced, requiring 50 mental power points. Pleased with his current skill configuration, Chen Mo noted that his mental power was running low and decided against enhancing any skills for the time being. He closed the professional panel and retired for the night, his mind quiet. The following morning, after completing his morning routine, Chen Mo opened his professional attributes panel to find his mental power restored to 828 points. He resolved to enhance the lifesteal aura and observe its effects. Selecting the enhancement for the Lifesteal Aura skill, Chen Mo consumed 150 points of mental power, elevating the skill to bronze level. Lifesteal Aura, bronze level. Activating this aura allows allied targets to absorb 40 of the damage dealt to restore their own health. Can be enhanced, requiring 200 mental power points. Elated by the information regarding the enhanced skill, Chen Mo compared the attributes of the skeletal archer. Spirit Bone Warlord Wind. Quality level, gold level. Talent, Blessing of the Wind. Level, 10. Health, 1560. Attack, 1113-265848. Skills, Basic Archery, none. Basic Archery, Black Iron level increases attack range by 30. Can be enhanced, requiring 100 mental power points. Blessing of the Wind, increases attack and movement speed by 120. Description, a gold-level skeletal soldier endowed with the Blessing of the Wind and archery skills is a fearsome mobile artillery on the battlefield. Targets can be enhanced, requiring 15 kilograms of dark gold-level biological bones and 1 wind core. With the augmentation from the Strong Strike aura, the skeletal archer's attack power had reached 1113. Each strike could absorb approximately 400 health, equating to nearly a quarter of its total health of 1560 points. Additionally, the attack speed of the skeletal archer, combined with its weapons characteristics, had surged to 150. This remarkable attack speed meant that as long as it was not eliminated instantly, the archer could engage monsters in combat without the need to skirmish or kite. While the lifesteal effect was already adequate for the skeletal archer, Chen Mo intended to enhance it further before departing the city. The ordinary skeletal soldiers lacked the attack speed of their archer counterpart, making their health recovery insufficiently reliable. Moreover, the archer's archery skill required enhancement as well. Having reached level 10, it was still merely a basic archery skill, and its longbow remained a bronze-level novice weapon. With a silver-level skeletal tank awaiting enhancement, the areas requiring improvement were numerous, yet Chen Mo's mental power and account balance were insufficient. Chen Mo found himself in a state of distress. His shared mental power was reduced to 678 points and could not be utilized. He needed to reserve at least 20 points of mental power for each skeletal soldier. Failure to do so could jeopardize their soul flames, severely impairing their perception and combat abilities, and potentially extinguishing their soul flames, leading to their demise. With the enhancement of the Lifesteal Aura complete, Chen Mo descended the stairs, preparing to find a place for breakfast. His residential community in Yunhai City was considered a commendable mid-range neighborhood, boasting comprehensive amenities and a prime location near the city center. Living within the city, the closer one resided to the heart of the metropolis, the higher the property prices and the more stringent the purchasing conditions. The city center offered more convenient living conditions and enhanced safety compared to the remote suburbs. In the event of a monster attack on the city, the outskirts would be the most perilous areas. Proximity to the city center ensured greater safety. Most professionals also resided in the city center, meaning that being near them increased the likelihood of receiving aid in times of danger. Chen Mo's residence in this community was a legacy from his parents, both of whom were professionals. Although they possessed only mediocre talents and perished early in the wilderness, they left behind this property in the city center and sufficient wealth for Chen Mo to live comfortably as an ordinary person for the rest of his life. This underscores the formidable earning potential of professionals. Chen Mo arrived at a bun shop, ordering a portion of soup dumplings accompanied by a bowl of rice porridge. He sat quietly in the establishment, savoring his meal. Today, he intended to make a trip back to Yunhai One High School to submit his vocational information report to the principal. The previous 2 reports had been handed over to the city lord, Ho Chum, but he had yet to deliver them to the principal. With some free time on his hands and no need to grind dungeons, Chen Mo planned to present all 3 vocational information reports, covering levels 1 through 10, to the principal. The hidden occupational subsidy that the principal had applied for had significantly aided Chen Mo during his leveling up, and he felt a sense of duty to diligently fulfill the school's requirements in gratitude for the principal's kindness. After finishing his breakfast, Chen Mo boarded a vehicle heading to the school. This time, he refrained from summoning the skeletal soldier to pull the cart. As it was morning and the streets were bustling with people, he had grown somewhat apprehensive about the potential embarrassment that could arise in such a public setting. The human-powered cart could wait until they reached the wilderness. Before setting off, he had confirmed with his class advisor, Gao Xiaojing, that the principal and others were indeed at the school. Upon arriving, he found Gao Xiaojing waiting at the school entrance. Chen Mo, hurry over here. I've already spoken to the principal. He's waiting for you in his office, she called out with a smile as she approached him. I knew you could do it. You've always been diligent in your studies, and I was certain you wouldn't be disheartened by your low aptitude. Who would have thought you would shatter the national record for fastest leveling up among novices? Gao Xiaojing's smile had returned, buoyed by Chen Mo's recent achievements. Initially, she had little hope for her class, which had only produced a few low-grade spiritual bone-level life and support professionals. The rest either failed to awaken successfully or remained as ordinary mortal-level practitioners. She had resigned herself to the belief that this cohort would be lackluster, only to be astonished by the emergence of the extraordinary Chen Mo. With his mortal-level aptitude, he had led a team to break the national leveling record. reportedly with minimal contribution from his teammates. Furthermore, she had heard that breaking the record would come with financial rewards from the Empire, and as Chen Mo's class advisor and the holder of that record, she would also receive some recognition. Knowing that Chen Mo would be coming today, Gao Xiaojing had arrived early to await him. After exchanging greetings, Chen Mo followed her to the principal's office. At that moment, Principal Gao Qiwen was on the phone. Upon seeing them preparing to knock, he ended the call and stepped out to greet them. "Ah, Chen Mo, you've arrived. Come in and take a seat," he said, his demeanor radiating satisfaction. Yanhai No. 1 High School had not only produced a top-grade talent, Su Qingxiue, who had already been specially recruited by the prestigious Shen Academy, but he had also just learned that Su and her mother were en route to the academy with Director Xia. As for Chen Mo, he had achieved an astonishing feat by breaking the rookie leveling record with his mortal level aptitude. The city lord had already reported the results, and they were awaiting verification from the higher authorities. If confirmed, not only would Chen Mo's team receive rewards, but their alma mater, Yanhai No. 1 High School, would also benefit from increased policy support and resource allocation. Reflecting on the remarkable achievements of Yanhai No. 1 High School during his tenure, the principal had woken up smiling from his dreams the previous night. "Chen Mo, may I confirm your level?" he inquired. Although he had heard that Chen Mo's party had completed the novice dungeon, he wished to verify it personally for reassurance. Chen Mo responded by displaying his vocational information for the principal to examine. Chen Mo, profession, Necromancer, level 10. Delighted by Chen Mo's level, Gao Qiwen felt a weight lift from his heart. Having confirmed Chen Mo's level meant that the record-breaking achievement was indeed secure. Chen Mo retrieved 3 vocational information reports from his backpack and handed them to the principal. "Principal, here are my vocational information reports, which I have prepared earlier. I didn't have time to submit them while grinding dungeons, so I brought them all today." "Excellent," Gao Qiwen exclaimed, taking the reports and placing them on his desk. This report would be recorded by designated personnel for entry into the Empire's vocational information database. The first 2 had already been submitted by the city lord, so he merely needed to file this one reflecting Chen Mo's advancement to level 10. Having completed his task, Chen Mo prepared to leave. "Principal, if there's nothing else, I'll be on my way." "Wait a moment," the principal called out to him. "Chen Mo, I presume you are preparing to venture into the wilderness? Now that you've reached level 10, you should have unlocked the friend feature. Let us add each other as friends so that if you encounter any issues while in the wilderness, you can notify me through the friends list. Perhaps I can assist you." Chen Mo opened his vocational panel and, indeed, found that the friend option had been unlocked. Upon accessing the friends panel, he was surprised to find several friend requests, including those from Tang Yeye, Bai Wei, Ren Xiaowen, and the principal himself. He accepted all the requests. In the wilderness, mobile phones were useless due to a lack of signal. Thus, practitioners communicated through the friends system within the vocational panel. Chen Mo noticed not only the unlocking of the friends system, but also that of the quest and guild systems. However, he chose not to explore them further while in the principal's office. After adding the principal as a friend, he could now view the principal's occupational information. Gao Qiwen, profession, gunner, level 52. Following the addition, the principal presented Chen Mo with a teleportation scroll, advising him to stay safe in the wilderness, before offering a few encouraging words. Chen Mo then stood to bid farewell and left with Gao Xiaojing, exiting the campus and saying goodbye to Gao Xiaojing. Chen Mo prepared to head to the Practitioner Affairs Hall to obtain his city exit permit and see if he could pick up some lucrative tasks while there. The Practitioner Affairs Hall was specifically designed to serve practitioners, providing a venue for processing related paperwork, posting tasks, finding teammates, and engaging in trade. While it was possible to handle transactions and task postings through the vocational panel, some tasks required face-to-face interaction to finalize details, such as escort missions or monster-slaying contracts, ensuring a more reliable agreement on professional capabilities and task specifics. Yanhai No. 1 High School was not far from the city center, and Chen Mo quickly arrived at the Practitioner Affairs Hall located there. After passing the practitioner verification at the entrance, he stepped into the spacious hall. Only practitioners were allowed inside, including staff members, who were primarily engaged in life or support professions and could not venture into the wilderness for combat, thus seeking stable employment within the hall. Given that it catered to practitioners, the working conditions here were quite favorable. As Chen Mo entered, he found the hall bustling with activity, temporary teams forming, tasks being exchanged, and the atmosphere filled with lively chatter. Chen Mo followed the signs and arrived at the window for processing professional licenses. At that moment, a young lady was diligently attending to her duties. Chen Mo approached and stated his purpose. Following the staff's instructions, he opened up his professional information for her scrutiny. The attendant, also a lifestyle professional, employed a probing technique to examine Chen Mo's details. Chen Mo, profession, Necromancer, level 10. This was yet another rare combat class that he had never encountered before. Upon seeing the title of Chen Mo's profession, the young lady's face lit up with a look of envy. She too yearned for the mysteries beyond the city walls. But regrettably, she had awakened as a lifestyle professional, lacking any combat capabilities. Venturing into the wilderness was far too perilous, leaving her confined to the city for her livelihood. Fortunately, as a professional, she enjoyed certain privileges, ensuring her living conditions within the city were not poor. After confirming Chen Mo's professional identity, the processing of his license was swiftly completed. Chen Mo accepted the black credential she handed him, flipping it open to inspect its contents. The document bore his extraordinary profession's essential information, complete with an official seal. This credential was indispensable for professionals who ventured beyond the city or conducted business, facilitating management and mobility. It served as an official identification for professionals. Otherwise, it would be impractical to reveal one's profession to everyone encountered. Moreover, such details constituted a professional's privacy, and no one would willingly disclose them. What if the staff member were an ordinary person, unable to utilize probing techniques? Would they expect a professional to demonstrate their skills? With this credential, he could validate his professional status, significantly easing many aspects of his life. Having completed the license application, Chen Mo prepared to return home. Initially, he intended to linger and see if there were any tasks available to undertake, allowing him to earn some extra income while battling in the wilderness. However, upon entering, he noticed the task area was overwhelmingly crowded. Most professionals frequented the affairs hall primarily to post or join task groups. Those seeking tasks had typically been professionals for at least a year. Chen Mo surmised that, given his current level, securing a task would be quite challenging. He decided it would be more prudent to explore the task interface on his professional attributes panel at home instead. Securing his credential, Chen Mo turned and exited the professional affairs hall, taking a vehicle back home. While en route, he opened his professional interface, eager to see if any suitable tasks awaited him. To his surprise, he discovered a new friend request in his list. He clicked to view the applicant's information. Tang Shuiying. Profession, alchemist, level, 15. Hello, I am Tang Ye's cousin, Tang Shuiying. I have a task I would like to commission. If convenient, may we add each other as friends? Upon reading the message, Chen Mo accepted the friend request. After all, she was introduced by Tang Ye, and he was curious about the task she wished to delegate to him. Given Chen Mo's level, the tasks available in the wilderness were quite limited. Most of the tasks he could undertake involved simple explorations, scavenging, or collecting items. It was unreasonable to expect a novice, just reaching level 10, to engage in combat outside the city. With the friend request approved, a message arrived shortly thereafter. Hello, Chen Mo, this is Tang Shuiying. I have a task I would like to commission. Tang Ye recommended you, and if possible, I would like to meet and discuss it. As Chen Mo sat in the vehicle, preparing to respond, he suddenly spotted a familiar figure outside the window and quickly replied, Sure. Let us meet at that barbecue restaurant near Yunhai No. 1 High School. Okay, I know that place. I'll see you soon. After receiving her reply, Chen Mo disembarked at the stop and made his way to the barbecue restaurant. Indeed, the establishment was aptly named that barbecue restaurant. Chen Mo recalled its existence from his school days, though he had never visited due to his heavy study load. He chose this location because, while passing by earlier, he recognized a familiar figure, the chubby boy who had trembled with nervousness during the job transfer ceremony. Chen Mo distinctly remembered that he later transitioned into a chef profession, and he was intrigued to learn what unique effects his culinary creations might possess. Thus, he selected this venue to satisfy his curiosity. Upon entering the restaurant, he was greeted by a cozy ambience, characterized by a white color scheme complemented by wooden partitions and furnishings. The chubby boy he had seen earlier was now busy in the kitchen. Chen Mo settled into a booth by the window. Chen Mo, is that really you? The boy, having spotted Chen Mo, hurried over with excitement. Mo, hello. My name is Wang Jingyuan. Chen Mo, somewhat puzzled, extended his hand to the overly familiar Wang Jingyuan and inquired, Do you know me? He realized that Wang recognized him from the job transfer square, where he had been nearby and exhibited a rather amusing demeanor, which is how he had made an impression. The two had not interacted prior, so Chen Mo was surprised by his recognition. Of course I know you, Mo. You're now a celebrity in Yunhai City. I heard yesterday that you broke the rookie leveling record of the Xianqin Empire. Do you know who held that record before? It was none other than our Empire's Grand Princess, Chu Xianhua. She is truly a prodigy, boasting superior innate talent and the rare combat profession of Flame Envoy. Born into royalty, she had access to the finest resources, and yet you managed to surpass her record. Mo, you are incredible, Wang Jingyuan exclaimed excitedly, then suddenly snapped his fingers and pulled out his phone. Mo, can we take a photo together? This way, I can tell everyone that the record holder of the Xianqin Empire dined at my restaurant. Upon hearing Wang Jingyuan's enthusiastic remarks, Chen Mo finally realized that news of his record-breaking achievement had spread throughout Yunhai City. However, he was not particularly fond of such fame. He preferred a quieter life, even amidst the dangers of the wilderness, where he found a sense of ease. I should make haste to the wilderness and lay low for a while, Chen Mo thought to himself. Chapter 53, Silver Level Vampiric Aura. After taking the photo with Wang Jingyuan, Chen Mo posed a question that had been on his mind. Jingyuan, may I ask you something? What is it like to create food as a chef with extraordinary abilities? Understanding Chen Mo's inquiry, Wang Jingyuan explained, Mo, as a chef, I can prepare dishes that enhance a professional's attributes. However, I require extraordinary ingredients of black iron grade or higher to do so. Ordinary ingredients cannot yield extraordinary food. Of course, my current skill level is not very high, so the effects of the extraordinary dishes I create are not very pronounced. They might only increase attributes like attack power, defense, or health regeneration, but the values are quite modest. Wang Jingyuan appeared a bit embarrassed and pondered before adding. In a moment of uncertainty, Mo, go. Please take a seat while I prepare something to eat. You will understand soon enough. With that, Wang Jingyuan hurriedly dashed into the kitchen. Chen Mo observed this lively little chubby figure with a sense of fondness. As he busied himself, Chen Mo settled comfortably into his seat, waiting patiently. Feeling somewhat bored in his chair, Chen Mo opened his attribute panel to check his mental power. After a morning's passage, his total mental power had restored to 836 points. With nothing pressing to do, Chen Mo resolved to enhance his vampiric aura skill. He aimed to elevate this skill to silver rank, thereby increasing the leeching capacity of his skeletal soldiers and enhancing their survivability. He selected the option to strengthen the vampiric aura skill. Focusing on the rune resembling fangs within the skill panel, he activated the enhancement ability. He expended 200 mental power points to elevate the vampiric aura skill to silver rank. Vampiric aura, silver rank, activates an aura that allows allied targets to absorb 80 of the damage dealt to restore their own health. Can be further enhanced, requiring 400 mental power points. With the vampiric aura skill upgraded to silver rank, the life recovery capacity of the skeletal soldiers now nearly equaled the damage they could inflict. This meant that as long as the skeletal soldiers were not instantly destroyed, each of their attacks would restore health equivalent to 80 points of damage dealt. Such a formidable recovery ability almost maximized the skeletal soldiers' sustainability. This regeneration was undoubtedly a nightmare for their enemies. Imagine the scenario where an enemy strikes down a skeletal soldier, reducing its health by half. In response, the skeletal soldier retaliates, delivering a powerful blow that not only inflicts significant damage, but also fully replenishes its own health. If you were the enemy, would you not feel exasperated? How could one possibly contend against such an opponent? Chen Mo pondered for a moment and decided to allocate all 15 unassigned attribute points to his physique, which he had accumulated upon reaching level 10. After the allocation, his attribute panel transformed to Name, Chen Mo. Class, Necromancer. 9-colored Supreme Bone, God level enhancement. Level, 10, 128. Physique, 41. Soul, 116. Summoning space, 2055. Skills, Skeleton Summoning, Golden rank. Strike Aura, Dark Gold rank. Necromantic Symbiosis, Passive, Vampiric Aura, Silver rank. Skeleton Summoning consumes 480 mental power points to summon a skeletal soldier, Golden rank, to fight for you. Can be enhanced, requiring 800 mental power points. Description: the attributes of the skeletal soldier are influenced by the Necromancer's attributes, and sacrificing a corpse can reduce mental power consumption by 2/3. Lowering the rank of the summoned skeletal soldiers can further decrease mental power expenditure. Strike Aura, Dark Gold rank, activates an aura that enhances allied targets' attack power by 320. Can be enhanced, requiring 1,600 mental power points. Necromantic Symbiosis. Passive: the Necromancer shares health and mental power with summoned entities. As long as there are summoned entities in existence, the Necromancer cannot perish. Vampiric Aura, Silver rank, activates an aura that allows allied targets to absorb 80 of the damage dealt to restore their own health. Can be enhanced, requiring 400 mental power points. Upon completing the attribute allocation, Chen Mo's health increased to 410 points. His physique attribute now provided a corresponding health boost to each skeletal soldier. This health enhancement raised the health of golden rank skeletal soldiers to over 1,700, while silver rank skeletal soldiers reached over 1,200 health points. Thanks to the passive sharing from the Necromantic Symbiosis skill, his total health surged to over 29,000. With such vitality, even standing still, he could exhaust opponents of equal rank. This Necromantic Symbiosis skill was undoubtedly Chen Mo's life-saving technique. Observing this health value, Chen Mo finally felt a sense of security. The fear of being abruptly eliminated was dispelled. After completing his attribute points, the survivability of the skeletal soldiers also saw considerable enhancement. In the wilderness, they would no longer be easily slain by monsters, thus granting them opportunities to recover health. With the Dark Gold rank Strike Aura skill, the skeletal soldiers' offensive capabilities were already adequate. Should their survivability be further elevated, their overall combat strength would see a significant increase. Moreover, with the Vampiric Aura skill augmenting their sustainability and the fact that skeletal soldiers were impervious to fatigue when encountering formidable monsters in the wilderness, as long as they were not instantly eliminated, they could outlast their foes through health regeneration. Having deduced this, Chen Mo resolved that upon leveling up again, he would prioritize allocating points to his physique first. As he studied the attribute panel, 2 young women entered the establishment. One donned a white dress, her skin smooth and fair, bearing a resemblance to Tang Yiya, albeit with a more composed demeanor, exuding an air of tranquility. The other was tall, with short hair. Clad in athletic wear, her muscular physique suggesting a routine of rigorous exercise, lending her a sharp presence. Upon entering, the two women spotted Chen Mo seated by the window and approached him directly. At that moment, Chen Mo noticed them, closed the attribute panel, and rose to inquire. Are you the ones Tang Yaya sent? The girl in the dress, who bore a resemblance to Tang Yaya, nodded. Hello, Chen Mo. I am Tang Yaya's cousin, Tang Shuiying. This is my friend. Li Man. Chen Mo greeted the two young women with a nod, and the three took their seats at the table. I am curious as to what tasks you wish to entrust to me. I presume Tang Yaya has briefed you on my circumstances. This is my first venture into the wilderness after leaving the city. I am unsure how I might be of assistance. After sitting down, Chen Mo directly posed the question. Chapter 54, The Abilities of Life Professionals. Tang Shuiying glanced at Li Man beside her, noticing her silence before she spoke up. It is as follows. My friend Li Man discovered a bronze-level relic dungeon in the northern domain Snowfield Wilderness. Although she ultimately cleared the dungeon, she triggered a trap within it, falling victim to a life curse from an evil deity, which has significantly diminished her health. To lift this life curse, my mentor suggested crafting a high-grade potion called the Moon God Pill to test its efficacy. We have gathered all the necessary materials for the Moon God Pill, except for a supporting herb called Moon Spirit Grass, which only grows in the jungles of the Shiza Mountains. This herb is not particularly rare. It used to be plentiful. However, it is now scarcely available on the market, and our task postings have gone unfulfilled. It is said that the Shiza Mountains, where the Moon Spirit Grass is produced, have been overrun by the Abyssal Worm clan, which deters anyone from attempting to gather herbs. With no other recourse, we decided to come and personally venture to the Shiza Mountains to collect some Moon Spirit Grass. As an auxiliary profession alchemist, I lack combat prowess. Although Li Man is a combat profession, her health has been drastically reduced, making her survival in the wilderness precarious. Thus, we seek a professional team to accompany us to the Shiza Mountains to assess the situation. After we returned to Yunhai City yesterday, Ye, upon hearing about our predicament, recommended you to us. She mentioned that your summoned entities are quite formidable and should be able to ensure our safety. I understand you need to level up by battling monsters in the wilderness. We do not require an official team formation, which would allow you to retain all experience gained. We simply request your guidance to the Shiza Mountains to gather the Moon Spirit Grass. Certainly, this matter is solely between us, and there is no need for you to consider Tang Yaya's side. Upon hearing Tang Shuiying articulate the nature of their task, Chen Mo engaged in careful contemplation. He perceived that accepting this mission was neither advantageous nor uncomplicated. This expedition into the wilderness was intended for him to focus entirely on leveling up. When the surroundings were devoid of other individuals, he could summon all his skeletal soldiers to engage in combat and gain experience. However, with the inclusion of these two burdensome companions, he would have to limit himself to summoning merely 10 skeletal soldiers for the battle. This would inevitably diminish his rate of progression. Although they were introduced by Tang Yaya, she had not reached out to him directly. It seemed she was wary of overstepping, not wishing to impose their relationship on Chen Mo. After deliberation, Chen Mo resolved to decline this request. The priority was to swiftly enhance his strength, and they were not inextricably bound to seek his assistance. They could easily post a mission at the Adventurers Guild, recruiting a multitude of adventurers to accompany them to the West Zay Mountain, thereby ensuring their safety. Having come to a conclusion, Chen Mo spoke. I'm sorry, but I believe you. 2 million, Tang Shuiying interjected, directly stating, we are prepared to offer a commission fee of 2 million, inviting you, Chen Mo, to accompany us to the West Zay Mountain. What do you think? Regardless of the outcome, whether we locate Yuling or not, all we require is your guidance to ensure our safe round trip. Upon finishing her words, Tang Shuiying gazed at Chen Mo with anticipation, her large eyes sparkling. I must commend your discernment, Sister Tang. I agree to undertake this task. When shall we depart? Chen Mo, upon hearing Tang Shuiying's proposal, promptly altered his stance and consented. The offer was simply too enticing. This price held immense appeal for Chen Mo at this juncture. After all, where one grinds for experience is inconsequential. It merely involved escorting 2 young women into the West Zay Mountain to gather herbs. The experience gains would be the same, and he felt there was little cause for concern. We are all set. Once you are prepared, Chen Mo, we can exit the city. Tang Shuiying observed Chen Mo's sudden change of heart, amusement dancing in her heart. What an intriguing fellow. Yaya was indeed correct. Once I disclosed the price, he would likely not refuse. Unbeknownst to Chen Mo, he was oblivious to Tang Shuiying's internal musings. He pondered that he would be in the wilderness for over 20 days and had yet to procure supplies. Moreover, he suddenly recalled that his rickshaw required modifications, specifically the addition of a shock absorption system. Without it, riding in that unmodified vehicle across the rugged wilderness would surely jolt him to his limits. Shall we convene here the morning after tomorrow and set forth? What do you think, Sister Tang? That sounds perfect, Tang Shuiying replied with a sly smile, nodding in agreement. After concluding their discussions, Chen Mo ordered more grilled meat and beverages. At that moment, Wang Jingyuan's dish was ready, and he proudly presented it to Chen Mo. Brother Mo, do taste this. I just made it using fresh bronze-grade beast meat from the iron-horned bull's thigh. It's absolutely delectable. Sisters, you should try it as well. Chen Mo picked up a skewer of beef, took a bite, and was met with a delightful crunch and tenderness. It was indeed exceptionally good. Wang Jingyuan's culinary skills were impressive. After savoring several bites, Chen Mo opened his attributes panel and discovered that he indeed gained a beneficial status. Grilled iron-horned bull skewers. Health increased by 10 points. Duration 1 hour. Tang Shuiying and Li Man, who had been relatively quiet, also sampled the grilled meat. The flavor is quite delightful, though the enhancement effect is somewhat lacking, Tang Shuiying remarked, nodding in appraisal. Hee, this is my first attempt at crafting extraordinary dishes since becoming an adventurer. The effect is secondary as long as you enjoy it, Wang Jingyuan stated. Scratching his head nonchalantly, Chen Mo found it fascinating to witness the abilities of a life profession and considered the potential of that enhancement effect. If the skill level were to rise, it could become significantly powerful. Selling enhancement-type extraordinary food would undoubtedly generate substantial profit. He wondered if skeletal soldiers could learn life skills, making a mental note to explore this possibility in the future. After finishing their meal, Chen Mo stood to settle the bill, but Wang Jingyuan insisted on not accepting payment, instead requesting if he could hang Chen Mo's photo in the shop. Chen Mo was indifferent to the request, as he did not rely on it for income. However, he felt that once Wang Jingyuan displayed their photograph, returning to the shop might feel somewhat awkward. Insisting on paying, Chen Mo and Tang Shuiying exited the establishment. As he turned back, he noticed Wang Jingyuan happily hanging their group photo in a prominent spot. Perhaps it would be best to avoid this shop in the future. Chen Mo mused. Chapter 55, Modifying the Rickshaw. Stepping out of the barbecue shop, Chen Mo bid farewell to Tang Shuiying and her companions. He turned to seek a modification shop to upgrade his rickshaw and then procure survival supplies. After all, he needed to be adequately prepared for over 20 days in the wilderness. Strolling down the street, he soon discovered a shop named Duji Ironworks. He was uncertain if they could modify his rickshaw, as he had no idea where to find someone capable of such work. He decided to venture inside. Upon entering Duji Ironworks, Chen Mo found the shop surprisingly clean, devoid of the metal shavings and dust he had anticipated. Instead, the shelves were adorned with various uniquely shaped metal parts. Although he was unfamiliar with their functions, it was evident that the craftsmen who created them possessed remarkable skill. May I assist you? A sturdy, youthful lad emerged from the back, his features youthful yet robust. Chen Mo found him somewhat familiar, recalling that they had likely crossed paths at school. However, he refrained from mentioning it and instead inquired, "Do you offer modifications for rickshaws? Modify a rickshaw?" "Absolutely." Upon hearing Chen Mo's request, the young man's eyes lit up as he hurried over. "What type of rickshaw are we discussing? How do you wish to modify it?" "It's the type that requires someone to pull it from the front, a two-wheeled cart. I would like to add a shock absorption system, if possible. I would also like to create a semi-enclosed space for the passengers at the back to enhance privacy." Upon hearing Chen Mo's specifications, the young man appeared slightly disappointed but pondered for a moment before responding. "That modification is feasible and not too difficult. If you bring the rickshaw in, you can pick it up tomorrow." After confirming the price, Chen Mo followed the shopkeeper through the store into the rear courtyard. Upon arrival, he extracted the rickshaw from his backpack and placed it on the ground. In the courtyard, he observed an array of modified vehicles and components. It seemed the young man was indeed an avid modification enthusiast. Choosing this shop for his rickshaw upgrades was certainly a wise decision. Noticing Chen Mo produce the rickshaw from his backpack, the young man exhibited no surprise, indicating he was likely an adventurer as well, Chen Mo speculated. After placing the rickshaw, they discussed a few more details and exchanged phone numbers. Chen Mo took his leave, exiting the shop. Through their conversation, he learned that the young man was, as he suspected, also a novice adventurer who had just transitioned into the profession. The young man, Du Kai, was a classmate of Chen Mo, and he pursued the trade of a blacksmith. Through their conversation, Chen Mo learned why these individuals engaged in labor had yet to embark on dungeon raids. It turned out they had already assembled a team and were merely awaiting the combat-oriented professionals to reach level 3 before assisting them in leveling up. Of course, hiring someone to guide them through the dungeons would incur expenses, and most of those accepting such tasks were merely ordinary-level professionals. They faced no pressure to rush their leveling for college entrance exams, allowing them to earn money while training, an advantageous duality. Having resolved the issue with his vehicle, Chen Mo headed to the marketplace to procure supplies. After parting ways with Tang Shuiying and Li Man, the two returned to the Tang family estate. "Shuiying, do you truly place your faith in that fellow? He is offering 2 million to protect us both, and he is only at level 10. Can he be relied upon?" Although Li Man had harbored doubts during their time at the barbecue restaurant, she refrained from questioning it further, choosing instead to respect Tang Shuiying's decision now that she had settled on their course of action. "It should be fine. I trust Ye's judgment. Furthermore, I reviewed Chen Mo's dungeon records and professional information yesterday, and his summoned entities possess formidable combat prowess," Tang Shuiying reassured her. "We are only venturing into the Shiza Mountains to gather moon spirit herbs, and we can stealthily infiltrate. If we collect the herbs swiftly, We can minimize our chances of disturbing the monsters lurking in the woods. I have also gathered some intelligence about the abyssal insect tribe residing within the Shiza Mountains. Their most notable characteristic is their exceptional reproductive capability, which leads to overwhelming numbers and the potential for insect swarms. Once such a swarm forms, it is rare for any monster to withstand their onslaught. Therefore, I suspect the area is currently overrun by the abyssal insect tribe. Whether we can obtain the moon spirit herbs now rests solely on luck. Seeing Li Man's demeanor dimming upon hearing her analysis, Tang Shuiying offered consolation. Even if we fail to gather them, it's no cause for concern. In a few days, Lady Jiang Qingwan from our academy will return. We can find a way to enlist her aid, and with her high-ranking oracle priest abilities, she should be able to dispel the evil god's curse afflicting you. Upon hearing Tang Shuiying's words, Li Man's expression lightened considerably. She hailed from the Li family of the Snow Dragon City in the Northern Domain, known for their formidable combat prowess. As a rare dragonblood warrior with mid-grade Dao roots, she had ascended to level 18 within less than a year of entering the academy. Her future had appeared exceedingly bright until she encountered a relic in the wilds of the northern region snowfields, where she fell victim to an evil god's curse that halved her life limit. This curse seemed to be cast by a certain pseudo-deity from another realm, and its high-level spell had thwarted all her attempts to break it over the past several days, leaving her, a proud individual, feeling quite defeated. The notion of needing to hire a mere level 10 newcomer for herb gathering was particularly difficult for her to accept. Yet, since Tang Shuiying had come to Yunhai City specifically to assist her in gathering medicinal herbs, she refrained from contesting her friend's decision. Nevertheless, Li Man resolved to thoroughly assess the young man's capabilities when they reached the wilderness. A naive, inexperienced individual who had never left the city, she hoped he wouldn't embarrass himself in the wild, becoming a burden instead of a help. Despite her life limit being curtailed, Li Man's combat prowess remained unscathed. She still boasted the combat strength of a level 18 Dao Bone level warrior. As a distinguished talent, she did not believe that this newcomer could assist her. Just as Chen Mo and the others prepared to leave the city, news of his record-breaking ascent circulated throughout the entire Xianqin Empire. Chapter 56. The Long Princess of the Xianqin Empire, Chu Xianhua. In Blood Battle City. Within the Desert Earth Demon Dungeon, Go Shengli wielded a colossal battle knife, leading his companions in an assault on the final camp of the Sand Demons. The Sand Demons emerged from the desert in droves, and soon, a fierce battle ensued. This is exhilarating. Go Shengli laughed heartily, his battle knife crackling with lightning as he swung it with ferocity, cleaving through the masses of Sand Demons like a giant meat grinder, scattering their remains across the ground. In no time, the Sand Demons were on the brink of annihilation. As Go Shengli was caught up in the thrill of battle, a sharp claw suddenly erupted from the sand beneath him, aiming directly for his back. Sensing the impending danger, he swiftly turned, positioning his massive knife defensively. The clash of the black claw against his weapon resounded loudly, the force of the impact sending him crashing to the ground. You old schemer finally dare to show your face. Go Shengli spat blood as he laid eyes on the claw's owner, a surge of battle fervor igniting within him. Sand Demon General. Qualification, Silver level. Level 6. Health 1085. Attack 113. Skill, Ground Ambush. Burrows underground to ambush the target. Increasing attack damage by 15. Description. This is a leader of the Sand Demons residing in the desert, who prefers to rest underground during the day and hunts at night, excelling in ambush tactics. Go Shengli and his team were an elite squad of professionals from Blood Battle City, with him serving as the mid-grade Dao Bone level Thunderblade class leader. Hailing from a prestigious family, after successfully awakening his abilities, Go Shengli was determined to challenge the leveling record to prove himself. Therefore, he daringly led his team to tackle the difficult, level 36, Desert Earth Demon Dungeon at level 4. After a grueling battle, they finally faced the ultimate boss, the Sand Demon General. Go Shengli managed to counter the boss's most powerful strike, exposing it and stripping away its greatest advantage. With its minions defeated, it was swiftly overwhelmed by Go Shengli's team. As golden light enveloped them, several members leveled up to 5. Defeated the 6th level silver boss, Ground Demon General, earning 480 experience points. The dungeon has concluded. Challengers may exit the dungeon at any time. Brother Go, we actually did it. We leveled up to 5 in just 6 days. Surely we have a shot at breaking the leveling record. One of his companions exclaimed. Well, the record stands at 17 days. We have 11 days left. I would say we have a slim chance, but success is not guaranteed. Even if we fail, it's no shame. That record belongs to the Empire's Long Princess, Chu Xianhua. As long as we reach level 10 within 20 days, we will have succeeded. Go Shengli replied. The group buzzed with excitement before collectively exiting the dungeon. Brother Go, big news. I heard someone in Yunhai City has already broken the leveling record, and it only took 5 days. One of Go Shengli's classmates approached him as he emerged from the dungeon. Don't be ridiculous. Who told you that? Go Shengli pushed him away, utterly unconvinced. As a mid-grade Dao Bone level combat professional, he had fought tirelessly in the dungeon, nearly wearing out his blade. and had only just reached level 5. To hear that someone had achieved level 10 just the day before seemed utterly absurd. If that were true, are they even human? They should at least have some credibility in their claims. Really, everyone is saying so, and I heard the Empire's officials are verifying it in Yunhai City. I think there's a good chance it's true, his classmate insisted, speaking with conviction. Go Shengli couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of it all. You can take that nonsense somewhere else. If someone truly reached level 10 in 5 days, I'd stand on my head and eat excrement, he declared, thrusting his massive knife into the ground and pounding his chest in defiance. Go, count me in. I shall partake in drinking while in an inverted stance. I too shall join. I will perform a full inversion while indulging in a mixed culinary approach. What do you say? I will stand on my head and assist you all by cleaning up the remnants. Lao Wu, what will you have? Upon hearing Go Shengli, their leader, speak, several brothers immediately chimed in. As the brothers turned their attention to him, fifth brother, holding his phone, pondered for a moment before cautiously suggesting, I can't do an inversion either. How about I serve you and prepare some food instead? Upon uttering these words, he noticed the peculiar gazes of his older brothers. Damn, you little rascal are quite cunning. Give him a beating. Stop. Seeing that his older brothers were genuinely about to launch an attack on him, the younger brother, clutching his phone, hurriedly exclaimed, Big brother, you should quickly check the announcement from the Empire. I have a feeling this matter might be legitimate. Hearing the younger brother's words, Go Shengli also took out his phone. He then saw the announcement just released by the Xianqin Empire. The record for the fastest leveling up by a novice practitioner has been shattered by a practitioner from Yunhai City. The results have been verified and confirmed as accurate. The latest record for novice practitioners leveling up, 5 days. Record holders, Chen Mo, Su Qingxue, Tang Yeye, by Wei, Rin Xiaowen. After reading the announcement, Go Shengli was rendered speechless. What kind of beast is this? Is this truly a level up record achievable by a human? How many monsters must one slay to reach level 10? Isn't it exhausting? Observing Go Shengli in a daze, fifth brother cautiously inquired, Go, are you still eating? Should I prepare something for you? Scram. In the midst of the gray mist, within a palace of resplendent gold and opulence, a realm of unparalleled luxury stood firmly. The realm was abundant in fire elements, with flames spilling outside the palace. In the plaza of the palace, a towering phoenix tree stood, and several fire phoenixes flew overhead, leaving trails of fiery light in their wake. They descended to roost upon the phoenix tree, lowly chirping and frolicking. Inside the main hall, Princess Chu Xianwei of the Xianqin Empire was engaged in casual conversation with Jiang Qingwan, the dean of Xianhua Academy. Sister Qingwan, I have discovered a fragment of an otherworldly space within the void. When do you have time? Shall we explore it together? Dressed in a crimson gown, Chu Xianwei sat at the table, holding a teacup as she spoke to Jiang Qingwan across from her. Of course, but the academy is about to hold new recruitments. Let me finish this busy period first. Jiang Qingwan, with her graceful and dignified appearance, exuded an air of sanctity in her every gesture, though her mind seemed somewhat elsewhere. She glanced at the message from the academy, then looked up at Chu Xianwei seated opposite her. Xianwei, I have some rather intriguing news. Your novice leveling record was broken yesterday by a newly transitioned young practitioner. Moreover, it is said that this young fellow possesses only a mid-grade mortal bone. Care to guess how many days it took him to achieve this new record? Chapter 57, Xianhua Academy. Chu Xianwei did not seem particularly concerned upon hearing this news. At her level, her pursuits lay solely in the realm of ascending beyond level 100. Unraveling the mysteries concealed within the gray mist and discovering the embers of civilizations across various worlds were what truly piqued her interest. As for external accolades, they had long ceased to occupy her considerations. Nevertheless, she was somewhat astonished upon hearing Jiang Qingwan's words. By her calculations, only 6 days had passed since the Empire's awakening day, and Jiang Qingwan mentioned that someone had broken the record just yesterday. Does this not imply that this individual reached level 10 in merely 5 days? And with only a mid-grade mortal bone? How utterly unbelievable. Although she had not intentionally aimed to set a record when she achieved hers, she still recalled that during her leveling, she hardly rested. At that time, freshly transitioned and filled with lofty aspirations, she was exceedingly diligent in proving herself. With her superior Daobone talent, coupled with the group attack capabilities of the Flame Envoy and her high-tier equipment, along with equally impressive and well-coordinated teammates, she had only managed to set a historical record of 17 days. This individual accomplished it in 5 days. Moreover, how could the leveling time be reduced so drastically? Chu Xianwei found it impossible to fathom how this individual achieved such a feat. Noticing her inquisitive gaze, Jiang Qingwan did not keep her in suspense, stating directly. According to the information, this young fellow named Chen Mo transitioned into a hidden profession known as Necromancer, and during his awakening, a divine punishment phenomenon appeared in the sky. His primary ability is to summon skeletal soldiers, and these skeletons can enhance their quality levels while fighting, with a total of 10 at his command. The data indicates that these skeletal soldiers are utterly tireless, capable of continuous combat day and night. It is precisely with these skeletal soldiers that he reached level 10 in a mere 5 days. Upon hearing Jiang Qingwan's description, Chu Xianyue unraveled the confusion in her heart. After a moment of contemplation, she smiled brightly. So his name is Chen Mo? It is indeed an intriguing profession. I wonder about the potential of this vocation. Although his bone quality is somewhat low, if his professional abilities are indeed commendable, it would not be impossible to provide him with some resources to enhance his bone quality. Hearing Chu Xuanyue's words, Jiang Qingwan also smiled. I am becoming quite interested in this young fellow. I will personally go to observe during the Academy's major examination. If his professional abilities truly hold merit, I will consider admitting him into Xianhua Academy. Jiang Qingwan refrained from voicing a thought that lingered in her mind. Is this Chen Mo truly only a mortal-grade bone? Of course, this pertains to the privacy of practitioners. Aside from the records made during the transition ceremony, any subsequent inquiries into a practitioner's bone level can only be accessed if they choose to disclose the information, as otherwise, it remains entirely hidden from others. Yunhai City. After bidding farewell to his guests, City Lord Ho wearily settled into his office. The imperial officials from the Xianqin Empire who came to verify the leveling records of Chen Mo and his team had already departed. Bai Wei, Tang Yeye, and the others, as participants, had fully cooperated with the verification process. They were summoned primarily to allow the officials to check their professional information, confirming that they had indeed reached level 10. However, the main focus of the verification was to examine the dungeon clearance records. Now that the verification process was complete, the results had been confirmed and a national announcement had been issued. The matter had finally reached a conclusion. Although City Lord Ho was exhausted over the past few days, he was exhilarated beyond measure. Recently, Yunhai City had celebrated a double joy. Su Qingxue had awakened with a superior Dao bone and was directly recruited by the prestigious Shinhao Academy, and she had already gone to report. Chen Mo and his team had made an exaggerated achievement, breaking the record for the fastest leveling up by a novice, previously held by Princess Chu Xianyue of the Empire. In just 5 days, observing the officials who came to verify the records, their expressions as they examined the dungeon information were akin to encountering a ghost, filling City Lord Ho with an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. With these two monumental events, Yunhai City had made quite a splash in the Xianqin Empire recently. As the City Lord, he was bound to receive high-level rewards. Oh, and there was one more thing. City Lord Ho suddenly recalled that since the record-breaking incident had been verified, the prize money should soon be on its way. Chen Mo, that lad, was about to leave the city. It would be prudent to grant him the reward ahead of time. Otherwise, by the time he returned, it might not be until 20 days later. With that thought in mind, City Lord Ho picked up the phone on his desk. Xianhua Academy. Bang. Vice Dean Yi Qiuyun slammed her palm on the desk, the resounding noise startling the director of the admissions office standing before her. What is going on? Didn't your team already visit Yunhai City? How could you not have any information on such a genius capable of breaking records? What on earth is going on with your recruitment efforts? If it were not for Dean Zhang's recent notification urging us to pay attention to this student, I would have remained oblivious to the dismal state of this year's enrollment efforts. You must promptly locate Chen Mo and secure his signature. The highest contract grade can be elevated to S level. You are to resolve this matter before the upcoming major examination, or I shall have no choice but to dismiss you and reassign you to the Northern Demon Hunter Camp to guard the gates. Upon hearing Vice Dean Ye's words, the director of admissions wiped the sweat from his brow, swiftly turning to leave as he prepared to personally head to Yunhai City. This student named Chen Mo seemed to have emerged from nowhere, and now he faced this scathing reprimand while his position hung in the balance. The thought of the harsh conditions surrounding the border camp sent a shiver down the director's spine, prompting him to quicken his pace. The prominent figures throughout the entire Xianqin Empire had converged their attention on Yunhai City due to Chen Mo's record-breaking achievements. However, Chen Mo remained blissfully unaware of this, and even if he did know, he would regard it as mere trifles, far less substantial than the tangible rewards he could receive. After all, a monetary bonus would bring him greater joy. After procuring his supplies, darkness enveloped the sky. Once he had meticulously organized his items, Chen Mo stowed them away in his spatial backpack. Having dined at the mall, he boarded a vehicle to return home. Chen Mo was consumed by a singular ambition, to rapidly enhance his strength, venture beyond the city, and prepare for the Academy's examination. Upon returning home, he meditated until the stroke of midnight, checking his mental energy levels, which had restored to 1095 points. Without hesitation, he expended 480 points of mental energy to invoke the skeleton summoning technique, successfully summoning another golden-level skeleton soldier to his summoning space. The quantity of his summoned soldiers now stood at 155, with 11 golden-level skeletons at his disposal, his hidden trump cards for the future. After using his skill, his mental energy was depleted, and a dull headache began to throb, compelling him to lie down and succumb to sleep. Chapter 58. The Domestic Skeleton Soldier. The night passed without incident. Upon awakening the next morning, Chen Mo enjoyed breakfast and then meditated for the entire morning. After restoring some mental energy, he summoned yet another golden-level skeleton soldier, increasing his summoning space count to 255. Observing the continuous rise in his summoning count filled Chen Mo with a profound sense of accomplishment. Currently, there were no monster corpses available for sacrifice to reduce the mental energy consumption of the skeleton summoning technique. Thus, he could only rely on meditation to gradually accumulate the number of skeleton soldiers. Once he exited the city, he could hunt genuine monsters and beasts, utilizing their corpses to expedite the summoning process. The prospect of rapidly enhancing his skeleton army's strength once outside the city left Chen Mo brimming with anticipation. Yet, he knew he must complete today's tasks first. He prepared to step out for lunch before retrieving the modified rickshaw from Do's Ironworks. As Chen Mo picked up his phone, he discovered 2 account notifications. Upon inspection, he found that his account balance had soared to over 11 million. Reviewing the transfer details, he noted that 10 million had been sent by the principal and 1 million was a task deposit from Tang Shuiying. Opening the professional attributes panel, he found a message from the principal awaiting his attention. Dear Chen Mo, this is your bonus for breaking the record. It has been approved and transferred to you. Please check your account. Overjoyed, Chen Mo promptly replied to the principal, acknowledging the receipt of the funds. This timely influx of money was fortuitous, as he had yet to leave the city and could experiment with the plan he conceived yesterday. Motivated by this, he wasted no time, rising to head downstairs, determined to retrieve the rickshaw first. After enjoying lunch at a street-side eatery, Chen Mo arrived at Do's Ironworks. Du Kai led him to the rear of the shop, where Chen Mo beheld the transformed rickshaw. It bore little resemblance to its former self. Aside from its general shape, it had undergone a complete metamorphosis. The rear seating area was now a semi-closed metal structure, retaining an opening at the front and fitted with a roll-up door. The enclosed cabin featured windows on both sides and at the rear, allowing for external observation while ensuring privacy with curtains. The rear tires had been widened, and a shock absorption system was installed on the axle, elevating the entire rear section significantly. Even the front handlebars had been reinforced, equipped with non-slip grips. Go. This is the modified rickshaw per your specifications. Although it appears to have many additions, I utilized only high-strength lightweight materials, so the overall weight has not increased significantly, ensuring it remains manageable, Du Kai explained. Considering you'll be traversing the wilderness, I widened the tires and converted them to solid rubber. Most of the materials and parts were crafted by my own hands, ensuring quality that can withstand the complexities of the wild. As Chen Mo examined the rickshaw, now resembling a small armored vehicle, Du Kai chuckled sheepishly. I got a bit carried away with the modifications, but rest assured, the price remains unchanged. We'll stick to what we agreed upon yesterday. All I ask is for your feedback once you return from the wilderness, so I can enhance my modification skills. Chen Mo was exceedingly pleased with the revamped rickshaw. The metal armor of the rear seat instilled a sense of security, and the intricate shock absorption system promised excellent performance. The added weight was inconsequential, as he would not be the one pulling the rickshaw, and his skeleton soldiers would not tire. After testing the comfort of the plush seat, Chen Mo nodded in satisfaction. He stored the rickshaw in his spatial backpack, and, when it came time to settle the bill, he generously transferred an additional 10,000 to Du Kai. He felt it essential to ensure Du Kai did not incur a loss, even if it might not fully compensate for his expenses. However, Du Kai refused to disclose the price, leaving Chen Mo with no choice but to accept the situation. After concluding the transaction and returning home, Chen Mo felt ready for the next phase. With the preparations for his journey outside the city now complete and the bonus in his possession, he planned to experiment with the idea he had conceived in the barbecue restaurant. He intended to enhance a skeleton soldier to see if it could learn domestic skills. Should this plan succeed, he could subsequently utilize his skeleton soldiers for a comprehensive range of tasks, hunting monsters, gathering materials, and then delegating the processing to specialized domestic skeletons. The manufacturing skeletons could then convert materials into extraordinary food, potions, equipment, and other finished products, which could be sold in the universal marketplace, eliminating any middlemen and maximizing profits. The thought of this prospect exhilarated Chen Mo. He promptly invoked the skeleton summoning technique, expending 60 points of mental energy to summon a black iron-level skeleton soldier. As the summoning array activated, a skeleton, its eyes ablaze with ethereal white flames, emerged from the swirling portal. Since this was merely an experimental domestic skeleton, a high rank was unnecessary. A black iron level was perfectly adequate. After all, enhancing it to the bronze level would unlock a skill slot. This insight stemmed from Chen Mo's previous experience with 2 skeleton soldiers, both of which had unlocked their first skill slot at the bronze level and the second at the golden level. Chen Mo speculated that each 2-tier elevation would grant a new skill slot to the skeleton soldiers. Of course, this conjecture remains to be validated, as the highest-ranked skeletal soldier has only been enhanced to the golden tier. The available information is insufficient at present to draw any conclusions. Chen Mo opened the Infinite Realm Mall and directly purchased 20 kilograms of bronze-tier beast bones from the Longfong pig. After making his selection, he confirmed the transaction, and the pig bones were promptly placed into his backpack space. He retrieved the large bones from his backpack and placed them into the prepared basin on the ground. Then, addressing the recently summoned Black Iron Tier skeletal soldier, he employed the enhancement ability. Select Enhancement Direction, Speed Enhancement, constitution enhancement, mental enhancement. He chose mental enhancement. This was primarily an experiment, aimed at allowing the skeletal soldier to learn life skills. Utilizing life skills consumes mental energy, and enhancing the mental aspect could improve the soldier's capabilities in this regard. The enhancement's golden light manifested around Chen Mo, enveloping the pulverized beast bones and merging them into the skeletal soldier's frame. After the enhancement, the skeletal soldier's bones appeared significantly sturdier, and the soul flame within its skull evolved from white to yellow. Chapter 59, The Skeletal Chef. He opened the panel to inspect the attributes of the skeletal soldier. Root bone quality, bronze tier. Talent trait, energetic. Level, 10. Health, 880. Attack, 163. Skills, none. Energetic, increases mental energy recovery speed by 15. Description: this is a bronze tier skeletal soldier, already a king among the ordinary bone ranks, yet still cannon fodder on the battlefield. Chen Mo observed that the skeletal soldier had indeed unlocked a skill slot, confirming part of his speculation. He opened the Infinite Realm Mall once more, this time intending to select a life skill for the skeletal soldier to experiment with its effects. Chen Mo accessed the basic life skills category, where a series of skill book listings appeared on the panel. Basic culinary skills, master basic cooking methods, can learn extraordinary recipes of black iron tier. Basic blacksmithing, master the fundamental techniques of blacksmithing, can forge black iron tier equipment. Basic herbalism, master the knowledge and skills of herb gathering, can collect black iron tier medicinal materials. There were indeed a plethora of foundational life skills, spanning several pages. After a lengthy search, Chen Mo decided to purchase a culinary skill for the skeletal soldier to try out. The other life skills, at this time, were not feasible for experimentation. Culinary skills posed no issues, as the skeletal soldier could showcase its abilities immediately after learning. The basin on the ground contained ready ingredients, with plenty of meat still attached to the enhanced large bones. Chen Mo directly selected the basic culinary skills from the Infinite Realm Mall and confirmed the purchase. Upon completion of the transaction, a basic culinary skills book materialized in his backpack space. Chen Mo extracted the skill book and chose to use it on the bronze tier skeletal soldier before him. The basic culinary skills book illuminated, transforming into a skill rune resembling a barbecue, which merged into the skeletal soldier's yellow soul flame. To Chen Mo's astonishment, the skeletal soldier truly mastered the culinary skill. Life class professionals can directly create ordinary items upon learning skills. However, to fabricate extraordinary items, they must also acquire relevant blueprints for production. Chen Mo hastily purchased a crafting blueprint for roasted longfong pig meat from the Infinite Realm Mall. This recipe would bestow extraordinary effects that enhance the vitality attributes of the consumer. The vitality enhancement would, in turn, augment the recovery speed of health and mental energy for the practitioner. After confirming the purchase of this blueprint, the transaction was completed. Chen Mo retrieved the crafting blueprint for roasted longfong pig meat from his backpack space. He selected to use it on the skeletal chef before him, causing the blueprint to glow and transform into light particles that integrated into the skeletal chef's soul flame. With all enhancements complete, Chen Mo opened the panel to review the attributes of the skeletal chef. Root bone quality, bronze tier. Talent trait, energetic. Level, 10. Health, 880. Attack, 163. Skills, basic culinary skills. Energetic, increases mental energy recovery speed by 15. Basic culinary skills, master basic cooking methods, can learn extraordinary recipes of black iron tier. Extraordinary recipe, roasted longfong pig meat. Description: this is a bronze tier skeletal soldier that has altered its fate from being battlefield fodder by becoming a chef, thus evading the battlefield. After perusing the attribute panel, Chen Mo was eager to assess the culinary prowess of this skeletal chef. He retrieved the necessary tools and seasonings for meat preparation from his backpack space and placed them in the kitchen. He then instructed the skeletal chef to take the large longfong pig bone from the ground and commence the roasting process in the kitchen. Having learned basic culinary skills, the skeletal chef, upon receiving Chen Mo's command, bent down to lift the basin containing the bones. It promptly stepped into the kitchen. Chen Mo watched with curiosity from outside, wary that the skeletal soldier might inadvertently set the kitchen ablaze, as it was his only current dwelling. To his amazement, the skeletal chef skillfully retrieved the bones from the basin, washed them thoroughly, and deftly chopped the meat before marinating it with seasonings. It then expertly ignited the charcoal fire. Once the coals were burning, it held the already skewered meat, skillfully grilling it over the fire while sprinkling seasonings. During the meat preparation, the skeletal chef's hands occasionally glimmered with skill light, merging into the roasting meat, as if it were employing skills to evoke the extraordinary power contained within the food. Chen Mo checked the attribute panel and noted that the skeletal chef's mental energy was indeed depleting. It was genuinely utilizing life skills, indicating that this skeletal soldier could indeed produce extraordinary food. Chen Mo's experiment was a success. This implied that if he summoned several more skeletal soldiers and instructed them to learn various life skills, he would possess a formidable and complete logistics team, negating the need to venture out for supplies. As long as he directed the skeletal soldiers to produce what was required, it would suffice. The mere thought of this possibility thrilled Chen Mo. Soon after, as the skeletal chef's mental energy dropped by 15 points, a skewer of roasted meat was completed. Chen Mo took the roasted meat and sampled it. The flavor was undeniably exquisite. The skeletal soldiers lacked taste, and thus could not possess the innovative capacity to develop new dishes. However, they would meticulously adhere to the production methods outlined in the blueprint, executing the process with utmost precision, akin to a well-oiled machine. This was more than sufficient for Chen Mo. At the very least, given the control capabilities of the skeletal soldiers, the failure rate in their production would be exceptionally low. Chen Mo did not require them to innovate. Rapid and efficient mass production would be more than adequate. He glanced at his own status panel and confirmed that he had indeed acquired the extraordinary effect of roasted longfong pig meat. Roasted longfong pig meat, vitality enhancement, restoring 10 health and mental energy per minute for 5 minutes. His suspicions had finally been validated. Chen Mo instructed the skeletal chef to prepare additional ordinary food for lunch. After the meal, he refrained from venturing outside and instead meditated at home to restore his mental energy, preparing to continue summoning skeletal soldiers to replenish his summoning space. By evening, after meditating for an entire afternoon, Chen Mo found himself feeling a bit hungry. He retrieved several ingredients and seasonings from his backpack and handed them to the skeletal chef, instructing it to prepare a meal. After the previous evaluation, Chen Mo had begun to place some trust in the skeletal chef, convinced that it would not set the kitchen ablaze, thus allowing it the freedom to experiment with the ingredients. While awaiting his meal, Chen Mo pondered an important matter: the collection of materials from the corpses of magical beasts encountered in the wilderness. Not all materials from these formidable creatures were useful. Often, only specific parts held value. With the multitude of magical beasts present, it was impractical for Chen Mo to store every slain creature's carcass within his backpack. Therefore, he required skeletal soldiers skilled in gathering techniques to extract the valuable components from the magical beast's remains. By processing the corpses in advance, he could conserve backpack space and enhance efficiency. This way, when he needed materials for crafting items, they would be readily available. Unlike other combat-oriented practitioners who had to haul the entire bodies back to town for processing by life-skilled professionals, he could certainly train a few skeletal soldiers specializing in gathering to handle this task directly on-site. Chen Mo opened his practitioner panel to check his mental power attribute, which had restored to 956 points. He expended 180 points of mental power to summon 3 black iron-grade skeletal soldiers. As the summoning array activated, 3 skeletal soldiers, their forms wreathed in white soul flames, emerged from a swirling black vortex and lined up before Chen Mo. He then accessed the universal marketplace to purchase 60 kilograms of bronze-grade beast bones from the long-tusked pig, confirming the transaction and settling the payment. He instructed the skeletal chef to fetch several large basins from the kitchen and place the beast bones into them. Next, he chose to enhance the skeletal soldiers. Chen Mo directed his enhancement ability towards the 3 skeletal soldiers. Select enhancement direction: speed enhancement, physique enhancement, mental enhancement. He opted for mental enhancement, recognizing that the gathering skill employed by the skeletal soldiers would require mental power, particularly for collecting high-grade materials from magical beasts, which necessitated the gathering skill to be effectively harvested. Thus, choosing the mental enhancement direction would yield greater efficiency. A golden light of enhancement illuminated the area as the powdered bronze-grade beast bones ascended and infused into the 3 skeletal soldiers. The enhancement of the bronze-grade skeletal soldiers was complete. Chen Mo reviewed their attribute panels and confirmed that they had unlocked new skill slots. He then returned to the universal marketplace to purchase 3 beginner gathering skill books. Beginner Gathering: master the knowledge and skills related to gathering, capable of collecting black iron-grade materials. Chen Mo presented the skill books to the 3 skeletal soldiers, ensuring they all learned the gathering skill. He then opened the panel to inspect the attributes of the skeletal soldiers. Ordinary Bone Warrior Spirit, Root Bone Quality, Bronze Grade. Talent Trait, Energetic. Level, 10. Health, 880. Attack, 163. Skill, Beginner Gathering. Energetic, Mental Power Recovery Speed increased by 15. Beginner Gathering: master the knowledge and skills related to gathering, capable of collecting black iron-grade materials. Description: this is a bronze-grade skeletal soldier. Though its combat prowess is feeble, it is merely tasked with tidying the battlefield and collecting materials, so one cannot expect too much from it. Pleased with the 3 skeletal soldiers before him, Chen Mo nodded in satisfaction. He then purchased 3 gathering knives from the universal marketplace and equipped these skeletal workers accordingly before returning them to the summoning space. In total, he had summoned 5 skeletal soldiers today: 1 golden-grade skeletal soldier from the morning, 1 skeletal chef, and 3 gathering-type skeletal workers. The number in his summoning space had now reached 2,655, with 10 skeletal soldiers designated primarily for combat, 1 golden-grade skeletal archer, 1 silver-grade skeletal tank, and 8 ordinary silver-grade skeletal soldiers. The reserve of golden-grade skeletal soldiers had reached 12. while the remaining 4 consisted of life-type bronze-grade skeletal soldiers, 1 skeletal chef, and 3 gathering-type skeletal workers. After taking stock of his skeletal army, Chen Mo felt a sense of accomplishment. His skeletal soldiers were nearly ready before venturing out of the city. However, the remaining funds in his account were insufficient to reinforce another golden-grade elite skeletal soldier. So he would have to wait until he ventured into the wilderness to accumulate more resources for further strengthening his skeletal forces. At that moment, the skeletal chef had completed the meal and presented it. Dinner was sumptuous, featuring 2 dishes and a soup: braised pork, spicy shredded meat, and tomato soup, all of which looked quite appetizing. Chen Mo picked up his chopsticks and sampled the food, finding the flavor delightful. Having life-type skeletal soldiers was indeed convenient. He wouldn't have to resort to ordering takeout in the future. After the meal, he returned the skeletal chef to the summoning space and continued to meditate for a while before resting. Now it was the 8th day since the opening of the novice dungeon. Most combat-oriented novice practitioners had leveled up to around level 5, still valiantly battling within the novice dungeon. Having enjoyed a breakfast of egg noodles prepared by the skeletal chef, which was quite delicious, Chen Mo appreciated that the skeletal chef, possessing the beginner cooking skill, had mastered most of the fundamental methods of food preparation and thus did not require blueprints for ordinary dishes. Chen Mo ventured out and took a vehicle to the entrance of a barbecue restaurant, waiting for Tang Shuiying and her companion. After a night of meditation and rest, Chen Mo's mental power had significantly recovered. In the morning, he summoned 1 additional golden-grade skeletal soldier to replenish his summoning space, which now held 2,755. Alongside the 10 primary combat skeletal soldiers and 4 life-type skeletal soldiers, his reserve of golden-grade skeletal soldiers had reached 13. Standing by the roadside, Chen Mo opened his practitioner panel and accessed the quest interface, hoping to find additional tasks that could be accomplished on his way to the Shiza Mountains, thus earning some extra income. Upon reviewing the task panel, he discovered quite a number of relevant opportunities. High price purchase of moon spirit grass, 500,000 per piece. Transactions can be directly uploaded. Shiza forest map task. Update the mapping situation towards Shiza Mountain and the distribution of magical beasts. Basic reward of 1,000,000, with advanced rewards based on the size and accuracy of the map update. Seeking group for Shiza Wilderness. I only wish to level up by defeating monsters, and will not participate in the distribution of dropped items. For quests on the task panel, if they involved item retrieval, submission merely required handing in the task item for automatic completion. For instance, regarding the first task, purchasing moon spirit grass, if Chen Mo possessed any, he would simply need to click on the task and submit the moon spirit grass to complete it. For the second task of exploring the map, upon accepting the task, he could update the map interface on his practitioner panel with markings and then submit it. Chapter 61, Entering the Wilderness. Practitioners have access to a map interface, unlocked at level 10, though this mapping function requires personal exploration. The areas traversed by practitioners will illuminate on the map, displaying their locations. Given the wilderness's complex terrain and the erratic movements of magical beasts, the map must be updated periodically, otherwise, inaccuracies could jeopardize travel safety. Additionally, the map information marked by other practitioners can be shared with fellow practitioners. Upon receiving the shared information, the professionals can utilize the new map data to update their own maps, ensuring their accuracy. This is precisely why a second task is issued, predominantly undertaken by novice professionals. Experienced practitioners tend to refrain from such assignments, as they are time-consuming with meager rewards, preferring instead to engage in monster hunting, which proves to be far more lucrative. Newer professionals, accompanying a team into the wilderness, have limited roles and are well-suited for map-related tasks. After a brief contemplation, Chen Mo decided to accept the second map task. As he was already planning to explore Shiza Mountain, completing this task would merely be a secondary endeavor. Before long, a formidable gray armored off-road vehicle came to a halt before him. Upon looking up, Chen Mo recognized that it was driven by Li Man, with Tang Shuiying seated in the passenger seat, greeting him with a wave. Get in. We'll head directly out of the city to the vicinity of Shiza Town. Chen Mo surveyed the robust vehicle, opened the door, and entered through the rear. As soon as he was inside, Li Man said nothing and pressed the accelerator. The engine roared to life as the vehicle surged toward the western gate of Yunhai City. Once inside, Chen Mo was pleasantly surprised by the interior decor of the vehicle, which contrasted sharply with its rugged exterior. The interior was adorned in a delicate shade of pink, and the seats were exquisitely cushioned, offering considerable comfort. Noticing Chen Mo's curious gaze as he peered around, Tang Shuiying smiled and remarked, "Do you like it?" This vehicle was customized in the academy, modified by a professional specializing in lifestyle mechanics. Its armor can withstand attacks from bronze-level monsters and boasts exceptional off-road capabilities, including amphibious functionality. With this, our journey through the wilderness will be considerably easier. After hearing Tang Shuiying's description, Chen Mo found himself quite fond of the vehicle. It was indeed far more comfortable than his human-powered cart. This vehicle is truly impressive. He nodded in agreement, realizing that his aspirations had just expanded. He He refrained from inquiring about the price, knowing that with his current balance, purchasing it was out of the question. Li Man skillfully maneuvered the vehicle, swiftly arriving at the western gate of Yunhai City. After the guards checked their professional identification and confirmed its validity, they respectfully returned the documents and opened the gate. The gray armored vehicle burst through the city gates and into the wilderness. The guards cast envious glances at the vehicle as it sped away, then closed the gate behind them. Exiting the city marked the beginning of their entrance into the wilderness, a realm where they could potentially face the attacks of monstrous beasts at any moment. However, given the proximity to Yunhai City, encounters with ferocious creatures were rare in this area. Chen Mo leaned against the window, gazing curiously at the lush vegetation outside. The plants in the wilderness were indeed thriving, with some reaching nearly a meter in height. The roadsides showed scant evidence of human activity, as most professionals preferred to hunt monsters at established locations, avoiding aimless wanderings in the wilderness due to the heightened risks of ambushes and the low probability of encountering monsters, which would ultimately waste precious time. It was far more prudent to chart the map, locate the monsters' lairs, and clear the area surrounding them, where monsters were densely concentrated and the chances of encountering wandering elite creatures would be significantly reduced. Monsters possessed their own territorial boundaries, particularly the higher-tier ones, which exhibited a strong sense of territory and rarely ventured into others' domains. As for the scattered monsters roaming the wilderness, they were typically dealt with by professionals only when they posed a threat to the safety of towns. After driving along the main road of the wilderness for nearly an hour, the trio arrived at the periphery of a towering city wall. We've reached the camp in front of Shiza Town. Chen Mo leaned out of the window for a better view. The camp sprawled over a vast area, seemingly endless. The walls stood 5 to 6 meters tall, with guards stationed atop them, and the heavy iron gate appeared formidable. This was the third line of defense for Yunhai City to the west, tasked with monitoring monstrous movements and safeguarding the city. It also served as a resting point for professionals hunting monsters in the Shiza wilderness, where they could dine, rest, sell materials, trade potions, and repair equipment. Li Man drove around the outer perimeter of the camp, continuing deeper into the wilderness. With time still on their side, they opted not to linger at the Shiza Town camp and instead proceeded directly toward Shiza Mountain. As they passed the camp's high walls, Chen Mo spotted a cluster of dilapidated buildings not far behind the Shiza Town camp. The ruins were cloaked in dense, towering vegetation, yet remnants of their once significant structure were visible among the crumbling walls. This site was the former Shiza Town, which had been overrun by monsters shortly after the cataclysm, forcing its inhabitants to retreat to the safety of Yunhai City. Although the monsters were eventually repelled, the distance from Yunhai City rendered reclamation and development unfeasible. Numerous abandoned towns like this one dotted the outskirts of the city, remnants of human habitation before the disaster, now claimed by monsters. Noticing Chen Mo's curiosity during his first venture outside the city, Tang Shuiying offered an explanation. Chen Mo recalled having studied the history of the Xianqin Empire during his school days, familiar with these events. Yet, witnessing the ruins firsthand left him profoundly shaken. Observing the present decay, he could hardly fathom the ferocity of the battles that had taken place there. The remnants of Shiza Town quickly receded from view as the armored vehicle sped past. Chen Mo redirected his gaze to Tang Shuiying and inquired, "Is Sister Tang also from Yunhai City?" Upon hearing Chen Mo's question, Tang Shuiying chuckled. "Of course, I am your senior. I am merely 1 year your elder. I participated in the job transition ceremony last year and enrolled at Xianhua Academy, where I am currently a freshman. I also graduated from Yunhai No. 1 High School. We attended the same school for 2 years, and you, my junior, have failed to recognize me? I was the president of the student council back then. Who would have thought that just a year after leaving school, I would be forgotten by my juniors?" Chen Mo felt a twinge of embarrassment at Tang Shuiying's words. During his school days, he had indeed been indifferent to such matters, focusing solely on his studies and training, intent on transitioning into the extraordinary. Socializing had never been his forte, and over time, he had become increasingly isolated. Chapter 62, Arrival at the Shiza Jungle. The vehicle traversed the wilderness for nearly 3 more hours before finally coming to a halt. "Shuiying, the road ahead is too treacherous for driving. We should disembark and proceed on foot," Li Man announced, casting a disdainful glance at Chen Mo, who had dozed off in the back seat. "In this wilderness, and with such a lack of awareness, how can we expect him to ensure our safety?" Growing up in the northern region of Shuilong City, Li Man held little regard for those who appeared soft and unassuming. Shuilong City, located at the northern frontier of the Xianqin Empire, served as the first line of defense against the monstrous threats from the northern wilderness. In that environment, residents frequently faced attacks from otherworldly beasts, fostering a culture that revered strength. The belief that only powerful professionals could safeguard the community was deeply ingrained, rendering the weak invisible. Having matured in such an atmosphere, Li Man naturally idolized formidable professionals and relentlessly pursued strength, diligently honing her combat skills, having already surpassed her peers long before awakening her abilities. Even the young men hailing from extraordinary families dare not challenge her. Following her class advancement, she awakened the magic dragon bloodline of her family, transitioning into the rare and formidable dragon blood warrior profession, with her foundational skills reaching the intermediate Dao level. Such prodigious talent quickly garnered the attention of Manhwa Academy, leading to her exceptional admission into this prestigious institution. Once enrolled, her overwhelming combat prowess propelled her into the top 10 of the freshman competition. Subsequently, she spent considerable time in the wilderness, enhancing her levels and honing her martial techniques, rarely returning to the city, truly a battle enthusiast. Her level soared far above her peers, surpassing numerous practitioners of superior Dao bones, placing her at the pinnacle of the freshman leaderboard at Manhwa Academy. Had it not been for her unfortunate encounter with the evil god's curse within a secret realm, necessitating her return to the city in search of a solution, she would likely have already reached level 20. Ascending to level 20 within a year post-class advancement is a record that stands among the elite in the entire Xianqin Empire. Consequently, she regards the average person with disdain, her pride keeping her aloof from those she deems weak. Only those recognized as formidable by her earn her respect. Thus, since Tang Shuiying invited Chen Mo to join their team, she has harbored a particular disdain for him. A novice who has never ventured beyond the city walls dares to demand 2 million in commission, shamelessly offering to enhance their protection. He truly lacks self-awareness. Were it not for Tang Shuiying's purpose in coming to Yunhai City to assist her with the curse, she would have readily rebuked her decision. Otherwise, Li Man would have already unleashed her ire upon Chen Mo. What use is good looks if one cannot slay monsters? This fellow, since boarding the vehicle into the wilderness, has exhibited nothing but curiosity, devoid of any sense of danger. Clearly, he is an inexperienced novice. Even more audaciously, he fell asleep in the back seat. Who is supposed to be protecting whom? Here I am, a Dao bone level prodigy, having slain countless monsters in the wilderness. And he actually thinks of me as his chauffeur? Li Man cast a glance at Tang Shuiying, suppressing her urge to vent her frustration. Chen Mo had noticed from their meal the previous day that Li Man held him in low regard. She remained silent at the table, sporting a gloomy expression. However, Chen Mo was here to earn money, and his motivation for teaming up with them to venture to Shiza Mountain was purely financial. He was not here to make friends. Thus, he remained indifferent to Li Man's attitude. As long as he was compensated, the demeanor of the client mattered little. If he truly became incensed, he could simply walk away. After all, the deposit had already been paid. A refund? That was out of the question. Feeling the vehicle come to a halt, Chen Mo opened his bleary eyes and glanced outside. They had arrived at the edge of a mountainous jungle. Beyond lay rugged terrain and dense thickets. There was no road ahead. Seeing this, Chen Mo exited the vehicle. Chen Mo, we have now reached Shiza Mountain. Proceeding forward leads us into the Shiza jungle. The sky is nearly dark. Let us find a place to rest for the night and venture into the jungle to gather herbs tomorrow. Upon hearing Tang Shuiying's words, Chen Mo nodded in agreement. After all, his task was merely to ensure their safety. The itinerary was theirs to dictate. Hearing that they would not be riding in the vehicle any longer, he opened his summoning space, directly conjuring the skeletal soldiers responsible for combat. The dark vortex of the summoning space opened, and 10 fully armored skeletal soldiers, armed with weapons, emerged. Once they exited the summoning space, they spread out, encircling the 3 to provide protection. Chen Mo activated the taunt aura of the skeletal tank, observing the red aura enveloping the 3 within its range, before he felt reassured. Awaiting Tang Shuiying's instructions, his powerful strike aura and lifesteal aura remained perpetually active. However, after enhancing the powerful strike aura to the dark gold level, he had ceased to provide boosts to his allies, instead focusing solely on augmenting his skeletal soldiers. After all, the effect of a dark gold level aura skill was astonishing, and it was best to keep it concealed. This was also the first time Tang Shuiying and Li Man had seen Chen Mo's skeletal soldiers. Observing these beings clad in novice gear, the 2 girls were filled with curiosity. Could these skeletal minions truly shatter the leveling record set by Lord Chu Xianyu? With such tattered equipment, could they possess such formidable combat strength? Li Man wore a skeptical expression. As a Dao Bone level genius and a dragon blood warrior of considerable might, she had ample combat experience from her extended time in the wilderness and was very confident in her abilities. Therefore, she maintained a persistent doubt regarding Chen Mo's strength, convinced that he must have employed some underhanded means to achieve his record, perhaps utilizing powerful magical items or scrolls. Li Man scrutinized Chen Mo standing amidst the skeletal soldiers. Pondering, she felt an urge to directly shatter these skeletal soldiers, revealing Chen Mo's true nature to Tang Shuiying. However, upon reflection, she quelled this impulse, deciding it best not to embarrass Tang Shuiying. After all, they would soon enter the wilderness, and upon encountering monsters, Chen Mo's true capabilities would soon be laid bare. With her thoughts settled, Li Man shifted her focus away from the skeletal soldiers, raising her hand to stow the armored off-road vehicle into her dimensional backpack. Chapter 63, Abyssal Insect. Indeed, this pink interior armored off-road vehicle belonged to Li Man. Chen Mo was taken aback when Tang Shuiying introduced it to him. He had assumed it was hers. She spoke so eloquently about it in the vehicle, yet it was not even hers. You didn't truly think this vehicle was mine, did you? Tang Shuiying, noticing Chen Mo's expression, chuckled lightly. As a life profession practitioner, I rarely venture into the wilderness. What use would I have for such a vehicle? My reason for entering the wilderness this time is due to the lack of vendors selling moon spirit grass in the marketplace. Thus, we must gather herbs ourselves. Otherwise, I would much prefer to remain in the city researching alchemy rather than endure the hardships of the wilderness. Tang Shuiying offered an explanation. Chen Mo was more astonished by the fact that Li Man, who appeared tough and donned a more androgynous style, had opted for a pink, girlish interior. Of course, he refrained from inquiring further, especially since Li Man already did not favor him. He could only nod in acknowledgement. Tang Shuiying had researched Chen Mo's leveling records and combat data and had also listened to her cousin, Tang Yiya, recount various scenarios from different dungeons. Thus, she was well aware of the true capabilities of these skeletal soldiers. After all, her cousin and the actual data could not deceive her. Now, witnessing Chen Mo summon these skeletal soldiers to protect them, Tang Shuiying felt a sense of security wash over her. As a life support class practitioner, she had seldom ventured into the wilderness. Since her class advancement to the alchemist profession, she had only managed to reach level 15 after a year at Xianhua Academy. In contrast, Li Man had ascended to level 18 in just over half a year. Had it not been for her encounter with the evil god's curse in the secret realm, she would have likely reached level 20 by now. Li Man was renowned in the academy as a battle fanatic, spending the vast majority of her time over the year in the wilderness. She was undoubtedly an exceedingly experienced combat practitioner in the wild. This was precisely why Tang Shuiying felt confident bringing only Chen Mo along for protection to Shiza Mountain. Not only did she trust her cousin's judgment in recognizing Chen Mo's strength, but also because their team included Li Man. Though she had fallen victim to the curse of the malevolent deity, which had halved her life force and rendered her considerably weaker in terms of survival, Li Man's other abilities remained unaffected. She still possessed the formidable combat prowess of an 18th level Dragonblood warrior. In the realm of West Zay Mountain, where the typical level hovered around 10 to 15, her power was nearly overwhelming. Even if her survival capabilities were diminished and her endurance in prolonged combat was lacking, safely guiding everyone out of the dense forest should pose no insurmountable challenge. The inclusion of Chen Mo in their group was merely a precaution. Furthermore, it was a request from her cousin, Tang Yiya, who wished for them to look after Chen Mo as he ventured into the wilderness for the first time, ensuring he avoided any unforeseen mishaps due to his inexperience. The reward for this task had also been provided by Tang Yiya. Naturally, these details were not to be disclosed to Chen Mo, as Tang Yiya had insisted she keep this matter confidential. Li Man, being a woman of her word, agreed to this stipulation without hesitation. After storing the armored vehicle, she ignored Chen Mo and gestured for Tang Shuiying to follow. With a massive crimson warblade in hand, Li Man took the lead into the jungle, followed closely by Tang Shuiying and Chen Mo. The trio embarked deeper into the West Zay jungle. After approximately 20 minutes of traversing the forest, even Chen Mo, who was experiencing the wilderness for the first time, sensed something amiss. The silence enveloping the jungle was unsettling. There was an alarming absence of even the most ordinary creatures. It felt as though they had stepped into a realm disconnected from the outside world, an eerie stillness that bred a sense of unease. Once within the dense foliage, Li Man maintained her position at the front. Suddenly, she halted, signaling for silence with a hand gesture as she crouched down, tightening her grip on the warblade. Following her gaze, Chen Mo discerned an anomaly ahead. Before them, two insectoid monstrosities resembling velociraptors roamed the undergrowth. Their black carapaces glistened ominously as they moved on thick hind limbs, while their forelimbs ended in sharp, menacing claws. Their massive jaws dripped with saliva, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. In no time, the creatures spotted the trio. The unmistakable presence of 10 skeletal soldiers alongside 3 humans rendered them an obvious target, making stealth impossible. With a thunderous roar, the 2 insect monsters charged forward, their sheer strength causing trees along their path to splinter and fall. Chen Mo utilized a reconnaissance spell to glean information about the 2 creatures. Abyssal insect, quality, black iron, special trait, acidic blood, level, 11 health, 830, attack, 45, skill, powerful bite. Acidic blood, the blood within possesses a potent acidity that can corrode targets upon injury. Powerful bite, utilizing immense jaw strength and sharp teeth, it inflicts severe tearing damage, potentially causing debilitating effects. With both creatures at level 11, Chen Mo felt a wave of relief wash over him. Their combat attributes were mere fodder for the skeletal soldiers. However, their special trait was quite alarming. They could not be allowed to close the distance. The skeletal soldiers, clad in basic novice gear, would undoubtedly falter against the corrosive effects of the acidic blood. Having understood the abyssal insect's combat style through his reconnaissance, Chen Mo prepared to command the skeletal archers to engage in ranged attacks to prevent the monsters from advancing. Just then, he witnessed Li Man, wielding her blood-red blade, let out a fierce cry. Her body swelled with strength, her muscles bulging as she surged forward. In a matter of moments, She collided with the two oncoming insect monsters. With a mighty swing of her colossal weapon, she cleaved towards them. With a resounding clash, the force of her blade struck the claws of the two creatures, sending them sprawling backward. 285, 301. One of the insect's forelimbs was severed cleanly by her razor-sharp weapon, and the green ichor gushed forth, seeping into the ground, and causing the foliage to sizzle and emit wisps of smoke. The two creatures writhed in agony, their cries echoing through the jungle, seemingly calling for reinforcements. Experienced as she was, Li Man understood the urgency of silencing them. She swiftly pursued, her blood-red blade aimed at the injured insect. The two downed monsters, anticipating her attack, rolled aside to evade. Despite their efforts, the one with the severed forelimb failed to escape entirely, as Li Man's blade cleaved through one of its hind legs. Chapter 64. Another stubborn creature falls. The fallen insect's leg severed. It erupted with a torrent of corrosive blood, which Li Man deftly avoided. With another stroke, she severed its neck. 319. 3 decisive strikes culminated in its total annihilation. Li Man, having dispatched one of the insects, turned her attention to the remaining foe. To her surprise, the second insect displayed remarkable agility, launching its attack with alarming swiftness. It opened its massive maw, its sharp teeth poised to sink into Li Man's head. These creatures exhibited a degree of intelligence. Recognizing the futility of a frontal assault, it attempted to flank her while she was preoccupied with its companion. Its salivating jaws were alarmingly close to Li Man, so close that she could see remnants of flesh caught between its teeth. There was no time to evade. Li Man swiftly raised her blade, intending to strike the creature's jaw with the hilt to deflect its attack. Suddenly, her vision cleared as the monstrous insect vanished from her sight. The crisis was averted. She quickly turned to see an arrow piercing through the skull of the insect that had threatened her, its immense force pinning it to a nearby tree. 1035. The damage overflowed, and the insect was instantly slain. As Li Man looked back, she beheld the skeletal archer, standing beside Chen Mo, its eyes ablaze with blue fire as it lowered its bow. The explosive damage had emanated from that young man's skeletal soldier? How could a novice wielding a mere beginner's weapon inflict such tremendous damage? Li Man's mind was momentarily blank. She gazed at the insect pinned to the tree, then back at the skeletal archer by Chen Mo's side. Was this truly the output of a level 10 novice? The damage output exceeded her own by over threefold. Dumbfounded, she clutched her blood-red blade, her thoughts swirling. You have slain an 11th level black iron abyssal insect, earning 22 experience points. The notification of the insect's demise marked the commencement of Chen Mo's journey to level up in the wilderness. Regrettably, the insect did not drop any equipment. Ignoring the stunned Li Man, Chen Mo opened his summoning space, intending to summon skeletal laborers to gather materials. While these two insects were merely black iron-level monstrosities, the materials they yielded were valuable and should not be wasted. As the black whirlpool of the summoning space opened, 3 skeletal laborers, their eyes burning with yellow fire and equipped with gathering tools, emerged. Following Chen Mo's command, they approached the carcasses of the two insects to begin their collection. Finally, with the skeletal laborers at work, Chen Mo took a moment to glance at the still-dazed Li Man. Her muscles had returned to their normal state, restoring her long and slender figure. She gazed with wide eyes, nervously fixated on the skeletal archer. Chen Mo felt that this Li Man was indeed somewhat dazed. Despite knowing that the blood of those aberrant insects was corrosive, she still dared to charge recklessly. Moreover, she engaged in combat outside the taunting aura of the skeletal tank, resulting in her health being reduced by half, yet she still prepared to take on 2 opponents single-handedly. With her battle blade in hand, she struck once, drawing full aggro. Chen Mo commanded the skeletal tank to advance, attempting to cover the 2 aberrant insects with the taunting aura, but to no avail. The 2 insects completely ignored the skeletal tank and focused their assaults solely on Li Man. Chen Mo had initially thought this Li Man was formidable, yet she failed to evade their attacks and nearly got bitten by an aberrant insect. While not fatal, being gnawed on the head by that drooling insect was undeniably revolting. Chen Mo finally understood. It turned out that Li Man relied solely on her physical resilience to fight monsters in the wilderness. The Dragon Blood Warrior was indeed different. With no other choice, Chen Mo had to call upon the skeletal archer for assistance. After all, having received payment, it was his duty to protect them. He couldn't just stand by and watch her get hurt, though he felt some dissatisfaction towards Li Man's monster-stealing antics, as they had agreed beforehand to not form a party and let him handle the monsters. However, this fierce girl charged in like a bull upon spotting the aberrant creatures, showing a complete lack of contractual spirit. Li Man was genuinely startled by the damage inflicted by the skeletal archer. After standing frozen for a moment, she finally regained her composure. She had previously heard Tang Shuiying speak of how formidable Chen Mo's skeletal soldiers were, but she had been somewhat skeptical. Being 8 levels higher than Chen Mo, she believed that even if those skeletal soldiers were powerful, with her Dao bone-level combat prowess, she could easily dispatch them with a single strike. However, upon reflection, she opened her panel to check her health, which stood at a mere 995 points. Have due to the curse of the evil god. Goodness, considering the damage output of that skeletal archer, if it were to engage her directly, her fate would not differ much from that of the two abyssal insects earlier. They were all characters that could be killed by a single arrow. How could this fellow's skeletal soldiers possess such staggering attack power? It was utterly absurd. She scrutinized her attack power, which amounted to 327 points. If she were to engage those two insects without utilizing skills, it would take at least 3 strikes to eliminate one. Was this fellow truly of mortal caliber? Li Man expressed her doubts. However, after this comparison, she could not help but acknowledge Chen Mo's strength. There was no room for denial, even at her peak. She would likely struggle to withstand 2 arrows from that skeletal archer. Having grown up in the northern war zone, where strength was revered above all, she had always held this belief. Her previous reluctance to converse with Chen Mo stemmed from her perception that he could contribute little to the team. It was only because Tang Shuiying insisted on bringing him along, and because Li Man needed something from her, that she refrained from voicing her objections. She had thought that as long as he was obedient, bringing a novice into the wilderness would pose no issue. Now that she had come to truly understand Chen Mo's capabilities, her attitude naturally shifted in his favor. She watched as the skeletal archer eliminated the abyssal insect with a single arrow, and a smile crossed her face as she turned to Chen Mo, giving him a thumbs up in affirmation. Observing her unusual reaction, Chen Mo felt somewhat bewildered. This girl was both fierce and unpredictable. It might be best to keep his distance. Cautiously, he shifted his footing, retreating behind the skeletal tank. Tang Shuiying had already heard from her cousin Tang Yaya about the skeletal archer's extraordinary attack power. Thus, witnessing it dispatch the aberrant insect with a single arrow did not come as a surprise to her. Now, she was curiously observing the skeletal workers summoned by Chen Mo. The 3 skeletal workers, armed with gathering knives, approached the carcass of the aberrant insect. The gathering skill activated, and the knife in one skeletal worker's hand glimmered as it sliced into the edge of the insect's black shell. In no time, the hard black shell of the insect was effortlessly peeled away by the skeletal worker. Chapter 65, The Gathering Skeleton Soldier? Another skeletal worker produced the glass jars that Chen Mo had prepared for them, using the gathering skill to extract the acidic blood from within the insect's body and store it. The final skeletal worker approached the now exposed carcass of the insect and used its gathering knife to slice off the insect meat, neatly packing the pieces away. The 3 skeletal workers collaborated seamlessly, and soon, the materials from one aberrant insect's corpse had been fully gathered. They then proceeded to the next one. Collected 2 abyssal insect shells, 2 portions of acid blood, and 20 kilograms of insect meat. The 3 skeletal workers swiftly completed their collection tasks, placing the materials into Chen Mo's backpack space before returning to his side. Chen Mo had initially intended to experiment with the insect corpses to test his skeletal summoning technique, checking if the sacrifice could indeed reduce the mental energy consumption by 2/3. He had long remembered the skill's description and had been eager to try it out. However, since he had only encountered evolving dungeons in the city, where the monsters were manifestations of spiritual evolution and not real entities, he had never had the opportunity to experiment with actual corpse materials. Looking at the 2 curious onlookers beside him, he considered it prudent to suppress his impulse. There was no rush to test the skill. Confidentiality was paramount. Tang Shuiying and Li Man watched with intrigue as the 3 skeletal workers efficiently carried out their gathering tasks. They had not anticipated that the skeletal soldiers possessed such abilities, which proved to be exceedingly convenient. This was especially true for Li Man, frequently battling in the wilderness. She often had to abandon numerous monster corpses to conserve space in her backpack, opting only for those of higher value to take back to the city for sale or to hand over to gatherers for processing. Yet here was Chen Mo, whose skeletal soldiers could gather resources autonomously. It was undeniably convenient. Li Man found herself feeling a twinge of envy. As for the aberrant insect that the skeletal worker had dispatched, Li Man paid it little mind. Even if Chen Mo did not collect that insect, she had no intention of claiming it. Black iron-grade monsters were of too low a tier for her to consider. Once the skeletal workers had finished their collection, the trio shifted their focus and continued onward. As they walked, Tang Shuiying checked the map. If we continue in this direction for another 2 kilometers, we should reach an old campsite where I used to gather herbs. I wonder if it's still usable. Let us go take a look. Among the 3, only she had previously ventured into the Shiza mountain, so Chen Mo and Li Man had no objections. They proceeded in the direction indicated by Tang Shuiying, and the signs of insect activity in the forest became increasingly apparent. Everywhere they looked, there were traces of slime and webs, along with trees exhibiting signs of corrosion from acidic substances. It was evident that the abyssal insect clan had indeed taken over this area. Other monsters had either been hunted down or had fled the Shiza jungle. Li Man surveyed the surrounding environment, a sense of foreboding creeping into her mind. With the insect clan wreaking such havoc and the damage worsening the deeper they ventured, she wondered if the moon spirit herb could still thrive under such conditions. Surely it hadn't vanished entirely. Yet, having come this far, they had to investigate. Otherwise, returning empty-handed would surely leave her unsatisfied. The 3 continued onward, encountering more and more abyssal insects, roaming in groups of 3 to 5. concerned that the acidic blood of these insects might corrode the armor of his skeletal soldiers. Chen Mo ordered the skeletal archer to unleash its full firepower. It drew its bow and fired arrows in rapid succession, targeting the abyssal insects from a distance. This time, Li Man refrained from rushing forward to claim monsters and humiliate herself. Instead, she dutifully remained by Tang Shuiying's side. She observed the skeletal archer's extraordinary combat prowess. Capable of slaying a monstrous aberration with a single arrow, her eyes gleaming with increasing fascination. Every so often, Li Man glanced back, casting a curious look towards Chen Mo. Her intrigue towards this boy was growing. The three of them had not formed a party, as Li Man and her companions were of too high a level, which would diminish the experience points gained. Thus, all the monster-killing experience and materials were solely accrued by Chen Mo. At last, after vanquishing over a dozen aberrant creatures, Chen Mo's backpack contained an additional item. Defeated a level 12 bronze tier abyss aberration, gained 48 experience points, and 1 spirit crystal. An item had dropped. This was Chen Mo's first encounter with loot in the wilderness. He retrieved the spirit crystal that had just fallen from the aberration, examining it closely. It was a diamond-shaped white energy crystal, no larger than his thumb. Chen Mo inspected the crystal's details. Spirit crystal, a crystal containing energy, a fundamental resource, extensively utilized in the realm of the extraordinary. Upon seeing Chen Mo scrutinize the spirit crystal, Li Man casually remarked, "An item dropped from the monster? That's a spirit crystal, the basic currency unit in the extraordinary world. It has a higher drop rate from monsters that harness extraordinary energy. The currency of the extraordinary world?" This was the first Chen Mo had heard of such a thing. It had never been addressed during his schooling. Before graduating high school, the curriculum only covered fundamental knowledge. Only after transitioning into a professional would one have the opportunity to enroll in a vocational academy to study subjects related to the extraordinary. Those who had not successfully transitioned had no need to understand the extraordinary realm and could simply attend an ordinary school. You'll comprehend it once you enroll in the academy. After reaching level 20, the allure of mundane currency significantly wanes for professionals. They resort to using spirit crystals for transactions because they are essential for professionals, extensively applied in crafting items, powering magical arrays, and activating extraordinary objects. They are the primary energy source in the extraordinary world. For instance, my armored vehicle is equipped with a defensive array module capable of withstanding attacks from bronze-tier monsters, and this array is powered by spirit crystals. Noticing Chen Mo's confusion, Li Man patiently elucidated, demonstrating her friendliness towards those she esteemed. Chen Mo had wholly earned her respect through his demonstrated abilities. Li Man glanced once more at the skeletal archer, whose eyes flickered with blue flames, gracefully wielding his bow. Moving with such agility it seemed as though the wind caressed him. It was impossible not to acknowledge such a formidable presence. Capable of taking one's life with a single arrow. Even the most tempestuous temperament would be quelled in the face of such strength. Chen Mo absorbed Li Man's explanation, nodding in understanding. He stowed the spirit crystal away, and the three continued on their journey. With the skeletal archer's swift monster-clearing capabilities, any abyss aberration that was spotted would inevitably fall to his single arrow. During a brief respite, Chen Mo summoned the skeletal workers into his conjuration space. Consuming 150 mental points, he elevated their gathering skills to bronze tier. As they traveled, bronze tier aberrant creatures began to appear, necessitating an upgrade of the skeletal workers' skill levels. Intermediate gathering, mastery of gathering-related knowledge and skills, capable of collecting bronze tier materials. Chapter 66. Golden Tier Boss, Earth-Shattering Bear. The skeletal soldiers underwent enhancement within the conjuration space, their amplification concealed from Chen Mo's external presence, allowing him to maintain the secrecy of his strengthening abilities. With 3 skeletal workers possessing bronze tier gathering skills, their collection methods became increasingly adept, their speed noticeably improved. Yet, they remained busily occupied, primarily due to the growing number of aberrations along the route, requiring them to gather materials from each one without exception. Chen Mo felt a pang of regret as he gazed upon the discarded carcasses of the aberrations. These were all sacrificial materials for summoning skeletal soldiers. He resolved to leave one behind, intending to test its effects later that evening. After advancing for over 20 minutes and defeating nearly 10 aberrations, they uncovered a recipe blueprint. Roasted insect meat, black iron tier increases the consumer's resistance to toxins by 10. Impressive, they had even prepared a method for consuming insect meat. The aberrant creatures were quite considerate. Along the way, Chen Mo stored a complete aberration carcass in his backpack. He planned to sacrifice one of the monstrous corpses while they slept that night to experiment with the skeletal summoning technique, safeguarded by the skeletal soldiers throughout the process. Their journey proceeded smoothly, and they arrived at the campsite that Tang Shuiying had mentioned. It was a cave situated high on a cliff, approximately 4 meters above the ground. Judging by the entrance, it appeared seldom traversed by any creatures. How spacious is this cave? Chen Mo inquired, gazing upward at the cave's opening. Not very large. When I visited previously, it was roughly 5 meters deep and 3 meters wide, Tang Shuiying recalled. Li Man, upon hearing this, produced a grappling hook, skillfully throwing it to secure the rocky entrance. Testing the strength of the rope, she prepared to climb up and take a look. Suddenly, she felt her arm grasped by someone. Turning around, she found it was Chen Mo. Li Man's cheeks flushed as she noticed the grip on her arm. This was the first time she had experienced such a sensation in her life. What is happening to me? Li Man thought, watching Chen Mo walk away, her heart racing. Chen Mo had just communicated with the skeletal soldiers through mental perception, probing the cave's interior. He discovered that a ferocious beast was lurking within. Through the resonance of the soul fire, he deduced that the beast was quite powerful. He did not want Li Man to ascend to the cave's entrance and risk being ambushed and injured by the beast. After halting Li Man, he commanded the skeletal soldiers to form a human wall beneath the overhang. Utilizing only 3 skeletal soldiers, they constructed a skeletal ladder leading to the cave's entrance. He then directed the skeletal tank to ascend, activating its taunting aura, and positioned itself outside the cave, waiting. According to Tang Shuiying's description, this cave was not overly vast. With the skeletal tank's taunting aura skill covering an 8-meter radius, it would certainly envelop the entire cave. The enraged beast, affected by the taunt, would be compelled to rush out to attack the skeletal tank. Sure enough, after the skeletal tank had taken its position at the entrance, they soon heard a low growl emanating from within the cave, followed by the thunderous sound of a massive creature charging forth. Suddenly, a colossal black bear-like beast erupted from the narrow cave entrance. Its upper body emerged, and it swiped its forepaw towards the skeletal tank. The skeletal tank nimbly leaped back. Descending from the skeletal human wall, the 3 skeletal soldiers below quickly scattered to evade. The black bear's upper body was entirely out of the cave. Its mighty strike missed the skeletal tank, swinging through empty air. Instantly, it lost its balance and tumbled from the overhang, crashing to the ground below. The impact of the massive bear's body resonated with a thunderous crash. Chen Mo felt as if the ground trembled beneath him. He employed a probing technique to examine the black bear beast's information. Earth-shattering bear boss. Bone quality, golden tier. Innate ability, bear goddess might. Level, 15. Health, 9,800. Attack, 351. Skills, Earth strike, bear goddess roar. Bear goddess might. Increases strength attribute by 50. Earth strike, a strike imbued with the power of the earth. Capable of shattering the target's skull with a single blow. Bear goddess roar. Emits a war cry that increases its maximum health by 15. Introduction. Once a formidable ruler within the depths of the Shiza jungle, now merely a pitiful bear, relentlessly pursued by the abyssal insect clan, forced into a life of evasion. A level 15 golden grade boss charged out from the cave, startling Li Man. Given her previous combat prowess, she naturally felt no fear towards such a ferocious beast. Even if she were unable to defeat it, escaping would pose no issue. However, with her health reduced by half to under 1,000 points, her survival capability had significantly diminished. If this bear were to ambush her within the cave, it would indeed be perilous. She cast a wary glance at Chen Mo, whose expression remained calm. A peculiar feeling stirred within her. She hadn't expected him to be so reliable. Li Man felt a blush creeping onto her cheeks. Yet, upon witnessing the earth-shattering bear, which had plummeted from a height of over 4 meters and was now howling in pain, she realized that this was not the time for distractions. Even at the peak of her abilities, she could not guarantee victory against such a formidable golden grade boss. Moreover, she was currently afflicted by a curse from the evil god and had the additional responsibility of protecting Tang Shuiying, who had accompanied her into the jungle. The situation was dire. At this moment, she wondered whether that fellow could indeed be relied upon. After glancing at Chen Mo, Li Man resolved to take the initiative. She could not depend on others, as that was not in her nature. Shuiying, I will draw the bear away. You hurry into the cave. Having advised Tang Shuiying, Li Man tightened her grip on her crimson battle blade, her demeanor alert as she scrutinized the colossal bear ahead. She planned to seek an opportunity to lure the beast away from the cave's entrance, thereby granting Tang Shuiying and the others a chance to enter safely. The cave's steep cliffs made it a defensible position. Under the current circumstances, the only chance for survival lay in seizing the opportunity to take refuge within. The earth-shattering bear, taking a moment to recover from its fall, finally regained its bearings. It shook its dizzy head and once more focused on its target. The colossal creature lunged forward, charging at the skeleton tank. The skeleton tank embedded the pointed edge of its black shield into the ground and braced itself against the impact. The collision between the earth-shattering bear and the black shield of the skeleton tank produced a tremendous noise. The shield successfully activated its block effect, absorbing the impact. However, the skeleton tank's power attributes were insufficient, and it still suffered some shock damage, being knocked back and sliding across the ground, leaving 3 long furrows in its wake. Yet, the earth-shattering bear was not unscathed. Having just fallen from a height of over 4 meters, the additional impact caused it to enter a state of dizziness, momentarily stunned. Chapter 67, Instant Wealth. The skeleton archer standing beside Chen Mo knocked its longbow, releasing 3 arrows in rapid succession. each moving with such velocity that they seemed to blur into phantoms. The arrows tore through the air, striking the bear's head and erupting in a spray of crimson. The final arrow even struck the bear directly in the eye, inflicting critical damage. 1045, 1102, 2108. The 3 arrows collectively diminished the Golden Grade boss's health by nearly half, leaving both Tang Shuiying and Li Man in stunned disbelief. The bear roared in agony, desperately attempting to regain control of its body and shake off the dizziness to exact revenge on its assailants. However, before it could rise, it was besieged by 8 silver-grade skeleton soldiers, who swarmed it with their novice swords, attacking with reckless abandon. The scene devolved into chaos, reminiscent of a street brawl. 751, 723, 805. A barrage of damage values culminated in the demise of the still dizzy monstrosity. Defeated the level 15 Golden Grade boss, Earth-Shattering Bear, earning 2,400 experience points. Acquired 1 Earth Spirit Stone. Obtained 1 piece of Golden Grade equipment, Bear Battle Armor. Received 1 skill book for Earth Armor. As they beheld the lifeless body of the colossal bear, both Li Man and Tang Shuiying stood in stunned silence. It took them a moment to regain their composure. What on earth? A level 15 Golden Grade boss, just like that? Li Man felt somewhat dazed, though she had acknowledged Chen Mo's strength. She had not anticipated the sheer shock of witnessing him directly slay a level 15 Golden Grade boss. Such a formidable foe would have required her utmost agility and speed even at her peak, and there remained a significant possibility of her defeat. The prospect of a novice at level 10 dispatching a boss in mere minutes was unfathomable. This comparison offered her a clearer understanding of Chen Mo's prowess. Her gaze toward him began to smolder with admiration. Chen Mo, gazing at the fallen earth-shattering bear, felt a surge of exhilaration. Such a massive form promised an abundance of Golden Grade beast bones. He speculated that it could enhance all his Silver Grade skeleton soldiers to Golden Grade status. The vision of possessing 10 elite Golden Grade skeleton soldiers was breathtaking. How exhilarating it would be. Grateful for nature's bounty, Chen Mo did not inspect the gear dropped by the bear, instead commanding the skeleton laborers to hasten and collect the bear's remains. These skeleton laborers lacked the Golden Grade gathering skills and could only perform a rudimentary disassembly. Nonetheless, this was sufficient for Chen Mo, who primarily required the bear's bones. Acquired 230 kilograms of Golden Grade earth-shattering bear meat. Obtained 110 kilograms of Golden Grade earth-shattering bear bones. Acquired 1 bear hide. Soon, the skeleton laborers had completely dismantled the bear's body and categorized the materials into their inventory. The corpse of the earth-shattering bear held a value of no less than 100 million. With such a wealth of resources, it was no wonder that adventurers were said to earn swiftly. Chen Mo had only ventured out for a day and had encountered such a treasure beast, instantaneously catapulting himself into wealth. It felt splendid. Li Man gazed at the bear's corpse, a sense of trepidation washing over her. Observing Chen Mo, who was excitedly directing the skeleton laborers, she felt a wave of gratitude. Thankfully, Tang Shuiying had insisted on bringing him along into the Shiza jungle. Otherwise, with their combined combat capabilities, facing this Golden Grade boss would have surely spelled doom for them. In her prime, she would have struggled to defeat such a formidable foe alone, let alone now, weakened by the curse of the evil god, with her health halved and accompanied by a defenseless Tang Shuiying. The two might not have even had the chance to flee from the earth-shattering bear. Who would have imagined that such a Golden Grade boss, once a dominant force in the wild, could be reduced to such a pitiful state by the relentless abyssal insect clan? The immense bear's body had somehow squeezed into such a small cave to hide. What indignities it must have suffered. Clearly, the combat power of this insect clan was formidable. Otherwise, it would not have driven the bear to such extremes. Li Man began to worry about their future endeavors. Meanwhile, Chen Mo was preoccupied with thoughts of how to utilize the newfound Golden Grade beast bones to bolster his skeleton soldiers. Previously, he had been cautious with his expenditures, lacking a comprehensive plan. Now, faced with an abundance of Golden Grade materials, he found himself at a loss regarding how to proceed with the enhancements. After vanquishing the formidable earth bear within the cave, Chen Mo completed the collection of materials. He communicated with the skeletal soldiers, sensing the situation inside the cave. This time, he did not detect any magical creatures lurking within. It seemed that only this solitary bear monster had sought refuge there. He commanded the skeletal soldiers to form a human ladder once more, ascending to investigate further. Upon confirming the area was secure, Chen Mo and his companions ventured into the cave. Once inside, Chen Mo surveyed his surroundings. Indeed, as Tang Shuiying had mentioned, the cave was not particularly spacious. However, it was quite dry and devoid of any unpleasant odors. The environment was satisfactory enough to endure for a night. Chen Mo instructed all the skeletal soldiers to enter the cave, leaving only 2 to guard the entrance. The remaining soldiers encircled him within the cave's interior. Chen Mo then began to set up a tent in the center of the circle formed by the skeletal soldiers. Tang Shuiying and Li Man observed Chen Mo's actions with bewilderment. It was one thing to pitch a tent inside a cave, but why had he gathered most of the skeletal soldiers around him? They exchanged glances at the two skeletal sentinels at the entrance, suddenly sensing they might comprehend something. This fellow, could he possibly view them as a secondary line of defense at the cave's entrance? Was it too much to ask for him to be less absurd? Chen Mo, however, was too preoccupied with his task to address the girl's unfounded speculations. His mind was solely focused on hastily erecting the tent to obscure their view. He was also contemplating how to utilize the unexpectedly acquired golden-grade beast bones to enhance the skeletal soldiers. Summoning them to form a protective circle was primarily to prevent the two girls from witnessing the strengthening process. It was better to keep things concealed. Chen Mo found himself wishing fervently for the two troublesome girls to retire for the night, allowing him to experiment with his skills and utilize his enhancement abilities. Once the tent was completed, Chen Mo felt a pang of hunger. He realized he had been overly eager. It was still early evening, and bedtime was still far off. He couldn't simply force them to sleep. Although the thought of knocking them out crossed his mind, allowing him to act with impunity, he dismissed it as unethical. Better to have a meal and patiently wait for them to slumber. Chapter 68. Can Skeletons Cook? Chen Mo opened the summoning space and called forth a skeletal chef. He then retrieved the recipe for roasted insect meat that he had obtained while slaying the aberrant insects earlier. Facing the skeletal chef emerging from the vortex of space, he selected the recipe for use. As the recipe transformed into glowing particles that merged with the skeletal chef's soul flame, Chen Mo commanded the skeletal soldiers surrounding him to disperse, clearing an area. He took out cooking tools and ingredients from his backpack space, instructing the skeletal chef to start a fire and prepare a meal inside the cave. Tang Shuiying and Li Man, who were seated within the cave munching on dry rations, soon witnessed a scene that shattered their perceptions. The skeletal chef, with fiery eyes, skillfully set up the cooking apparatus and prepared a charcoal stove. It retrieved dry twigs collected by the gathering skeletal laborers earlier in the day and began igniting them beneath the cooking pots. Once the preparations were complete, the skeletal chef even demonstrated the ability to wash rice, setting it to simmer. It meticulously cleaned the insect meat prepared by Chen Mo, deftly chopping and skewering it. Watching the skeletal chef's proficiency left Tang Shuiying and Li Man utterly speechless. While the gathering skeletal soldiers were one thing, a skeletal soldier wielding a kitchen knife to cook was quite another. How absurd. What else could these skeletal soldiers possibly do? Li Man felt a wave of indignation wash over her, realizing that these skeletal soldiers were being subjected to such indignities under the command of a heartless master. They had already witnessed the terrifying combat prowess of the skeletal soldiers, capable of overwhelming a level 15 golden grade boss. Such combat strength was nearly unparalleled in the West Zay jungle. Yet, Chen Mo insisted on assigning them to cooking and gathering. Would it not be more prudent to summon additional skeletal soldiers for battle? Slaying more monsters to expedite their leveling up would yield far greater rewards. Wasting valuable summoning slots on cultivating such useless skeletal chefs felt like a travesty to her. Just then, the enticing aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air, causing Li Man to swallow hard. Her gaze instinctively drifted toward the succulent skewers sizzling in the skeletal chef's grasp. Nevertheless, having a professional chef prepare food in the wilderness was indeed a blessing. She had devoted herself to honing her combat skills since childhood, never having learned to cook. For the past 6 months, she had survived in the wilderness primarily on dry rations, only enjoying better meals during occasional returns to town. Now, upon entering the wilderness, the tantalizing scent of roasted meat filled the air. Glancing at Chen Mo, who sat dazed by the campfire and the mouth-watering meat, Li Man began to reconsider her previous thoughts. No, that couldn't be right. With strength, what could one not obtain? Was a good chef truly a necessity? This fellow was merely squandering resources to grow stronger. Turning her head away, she resolutely tried to ignore the delicious aroma of the roasted meat. In her heart, she reaffirmed her convictions. The skeletal chef worked swiftly, and soon the meal was ready. You all should come and eat, Chen Mo called out. Snapping back to reality as he noticed the food was prepared, he hastily beckoned to the two girls, who had been eagerly eyeing the feast. After dinner, they needed to understand the importance of getting some rest. Chen Mo thought to himself, having long found the two girls to be more of a hindrance than a help. Delaying his experimentation with skills, were it not for the outstanding payment yet to be settled, he would have chosen to go solo long ago. Who could have imagined the profits to be made in the wilderness? Chen Mo felt a sense of satisfaction as he gazed at the gold-grade materials worth over 100 million in his backpack space. No wonder Li Man claimed that after reaching level 20, practitioners became less interested in worldly wealth. For high-tier practitioners, earning money was remarkably easy. Merely hunting a bronze-grade extraordinary beast in the wilderness could yield millions. What truly captivated high-tier practitioners was acquiring extraordinary materials that could enhance their strength. Nevertheless, having accepted their quest and received a deposit, Chen Mo was determined to fulfill his obligations. He adhered to the fundamental principles of his profession. Besides, they still owed him 1 million. Though he had acquired wealth, he couldn't forget his roots. That 1 million represented nearly half of his savings prior to awakening as a practitioner. Upon hearing Chen Mo's call, Li Man and Tang Shuiying quickly rose to join him. Having savored the enticing aroma of roasted meat for some time, they were already quite hungry. However, Chen Mo had remained silent, lost in thought, which had prevented them from approaching him sooner. Chen Mo, your skeletal soldiers are quite the multi-talented bunch, Tang Shuiying remarked as she sat down, accepting a skewer of meat that Chen Mo offered with a smile. Li Man also took a skewer, opening her mouth as if to speak, but ultimately remaining silent. Initially, she wished to inquire why he had not summoned more combat-oriented skeletal soldiers instead of cultivating this seemingly useless skeletal chef. However, with the succulent roasted meat in hand, she hesitated to voice her thoughts. Chen Mo retrieved bowls and chopsticks, distributing them among the two young women. He served himself a bowl of rice, accompanied by roasted insect meat, and consumed it heartily. After exchanging pleasantries with them, he returned to the tent. Li Man, you wouldn't believe it. This roasted insect meat prepared by the skeleton soldier is surprisingly extraordinary. It's delectable. Let me check what enhancement effect it offers. Tang Shuiying opened her attribute panel. Her curiosity piqued as she glanced at her newly acquired status. Roasted insect meat, black iron level poison resistance increased by 10. Staring at the information displayed, her eyes widened in astonishment. Is this not the meat of the earth violent bear? It's actually insect meat? The same dark, slimy creatures we fought during the day? Suddenly, as she gazed at the fragrant roasted meat in her hands, a wave of nausea washed over her. Chen Mo, oblivious to Tang Shuiying's thoughts, would undoubtedly have expressed his disbelief if he had known. How naive of them to think they could feast on bear meat, a creature of golden caliber, without paying. Li Man, however, was unfazed by the notion of consuming insect meat. Having spent considerable time in the wilderness, she had grown accustomed to such fare. Not only did she find no issue with it, but she also savored every bite, consuming the most among the trio. She polished off the rice completely, leaving no remnants behind, truly embodying the essence of a gluttonous monk. Such is the nature of combat-oriented individuals. Their appetite is naturally voracious. After dinner, Li Man and Tang Shuiying found a cozy corner to lay down their mats and rest. Though they possessed a tent, they deemed it unnecessary in the cave and chose not to set it up. After a day of exertion, they were indeed weary. It was not long before both young women succumbed to slumber. Chapter 69, Reinforcing the Skeleton Tank. Meanwhile, Chen Mo remained in the tent, contemplating the subsequent enhancement strategies for the skeleton soldiers. Given that the current skeleton squad lacked any specific combat needs, he had yet to reach a decision. However, the skeleton tank was undoubtedly due for an upgrade. As the defensive mainstay of the team, the skeleton tank's current silver level was rather feeble. Furthermore, having slain the golden level earth violent bear boss during the day, he had acquired a skill book. Chen Mo had already examined the attributes of the skill book. Earth armor, silver level summons, and condenses earth elements to envelop the entire body, forming a sturdy armor that enhances defensive capabilities. He felt this skill was perfectly suited for the skeleton tank. He commanded the skeleton soldiers to encircle him, shielding him from the view of the two sleeping young women. As a precaution, hiding within the tent, he summoned the skeleton tank to his side. Chen Mo opened the attribute panel to review the enhancement material requirements for the skeleton tank. To elevate the skeleton tank to golden level, he would need not only golden beast bones, but also an earth spirit stone. Fortunately, he had precisely one earth spirit stone in his backpack, a drop from the earth violent bear boss earlier that day. This saved him a trip to the Myriad Realms marketplace and spared him some expenses. Truly, it was a considerate bear. With a sense of elation, he retrieved the earth spirit stone and portions of the golden earth violent bear's bones from his backpack. He proceeded to enhance the skeleton tank. As he prepared the materials, he invoked the enhancement skill upon the skeleton tank. A golden radiance enveloped him, swirling around the skeleton tank, which wielded a massive black shield, ultimately infusing the essence of the crushed beast bones and earth spirit stone into its very bones. The enhancement of the golden level skeleton tank was successful. Chen Mo opened the panel to inspect its attributes. As expected, the skeleton tank had unlocked an additional skill slot. He took out the earth armor skill book and opted for the skeleton tank to learn it, watching the skill book transform into a rune resembling armor. It soared into the blue flames of the skeleton tank's spirit, merging seamlessly. Once more, Chen Mo opened the panel to review the skeleton tank's attributes. Spirit Bone Warrior, Earth. Qualification level, Golden. Talent trait, Earth's Resilience. Level, 10. Health points, 3,702. Attack, 1037. 247790. Skills, Taunt Aura, Bronze level. Earth Armor, Silver level. Earth's Resilience. Maximum health points increased by 120, slowly regenerates health in non-combat states. Taunt Aura. Targets within an 8-meter radius will prioritize attacking the aura bearer. Earth Armor. Summons and condenses earth elements to envelop the entire body, enhancing defensive capabilities. Description: a golden level skeleton warrior imbued with the power of the earth, wielding a shield, is undoubtedly a trustworthy and formidable tank. Future enhancements possible, requires 15 kilograms of dark gold level creature bones and 1 earth core. After the skeleton tank's enhancement to golden level, Chen Mo could sense a transformation. Its bones had taken on an earthy hue and had become significantly more robust, transparent like jade. The skeleton tank's stature had also increased considerably, now towering over 2 meters, making it the most imposing skeleton soldier among the ranks. Clad in armor and wielding its colossal shield and sword, it stood before the tent with an air of intimidation. With the enhancement to golden level, the skeleton tank's talent transformed into Earth's resilience, increasing its maximum health by 120. Notably, this health boost also accounted for Chen Mo's own attributes. Consequently, this talent elevated its total health to an impressive 3,702 points, a staggering 9 times that of Chen Mo's own health, which stood at a mere 410 points. Fortunately, due to his passive skill, Necromancer's symbiosis, he could share all health and mental energy with his skeleton soldiers. Otherwise, with his original health, he would have been quite hesitant to venture into the Westsea forest. The golden level Earth Violent Bear boss, with its slamming skills, could likely dispatch Chen Mo with a single blow. Chen Mo glanced at his attribute panel and recalled that after defeating the giant bear boss, he had also obtained a set of warrior plate armor. He retrieved it from his backpack to examine its properties, intending for the skeleton tank to don it. Violent Bear Battle Armor, Plate Armor. Grade, Golden. Level, 10. Attributes, increases physical strength by 10 points. Trait, maximum health points increased by 20. Durability, 1,000. Description, this is a specialized battle armor for tank professions, enhancing health point limits and survival capabilities. Enhancements possible, requires 5 kilograms of dark gold level material, Miss Star Iron. Once clad in the heavy black Violent Bear Battle Armor, coupled with the black rock shield, the skeleton tank's appearance became even more formidable. Its health points surged to 4550. Discarding the novice white plate armor into the backpack, Chen Mo commanded the skeleton tank to utilize the Earth Armor skill to assess its effects. The Earth Armor skill was activated. Almost immediately, a layer of earthy elemental armor coalesced around the skeleton tank's existing armor, enveloping even its visage. Before long, the entire skeleton tank was shrouded in earthy armor, its weapon encased as well. Only the 2 blue flames of its skeletal eyes remained visible outside the elemental armor. To an uninformed observer, it might appear as an elemental creature. The Earth Armor skill could be maintained indefinitely as long as mental energy was available. However, should the skeleton tank sustain damage, the Earth Armor would incur deterioration, necessitating additional mental energy for repairs. If the skeleton tank's mental energy were to deplete entirely, the Earth Armor would fall away and vanish. As long as the Earth Armor skill's effects remained active, any attacks that did not breach the armor's defenses would leave the skeleton tank unharmed. Gazing upon the skeletal tank, ensconced in its earthy-hued armor, Chen Mo felt a sense of satisfaction as he dispelled its skill effects. Memories of the day's encounter with the alien insects in the jungle surfaced in his mind. Li Man had sprinted beyond the radius of the taunt aura, engaging in combat with the monstrous foes, nearly falling victim to their bites. After some contemplation, he expended 200 points of mental energy to elevate the taunt aura skill to silver level. Taunt aura, silver level enemies within a 16-meter radius are prioritized for attacks. Observing the effects of the silver level taunt aura, Chen Mo deemed this distance sufficient for the time being, noting that his mental energy reserves remained ample. He then decided to further invest 400 points of mental energy to enhance the skeletal tank's Earth Armor skill to gold level. This upgrade would not only reduce the mental energy consumption required to maintain the Earth Armor, but also significantly bolster its strength. With this final enhancement, the skeletal tank was now fully fortified. Chapter 70. The Sacrifice of the Corpse, experimenting with the skeleton summoning technique. Following the enhancements, the attributes of the skeletal tank transformed into Spirit Bone Warlord Earth. Qualification level, Gold. Talent trait, Resilience of Earth. Level, 10, 8078. Health points, 4,550. Attack, 1037, 247790. Skills, Taunt Aura, Silver level. Earth Armor, Gold level. Resilience of Earth. Talent maximum health increased by 120. Health restores slowly in non-combat status. Taunt Aura. Silver level enemies within a 16-meter radius are prioritized for attacks. Earth Armor. Gold level summons and condenses earth elements to envelop the body, forming a formidable battle armor that enhances defensive capabilities. Description: a gold level skeletal soldier shielded by the power of the earth, once armed with a shield. It is an undeniably reliable tank. Enhancement requirement: 15 kilograms of dark gold level creature bones, 1 earth core. Possessing gold level skills places one among the elite ranks of practitioners, as gold level skill tomes are exceedingly rare drops. Creatures capable of yielding gold level items are typically commanding figures in the wilderness, their strength formidable and terrifying, far beyond the reach of ordinary practitioners. Take, for instance, the 15-level gold level Earth Fury Bear. Had it not crossed paths with Chen Mo, Li Man, an 18-level dragon blood warrior of the Daobone tier, could very well have met her demise at the hands of the Earth Fury Bear. The wilderness is fraught with peril. Practitioners cannot hope to fight creatures as easily as they do in novice dungeons. One could easily become the target of predators lurking in the wild, who seize opportunities to ambush practitioners during battles or moments of rest, hunting them for sustenance. The wilderness is a brutal realm where the strong prey upon the weak. Without sufficient strength, one risks becoming another's quarry. Even the most gifted Dao bone prodigy, endowed with remarkable potential, may fall victim to the harsh realities of the wild if fortune does not favor them early on, depriving them of the chance to grow. This explains why, despite the influx of new practitioners into the Xianqin Empire each year, few ascend to higher tiers. The annual losses of practitioners in the wilderness are staggering. As practitioners hunt ferocious beasts to level up, they themselves become prey. This scarcity of high-tier skills and items is a direct consequence of the limited number of advanced practitioners capable of slaying gold-level or higher creatures. Furthermore, these monsters are not naive. When faced with defeat, they will summon allies or retreat to safety. Thus, extraordinary gold-level items remain exceedingly rare and precious. Unless backed by the resources of an esteemed family or a top-tier academy, it is virtually impossible to nurture a practitioner fully equipped with gold-level skills. Utilizing skill advancement scrolls to elevate one's abilities to gold level is a more extravagant endeavor than merely learning gold-level skills directly. The cost of a gold-level skill advancement scroll far exceeds that of a gold-level skill tome. Those who strive to become advanced practitioners and can afford gold-level skills invariably possess several low-tier skills they wield with great proficiency. Naturally, they aspire to elevate their familiar low-tier skills to higher levels rather than embarking on the uncertain path of mastering an unfamiliar advanced skill. Coupled with the significantly lower drop rates of skill advancement scrolls compared to tomes of the same tier, this method proves exceptionally challenging. This is why Chen Mo conceals his formidable aura of strength, wary of revealing his capabilities to others. A mere level 10 novice practitioner wielding dark gold level skills, with the divine enhancement ability of the 9-colored Supreme Bone, has already begun to showcase its remarkable effects. Chen Mo has even summoned skeletal minions boasting gold level skills. Should this be disclosed, his tranquility would be irrevocably shattered. He is acutely aware of the necessity of discretion, only daring to summon a solitary skeletal archer while entrusting combat responsibilities to his silver-level skeletal soldiers. Now, with the addition of a gold-level skeletal tank, Chen Mo surveyed the imposing figure clad in black armor, wielding a massive shield. He nodded in satisfaction. This skeletal tank had taken shape. In terms of combat prowess, the skeletal tank, endowed with the gold-level skill earth armor and clad in the gold-level fury bear battle armor, has surpassed the skeletal archer entirely. However, should a confrontation ensue, it is likely that the skeletal tank would suffer a humiliating defeat at the hands of the skeletal archer. Due to the tank's sluggish speed, it would be unable to catch up with the skeletal archer, who possesses the blessing of wind talent, enhancing its speed by 120. Lacking control skills, the skeletal tank can only endure the blows, unable to retaliate or escape, ultimately becoming prey to the skeletal archer's relentless onslaught from a distance. Such is the nature of class dynamics. Chen Mo retrieved a bronze-level alien insect corpse he had collected earlier from his inventory. He intended to offer this corpse as a sacrifice to experiment with the skeleton summoning technique, eager to ascertain the extent of mental energy savings it could yield. If, indeed, it could conserve 2/3 of his mental energy, the replenishment speed of his skeletal soldiers would significantly increase. Since entering the wilderness, he has longed to validate this skill's effectiveness. However, with Tang Shuiying and the others nearby during the day, he was unable to utilize the skill without arousing their attention. Now, with them asleep, the opportunity had finally arrived. Activating the skeleton summoning technique, Chen Mo established a summoning circle at the site of the alien insect corpse. As he sacrificed the corpse, it transformed into black powder, merging into the summoning circle, and a vortex of space opened. From this dark vortex emerged a gold-level skeletal soldier, which Chen Mo promptly absorbed into his summoning space. Eagerly, he opened the attribute panel to ascertain the mental energy consumed. Feeling that something was amiss during the skill activation, the output of mental energy seemed excessive, not resembling the anticipated savings of 2/3. After checking his remaining mental energy, Chen Mo confirmed his suspicions. He had only saved 80 points of mental energy. Summoning the gold-level skeletal soldier had consumed a total of 400 points, far from the 160 points he had envisioned. After pondering for a while, he arrived at a hypothesis. Perhaps the low tier of the sacrificed creature's corpse was the issue? This must be the case. Summoning a bronze-level skeletal soldier typically requires 120 points of mental energy, meaning a savings of 2/3 would yield precisely 80 points. Thus, sacrificing a bronze-level creature's corpse would only save him 80 points of mental energy. Reaching this conclusion left Chen Mo feeling somewhat disheartened. Even the sacrifice of a single bronze-level monster had caused him considerable distress. The corpse of a golden-tier magical beast is worth at least a fortune exceeding 100 million. Should it fall into the hands of other professional practitioners of life, it would be utilized to its fullest potential without the slightest waste. Even the remnants of bones would be ground into powder for alchemical purposes. To sacrifice such a precious material merely to conserve a bit of mental energy? That seems exceedingly imprudent. Perhaps it is wiser to meditate diligently to restore my mental energy instead. Chapter 71. Mastery of Archery at the Golden Tier. The experiment with the skeleton summoning skill has, for the time being, proven to be unsuccessful. Disappointed, Chen Mo examined his mental energy, which stood at 1,856 points. This considerable amount of shared mental energy was solely attributable to the 4 skeleton soldiers he had enhanced with mental fortitude in the life profession. Their attribute points had all been allocated to his spiritual attributes. Upon inspecting the attribute panel of all the skeleton soldiers, Chen Mo discovered that the skeleton archer's archery skill was still at the novice level, due to a previous deficiency in mental energy, compounded by the skeleton archer's formidable combat prowess that often led to instant kills against magical beasts. Chen Mo had overlooked its skill level. Now realizing this, he promptly expended 700 points of mental energy to elevate the skeleton archer's archery skill from black iron to golden tier. Chen Mo opened the panel to review the skeleton archer's attributes. Spirit Bone Warrior, Wind. Qualitative level, Golden Tier. Talent, Blessing of the Wind. Level, 10. Health, 1710. Attack, 1113, 265848. Skill, Mastery of Archery, Golden Tier, None. Mastery of Archery, attack range increased by 240, critical hit chance increased by 30. Can be enhanced. Requires 800 points of mental energy. Blessing of the Wind, increases attack and movement speed by 120. Description: a golden tier skeleton soldier endowed with the Blessing of the Wind who possesses archery skills is undoubtedly a terrifying mobile artillery on the battlefield. Enhancement target requires 15 kilograms of dark gold tier biological bones and 1 wind core. After enhancing the archery skill to Mastery of Archery at the golden tier, the attack range surged from 30 to 240, additionally introducing a critical hit effect. This critical hit worked similarly to when the skeleton archer shot an arrow at the earth rampaging bear, with one arrow striking the beast's eye, resulting in doubled damage. However, at that time, the skeleton archer's archery skill was still low, and the critical hit was merely a fortuitous occurrence. Now, upon elevating the skill to golden tier, the critical hit capability has been augmented by 30. This implies that each of the skeleton archer's attacks carries nearly a 30 chance of inflicting a critical hit effect, significantly enhancing its damage output. Furthermore, the expanded attack range of 240 dramatically increased the skeleton archer's coverage, and greater distance translates to enhanced safety for range professions. Its survivability has thus been greatly bolstered. With the skeleton archer's enhancement complete, another skeleton soldier boasting golden tier skills has been successfully upgraded. The skeleton archer still had a vacant skill slot, which had not been filled due to Chen Mo's inability to find a suitable skill that could rapidly boost its combat effectiveness. Conversely, the subsequently enhanced skeleton tank had already filled both of its skill slots. After successfully enhancing his 2 formidable subordinates, Chen Mo found himself left with nearly 1,000 points of mental energy, which was the critical threshold for the necromantic symbiosis skill. Further expenditure of mental energy could inflict spiritual harm upon the skeleton soldiers, prompting Chen Mo to cease the enhancement process. There was no longer a necessity for the skeleton soldiers to encircle the tent for protection. Chen Mo stationed 2 of them beside the tent for guard duty and commanded the others to stand watch at the cave entrance, which also served to fend off the chill winds blowing from the cave. Having arranged the skeleton soldiers, Chen Mo reclined within the tent to rest. After a long day of travel, he would need to stay awake through the night, waiting for the 2 girls to fall asleep before daring to experiment with skills. Fearful of having his secrets discovered, the journey had been fraught with anxiety, and Chen Mo regretted taking on this task with these 2 burdensome companions. Without them, the wilderness would have felt like home, allowing him to indulge freely. Currently, Chen Mo's backpack contained nearly 100 kilograms of golden tier beast bones, valued at over 100 million, as well as a substantial amount of insect monster materials and golden tier giant bear meat. In just a single day in the wilderness, he had transformed from a man who pinched pennies in the city to one of considerable wealth. If given the choice now, he would undoubtedly regard Tang Shuiying with disdain. 200,000 to hire him as a bodyguard? Was she out of her mind? Yet, since he had already made a promise to them before leaving the city, Chen Mo resolved to uphold his commitment. Basic professional ethics must be respected, otherwise, who would dare to seek him for tasks in the future? Moreover, he held a favorable impression of both girls, particularly Li Man. Initially dismissive of Chen Mo, she had even been reluctant to speak with him. However, after witnessing the terrifying combat capabilities of the skeleton archer, her attitude had transformed dramatically, resembling that of an eager admirer. Throughout the day's journey, she had observed Chen Mo and the skeleton archer numerous times, and whenever he encountered a point of confusion, her explanations were filled with enthusiasm and patience. Chen Mo was quite pleased with her change in demeanor. After mulling over these thoughts, Chen Mo soon succumbed to sleep, unaware that Li Man, the very person he had been contemplating, had not yet fallen asleep. The prolonged wilderness life had heightened her sense of vigilance, allowing her to maintain a degree of awareness even in slumber perceptive to any disturbances in her surroundings. The commotion caused by Chen Mo enhancing the skeleton soldiers had already roused her. Having witnessed the combat prowess of the skeleton archer during the day, Li Man had grown curious about Chen Mo, observing him still awake, commanding the skeleton soldiers to move around the tent, and witnessing intermittent flashes of golden light. She found it quite mysterious. Most notably, Li Man noticed the skeleton soldier wielding a massive black shield. As it approached the front of Chen Mo's tent, a golden light flickered, and the flames of the soul within its skull shifted from green to blue. Had it evolved? Li Man had previously observed Chen Mo's skeleton soldiers, and among them, only the highest combat capacity skeleton archer exhibited blue soul flames. Now, another skeleton tank had joined that elite rank. Then, Li Man witnessed an astonishing scene. This newly evolved skeleton tank utilized a skill to coalesce earth elemental armor, enveloping its form. The skeleton tank, now clad in earth elemental armor, emanated a sense of danger comparable to that of the earth rampaging bear boss they had encountered during the day. She recalled that even before its evolution, this skeleton tank had been able to clash with the golden tier strength of the boss. Although it had been knocked back by the bear, it had successfully thwarted the creature's charge, inducing a state of dizziness in the earth rampaging bear and preventing it from inflicting any damage on the other skeleton soldiers, ultimately leading to its encirclement and demise. Chapter 72, Secrets Revealed? This skeleton tank, even before its evolution, proved to be remarkably formidable. Now, it had ascended to possess blue soul flames, akin to the skeleton archer. Moreover, she had also acquired a skill to condense armor. Uncertain of her own capabilities, Li Man hesitated. She assessed her abilities and realized that even without using skills, she could hardly defeat the skeletal archer. The imposing figure of the skeletal tank, clad in magnificent armor and exuding an aura of intimidation, compounded her doubts, especially since it possessed skills of its own. She feared the odds were even slimmer. How could an 18-level Dragonblood warrior of the Daobone class possibly best a mere level 10 skeletal summon? Such thoughts left Li Man feeling disheartened. It was clear that Chen Mo harbored secrets, particularly regarding the golden light that had illuminated his tent. The evolution of the skeletal soldiers was undoubtedly linked to this golden glow. To her surprise, Li Man found a sense of joy bubbling within her for having uncovered Chen Mo's secret in the dead of night. It felt as though a bond had formed between them, sharing a secret that belonged solely to the two of them, filling her heart with a sweet sensation. However, she quickly recognized that her feelings were somewhat inappropriate and forced herself to cease her musings. At long last, Chen Mo's enhancement concluded. Li Man observed as he commanded the skeletal soldiers to form a barricade at the cave entrance, effectively blocking the chill wind that swept in from outside. How thoughtful of him, she mused. He truly knew how to take care of others. Hastily, she shut her eyes, fearful of being discovered by Chen Mo while pretending to sleep. Fortunately, he did not emerge from the tent, with the formidable skeletal soldiers sealing the cave entrance. Li Man felt an unprecedented sense of security in the wilderness. Before long, she drifted back to sleep. As night passed swiftly, the cave, being exceptionally secluded, remained tranquil. Chen Mo awoke at dawn, emerging from the tent to find Tang Shuiying and Li Man already awake. They stood awkwardly at the cave's entrance, visibly relieved upon seeing Chen Mo exit the tent. Chen Mo, please have your skeletal soldiers move aside a bit. I wish to step out, Tang Shuiying urged, her anxiety palpable. Realizing her urgency, Chen Mo promptly commanded the skeletal soldiers to clear the entrance, forming a makeshift ladder outside. The two girls seized the opportunity to scramble out of the cave and into the forest, clearly relieved. It appeared they had been eagerly awaiting the chance to relieve themselves, but had hesitated to call out to Chen Mo, fearing the skeletal soldiers blocking the entrance. After all, they had witnessed the terrifying prowess of these skeletal warriors. Any misinterpretation could lead to dire consequences. Thus, they remained patiently within the cave until Chen Mo awakened. Once the girls had exited, Chen Mo glanced at his mental energy, which had fully replenished to 1723 points after a night's rest. Seizing the opportunity with no one in the cave, he consumed 600 points to elevate the gathering skill of the 3 skeletal workers in the summoning space to silver level. Yesterday, when they had slain the golden level boss, the earth bear, the skeletal workers had been unable to process the creature's body due to their insufficient skill level, merely managing to crudely dissect it for storage. As they planned to delve deeper into the forest today to hunt aberrant insect monsters, it was imperative to enhance the gathering skills of the skeletal workers to avoid wasting precious materials. With 1,123 points of mental energy remaining, further expenditure was unfeasible. This mental energy had been shared with him through the Necromancer's symbiosis skill, and dropping below 1,000 points could potentially harm the souls of the skeletal soldiers. Moreover, he needed to reserve some mental energy for the skeletal workers to utilize their gathering skills, not to mention that the skeletal tank had also acquired the earth armor skill, which required mental energy. Chen Mo realized he was running low on mental energy. He began contemplating whether to enhance a golden-level skeletal soldier in the direction of mental fortification to increase both the total amount and recovery speed of his mental energy. However, Lacking the necessary skill books and concrete plans, he could only temporarily shelve that idea. After enhancing the skeletal workers, Chen Mo summoned the skeletal chef to prepare breakfast. Observing the skeletal chef emerge from the summoning space and ignite the fire to cook rice, Chen Mo diverted his attention. Packing away the tent and leaving only the map behind, he settled down to meditate, aiming to swiftly recover some mental energy in case the skeletal soldiers required support during skill usage. When the two girls returned, they found the skeletal chef had successfully lit the campfire and was cooking. Accordingly, they refrained from pulling out their rations, as no one would willingly munch on dry food when a professional chef was present. They merely organized their belongings and sat together, with Tang Shuiying and Li Man discussing the route for their outing. Chen Mo, noticing their return, opened his eyes and ceased meditating, greeting them before stepping out of the cave to freshen up. Descending the makeshift ladder fashioned by the skeletal soldiers, Chen Mo inhaled the refreshing air of the wilderness. The morning forest filled with the fragrance of foliage. He gazed at the sun rising above the treetops and found himself growing fond of the wild. Here, he felt liberated, unconcerned by the gaze of others, able to act as he pleased. Though he would never engage in such antics as running about in the nude, he appreciated the freedom the wilderness afforded him. After attending to his needs in the woods, he retrieved his toiletries from his backpack and began to wash up. His favorite aspect of the wilderness was its capacity to allow him to rapidly enhance his abilities while accumulating wealth. The spoils from just yesterday had completely endeared him to the wild. Chen Mo looked forward to the day's adventures. Upon his return to the cave, the skeletal chef had prepared breakfast, a pot of insect meat and vegetable porridge along with several roasted corn cobs, all ingredients he had prepared prior to leaving the city. Chen Mo called for Tang Shuiying and Li Man to join him for the meal, emphasizing the need to depart promptly afterward to complete their tasks for the day, thus allowing him to indulge in monster hunting at his leisure. By the time Chen Mo ventured out, Tang Shuiying had meticulously charted their route, marking their intended destination on the map, which she subsequently shared with both him and Li Man. As he ate, Chen Mo received the map information and updated his professional panel accordingly. Glancing at the details, he noted that the day's journey was not particularly long, only a little over 10 kilometers. However, the terrain lay within mountainous jungles, with rugged paths that proved exceedingly difficult to traverse. Completing the round trip within a single day would indeed be a challenge, especially with the uncertainty of the monsters lurking along the way. With the plan solidified, the trio quickly finished their breakfast and climbed out of the cave, ready to embark on their journey. Chapter 73. The Intimidation of the Jungle Assassin. Today, Tang Shuiying opted not to partake in the porridge, choosing instead to nibble on a single ear of corn, despite the tantalizing aroma of the insect meat and vegetable porridge. Li Man, on the other hand, had an excellent appetite, consuming 2 large bowls and nearly licking the pot clean, a true testament to her prowess as a glutton. Outside the cave, Chen Mo assembled his skeletal squad, with 2 skeletal soldiers wielding long swords leading the way, followed by the armored skeletal tank employing its taunt aura skill while brandishing a shield. The remaining skeletal soldiers encircled Chen Mo and his companions, with the mightiest skeletal archer standing resolutely by Chen Mo's side. With preparations complete, the trio set forth into the depths of the West Zay forest. This time, placed in the middle of the formation, Li Man said nothing. Having traversed the wilderness for nearly half a year, she had always been at the forefront, forging the path ahead. Yet now, akin to a support role, she found herself ensconced in the middle of the team. This was a novel experience for her. However, she was truly humbled this time and dared not voice any dissent, for she had witnessed the formidable sight of the skeletal tank wielding a black shield, enshrouded in earthen elemental armor, just the night before. The azure flames flickering within its skull signified that this skeletal tank had evolved to a level comparable to the exceedingly formidable skeletal archer, a creature of the same caliber. With the skeletal archer as a reference point, she understood that she was no match for such an adversary. Rather than risk humiliation by engaging, it was wiser to remain quietly in the rear. As they ventured deeper into the jungle, the number of abyssal aberrations noticeably increased. The 2 skeletal soldiers at the forefront swung their swords to cleave through obstructing branches, paving a path for the rest of the group. In less than 20 minutes, they encountered the first wave of wandering aberrations. Fortunately, these creatures were still some distance away, obscured by the towering, dense trees, preventing them from detecting Chen Mo and his companions. However, the skeletal archer had already discerned the location of the aberrations through its mental perception. It raised its bow and drew back the string, its graceful movements seeming to be buoyed by an unseen wind. Li Man and Tang Shuiying, unable to see the distant aberrations due to the thicket, noticed Chen Mo had halted and exchanged puzzled glances. Then, they witnessed the skeletal archer release its grip on the bowstring. With a resounding twang, the arrow sliced through the air, plunging into the depths of the jungle ahead. A moment later, the distant howls of the aberrations echoed through the trees. Had they been detected? What incredible range of perception did that entail? Moreover, to be able to shoot without line of sight was astonishing. Li Man grew increasingly apprehensive of this skeletal archer. If she were to encounter such an opponent in the wilderness, she would likely not even see where the arrows were coming from before being struck down in an instant. The fate of the distant aberrations unfolded as she had imagined. They had no inkling of the source of the arrows, which flew from the thicket and swiftly dispatched one of their own. Witnessing their fallen companion, the aberrations shrieked in terror, attempting to summon reinforcements. Yet the onslaught of arrows showed no sign of abating. The sounds of arrows slicing through the air resounded as they rained down from the gaps in the trees, each arrow capable of slaying an aberration. The aberrations realized the direction from which the arrows were coming, but it was too late to evade. Killed a level 12 black iron abyssal aberration, gained 24 experience points. Killed a level 13 silver abyssal aberration leader, gained 104 experience points. Killed a level 12 bronze abyssal soldier aberration, gained 48 experience points. A succession of kill notifications streamed in. Soon, the entire squad of aberrations was annihilated by the skeletal archer from afar. Li Man and Tang Shuang beheld the skeletal archer loosing arrows into the thicket with remarkable speed, completing a volley of over 10 shots in the blink of an eye. Although they heard the distant cries of the aberrations and surmised that it had likely discovered the aberration squad, they were not part of Chen Mo's team and thus did not receive any kill notifications. They could only speculate that the skeletal archer was indeed attacking the aberrations. Yet, it was simply too extraordinary. Visibility was practically non-existent here. With nothing but dense foliage ahead, how was the skeletal archer able to aim? Its archery skills were truly terrifying. Had it not displayed such prowess the previous day? How could it have improved so drastically overnight? Li Man glanced at Chen Mo, her mind swirling with conjectures. The skeletal archer had obliterated the aberration squad. Chen Mo, having communicated with the skeletal soldiers, sensed that no other monsters were nearby. He opened the summoning space and called forth the skeletal workers, instructing them to gather materials. 3 skeletal workers, each possessing silver-level gathering skills, emerged from the black vortex of the summoning space, scurrying towards the corpses of the fallen aberrations. The squad continued onward. Shortly, Li Man and Tang Shuang stumbled upon a ground strewn with the carcasses of aberrations. These creatures had all been dispatched with a single shot, arrows piercing through their skulls. Some of the more vulnerable aberrations had even had their heads obliterated by powerful arrows. Green ichor splattered across the ground. The 3 summoned skeletal workers, armed with gathering knives, swiftly began to collect materials from the scene. The gruesome sight left Li Man and Tang Shuang utterly stunned. This skeletal archer was nothing short of a jungle reaper. How could one possibly defend against such an opponent? At such a distance, it was impossible to discern the enemy's location, yet its attacks were invariably lethal. Striking true to the head, Li Man ran her fingers through her short hair, her gaze towards Chen Mo imbued with growing respect. With the skeletal archer's archery skills elevated to that of a gold-level master, it had become an insurmountable force within the jungle. Its mental perception extended far, allowing it to detect aberrations long before they became aware of Chen Mo and his companions. The mastery of its archery skills had doubled its attack range, significantly enhancing its accuracy. The skeletal archer could discern the gaps in the dense foliage, guiding its arrows to strike true at distant aberrations. Such elusive assaults rendered effective counterattacks impossible for the aberrations. Often, they would not even realize where the enemy lay before being mercilessly eliminated by the skeletal archer from afar. After a morning of travel, the trio arrived at the location marked on the map by Tang Shuang. This is it. The last time I trained here. It was where I discovered the moon's spirit grass, Tang Shuang confirmed after checking the map. Let us search the vicinity. With that, she prepared to move forward in search of herbs. Wait, Chen Mo called out, halting her. What does the moon's spirit grass look like? Describe it. And we can search separately. Hearing Chen Mo's suggestion, Tang Shuang nodded, opening her professional panel to send him an image. Chen Mo clicked to view it. Moon spirit grass, named for its white flowers resembling a crescent moon, prefers shaded areas and lush woods. After noting the appearance of the moon's spirit grass, Chen Mo divided the skeletal soldiers into 3 teams, assigning them to follow each of the 3 individuals for protection as they began their search in the surrounding jungle. The trees in this area were exceptionally tall and dense, with very limited light penetrating the canopy. The environment was dark and damp, making it unappealing even for the aberrations. As they progressed further in this direction, the number of aberrations dwindled. Nonetheless, along the way, the skeletal archer had hunted down dozens of abyssal aberrations, yielding 9 spirit crystals, 8 pieces of armor, and 1 basic swordsmanship skill book. The materials collected from the aberrations over the past 2 days included over 100 insect shells, more than 100 vials of acidic blood, and over 1,000 kilograms of insect meat. The 8 pieces of equipment dropped by the aberrations were all low-tier gear of level 10. Chen Mo equipped the skeletal tank with all these items, boosting its health by an additional 180 points, bringing its total health to 4,680 points. The newly donned equipment bears a striking resemblance to the exoskeletons of alien insects, exuding a metallic luster amidst the darkness. Clad in this armor, the skeletal tank is now enveloped in an entirety of blackened plating, its towering stature amplifying its formidable presence and imposing aura. The remaining gear was bestowed upon the skeletal archer, leaving Chen Mo with only these two skeletal champions. Naturally, the finest treasures were reserved for these two valiant skeletal soldiers first. Not a single fragment of the materials harvested from the slain alien insect monstrosities was overlooked. Chen Mo ensured that the skeletal engineers collected every last piece. Among them were several carcasses of silver-tier alien monstrosities. Once the skeletal engineers completed their collection, Chen Mo also retrieved the remaining parts of these silver-tier creatures, for their remains hold considerable value. Even though the most valuable components had already been harvested, Chen Mo deemed it prudent to preserve what remained. As Chen Mo lowered his gaze in search of moon spirit grass, he wandered through the dimly lit forest until he was suddenly greeted by the excited voice of Tang Shuiying. "Everyone, come quickly. I found moon spirit grass." Upon hearing her call, Chen Mo connected with the skeletal soldier guarding her and sensed something amiss in the surroundings. He hastened towards Tang Shuiying's direction. Just as he arrived, Li Man dashed through the thicket, equally exhilarated. Chen Mo followed her gaze, which pointed towards the moon spirit grass that Tang Shuiying had discovered. Nestled in a steep ravine shrouded by dense foliage. The incline of this ravine was treacherous, making it exceedingly difficult for anyone to descend and collect the grass. It was no wonder Tang Shuiying had called for assistance. As a support class practitioner, it would indeed be quite a challenge for her to venture down alone to gather the moon spirit grass. Should any hidden monstrosities lurk at the bottom, she would be utterly defenseless. Seeing Chen Mo and the others approach, Tang Shuiying waved her hands in delight. "Li Man, come over. The one with the white flowers is the moon spirit grass." Li Man, peering over the edge of the ravine, also spotted the cluster of white flowers below. Hope surged within her, as the possibility of lifting the curse of the malevolent deity seemed within reach. With urgency, Li Man retrieved a rope from her backpack, eager to secure it to a tree and descend into the ravine to harvest the precious herb. Suddenly, a sound akin to a bowstring being drawn echoed through the air, startling Li Man. The skeletal archer, who had been standing calmly beside Chen Mo, swiftly raised its longbow and unleashed a torrent of arrows towards the depths of the forest. The rain of arrows forming a near straight line. Is its attack speed truly this astonishing? Li Man marveled, momentarily taken aback by the rapid speed of the skeletal archer. Yet, soon the air filled with the resounding roars of a legion of alien insect monstrosities. Realization dawned upon her. These were the abyssal insects seeking retribution. The beasts of the wilderness were not the simplified versions found within dungeons. They were genuine creatures, possessing flesh and blood, intelligence, tactical acumen, and an instinct for self-preservation. Chen Mo had dispatched numerous alien insect monstrosities, catching these abyssal insects off guard. Now, having recognized the culprits behind their losses, they were undoubtedly coming to exact vengeance. Damn it, we were so close. Li Man, hailing from a prestigious family in the northern territories of the empire, was no meek damsel. Her gentleness towards Chen Mo was merely a fade, a reaction to the overwhelming combat prowess of the skeletal soldiers. Now, with the moon spirit grass tantalizingly close and the hope of breaking the curse of the malevolent deity within reach, their efforts were abruptly interrupted by the unwelcome arrival of alien insect monstrosities. Anger flared within her, and her frustration became increasingly difficult to contain. Retracting the rope, she drew forth a massive crimson warblade from her backpack. At that moment, her vision was filled with a multitude of dark alien insect monstrosities emerging from the thicket. The swarm was so dense that it was impossible to count their number. In a mere instant, the skeletal archer had already felled at least dozens of these creatures. But it was utterly futile. The sheer volume of the insect horde was overwhelming. With a low growl, Li Man felt her muscles tauten, her vitality surging throughout her body. This was the signature skill of the Dragonblood warrior class, Dragonblood True Martial. Dragonblood True Martial, Golden Tier, activates the bloodline of the ancient dragon within, significantly enhancing physical attributes. After activating the skill, she charged towards the mass of insect monstrosities, leaping into the air with force. As she soared, her vitality erupted, and she raised her warblade high, aiming a devastating strike at a notably larger insect leader below. With a thunderous impact, Li Man landed, the shockwave from her explosive vitality toppling nearby lesser monstrosities. She understood that to collect the moon spirit grass, she must first repel the encroaching insect horde. Thus, she unleashed her full might, targeting the insect leader with unrelenting fury. The colossal force of her warblade struck the insect leader, staggering it backward and knocking over several smaller minions in its wake. Following her descent, she pressed the advantage, dragging her blade across the creature's vulnerable neck. The insect leader, having lost control and retreating from the assault, had no chance to evade Li Man's second strike. A critical hit ensued, dealing double damage. The warblade severed the insect leader's neck, green ichor gushing forth and splattering upon the ground. In a state of exhilaration, Li Man had felled the insect leader with just 2 strikes, fully manifesting the ferocious combat prowess of an 18th level Dragonblood warrior. However, even with such an impressive display of strength, facing the relentless tide of insect monstrosities proved futile. After dispatching the leader, new alien insect monstrosities surged toward her. Li Man found herself forced to fight while retreating. Though her heart burned with indignation, she recognized the futility of her situation. Her health had dwindled to less than 1,000 points, rendering her survival capabilities severely diminished in the face of this overwhelming circumstance. Long before Tang Shuiying's call had reached them, Chen Mo had already sensed the approaching alien insects through the perception of the skeletal soldiers. However, he had not anticipated the sheer number of these monstrosities. He quickly rallied his skeletal squad, encircling the three of them to provide protection, leaving only the skeletal tank at the forefront to activate its taunting aura, diverting the attention of the alien insect monstrosities and buying precious time for their retreat. Chen Mo grasped Tang Shuiying, who lacked combat prowess, and together they fought their way backward. Thankfully, the alien insect monstrosities surrounding Chen Mo and Tang Shuiying were influenced by the taunting aura of the silver-tier skeletal tank, sparing them from direct attacks. The area of effect of this taunting skill was notably expansive. At this moment, the skeletal tank had become engulfed by the swarm, completely obscured from view, forming a massive black mound of insects. Chen Mo had activated its golden tier skill, Earth Armor, just as the skeletal tank came under assault. Positioned amidst the dark mound of insects, the skeletal tank was enveloped in armor forged from earth elements, even its sword and shield encased in this protective layer. To maintain this armor, the skeletal tank's mental energy was rapidly depleting, rendering it immobile beneath the weight of the insect mound. Chen Mo could only channel his necromantic symbiosis skill to supply mental energy to the skeletal tank, aiding it in sustaining the earth armor. He commanded the skeletal squad to break through in the direction they had come. Meanwhile, Tang Shuiying, being pulled along by Chen Mo, was utterly bewildered. As a support class practitioner, she had ventured into the wilderness accompanied by other combat specialists for leveling up. Never before had she experienced the peril of being surrounded by such a multitude of monstrous creatures. This terrifying scene rendered her utterly petrified, leaving her incapable of thought, as she was merely dragged along by Chen Mo in a frantic escape. Fortunately, the majority of the insect-like monstrosities nearby were lured away by the skeletal tank. The retreat of Chen Mo and his companions proceeded relatively smoothly. The only critical concern was that Chen Mo's mental energy was rapidly depleting. There were simply too many creatures attacking the skeletal tank, and the mental energy required to maintain the earth armor skill was draining far too quickly. The remaining mental energy could scarcely sustain them for long. However, if he were to relinquish the earth armor, the skeletal tank, with its substantial health pool, would soon be overwhelmed and torn apart by the relentless swarm of insects. This was a loss that Chen Mo could not possibly accept. The skeletal archers had already released their arrows, creating a blur of motion as they rained down on the approaching monstrosities. The skeletal soldiers beside Chen Mo vigorously swung their long swords, cleaving through the dense mass of insects. The acidic blood of the aberrant creatures splattered onto the skeletal soldiers, causing their armor to emit wisps of corrosive smoke. The durability of the novice swords in their hands was dwindling rapidly. These rudimentary weapons were wholly inadequate against the corrosive blood of the aberrant insects. Just as Chen Mo felt his mental energy on the brink of exhaustion, a golden light illuminated the surroundings. Chen Mo leveled up. With this elevation, all his statuses were restored, and his mental energy was instantly replenished. The earth armor that had thinned around the skeletal tank solidified once more. Chen Mo breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the skeletal tank was unharmed, he felt reassured. With the effect of the life-steal aura in play, the attacks from the monstrous insects posed no threat to the other skeletal soldiers. Chen Mo's silver-tier life-steal aura skill siphoned 80 of the damage dealt by the skeletal soldiers as health. This proportion, combined with the elevated attack power bolstered by the dark gold-tier strong strike aura skill, ensured that even if the aberrant creatures bit away half of a skeletal soldier's health, a single counterattack would suffice to restore it fully. Given that these aberrant monstrosities were low-tier beings, their attack power could not possibly obliterate the skeletal soldiers in one blow. With the life-steal aura skill in effect, Chen Mo was unconcerned about the sustainability of the skeletal soldiers. His only worry was that the sheer number of insects might block their escape route. Fortunately, most of the aberrant creatures had been drawn away by the skeletal tank, coupled with the high efficiency of the skeletal soldiers and archers in eliminating the threats. Chen Mo and his companions finally broke through the encirclement, fighting as they retreated. Chen Mo opened the summoning space and recalled the skeletal tank, which had been trapped beneath a mound of black insects. The tank, encased in yellow earth armor and immobilized beneath the insect mound, activated its summoning array. A vortex of black space materialized, drawing the skeletal tank from within the mound into the summoning realm. As the skeletal tank was summoned back, the interior of the black insect mound suddenly collapsed with a thunderous roar. The insects, now devoid of a target, surged back towards Chen Mo and his companions like a tumultuous tide. Fortunately, they had already breached the encirclement and were retreating at full speed. The aberrant creatures could only cling to their rear, desperately pursuing them. From the moment the skeletal archers detected the insects, their assault had not ceased. The bronze-tier novice longbow creaked as it was drawn, unleashing a deluge of arrows. Chen Mo received a constant stream of notifications regarding kills. In this battle, the skeletal archers had dispatched at least several hundred aberrant creatures, thanks to the formidable cover fire from the skeletal archers. The insect horde was unable to catch up with Chen Mo and his companions. The swiftest among them would barely emerge from concealment before being targeted and shot down by the skeletal archers. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed. The bowstring of the skeletal archer snapped. After enduring for so long, the durability of this bronze-tier novice bow had finally been exhausted. With the loss of the skeletal archer's suppression, the pursuit speed of the insects noticeably increased. Soon, they would close the gap once more. Observing this, Li Man pulled a blood-red longbow from her backpack and tossed it to Chen Mo. Here, take this and let that skeletal archer resume its assault. Chen Mo caught the blood-red longbow, hardly having time to examine it before handing it to the skeletal archer at his side. The skeletal archer equipped the new bow, and the rain of arrows resumed with renewed vigor. This time, the arrows bore even greater strength. A blood-red glow pulsed as the bow was drawn, and the arrows sliced through the air with such force that they could lift the aberrant creatures from the ground and hurl them into the throng behind. Some arrows even pierced through multiple aberrant creatures in succession, achieving a series of kills. With the enhancement of this blood-red strongbow, the combat prowess of the skeletal archer became even more formidable. Arrows fell like a tempest, swiftly repelling the encroaching insects once again. At last, after fleeing for over an hour, the insect horde relinquished its pursuit and retreated hastily. The skeletal archer stood its ground, continuing to eliminate several more aberrant creatures before the presence of the insect swarm faded into the distance. Chapter 76, The Wilderness Merchant. Exhausted, Chen Mo and his companions collapsed onto the ground. They had advanced for a mere half-day before spending an hour in retreat. It was remarkable how individuals could unleash boundless potential when faced with life-threatening adversity. Chen Mo lay on the ground, utterly drained, without a word to spare. Not only did he have to command the skeletal soldiers in battle, but he also had to drag the terrified Tang Shuiying along as they fled. The terrain was treacherous, winding, and uneven. He had to navigate the perilous path with Tang Shuiying at the fastest pace possible, desperately escaping. Chen Mo's stamina had been severely depleted. This money is truly hard-earned, he lamented. Indeed, there were no free lunches in this world. Before departing the city, Chen Mo had thought that Tang Shuiying was dispatched by Tang Yaya to help him acclimate to the wilderness. The promise of a 200,000 reward had made it impossible for him to refuse at that time. Now, however, it was evident that this was no boon, but rather a trap. How could she conceal such danger? With so many scams circulating, it was nearly impossible to guard against them. Lying on the ground, Chen Mo seethed with indignation. Had he not already committed to them, accepted the task, and taken the deposit? Moreover, Tang Shuiying was the cousin of Tang Yaya, and they shared a bond. He would have fled long ago if it weren't for these ties. This was simply too much. Tang Shuiying, pale with fright from the onslaught of the black insect horde, finally regained her composure as the crisis subsided. With a sudden outburst, she began to weep. Sitting there and wiping her tears, Li Man, having navigated the wilderness for so long, found herself equally astounded by the scale of this encounter. The West Zay forest harbored such a multitude of aberrant insects. No wonder other monsters had vanished from the woods. They had all been devoured. Even the small tyrant of West Zay Mountain, the golden tier boss Earthbreaking Bear, had fled in fright, seeking refuge in a tiny cave, trembling in fear. Such a massive insect tide attack could overwhelm even a dark gold tier boss. It was truly terrifying. Now that Li Man had calmed down, she felt a pang of fear. She couldn't help but express her gratitude to Tang Shuiying for her wise decision to bring Chen Mo along. In just these 2 short days, Chen Mo had already saved her twice. Now, being by his side instilled her with a sense of security. After resting for a moment, Chen Mo glanced at the skeletal soldiers beside him, noticing their armor was tarnished. Prior to leaving the city, he had managed to gather a few sets of novice armor and equipment with the sponsorship of Tang Yaya and her affluent friends. Yet, after just one day in the West Zay forest alongside Tang Shuiying, all of it had been rendered useless. The armor on the skeletal soldiers was pockmarked and corroded, with some areas entirely dissolved, revealing the skeletal frames beneath. The durability of the equipment has reached a precarious state, teetering on the brink of obsolescence. The once meticulously adorned skeletal soldiers have now reverted to the tattered state reminiscent of their initial summoning. However, instead of the filthy rags caked in mud, they now don pieces of armor corroded by acidic blood, emanating wisps of smoke and riddled with pockmarks and gaping holes. The 2 million task commission that Tang Shuiying and her companions earned barely suffices to cover the costs of repairs. Chen Mo finds himself needing to invest even more. Contemplating this, his mood darkens further. This mission not only nearly cost him his life, but also inflicted considerable damage to his equipment. This venture has turned out to be a significant loss. Chen Mo realizes that since awakening as a professional, his existence has been a continuous flight. He has been running through dungeons and continues to do so after exiting the city. The only distinction lies in the nature of his haste. Within the dungeons, he runs with purpose, aiming to enhance his monster-slaying efficiency, while outside, he sprints for his very survival. This thought further compounds his discontent. He opens his backpack space, intending to assess the spoils from the recent battle to alleviate his melancholy. In that encounter, the skeletal soldiers managed to vanquish at least several hundred aberrant insect-like monsters. Regrettably, he cannot return to gather materials from the fallen beasts. He can only tally the loot acquired from the defeated foes. When a professional slays a monster and it drops items, those items are automatically transferred to the professional's backpack, eliminating the need to collect them manually. Only the extraordinary materials from the monster's corpse require a specialized crafting professional for harvesting. Moreover, there is no claim to a monster's corpse based on who delivered the final blow, nor is there any grace period for collection. If one does not promptly gather the corpse after slaying the monster, it could easily be snatched away by others. Upon opening his backpack, Chen Mo is taken aback by the overwhelming bounty it contains. After a cursory glance, his spirits lift considerably. He meticulously counts the spoils accumulated over the past hour of monster hunting. In total, he has acquired 33 spirit crystals, numerous pieces of level 10 black iron and bronze armor, and 8 basic skill books. He estimates that these drops could conveniently assemble 9 complete sets, with some surplus remaining. The equipment slots available to professionals include 7 major components: helmet, armor, greaves, boots, gauntlets, bracers, and belt. Additionally, there are smaller slots for a necklace, 2 rings, and 2 accessory spaces, totaling 12 equipment slots. However, the drop rate for smaller accessory-type equipment is quite low, and thus, Chen Mo has not obtained any accessories this time, only various pieces of armor, greaves, and helmets. Among Chen Mo's squad of 10 skeletal soldiers, the skeletal tank has already donned a complete set of level 10 gear, and thanks to the protection of the earth armor skill, its equipment remains unscathed. The remaining 9 skeletal soldiers, including the skeletal archers, have yet to fully equip their level 10 gear. This presents the perfect opportunity to outfit them entirely. Chen Mo discards the new equipment onto the ground, creating a small mound. In this moment, he can empathize with Tang Yeye's exhilaration when she scattered gear across the dungeon floor. This is the joy of wealth. After merely 2 days in the wilderness, Chen Mo has become unexpectedly affluent. He exclaims, "The wilderness is truly wonderful. I adore the wilderness." He commands the skeletal soldiers to approach and seize the equipment, replacing their corroded novice gear with new armaments. Naturally, the skeletal tank and skeletal archer are prioritized in selecting their items. Among the available gear, the 2 are fortunate enough to acquire a full set of bronze-level equipment. The remaining equipment will then be distributed among the other skeletal soldiers. Once the equipment exchange is complete, the skeletal soldiers are instantly revitalized. Although some wear plate armor while others don leather, their mismatched gear gives them the appearance of a ragtag army. The weapons they wield vary greatly: long swords, battle axes, greatswords, and spears, each soldier equipped with whatever they could find. Only the skeletal tank and skeletal archer have managed to assemble a nearly complete set of class-specific gear. Chapter 77: The Skeletal Archer's Shortcomings. Compared to their previous uniform novice plate armor and shields, their current appearance lacks aesthetic coherence, resembling a destitute and disorganized militia. Yet, the combat prowess of the skeletal soldiers has significantly increased. After all, they now bear level 10 black iron and even bronze quality equipment. The enhancement to their attributes is incomparable to that of the level 1 novice gear. As for the weapons, it matters little to the skeletal soldiers. They lack specialized weapon skills. In their grasp, these weapons can only exert their most basic attributes. There are no additional weapon skill damage bonuses. As long as they can strike down monsters, that suffices. Observing the newly equipped skeletal soldiers, Chen Mo feels a sense of solace wash over him. He opens his attribute panel and allocates all 15 attribute points gained from leveling up to his physique. Now his attribute panel reads: Name, Chen Mo. Profession, Necromancer. Supreme Multicolored Bone, Divine Enhancement. Level, 11, 10, 57. Physique, 56. Spirit, 116. Summoning Space, 2766. Skills, Skeleton Summoning, Golden. Power Strike Aura, Dark Gold. Necromantic Symbiosis, Passive. Life Steal Aura, Silver. Skeleton Summoning consumes 480 spirit points to summon a golden-level skeletal soldier to fight for you. Can be enhanced, requiring 800 spirit points. Description: the attributes of the skeletal soldier are influenced by the Necromancer's attributes. Sacrificing corpses can reduce spirit consumption by 2/3. Lowering the rank of the summoned skeletal soldier can further decrease spirit consumption. Power Strike Aura. Activating the aura increases the attack power of friendly targets by 320. Can be enhanced, requiring 1,600 spirit points. Necromantic Symbiosis. Passive: the Necromancer shares health and spirit with summoned entities. As long as a summoned entity exists, the Necromancer cannot die. Life Steal Aura. Silver. Activating the aura allows friendly targets to absorb 80 of the damage dealt to restore their own health. Can be enhanced, requiring 400 spirit points. After allocating his points, Chen Mo's physique has risen to 56, providing the skeletal soldiers with an additional 560 health points. Consequently, after donning their new gear, the average health of the skeletal soldiers has reached 1,600 points. The health Chen Mo can share has surpassed 43,000 points. Gazing at his revitalized attribute panel, a sense of security finally envelopes him. With such a substantial amount of health, he is no longer fearful of ambushes. However, should he be encircled by a tide of insects, it would merely delay his demise by a few minutes. Therefore, caution is still paramount in the wilderness. One cannot afford to be reckless. Tang Shuiying, witnessing the heaps of equipment strewn about by Chen Mo, is too astonished to weep. She gazes in disbelief as the skeletal soldiers sift through the pile of gear, continually swapping out their damaged armor. What on earth was Chen Mo doing, fleeing for his life or stocking up supplies in the wilderness? In such a brief span, he has acquired this multitude of equipment? The sheer volume of gear must be worth a fortune. With such earning potential, will he still take his commission task seriously? Doubts begin to creep into Tang Shuiying's mind. Li Man is equally taken aback by the sight of the scattered equipment, but she does not ponder as deeply as Tang Shuiying. Her thoughts are wholly captivated by Chen Mo's formidable prowess. He is truly extraordinary. In the midst of a desperate escape, he managed to acquire such an impressive array of equipment. Throughout Li Man's illustrious career, she had never encountered a man of such extraordinary prowess. At merely level 11, he already exhibited formidable combat capabilities. Remarkably, at level 10, he was able to single-handedly, and without sustaining injury, hunt down a level 15 golden tier boss, the Earthbreaking Bear. Even when besieged by a relentless tide of aberrant insects today, he maintained his composure, demonstrating neither panic nor hesitation, and was able to mount a counterattack. Dispatching numerous monsters in a brief span of time, he was precisely the man she had long sought, powerful, dashing, and aloof. Li Man had come to a profound realization about her true feelings. The skeleton soldiers had completed their equipment exchanges, and Chen Mo and the others had rested sufficiently. As they retraced their steps, they found themselves not far from the cave where they had spent the night. They soon arrived at the base of the cave's cliff. Chen Mo directed the skeleton soldiers to form a human ladder, allowing the trio to ascend into the cave. The two girls, upon entering, despondently sank to the ground. Their expedition into the West Zay forest had seemed promising, with the moonlit grass almost within reach, only to be encircled by the aberrant insects. Not only had they failed to gather the herbs, but they had also nearly lost their lives. The prospect of foraging for herbs again seemed daunting, far beyond their capabilities. The thought of the densely packed black insect monsters left Tang Shuiying too terrified to consider returning. Now, they were faced with two options: either return home to seek assistance from their elders, or return to the academy to await Lady Jiang Qingwan's return, who could help Li Man lift the curse. Both choices were unappealing to the proud Li Man. Having been fiercely independent since childhood, she was accustomed to resolving her own dilemmas. Seeking parental help was a recourse for children still dependent on their families. The notion of returning to Shuilong City in shame would undoubtedly invite ridicule. As for sending Tang Shuiying to seek her parents, that was even less viable. It would incur an enormous debt of gratitude. Enlisting Tang Shuiying's aid was a matter of friendship, and she could later invite her to level up together as a means of recompense. Asking her to seek parental support would only deepen the obligation. It would be far more efficient to return home and consult her own family, even if it meant a slight delay in travel. Li Man found herself in a quandary. It appeared their only recourse was to return to the academy and await Lady Jiang Qingwan. Meanwhile, Chen Mo paid little mind to the two girls resting nearby. This mission had proven costly. He felt as though he had nearly lost everything. Not only had he narrowly escaped with his life, but he had also destroyed several sets of new starter gear. Those items alone were worth at least $1 million. The mission remained incomplete, and he had already lost a significant portion of his commission. As for the newly acquired equipment, Chen Mo had originally ventured out of the city to grind monsters and level up. In any case, monster hunting always yielded equipment drops. Those were the fruits of his labor, unrelated to the mission at hand. Sitting on the ground, Chen Mo reflected on the entire escape ordeal. This experience had indeed revealed certain shortcomings of the skeleton soldiers in combat. They lacked substantial area of effect capabilities and suffered from a scarcity of mental energy. Without any area attack skills, the skeleton soldiers could only engage the myriad of insect monsters one by one, leading to alarmingly low efficiency. Chen Mo had never before encountered such a concentrated assault by monsters. His previous strategies relied heavily on the rapid-fire output of the skeleton archers, so the issue had never surfaced. However, when besieged by the insect monstrosities, the sheer number of adversaries had exposed the skeleton archers' weaknesses. While they could handle single targets effectively, they were powerless against groups. Moreover, due to their limited mental energy, they struggled to maintain the earth armor skill. He had nearly lost the skeleton tank, which he had invested considerable resources into enhancing. The thought sent a shiver of fear through him. After a prolonged contemplation, Chen Mo resolved to strengthen a skeleton mage. Chapter 78, Revival Elixir. Once he had created a skeleton mage, he would devise a way to learn a skill that could restore mental energy. Previously, he had hesitated to enhance a mage-type skeleton for two reasons. First, the skeleton archers were incredibly powerful, making the mage seemingly unnecessary. Second, the mental energy had always been insufficient. Merely using his enhancement abilities and summoning skeleton soldiers had already drained his mental energy recovery rate. Adding a resource-hungry mage to the mix? It seemed untenable. However, the matter could no longer be ignored. While in the city, he had observed several aura skills capable of restoring mental energy in the Universe Mall while learning the Life Drain aura skill. At that time, he had no spare skill slots. Chen Mo was also reluctant to have his skeleton soldiers learn aura skills, as it would waste combat potential. He had no intention of charging into battle himself. He preferred to observe from the rear as his skeleton soldiers charged forth, crushing all adversaries in their path. Having a skeleton soldier learn an aura skill while remaining in the backlands seemed like a waste of resources. If they learned aura skills and then moved to the front lines, they would lack the skill slots to acquire other combat abilities, thus limiting their output to basic attacks with minimal damage. Additionally, without any resurrection skills, losing them would be a significant setback. For these reasons, Chen Mo had never considered having his skeleton soldiers learn aura skills, fearing the loss of combat efficacy. However, now the situation had shifted. It was imperative to create a skeleton soldier capable of restoring mental energy. If not for his recent level up enhancing his mental energy, Chen Mo's skeleton tank would have failed to sustain the earth armor skill and perished amidst the swarm of insects. This was the most formidable force he had crafted at great expense. The loss of such a soldier would be catastrophic, rendering all his investments in equipment, materials, and skill books futile. He realized he had also been inadequately prepared. He hadn't even purchased a mental energy restoration potion. Before leaving the city, he had deemed them too expensive, as a low-tier black iron mental energy restoration potion cost at least several $100,000. He had hesitated to buy it. Now that he had the funds, he had forgotten to procure it during his hasty exit. Thankfully, the skeleton tank had survived. Had he lost a reinforced, elite golden-tier skeleton soldier due to neglecting to purchase a mental energy restoration potion, he would have been heartbroken. Therefore, he decided to first enhance a skeleton soldier capable of learning aura skills that would improve mental energy recovery speed. Chen Mo resolved to allow those auxiliary aura skills that did not directly enhance combat power to be distributed among the skeleton soldiers. His own skill slots were limited, making it impossible to learn every aura skill. He would focus on those that would directly impact combat effectiveness, while permitting the skeleton soldiers to learn auxiliary aura skills to enhance mental energy recovery speed. Thus, even if a skeleton soldier learning aura skills were to fall, it would not adversely affect the overall combat strength of his skeleton army. Having concluded his reflections, Chen Mo rose, preparing to venture outside the cave to commence the enhancement of his skeleton soldiers. In hindsight, he felt quite foolish for his earlier actions. Fearing that their secrets might be uncovered by the two young women, he concocted a trivial excuse to venture outside the cave and hone his skills. The activities within the cave, erecting tents and summoning skeletal soldiers to encircle him, could easily lead to misunderstandings. Reflecting on this predicament, Chen Mo began to ponder whether he was at odds with the two girls. Their excursion into the wilderness had been fraught with peril and financial burdens. Leaving his mind in disarray, it was indeed vexing. He resolved to escort them back to the city the following day, abandoning the task at hand. Out of sight, out of mind. With a firm resolve, he stood up, intending to enhance his skeletal soldiers outside the cave. "Where are you off to, Chen Mo?" Tang Shuiying inquired, startled as she noticed him rising and making his way toward the cave's entrance. She had already been traumatized by the terrifying onslaught of the black insect infestation and had developed a certain dependence on Chen Mo, who had saved her life. Seeing him suddenly stand up and head outside, she feared he might abandon them. Although Chen Mo had indeed entertained such thoughts, his principles and moral boundaries prevented him from acting on them. Nonetheless, he was resolute. He would never again accept such treacherous task commissions, regardless of his financial straits. "I'm just stepping out for a moment," he replied expressionlessly, turning to leave. Upon hearing his response, Tang Shuiying breathed a sigh of relief. Her decision to find Chen Mo before leaving the city was not solely due to her cousin Tang Yeye's request, but also because hiring Chen Mo was far more cost-effective. After all, where could one find a formidable, extraordinary professional to accompany them on a mission for a mere 2 million in commission? It would be a miracle if they didn't end up being insulted. Any professional capable of reaching level 18 would be of considerable wealth. Would they even consider 2 million? They could easily find a small team to hunt a few bronze-level beasts in the wilderness, earning far more than this. Moreover, rumors had long circulated that the West Zay Mountains had been overrun by the abyssal insect clan, resulting in numerous professionals meeting their demise there. What seasoned adventurer would dare return? Only Chen Mo, a novice who had never left the city, was both powerful enough to clear the path of lesser monsters and naive enough to accept such a task. Observing Chen Mo's expression, it was evident he regretted his decision. Tang Shuiying pondered for a moment, then retrieved a vial from her backpack, calling out to the departing Chen Mo. "I've noticed you often meditate on the ground. Your mental fortitude must be lacking. I have 10 bronze-level spirit recovery pills that I concocted during my time at the academy. I only brought this many on this trip, so please take them. She extended the vial towards him. Once we return to the academy, I can craft more for you if needed. Chen Mo hesitated for a moment, but ultimately walked over to accept the pills. Let us make a deal. You must assist me with potion crafting when we return to the academy, he said, stowing the spirit recovery pills in his backpack. He glanced at the two girls, who appeared exhausted and famished, and hastily opened the summoning space to call forth a skeletal chef. He extracted some ingredients and a bit of golden-grade bear meat from his backpack, instructing the skeletal chef to prepare a meal promptly. Once everything was arranged, Chen Mo made a concerted effort to suppress the smile that threatened to break through, turning to exit the cave. Chapter 79, Strengthening the Skeletal Mage. In the Wanji Mall, a single bronze-level spirit recovery pill starts at 500,000. Tang Shuiying's generous offer of 10 was worth at least 5 million. Truly delightful. He couldn't let his benefactors go hungry. A little golden-grade bear meat would suffice for a delightful stew to treat the ladies. Tang Shuiying observed Chen Mo swiftly tuck the pills into his backpack as he exited the cave, leaving 2 skeletal soldiers to guard the entrance. She then turned her attention to the skeletal chef, who had already begun to prepare a meal. A sense of amusement washed over her. It seemed that Chen Mo was quite easy to please, requiring only a modest sum to transform into a considerate and amiable companion. Not only did he station skeletal soldiers at the cave's entrance for their protection, but he also ensured they wouldn't go hungry by having the skeletal chef cook for them. It appeared she would need to make more of an effort to earn money in the future. Li Man watched as Chen Mo exited the cave, already deducing his intentions. After all, she had uncovered his secret the previous night. She surmised that he had likely recognized the inadequacy of the skeletal soldiers' combat abilities during today's battle and was heading off to strengthen them. A smile crept onto her face. This boy was indeed endearing, probably still believing that no one had discovered his secret. He was so secretive. Yet, she had no intention of prying into Chen Mo's secrets. He was a man she had her sights set on, having already fallen for him. Li Man would only seek to protect him, never to do him harm. Noticing Chen Mo's penchant for saving, she speculated that his strengthening abilities must require substantial resources. She began to contemplate whether she should return to her family to procure some resources for him, though she was uncertain about what he specifically needed. However, directly asking would reveal that she had already discovered his secret. Sighing, Li Man felt a twinge of frustration. Li Man, don't be disheartened. If all else fails, I can ask my uncle for assistance and find a stealthy professional to venture into the West Zay forest to gather herbs. Even if we can't find the moon spirit grass this time, we still have Lady Jiang Qingwan at the academy. There will surely be a way, Tang Shuiying said. Noticing Li Man's sigh and mistaking it for disappointment over the uncollected moon spirit grass. Had Tang Shuiying not spoken, Li Man might have forgotten about the lingering curse of the evil god that she had yet to dispel. Since escaping the insect tide, her focus had solely been on Chen Mo's movements. Now, with Tang Shuiying's mention, her mood darkened further. Emerging from the cave, Chen Mo left 2 skeletal soldiers stationed at the entrance to monitor the girl's movements while disbanding the skeletal ladder below to prevent them from discovering his secret. He then led the skeletal soldiers to a concealed spot behind a massive rock at the cliff face, ensuring that Li Man and the others could not see him. After confirming that they were indeed out of sight, he finally felt at ease retrieving the golden-grade bear bones from his backpack. Selecting a silver-grade skeletal soldier, he opted to proceed with the enhancement. Choose enhancement direction, speed enhancement, constitution enhancement, mental enhancement. He selected mental enhancement. Confused with elemental crystals, fire spirit crystal, lightning spirit crystal, water spirit crystal, earth spirit crystal, wind spirit crystal. Upon seeing the pop-up selection panel, Chen Mo understood that this process was akin to enhancing the skeletal archer and skeletal tank. Integrating elemental crystals into the skeletal soldier's bones to amplify its elemental attributes and evolutionary direction. He opened the Wanji Mall to peruse the spell skill books corresponding to these elemental directions, determining which attribute to enhance for the skeletal mage. As a skeletal mage, Chen Mo envisioned it primarily as a source of area damage output, thus deeming the water and earth elements unnecessary, as those mages tended to lean towards support roles with less area damage capability than the other 3 elemental mages. As for the lightning element, he dismissed it as well. The spell skill books for lightning were prohibitively expensive, nearly double that of other elemental spell skill books at the same level. The power and dominance of lightning spells were undeniable. The magical creatures endowed with the talent of lightning are inherently powerful and rare species. Not only are they formidable in strength, but they are also seldom encountered in the wilderness. As a result, hunters find them particularly challenging to slay, leading to a scarcity of related items and consequently, elevated prices. The remaining 2 elements, wind and fire, presented themselves as options. Without hesitation, Chen Mo opted for fire. Upon perusing the list of fire spell skill books, he discovered one that he deemed exceptionally suitable for the role of a skeletal mage. Having solidified his plan, Chen Mo promptly navigated to the universal marketplace to acquire a fire spirit crystal, selecting it for purchase. Once the transaction was confirmed, A crimson energy crystal materialized within his backpack. Chen Mo retrieved the fire spirit crystal and chose to infuse it into the enhancement of his skeletal soldier. The enhancement radiated golden light, as the shattered fire spirit crystal and the bones of a golden-grade violent bear amalgamated into the skeletal soldier's silver-grade frame. The upgrade of the golden-grade psychic skeletal mage was now complete. Chen Mo opened his panel to review the attributes of the enhanced skeletal mage. Indeed, the golden-grade skeletal mage had unlocked 2 skill slots. He then revisited the universal marketplace, purchasing a long-desired aura skill from the aura skill book classification, Mana Drain, Black Iron Grade. Upon activation of the aura, allied units can restore 10 points of psychic energy when they deal damage. After acquiring a fire spirit crystal and the Mana Drain aura skill book, Chen Mo realized he had already expended nearly half of the record-breaking bonus awarded by Principal Gao, as well as the deposit given by Tang Shuang for his task. Previously, he had also enhanced a skeletal chef and 3 skeletal laborers, utilizing materials directly purchased from the marketplace. With his remaining funds insufficient to procure the fire spell skill book he had set his sights on, Chen Mo was left with no choice but to list all the collected insect meat and a portion of the golden-grade earth violent bear meat for sale. These beast meats would not spoil or deteriorate within his backpack space. Initially, Chen Mo had intended to elevate the skill level of the skeletal chef by purchasing relevant extraordinary recipes to transform the golden-grade beast meat into extraordinary food for sale. However, due to insufficient funds for enhancing the skeletal soldier, he could only sell a portion of the materials for now. As for the insect meat, it was of little concern. Its low tier meant that even if crafted into extraordinary ingredients, it would not fetch a significant price and would also waste precious psychic energy. The skeletal chef would require psychic energy to create extraordinary ingredients, and given the current scarcity of psychic energy, it was decidedly impractical to pursue that route. Instead, he could simply sell the raw materials, as insect meat was abundant, and he could always venture into the Westzay forest for more supplies. Once Chen Mo had listed these items, he closed the marketplace panel, shifting his focus to enabling the skeletal mage to learn the Mana Drain Aura skill. Chapter 80. Mana Drain Aura. He retrieved the skill book from his backpack and chose to use it on the recently enhanced skeletal mage. The skill book glowed in his hands, transforming into a blue, fang-shaped rune that soared into the blue flames of the skeletal mage's soul. The Mana Drain Aura skill was successfully learned. Through several practical encounters, Chen Mo increasingly felt that this aura skill was remarkably compatible with his class. Practically a divine technique for the necromancer profession, it was certainly far superior to learning spells like Bone Spear or Curses. Casting spells and battling monsters could be exhausting. But with the aura skill, he could comfortably remain in the rear, activating the aura to provide a boost in combat power while watching the skeletal soldiers engage in battle. Was that not delightful? This aura skill, often regarded as a lackluster option by others, found its true potential in Chen Mo's hands. The reason it was considered lackluster by most was that, given the limited number of skill slots available to practitioners, why learn 2 aura skills instead of focusing on core skills? Typically, adventurers formed small teams of 3 to 5, with a standard composition of 2 melee fighters, 2 ranged attackers, and 1 support. Thus, learning aura skills would likely benefit only 1 or 2 members, failing to provide comprehensive support to the entire group. For instance, if a support healer chose to learn a life drain aura instead of a healing spell, they would find themselves in a precarious position when facing monsters that could evade their attacks. What would happen if they lost health? Would they rush into combat wielding a stick to regain health? The resources required to advance a life drain aura skill were just as steep as those for leveling a golden grade healing skill. Any seasoned practitioner would recognize the wiser choice. After all, extraordinary practitioners could unlock only 4 skill slots by level 10, one of which would be a foundational skill inherent to their class, such as Chen Mo's skeletal summoning or Su Qingshue's ice arrow. This left only 3 slots for other skills. Should they invest in their primary weapon skills, which would occupy another slot? Skills like archery or swordsmanship could enhance their basic melee damage, as most damage output for practitioners, aside from magic users, primarily stemmed from physical strikes. Furthermore, many skills would unlock new effects and significantly enhance attributes when upgraded to the golden grade. Consider a melee practitioner facing a skeletal tank equipped with earth armor and a life drain aura. One skill provided protection at the cost of psychic energy, while the other required direct contact with enemies to be effective. As a melee practitioner, which would you choose? Nevertheless, while aura skills might seem superfluous for ordinary practitioners, they could wield tremendous power in large-scale battles. They could amplify the overall combat capabilities of an army of practitioners severalfold, even exponentially. This is why specialized aura practitioners are cultivated within the imperial frontier armies and larger guilds, as only in such settings would there be sufficient resources to elevate an aura practitioner's skills beyond the golden grade. After all, the lower-tier aura skills offer minimal enhancement effects, only revealing their true potential when elevated to higher tiers. Skills at the golden grade are coveted by many high-ranking ordinary practitioners, while dark gold grade skills are merely a dream. This explains the lack of popularity of aura skills, They are in low demand, their enhancement effects are not pronounced, and the resources to elevate them are scarce. Only groups that require large-scale combat would consider pooling resources to train aura practitioners. Ordinary practitioners seldom entertain such thoughts. However, for Chen Mo, this aura skill was nothing short of divine. With it, he could effectively command an army, and although his current number of skeletal soldiers was modest, their rapid growth signified that expansion was merely a matter of time. Learning the aura skill would provide significant boosts to his numerous skeletal soldiers, making it an unequivocal advantage. Chen Mo checked the panel to review the newly learned Mana Drain aura skill of the skeletal mage. Mana Drain, Black Iron grade. Upon activation of the aura, allied units can restore 10 points of psychic energy when they deal damage. He also glanced at his psychic energy value, which stood at an impressive 2,950 points. This remarkable psychic energy was entirely attributable to the newly enhanced skeletal mage before him, whose attributes had been reset upon reaching the golden grade. Chen Mo allocated all of his attribute points to the spirit attribute. Just from one skeletal mage, he was bestowed with an impressive 300 points of mental power. He chose to directly expend 500 points to elevate the skeletal mage's mana absorption aura skill to the dark gold level. Chen Mo then opened his panel to examine the attributes of the skeletal mage. Spirit Bone War General, Fire. Qualification level, Gold. Talent, Fire Pact. Level, 11. Health, 1560. Attack, 1038, 271,867 aura. Skill, Mana Absorption, Dark Gold level, none. Mana Absorption, Dark Gold level. Upon activation of the aura, allied units can recover 160 mental power upon dealing damage. Fire Pact increases the damage of fire attribute spells by 120. Description: a gold level skeletal soldier with the Fire Pact, if they possess fire spells, can undoubtedly become a master of barbecuing. Target for enhancement: requires 15 kilograms of dark gold level biological bones and 1 fire core. The dark gold level mana absorption aura skill allows skeletal soldiers to recover more than double the mental power equivalent to the damage they inflict upon their enemies. This is significantly more efficient than Chen Mo meditating diligently. With so many skeletal soldiers attacking in unison, wouldn't his mental power replenish in mere moments? After enhancing this dark gold level mana absorption aura skill, coupled with Chen Mo's own dark gold level strong strike aura skill, he now possessed 2 dark gold level skills. This exemplifies the divine enhancement capability of the 9-colored Supreme Bone. For other practitioners, obtaining dark gold level skills is nearly unattainable. Yet, with just the expenditure of mental power, Chen Mo can directly elevate ordinary skills to this level, or even higher. This is precisely why the combat strength of his skeletal soldiers has seen such rapid enhancement, thanks to the formidable boost provided by the dark gold level aura skills. When any professional skill is elevated to the dark gold level, its effects multiply exponentially. Such power is indeed terrifying. Therefore, it is not merely the root bone level that matters. The tier level of professional skills is also a critical factor in creating disparities in strength among practitioners. Thus, as one progresses, the gap between professionals will only widen. Chapter 81. The Jungle Gathering Team sets off. Practitioners with high root bones and abundant resources will dominate ordinary practitioners across all aspects of attribute values, skill tiers, and equipment grades, creating an insurmountable chasm. It is akin to the disparity between extraordinary practitioners and ordinary mortals. The gap between practitioners is equally vast. This is why highly qualified practitioners are so eager to apply to top-tier academies. They seek to gain access to more resources once enrolled, striving to avoid becoming mere cannon fodder trampled underfoot. With the dark gold level mana absorption aura skill of the skeletal mage, Chen Mo no longer had to overly worry about the recovery of mental power. Satisfied with the effects of the mana absorption aura skill, he closed the professional panel. Now he awaited the morrow to battle monsters and test the efficacy of this mana absorption aura skill. With the skeletal mage now fully enhanced, the materials he wished to sell had just been listed. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Mo opened the summoning space and called forth all the skeletal soldiers. Currently, there were 3 skeletal laborers wielding gathering knives and an additional 13 gold-level skeletal soldiers in the summoning space. Observing these skeletal soldiers emerge from the black vortex of the summoning space, Chen Mo retrieved the tattered novice whiteboard equipment previously worn by the skeletal soldiers, along with some unused equipment obtained from today's battles. Since these items held little repair value, he decided to have all the skeletal soldiers don them, allowing for some residual utility. As he watched the skeletal soldiers equip the novice gear, Chen Mo commanded the gold-level skeletal soldiers to escort the 3 skeletal laborers towards the western Zay forest. With dusk approaching and darkness imminent, it was the perfect opportunity for these skeletal soldiers to infiltrate the forest and collect materials from the insect-like monsters. Chen Mo had not forgotten about the corpses of the abnormal insect monsters slain by the skeletal archers. Leaving them abandoned in the forest was a waste. Gathering even a few would be worthwhile. Most importantly, he needed these skeletal soldiers to first head to the location where the moon spirit grass was growing to collect it. Each moon spirit grass fetched a bounty of 500,000 per plant, which represented a considerable sum. The mental perception range of the gold-level skeletal soldiers is extensive and unaffected by the night, allowing them to easily evade the patrols of the insect monsters. With so many gold-level skeletal soldiers escorting them, Chen Mo felt quite confident in their gathering expedition. Watching the squad of skeletal soldiers vanish into the forest, Chen Mo turned his gaze away. He still had over 400 points of mental power remaining. From his backpack, he retrieved a revitalizing pill that Tang Shuiying had just given him, intending to test its effects. Understanding the properties of this pill was vital to avoid panic during combat. He poured a crystalline green pill from the vial and examined its attributes. Revitalizing pill, bronze level. Consuming it will immediately restore 300 points of mental power and enhance the mental power recovery rate by 50 for the next 10 minutes. Confirming its properties, Chen Mo swallowed the revitalizing pill. The taste was rather unpleasant and somewhat pungent, but he indeed felt much more alert. After a moment of assessment, he stowed the vial and sat down to meditate. 10 minutes later, Chen Mo opened his attribute panel, and his mental power had already recovered to 753 points. The enhancement in mental power recovery speed from the revitalizing pill was indeed remarkable. Although 300 points were directly restored by the pill, Chen Mo had also regained a few points during those 10 minutes. This recovery value was something he had never dared to imagine before. If only he could maintain such a recovery rate consistently. Having confirmed the effects of the revitalizing pill, Chen Mo felt quite pleased. Now, he awaited the sale of materials, so he could purchase a fire attribute spell skill for the skeletal mage, completing yet another enhancement for an elite skeletal soldier. With the enhancement task complete, Chen Mo retrieved a level 10 bronze grade staff from his backpack to equip the skeletal mage. Oak staff. Equipment tier, bronze level. Level 10. Equipment trait, increases spell damage by 8. Durability, 800. Description, this staff, crafted from oak branches infused with magical energy, slightly enhances spell potency. Enhancement possible, requires 2 kilograms of silver level material, demon horn. This fellow was still wielding a black iron grade battle axe. Now that he had become a mage, it was only fitting to use a staff. Up until now, Chen Mo had not donned much equipment, primarily because the tier of his current gear was too low to be of any significant effect. After acquiring the necromantic symbiosis skill, his health had already surpassed 43,000 points. Unless he could obtain high-tier equipment that increases fundamental attributes like spirit and physique, other equipment would serve little purpose. Wearing such low-tier gear would only provide a slight boost to health and attack power, which would not benefit the skeletal soldiers in combat strength. It was better to forego it entirely for the sake of agility. As he beheld the skeletal mage grasping the staff, Chen Mo felt immense gratitude towards the gold-level Earthburst bear. Were it not for this generous bear, who selflessly sacrificed himself to assist Chen Mo, Chen Mo could not have possibly acquired 3 elite golden skeleton soldiers so swiftly. Observing the remaining golden bear bones, approximately 80 kilograms lingered, sufficient to fortify 5 elite skeleton warriors. Moreover, the earth-shattering bear, noticing Chen Mo's insufficient funds for purchasing elemental crystals and skill books, even sold its meat to assist him financially. Truly, what a commendable bear brother he has. Chen Mo sighed in appreciation and stood up, preparing to return to the cave for some rest. As he turned, his gaze fell upon the blood-red longbow strapped to the skeleton archer's back. Oh, this was the very weapon that Li Man had tossed to him after the archer snapped its previous bow. In the rush of escape, Chen Mo had not taken the time to examine the attributes of this bow. He opened the attribute panel, intending to ascertain the bow's rank. As he scrutinized the equipment's properties, his eyes gradually widened in astonishment. This was a golden-grade weapon? The weapon information displayed before him was almost too incredulous to believe. Dragon's Roar Bow. Equipment grade, golden. Level, 10. Attack power, 125. Physique 3, Soul 1. Equipment trait, increases arrow penetration effect to 50. Durability, 1,500. Description, this is a battle bow of formidable penetration, augmented by the power of dragon's blood, allowing its arrows to effortlessly pierce through even the most resilient defenses. Enhancement possible, requires 5 kilograms of dark gold-grade material, Star Mother Cloud Iron. Chapter 82, Golden Grade Weapon. By heavens, what a remarkable find. This was the first time Chen Mo had encountered equipment capable of enhancing basic attributes. A finished golden grade weapon. How much could it possibly be worth? Li Man had indeed stated it was a gift for him, without a shadow of a doubt. Chen Mo reflected, confirming that he had not misheard. To his surprise, Li Man had been so generous. His opinion of her suddenly soared. He recalled their earlier conversation in the cave. Had he been too loud? How impolite of him. The bear meat must be grilled tonight. How could it be made into soup? With such a meager amount of meat, would Miss Li Man truly be satisfied? Would it not reflect poorly on his hospitality? With these thoughts in mind, Chen Mo hastily closed the equipment panel and made his way back to the cave. As he constructed a skeleton ladder and climbed into the cave, the skeleton chef had already begun simmering the bear meat soup. Chen Mo retrieved a hefty chunk of golden-grade bear meat from his backpack, along with the remaining large bones of the long-toothed boars from when he had fortified the life-skill skeleton engineer. He handed them all over to the skeleton chef for grilling. Tonight must be a barbecue. Chen Mo flashed a grin at the two girls sitting nearby. Ladies, would you care for some drinks? In a moment of bemusement, Tang Shuiying and Li Man were about to finish their meal. Chen Mo's attitude had shifted so dramatically. He was even willing to part with golden-grade bear meat to make them barbecue. Could the effects of those few bronze-grade revival pills truly be so impressive? Tang Shuiying mused quietly. However, the golden-grade bear meat was undeniably delectable, albeit too potent in energy for her to consume more than a few pieces before feeling full. She cast an envious glance at Li Man, who was indulging in the feast. With such delicious food yet unable to partake, she could only sit aside, inhaling the aroma. It was a most disheartening feeling. She sipped slowly on the juice Chen Mo had provided, lost in thought. After finishing his meal, Chen Mo climbed back out of the cave. All the golden-grade bear meat he had listed in the Wanjia Mall had sold out, and the funds had been credited to his account. Golden-grade items were inherently scarce in the Wanjia Mall, ensuring their swift sale. This time, Chen Mo resolved to purchase a skill book directly, enabling the skeleton mage to learn a new skill. He led the skeleton mage behind a boulder, seeking refuge in the blind spot of the cave's entrance. He opened the Wanjia Mall and found the fire-type spell skill book he had previously coveted, proceeding to purchase it. Blazing Firestorm, Silver Grade, unleashes a tempest of raging flames in a designated area, inflicting continuous damage on targets within. Learning the skill requires 100 points of soul attribute. Upon confirming the transaction, Chen Mo's account, replenished by the sale of the golden-grade bear meat, diminished by half. A silver-grade skill book now resided in his backpack. Chen Mo took out the skill book and chose to use it on the skeleton mage. The Firestorm skill book transformed into a fiery hurricane-shaped skill rune, merging with the blue soul flame of the skeleton mage. Checking his mental power value, which had recovered to 1815 points. He directly consumed 400 points to enhance the skeleton mage's Firestorm skill to golden grade. After enhancement, the attributes of the skeleton mage transformed into Spirit Bone Warlord of Fire. Qualification level, Golden. Talent, Fire Contract. Level, 11. Health, 1560. Attack, 1038, 271 to 867 Aura. Skills, Glorious Aura, Dark Gold Grade. Firestorm, Golden Grade. Fire Contract, increases damage of fire-type spells by 120. Mana Absorption, Dark Gold Grade. When the aura is activated, friendly units recover 160 mental power upon dealing damage. Firestorm, Golden Grade, unleashes a tempest of raging flames in a designated area, inflicting continuous damage on targets within. Description, a Golden Grade skeleton soldier possessing the Fire Contract, if equipped with fire-type spells, can undoubtedly become a master of barbecuing. Target can be enhanced, requires 15 kilograms of Dark Gold Grade biological bones, and 1 fire core. Chen Mo's third Golden Grade elite skeleton soldier had been successfully enhanced. The attributes of this skeleton mage were now extraordinary, having learned 2 skills, 1 Dark Gold Grade and 1 Golden Grade. Such a level of skills was not something even the scions of extraordinary families could easily possess. If those professionals were to discover this, they would surely be envious to the point of exploding with jealousy. The air outside in the wilderness was quite pleasant, with daylight still remaining. Chen Mo had no desire to return to the cave for rest just yet. With so many skeleton soldiers safeguarding him, he felt secure enough. He opted to sit in place, opening the Wanjia Mall to browse leisurely, hoping to glean some new inspiration for enhancements. As he perused, his gaze settled upon a skill book, rendering him somewhat transfixed. This wind-type skill was remarkably suited for the skeleton archer. The archer had always fought with remarkable ease, simply standing at a distance to draw and shoot, further augmented by its talent, Wind's Blessing, which increased its movement speed by 120. Ordinary monsters could not keep pace with it. With its own safety ensured, the archer's offensive capabilities were bolstered by Chen Mo's Strike Aura and Lifesteal Aura. Chen Mo had not identified any particular area requiring reinforcement, leaving 1 skill slot unoccupied. However, today a skill book was indeed a perfect fit for the skeleton archer. Having sold some bear meat, Chen Mo's funds were just sufficient after purchasing the Firestorm skill book. Gritting his teeth, he hastily opted to buy it, fearing that if he hesitated, someone else might snatch it away. Whirlwind 9 Shadows, Silver Grade. Summons 8 wind elemental avatars that accompany the summoner in attacks. Each avatar has 10 of the summoner's health and deals 30 of the summoner's attack damage. The transaction was completed, and as Chen Mo beheld the skill book that appeared in his backpack, he exhaled a sigh of relief. His account had been completely drained once more. Yet, upon witnessing the explosive attributes of the enhanced elite skeletal soldier, he felt that the expenditure was indeed worthwhile. Summoning the skeletal archer, he produced the Wind Shadow 9 Phantom skill book and selected it for use. The skill book in his hand radiated a luminous glow, transforming into an indistinct rune of a doppelganger, which fused into the blue flames of the skeletal archer's soul. Chen Mo once again expended 400 points, elevating the skeletal archer's Wind Shadow 9 Phantom skill to golden rank. Now, with the acquisition of a golden level skill, the skeletal archer, armed with the golden weapon Dragon's Roar, reclaimed its position as the foremost combatant under Chen Mo's command. Chapter 83, Wind Shadow 9 Phantoms. He examined the attributes of the skeletal archer. Spirit Bone Commander Wind. Quality level, Golden. Talent, Blessing of the Wind. Level, 11. Health, 2056. Attack, 1558-371-1187. Skills, Master of Archery, Golden. Wind Shadow 9 Phantoms, Golden. Blessing of the Wind. Increases attack and movement speed by 120. Master of Archery. Increases attack range by 240. Enhances critical hit chance by 30. Can be enhanced. Requires 800 points of mental energy. Wind Shadow 9 Phantoms. Golden summons 8 wind attribute doppelgangers that attack alongside the summoner. Each doppelganger has 10 of the summoner's health and inflicts 60 of the summoner's attack damage. Description: a golden skeletal soldier blessed by the wind, proficient in archery and now possessing doppelganger techniques. It is undoubtedly the most terrifying mobile artillery on the battlefield. Enhancement targets: requires 15 kilograms of dark gold level biological bones and 1 wind core. Now, all 3 of Chen Mo's most formidable warriors had been fully enhanced. Of course, his funds had been entirely depleted, yet the investments had proven to be judicious. With the skeletal archer's current devastating damage output, it could fell a lesser foe with a single arrow, albeit one weakened by the curse of the Dark God. In the case of a fully revitalized opponent, it would take 2 arrows to secure victory. After employing its doppelganger skill, the archer's damage output multiplied, rendering even 2 foes powerless to approach. A single strike could obliterate them from afar. In comparison to practitioners of the Daobone level, Chen Mo felt a profound sense of satisfaction. With his mental energy dwindling to just over 1,000 points, he could no longer utilize it. After lingering outside for a while, he finally returned to the cave to rest. Upon entering, he found Li Man and Tang Shuiying had finished their meal and were engaged in quiet conversation. Upon noticing Chen Mo's return, they immediately fell silent. Their gazes fixed on him. Chen Mo smiled and nodded in greeting, opting not to pitch a tent this time. Instead, he laid out a moisture-proof mat on the ground and prepared to sleep. Li Man, observing the skeletal soldiers that followed Chen Mo inside, quickly spotted the skeletal mage with a staff, its eyes aflame with blue fire. He had indeed ventured out to evolve his skeletal soldiers. Li Man had meticulously noted that Chen Mo possessed a total of 14 skeletal soldiers. Initially, he had 1 skeletal archer with blue flames, 9 skeletal soldiers with green flames, and 4 support-type skeletal soldiers with yellow flames. In just 2 days in the wilderness, he had acquired 2 more high-tier skeletal soldiers, both adorned with blue flames, each exhibiting distinct combat styles, one an archer, the other a shield-bearer. Now, it appeared he had conjured a mage as well. Was he able to control the evolutionary direction of these skeletal soldiers? Moreover, the pace of their advancement was astounding. Chen Mo could not possibly be an ordinary practitioner of the bone level, Li Man concluded. However, she was left pondering what conditions were necessary for evolving these skeletal soldiers. Upon returning home, she was uncertain about how to assist him. Directly offering money felt too blunt, and she feared he might reject it. Li Man was eager to help Chen Mo, seeking to present him with gifts to foster a closer bond, yet found herself at a loss for how to proceed. Dejected, she lay down to rest. That night, a series of messages jolted Chen Mo awake. Upon checking, he discovered that the skeletal workers had reached the depths of the West Zay forest and had begun harvesting moon spirit grass. The messages detailed the skeletal workers depositing each moon spirit grass into the backpack space. Chen Mo counted and found dozens had already accumulated in a short span. With newfound funds, he felt invigorated and began to tally the ever-growing stock of moon spirit grass. Eventually, fatigue overtook him, and he shut off the panel, turning over to sleep once more. Morning dawned, the sky barely alight, when a sudden alert from the skeletal soldiers roused Chen Mo from his slumber. He quickly rose and connected to the mental perception of the skeletal workers. He discovered that the skeletal squad dispatched the previous night was now hiding not far from the cave, while a dense swarm of alien insect monsters loomed in the jungle ahead. The sight sent a chill down Chen Mo's spine as he scrambled to his feet, rushing to the cave entrance to survey the situation. Indeed, a tide of black insects was sweeping towards the cave. Damn it, these insect monsters are relentless, he thought, panic rising within him. Without delay, he called for Li Man and Tang Shuiying. The two were groggy from their exhausting escape the previous day, their spirits shaken. However, upon seeing Chen Mo's anxious expression, they quickly understood the gravity of the situation and sprang to their feet to assess the circumstances. Upon witnessing the dark tide of insects in the jungle, Tang Shuiying was left speechless, just as they had begun to recover from their harrowing flight. Another onslaught was upon them. Glancing at Tang Shuiying, Chen Mo realized he could not rely on her in this moment. In the brief time that had passed, the swarm had already reached the cliff's base. He hurriedly recalled all the skeletal soldiers to the summoning space. instructing the skeletal tank to prepare for battle at the cave entrance. We cannot remain here. The swarm will soon block the exit, and escaping will become impossible. Li Man proposed after observing the scene outside. Chen Mo concurred, acknowledging the cave's current safety, yet the sheer number of monsters posed a grave threat. If a battle ensued, the corpses of the slain monsters would soon fill the area, sealing off their escape route. It was prudent to flee while the swarm had yet to fully converge. Resolute, Chen Mo carefully assessed the situation outside, determining a route for their escape. Time was of the essence. He swiftly recalled the skeletal tank to the summoning space. Noticing that his mental energy had replenished to over 1,500 points, he expended 400 points to enhance the tank's taunting aura to golden rank. Taunting aura. Golden activating the aura increases personal defense by 30 and ensures priority targeting for monsters within a range of 32 meters. The golden taunting aura not only expanded its effective radius to 32 meters, but also conferred an additional boost to his defense. As the enhancement occurred within the summoning space, the golden radiance remained unseen from the outside. Li Man and her companions beheld as Chen Mo summoned the skeletal tank into his spatial realm, only to release it moments later, leaving them utterly bewildered. Chen Mo gauged the distance and commanded the skeletal tank to employ its earth armor skill, enveloping itself in a sturdy layer of earthen elements. He then instructed 2 skeletal soldiers to hoist the skeletal tank and retreat a few meters. Together, they took a running start and hurled the skeletal tank towards the distance at the cave's entrance. With a resounding crash, the heavily armored skeletal tank plummeted to the ground, activating its blood-red taunting halo, which spread over a vast area beneath the cave. In Chapter 84, A Clever Escape, Chen Mo tossed a restoration pill into his mouth. Observing that the cave's insects had been drawn to the skeletal tank, they soon amassed into a towering mound of black insects. The cave floor now cleared considerably. He hastily directed the skeletal soldiers to ascend from the cave, forming a human ladder. Chen Mo pulled along the stunned Tang Shuiying as they descended to the ground, with Li Man trailing behind. Under the protection of the skeletal soldiers, they fled towards Shiza town. Although a portion of the insect tide was diverted by the skeletal tank, a significant number of insects still lunged towards Chen Mo and his group. The 9 skeletal soldiers formed a protective barrier around Chen Mo and his companions, valiantly striking down the encroaching foes. In such circumstances, the skeletal mage had no opportunity to cast spells and could only swing its staff to bat away the attacking insects. Everyone exerted themselves to carve a path through the insect tide in their bid for freedom. The skeletal archer drew the golden dragon's roar bow, unleashing a flurry of arrows. Each arrow shot forth would pierce through multiple insects. Yet, the insect tide was too dense. They could not stem the onslaught, as the swarm threatened to overwhelm them. Chen Mo opened the summoning space once more, retracting the skeletal tank from the depths of the black mound. He then released it nearby, commanding 2 skeletal soldiers to once again launch the earthy skeletal tank forward. The tank crashed to the ground, immediately drawing the attention of the surrounding insects. The creatures that had initially targeted Chen Mo's group swiftly redirected their charge towards the skeletal tank, creating a momentary reprieve for Chen Mo and his companions. As the area around them cleared, Chen Mo continued to share his mental power with the skeletal tank to maintain the earth armor skill. A glance at his mental power readings revealed that it had fully replenished during this brief interval, a testament to the potency of the mana absorption halo. With a flicker of inspiration, the skeletal archer beside him transformed, conjuring 8 ethereal duplicates composed of blue wind elements, all mirroring its appearance. These duplicates were safeguarded by the skeletal soldiers, joining the archer in a relentless assault on the advancing insects. With the 8 wind element duplicates summoned, the group effectively became a legion of 9 skeletal archers raining arrows upon the encroaching black insects. The speed at which Chen Mo's skeletal squad eliminated the foes surged, and soon they carved an opening through the insect swarm. However, in that fleeting moment, 5 of the elemental duplicates fell to the relentless onslaught of the insects. Their frail vitality, merely a fraction of the skeletal archers, rendered them vulnerable. Even with Chen Mo's lifesteal halo assisting them, they could not recover in time and were swiftly dispatched by the swarming creatures. Having escaped the encirclement of the insects, Chen Mo exhaled in relief. He grasped the nearly exhausted Tang Shuiying and sprinted ahead. Fortunately, he had bolstered his physical attributes in recent days, allowing him to pull her along at a decent pace. Yet, he too was nearing his limits. How long must they continue this frantic flight? The distance to Shiza town seemed insurmountable, and if they ran all the way back, they would surely be spent. Once more, Chen Mo activated the summoning space, retracting the skeletal tank buried beneath the mound of insects. As the skeletal tank vanished, the insects lost their target and pivoted back towards Chen Mo. Graced with the mana absorption halo, his mental power remained at full capacity, alleviating any strain from maintaining the earth armor skill. Regrettably, the skeletal mage had proven ineffectual, lacking the opportunity to cast any spells and merely swinging its staff in futility. Chen Mo decided to recall the skeletal mage into the summoning space, concerned for its low vitality and the risk of losing it. After running for a while longer, Buoyed by the presence of the skeletal archer and its duplicates, Chen Mo and his group finally managed to establish some distance from the insect tide. However, exhaustion weighed heavily upon them. Chen Mo could still manage to run, but dragging along Tang Shuiying was proving to be a formidable task. Following their harrowing experiences, Tang Shuiying had steadied herself considerably and was now able to run on her own, granting Chen Mo some much-needed relief and allowing their speed to increase. It was this newfound pace that enabled them to break free from the insect swarm's clutches. Once they had distanced themselves from the insects and found a moment's respite, Chen Mo swiftly retrieved a human-powered cart from his spatial inventory. He ushered both Tang Shuiying and Li Man into the cart, then summoned all available skeletal soldiers to lift it. With the cart's armor obstructing their view, the two women could not see the skeletal soldiers beneath. The surrounding skeletal soldiers diligently warded off the attacking insects, clearing a path as they carried the cart. Freed from the burden of Chen Mo and his companion's pace, the skeletal squad surged forward under his command towards the edge of the jungle. The insatiable black insects continued their relentless pursuit from behind. Only now did Tang Shuiying and Li Man have the opportunity to peer through the cart's rear window at the encroaching tide of black insects. Previously focused solely on their escape, they had not fully grasped the scale of the swarm. Now, as they glanced back, both were struck with terror. The dense mass of black was unending, stretching far beyond their sight. Tang Shuiying could even discern the sharp claws and teeth of the insects up close, their dark, glistening shells menacing in the sunlight. They pursued with a terrifying fervor. The path through the Shiza jungle was far from smooth, winding, and treacherous. With thick trees obstructing their way, cramped within the cart, Chen Mo and his companions swayed side to side, the confined space making their situation exceedingly uncomfortable. Yet, for the sake of survival, they persevered. Chen Mo's heightened senses remained acutely attuned to the external threats, leaving no room for complacency. In the span of just half an hour fleeing through the jungle, Tang Shuiying felt as though she might be crushed into a mere pancake. However, she refrained from voicing her discomfort, recognizing that they were all in this predicament together, with survival being the utmost priority. Inside the cramped cart, the three of them were forced to sit closely together, rendering the experience rather agonizing. The uneven terrain of the jungle made it impossible for the skeletal soldiers to maintain a steady pace, and the cart frequently snagged on branches, producing a cacophony of clangs against the armor. There was no choice but to endure the discomfort for the sake of their lives. Chapter 85. The speed is too fast. Tang Shuiying glanced at Li Man, who was in no better condition than herself. Her face was flushed crimson, nearly resembling that of a monkey's rear. Suddenly, the vehicle lurched violently. Having been startled by the swarm of insects twice in quick succession, Tang Shuiying's nerves had become considerably steeled. At the very least, she still had the presence of mind to observe Li Man's predicament. However, as she was a dear friend, Tang Shuiying chose to feign ignorance of her friend's embarrassment. She leaned against the edge of the rickshaw, straining to maintain her balance. Finally, the skeletal soldiers lifted the rickshaw, breaking free from the confines of the jungle and entering the flat expanse of the wilderness. The rickshaw finally steadied, and Chen Mo sighed in relief. He made an effort to sit up straight, bending forward. Li Man regained her composure, the color finally returning to her face. Tang Shuiying pretended to look out the window, avoiding the sight of her friend's awkwardness. Fortunately, the rickshaw had been modified, now equipped with a sturdy armored shell. Otherwise, after the tumultuous ride through the jungle, it would surely have fallen apart. Chen Mo was genuinely impressed with Du Kai's vehicle modification skills. The exterior of this rickshaw was remarkably resilient. Tang Shuiying feigned interest in the rear of the rickshaw, but soon she was horrified to discover that a massive wave of the insect tide was surging behind them. The black swarm was rising in tumultuous waves across the flat wilderness, closing in rapidly on the advancing skeletal soldiers. The distance between the two was shrinking alarmingly. "Look!" Tang Shuiying screamed in terror, pointing at the monstrous wave outside. Chen Mo and Li Man turned to see the scene unfold. Was this the tide of insects? With such a magnitude, the skeletal soldiers would surely be unable to escape. Gazing out the window, Li Man felt a pang of guilt. If it weren't for her, Tang Shuiying and Chen Mo would never have ventured into the Westsay forest, and they would not be facing such a large-scale insect tide, potentially costing them their lives. As the swarm drew closer, escape seemed utterly impossible. Li Man suddenly embraced Chen Mo, wishing to bid him farewell before their imminent demise. Clang! The rickshaw jolted violently as it hit the ground. What was happening? Had the skeletal soldiers perished? A wave of despair washed over Tang Shuiying. The rickshaw, previously borne by the skeletal soldiers, could have bought them some time. Now that it had fallen to the ground, the insect tide would engulf them in mere seconds. Closing her eyes in despair, she had given up all hope of a complete body, merely wishing for a swift end. Before Li Man could utter a word, the rickshaw shook violently, causing her to bite her tongue. The sharp pain silenced her thoughts. Then she noticed that all the skeletal soldiers had vanished, leaving only a solitary skeletal archer. It sheathed its longbow, rushing to the front to pull the rickshaw as it began to speed away. The remaining two shadow clones flanked the rickshaw, assisting in its propulsion. The rickshaw suddenly accelerated dramatically, a strong force pushing against their backs. Thud! The three of them collided forcefully into the backrest, and the vehicle began to jolt violently. Tang Shuiying's head struck the iron shell, producing a sharp clang. She gasped in pain, her eyes wide open, eager to see what was happening. She then beheld the skeletal archer, accompanied by its two shadow clones, hastily pulling their rickshaw across the wilderness. Their speed was astonishingly greater than that of the skeletal soldiers who had been carrying them. The distance between the rickshaw and the insect tide began to widen. This was due to the skeletal archer's wind blessing talent, which enhanced its movement speed by 120. It was the fastest among all of Chen Mo's skeletal soldiers. With it leading the way, the rickshaw's velocity doubled. The trio gradually pulled away from the insect tide, igniting a flicker of hope for escape. Yet the ride was incredibly bumpy. Despite the rickshaw being equipped with a shock absorption system, the rough terrain of the wilderness rendered it ineffective. The ground was riddled with potholes, wild grass, and bushes, making high-speed travel a harrowing experience. Furthermore, now that the wheels were on the ground, the rickshaw jolted even more violently than when it was carried by the skeletal soldiers. Chen Mo felt as if his posterior might be shattered. He clutched the handle tightly, striving to maintain his balance, attempting to crouch above the jarring seat. Li Man, who had been holding on to Chen Mo, nearly lost her grip as the rickshaw lurched, almost knocking her teeth loose. She quickly released her hold, grateful that this awkward situation did not last long. The skeletal soldiers' astonishing speed allowed the trio to focus less on their discomfort. Unfortunately, they were all feeling queasy. Tang Shuiying felt her head throbbing painfully, with no place on her skull that felt good. The speed was overwhelming, and she struggled to keep up. A wave of nausea washed over her, and she felt an urge to vomit. All three of them were in similar predicaments. Racing through the wilderness in a rickshaw was an unpleasant experience. However, given the dire situation, they had no choice but to endure. The skeletal archer, accompanied by its shadow clones, sped ahead, leaving a long trail in the grass of the wilderness. Dust billowed behind them, with the vast black tide of insects in pursuit. In the distance, it was starkly apparent. Bai Wei, along with Tang Yi and Ren Xiaowen, accompanied by the family elders, had recently departed from West Zay Town en route to Thorn Ridge for monster hunting. They quickly spotted the looming black insect tide ahead. Is that the tide of insects? Turn back, quickly. The family elders, upon witnessing the scene, were horrified and shouted urgently. The two vehicles screeched to a halt, tires carving deep grooves in the ground as they swung around, racing back toward West Zay Town. Tang Yi and her companions, having never encountered an insect tide before, curiously peered out of the vehicle. The tide was still a distance away. They should be safe for the time being and would surely reach West Zay Town before it caught up. Tang Yi, with her keen eyes, soon spotted the skeletal archer racing ahead of the insect tide. Look, isn't that Chen Mo's rickshaw? Hearing Tang Yi's call, Bai Wei and Ren Xiaowen turned to look, scrutinizing the scene. Indeed, the figure leading the rickshaw was one of Chen Mo's summoned skeletons. This meant that Chen Mo and the others had encountered the insect tide in the wilderness, but had managed to escape. Worry crept into Tang Yi's expression as she observed Chen Mo's rickshaw. She soon noted that the speed of the skeletal soldier pulling the rickshaw was astonishingly fast, seemingly outpacing the insect tide, which was failing to close the gap. Chapter 86, Lost and Found. After fleeing through the wilderness for over 10 minutes, Chen Mo noticed that the forward momentum of the insect tide had begun to slow. It was as if they had received some command. Even this massive swarm was capable of retreating on its own. Such a display of obedience left Chen Mo astounded. As he witnessed the insect tide gradually dissipating and retreating back to West Zay Mountain, the skeletal archer slowed its pace, and the rickshaw came to a gradual stop. As soon as the vehicle halted, Tang Shuiying was the first to leap out. Ugh! She could no longer hold back and vomited in the wilderness. Chen Mo followed suit, stepping outside to observe the retreating tide of insects in the distance, feeling a mix of emotions. Damn it, another day of running. From dungeon raiding to this. It seemed every day was a chase. 3 days had elapsed since their departure from the city into the wilderness, 2 of which were spent in frantic flight. This predicament was truly vexing, and Chen Mo found it difficult to swallow his frustration. Taking advantage of the moment when Tang Shuiying and Chen Mo were exiting the vehicle, Li Man discreetly closed the car door behind them and began to change her pants inside. Chen Mo, understanding the unspoken agreement, distanced himself from the vehicle, summoning his skeletal soldiers to encircle him as he prepared to relieve himself. The confinement within the car had become quite unbearable. Before long, the trio completed their respective tasks. Li Man emerged from the human-powered vehicle, looking refreshed, her cheeks flushed as she cast a glance at Chen Mo. With a wave of her hand, she retrieved an armored off-road vehicle from her backpack storage. Chen Mo dismissed his skeletal soldiers and the human-powered cart. The 3 of them climbed into the armored vehicle and set off towards Shiza Town. The quality of the ride was distinctly superior. Chen Mo couldn't help but reflect on the stark contrast between this armored vehicle and his own rudimentary human-powered cart, which offered a far inferior experience. With the threat of survival momentarily lifted, the trio finally began to relax. They soon arrived at the gates of Shiza Town. where the guards inspected their identification before granting them entry. Li Man drove into the town and parked in front of a restaurant. Upon entering, she promptly ordered a bottle of wine and took several swigs, eager to numb herself after the harrowing experiences of the past 2 days. In the northern region, drinking was a common pastime, and having been influenced by her grandfather and uncles, who were notorious for their drinking habits, she had naturally developed a taste for it. Their expedition to Shiza Mountain had yielded no moon spirit grass, and worse still, Chen Mo and she had nearly lost their lives in the process. Had it not been for the timely intervention of Chen Mo's skeletal soldiers, who managed to facilitate their escape, Li Man would have been left with an unshakable sense of guilt. The terrifying swarms of insects they encountered in Shiza Mountain had utterly disillusioned her. Extinguishing any thoughts of alchemical pursuits, she realized that only those with exceptional stealth abilities stood a chance against such menacing creatures. Even high-ranking professionals would find themselves doomed if discovered by the relentless tide of insects. Determined, she resolved to return to the academy and await the return of Lady Jiang Qingwan to seek her assistance. Observing Li Man downing her drink in silence, Tang Shuiying felt a twinge of discontent. The recent wilderness expedition had nearly frightened the soul out of her. She had barely managed to preserve her virtue during the ordeal. Feeling as though she had suffered a significant loss, the memory still made her blush with embarrassment. Across the table, Chen Mo felt awkward as he gazed at the 2 silent young women. Tentatively, he spoke up. I happen to have some moon spirit grass. Would you be interested? Surprised, Tang Shuiying lifted her head to look at him, her eyes wide with excitement. Of course, I would pay handsomely for it. Do you really have moon spirit grass? As if on cue, several sprigs of moon spirit grass appeared on the table before her. Her voice rose in delight. Wow, Chen Mo, you're amazing. Just 10 sprigs would be sufficient. I'll give you 1,000,000 for each. Chen Mo produced a few more sprigs, totaling 10, and handed them to Tang Shuiying. Li Man, having added Chen Mo as a friend, promptly transferred the payment. Since the potion was intended for her own use, she insisted on covering the costs without involving Tang Shuiying. Along with the payment for the herbs, she also included the final payment for their recent task. Though Tang Shuiying had offered a premium for the moon spirit grass, Li Man was even more pleased. She wished Chen Mo could charge 10 million per sprig so that she could help him without hesitation. Watching Tang Shuiying collect the moon spirit grass, Li Man felt a surge of emotion, and tears slipped down her cheeks. The past days, marred by the curse, had been excruciatingly difficult for her. As a prodigy of the Dao realm, she had never faced significant setbacks in her life. She had always been at the pinnacle among her peers. Yet, in her quest to lift the curse, she had exhausted every possible avenue, only to see her hopes dashed time and time again. The suggestion to craft the moon spirit pill had come from the elder of the alchemy department at the academy, and it had seemed like the most viable option. However, after witnessing the horror of the insect swarms in Shiza Mountain, she had believed that path was now closed to her. To her astonishment, Chen Mo had managed to bring back the moon spirit grass. The feeling of hope rekindled overwhelmed her, even causing the typically resilient Li Man to shed tears. Suddenly inspired, she stood and approached Chen Mo. After selling the moon spirit grass, Chen Mo glanced at his account, which now boasted an impressive balance of over 10 million. He felt a surge of satisfaction until, in a flash, darkness enveloped his vision, and he was abruptly kissed. Li Man, leaning in from the side, had wrapped her arms around him and pressed her lips against his. MD, what is happening? Chen Mo was completely taken aback. I'm merely a seller of herbs, not a seller of my body. You give me so much money, and it's for this? Realizing he had let his guard down, he felt his first kiss had been stolen away. Where have the morals of youth gone? Just as he processed the situation and prepared to push Li Man away, she suddenly released him, her cheeks flushed as she seized Tang Shuiying and dashed out the door. What just happened? Are you leaving without paying? Chen Mo called after them. Hey, I didn't even take a sip of that wine. Watching Li Man and Tang Shuiying drive away, he felt a mixture of frustration and confusion. He opened the task panel to review the mission related to the acquisition of moon spirit grass. High price acquisition of moon spirit grass, 500,000 each. Task can be completed upon submission. He confirmed the submission of the remaining 130-odd sprigs of moon spirit grass from his bag. Task completed. As he watched his account balance swell to over 77 million, Chen Mo felt a sense of equilibrium return to him. He realized that this acquisition task had undoubtedly been initiated by Li Man and her companions. Such an exorbitant price meant he had to sell every last sprig. How dare they ambush me? I will exact my revenge. With his newfound wealth, he decided not to dwell on their abrupt departure. Ordering several dishes, he savored his meal while chuckling at his account balance. After finishing his meal and settling the bill, he turned to find Tang Ye staring at him with wide eyes, flanked by Bai Wei and Rin Xiaowen, who regarded him with curious expressions. Feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over him, he wondered if they had witnessed the earlier incident. This was utterly mortifying. As a grown man, being harassed in public was humiliating enough, and he could only imagine the gossip if acquaintances were to see him in such a predicament. Chapter 87, Silver Level Recipes. Chen Mo Gij. Do you have a preference for tomboys? Tang Ye's words struck Chen Mo like a bolt from the blue. So, They had indeed seen everything. He felt a pang of social embarrassment and wished to flee the scene. Hello, Yaya. Goodbye, Yaya. He offered a perfunctory greeting, nodding at Bai Wei and Rin Xiaowen before hastily exiting the establishment. As Chen Mo departed, Tang Yaya puffed out her chest, her figure swaying provocatively. Chen Mo Gij is too young. He clearly doesn't understand women. How could he sit there smiling for so long after being kissed by a tomboy? I need to ask my cousin about this situation. Meanwhile, Li Man and Tang Shuiying drove away from Shiza town, heading towards Yanhai City. This time, it was Tang Shuiying at the wheel, as Li Man had consumed alcohol and was unable to drive. The road ahead was relatively clear of monsters, making it a manageable task for Tang Shuiying. Not long into their journey, Li Man received a notification regarding the task. Upon opening it, she discovered that her posted acquisition task for Moon Spirit Grass had been completed with over 130 orders. She realized it was Chen Mo's doing and couldn't help but chuckle at the thought. This boy was indeed quite endearing. Without retracting the task, she decided to leave it active. Despite the fact that others are hesitant to collect Moon Spirit Grass for the time being, this task can be put on hold. Who knows, Chen Mo might still want to sell it. After stepping out of the shop, Chen Mo strolled through Shiza town. From the outside, the town appeared to be surrounded by towering walls, yet the interior was relatively modest in size. After wandering for about 20 minutes, he had essentially explored the entirety of the quaint town. Chen Mo also procured some ingredients for future use, and subsequently sought out a room to rest, preparing to venture into the wilderness for leveling up the following day. This time, he decided to go solo. Chen Mo realized that whenever he brought a companion along for leveling, it resulted in constant evasion. In dungeons, evasion was merely a strategy to enhance monster farming speed. But in the wilderness, it was a matter of life and death. Being with a companion was incredibly taxing on his stamina. Chen Mo felt utterly exhausted. He sat in his room, resting while contemplating his next steps. Currently, Chen Mo's wealth accumulation stemmed not only from school and official subsidies, but also from a modest sale of bear meat materials the previous day. The remainder relied heavily on the generous sponsorship from a group of girls. Although Chen Mo had indeed exerted himself, sweating alongside them, he couldn't keep exploiting their goodwill indefinitely. After all, one could only shear a sheep so much before it became bare. Even if these girls came from affluent families, they could hardly sustain such generosity. He needed to devise a method to generate income independently. Suddenly, Chen Mo thought of Li Jingyuan, the chubby fellow who had transitioned to a chef profession and opened a barbecue shop in the city. He deemed this a splendid idea. Initially, Chen Mo had aimed to strengthen his skeletal chef to earn money. Yet the past few days had been so hectic that he hadn't had the time to delve into it. Now that he had successfully sent the girls off, he opened the summoning space to call forth the skeletal chef, intending to enhance this lucrative candidate thoroughly. As he opened the multiverse mall, he sought suitable recipes, aiming for a sustainable income. Most importantly, the source of ingredients must be stable, otherwise, acquiring recipes without the means to create dishes would render him incapable of making a profit. Additionally, he needed to ensure there was sufficient demand for the products to facilitate quick sales and convert them into funds. Lastly, he considered the product pricing and mental energy consumption. For Chen Mo, the depletion of mental energy represented production costs. Currently, his mental energy was still somewhat limited, so any savings would be advantageous. After an extensive search, Chen Mo finally settled on a recipe. Roasted magic sweet potato, silver grade a sweet potato imbued with extraordinary energy. Consumption post-roasting increases mental energy recovery speed by 30 for a duration of 30 minutes. Chen Mo found this recipe quite appealing, as the magic sweet potato was cultivated by life-oriented professionals, ensuring a stable source of ingredients sold consistently in the mall. Furthermore, being a silver grade extraordinary item, it boasted a high tier and promising profit margins. Anything above it, such as gold grade items, were relatively scarce in the mall, with unstable ingredient sources. This was the one. After selecting the recipe and confirming the purchase, a silver-grade extraordinary recipe materialized in Chen Mo's backpack space. He checked his mental energy value, which had fully recovered to a total of 6,610 points. This was the first time Chen Mo had achieved maximum mental energy. During combat, this dark gold-grade mana siphoning aura was remarkably powerful, allowing for a recovery speed that rendered skill casting virtually costless. He directly expended 300 points of mental energy to elevate the skeletal chef's culinary mastery skill to silver grade. He then produced the recipe for roasting magic sweet potatoes and used it on the skeletal chef. Watching the blueprint transform into light and merge with the chef's yellow soul flame, Chen Mo opened the panel to review the skeletal chef's attributes. Common bone warlord spirit, root bone quality, bronze grade, talent trait, energetic, level 11, health 960, mental energy 800, skill, advanced culinary arts, silver grade, energetic, mental energy recovery speed increased by 15. Advanced culinary arts, silver grade mastery over various cooking techniques, capable of learning silver grade extraordinary recipes. Extraordinary recipes, roasted long-toothed pig meat, roasted insect meat, roasted magic sweet potato. Description, This is a bronze-grade skeletal soldier who has altered his fate from being battlefield cannon fodder by becoming a high-level chef, no longer needing to fight on the battlefield. Possessing a silver-grade skill was quite rare among life-oriented professionals, thus the competition for products produced by the skeletal chef was not overly fierce. The price for purchasing 1 kilogram of silver-grade magic sweet potato ingredients was approximately 150,000. After being processed by the skeletal chef into the extraordinary dish of roasted magic sweet potato, the price could soar to 300,000 per kilogram. Chen Mo was quite satisfied with this profit. This item was destined for volume sales, and the mental energy consumption for roasting sweet potatoes was relatively low. Given Chen Mo's current mental energy recovery speed, he could fully supply the demand. If necessary, he could send a few skeletal soldiers into the wilderness to hunt monsters, and their mental energy would surely recover in no time. After enhancing the skeletal chef, Chen Mo still had plenty of mental energy left. He opened the panel and directly expended 800 points to elevate his skeletal summoning skill to dark gold grade. Checking the skill information, he noted, skeletal summoning consumes 960 points of mental energy. Summoning a skeletal soldier, dark gold grade, to fight for you. Can be enhanced, requires 1,600 points of mental energy. With sufficient mental energy, the speed of power enhancement indeed accelerated significantly. Chen Mo gazed at the description of the skeletal summoning skill, feeling a surge of excitement. Calculating the mental energy expenditure in his mind, he concluded that he still had enough. He once more expended 1,600 points of mental energy to select the enhancement for the skeletal summoning skill. A brilliant golden light of enhancement shimmered around Chen Mo, soaring into the skill panel and merging into the runes of the skeletal summoning skill. At last, the skeletal summoning skill was elevated to legendary status. Skeletal summoning consumes 1920 points of mental energy. Summoning a skeletal soldier, legendary grade, to fight for you. Can be enhanced, requires 3,200 points of mental energy. Chen Mo glanced at his mental energy value, which now stood at 3,910 points, just sufficient for his needs. He decided to summon a legendary grade skeletal soldier to see its capabilities. Utilizing the skeletal summoning skill, Chen Mo's mental energy was directly depleted by 1920 points. He activated the summoning array, and a swirling black vortex of space emerged. A skeletal soldier, its skull ablaze with red soul flames and white bones glistening like jade, emanated a radiant aura as it emerged from the black vortex. Chen Mo opened the panel to examine the legendary grade skeletal soldier's attributes. Dao Bone Warrior. Quality level, legendary. Talent, none. Level, 11. Health, 4,460. Attack, 2,125, 506, 1619. Description: a legendary grade skeletal soldier among the Necromancer army, represents a high-end combat force, possessing the ability to face 100 foes single-handedly. Target can be enhanced. Requires materials: 15 kilograms of epic-grade biological bones. Upon witnessing the attributes of the legendary grade skeletal soldier, Chen Mo was left utterly speechless. This combat attribute surpassed all of his skeletal soldiers, including his strongest combatant, the skeletal archer. Although in a real confrontation, the archer, with its talents and skills, could easily overpower the skeletal warrior using a kite strategy. However, when solely considering the combat attributes, this legendary level skeletal soldier is undeniably formidable. It represents a genuine trump card capable of altering the tide of battle. Chen Mo, satisfied, summoned this legendary skeletal soldier into his conjuration space. Upon inspecting his remaining spiritual power, he found he had 1990 points left. He opened his attribute panel and opted to enhance his vampiric aura skill. Chen Mo's spiritual power was once again drained by 400 points. The golden light of enhancement re-emerged, merging with the runes of the vampiric aura skill on his skill panel. He then accessed his profession panel to review the skill attributes. Name: Chen Mo. Profession: Necromancer. 9-colored Supreme Bone. God level enhancement. Level: 11, 3079. Physique: 56. Spirit: 116. Conjuration space: 2,866. Skills: Skeleton Summoning, Legendary. Power Strike Aura, Dark Gold. Necromantic Symbiosis, Passive, Vampiric Aura, Gold. Skeleton Summoning consumes 1920 points of spiritual power to summon a skeletal soldier, Legendary, to fight for you. Can be enhanced, requiring 3,200 points of spiritual power. Description: the attributes of the skeletal soldier are influenced by the Necromancer's stats. Sacrificing a corpse can save 2/3 of the spiritual power cost. Reducing the rank of summoned skeletal soldiers can also decrease spiritual power consumption. Power Strike Aura, Dark Gold activates an aura that enhances allied units' attack power by 320. Can be enhanced, requiring 1,600 points of spiritual power. Necromantic Symbiosis. Passive: the Necromancer shares health and spiritual power with their summoned entities. As long as a summon exists, the Necromancer cannot perish. Vampiric Aura. Gold activates an aura that allows allied units to absorb 160 damage with each attack to restore their own health. Can be enhanced, requiring 800 points of spiritual power. With all skills enhanced, his power had significantly increased. Chen Mo felt a deep sense of satisfaction. His spiritual power was nearly depleted, and he decided to dismiss the skeletal chef, preparing to rest. He was utterly exhausted from the day's exertions, especially the mental strain of remaining alert during the ride. He had to carefully maintain his posture and thoughtfully consider where to place his hands, savoring every sensation that returned to him. Now, he felt utterly drained both physically and mentally. Although the sun had yet to set, Chen Mo could barely keep his eyes open. He lay down on his bed and quickly fell into a deep slumber, sleeping soundly until the following morning without waking at all. After rising, he tidied up his belongings and exited his room. Today, he planned to return to Shiza Mountain. The harrowing chase by the insect monsters yesterday still lingered in his mind, and he found it difficult to swallow his indignation. Moreover, the density and number of the insects in Shiza Mountain made it an ideal location for farming. The key was to possess robust escape capabilities, ensuring he wouldn't be surrounded by the swarming creatures. Having experienced 2 escapes, he considered himself quite seasoned in this regard. This time, without a burden to carry, he could run faster. He was confident he could confront the abyssal insects head-on. After finding a breakfast shop, Chen Mo had his meal. Just as he was about to leave after paying, he fortuitously ran into Tang Yaya and her companions. Given that Shiza town was relatively small, it was only natural to encounter familiar faces frequently. Hi, Brother Chen Mo. Today we're heading to Thorn Ridge to farm monsters. Why don't you join us? The more, the merrier, and we can look out for one another, Tang Yaya exclaimed, her joy palpable as she bounded towards him. Chen Mo felt a familiar chill at her words. Yaya, you all are up quite early. I have something to attend to. Let's arrange for another time, he replied hastily, quickening his pace to depart. Teaming up, Chen Mo felt a surge of trepidation. He had no desire to babysit again. His stamina simply could not keep up. It was best to take a couple of days to recuperate. Tang Yaya, noticing Chen Mo's reaction, paused and turned to Ren Xiaowen with a puzzled expression. Xiaowen, why does Brother Chen Mo seem so frightened upon seeing us? Are we that intimidating? I'm so adorable, and you're so sweet. He truly lacks discernment. Choosing a tomboy instead. Having already inquired about the situation from her cousin Tang, Shuang the previous night, Yaya was aware that Li Man's affections were entirely one-sided. Chen Mo had never expressed a desire to date her, yet she shamelessly clung to him, showering him with hugs and kisses. However, Chen Mo's reaction was also peculiar. Instead of confronting the public harassment, he merely sat there with a silly grin. This was not a good sign, and she felt compelled to rectify it. Brother Chen Mo was far too naive. A mere taste of sweetness could leave him grinning for ages. Such triviality, she thought, could easily be provided by her. She might even offer him more. With a burgeoning sense of urgency, Tang Yaya had originally intended to draw Chen Mo into their group, hoping to gradually win him over in the days to come, allowing him to realize that delicate and gentle beings could surpass the strength of any armored companion. Unfortunately, Chen Mo had not afforded her the opportunity. Upon seeing them, he reacted as though he had encountered some terrifying entity, rising and fleeing. Brother Chen Mo, you're not yet at the age where you see women and your legs turn to jelly. What is wrong with you? Tang Yaya felt utterly bewildered. Chapter 89. Epic Power Strike. Aura. Having evaded Tang Yaya and her friends, Chen Mo exhaled in relief as he exited the city gates. In the wilderness, he summoned a skeletal soldier to pull a handcart before settling leisurely into it, making his way towards Shiza Mountain. As the cart slowed down, Chen Mo realized the modifications had indeed proven effective. After yesterday's intense testing, the cart exhibited no quality issues. Furthermore, its shock absorption was commendable. Now that the speed had decreased, the ride through the wilderness was considerably smoother. While it still paled in comparison to Li Man's armored off-road vehicle, Chen Mo was content, particularly given the price. Before long, he found himself back at the edge of the Shiza jungle. This time, he did not disembark. Instead, he opened his conjuration space and summoned several skeletal soldiers to lift the handcart as they advanced toward the cave. He intended to use that cave as a stronghold once more, secure and hidden. Despite the insects having discovered the location, Chen Mo remained unfazed. He was familiar with the escape routes and could always make several runs if necessary. As the skeletal soldiers carried the handcart into the Shiza jungle, their movements were far less frantic this time. Under Chen Mo's guidance, they skillfully navigated around difficult paths, avoiding the dense foliage. Thus, the cart remained relatively stable. Within half a day, Chen Mo returned to the familiar cave. He retracted the handcart and called forth the skeletal chef from his conjuration space. At last, peace had returned. The wilderness profit-making plan was officially underway. Chen Mo accessed the multiverse mall, spending 30 million to purchase 200 kilograms of magic sweet potatoes. He instructed the skeletal chef to gather the necessary tools and commenced the preparation of silver-grade extraordinary food, roasted magic sweet potatoes. Once all the sweet potatoes were roasted and transformed into extraordinary food, they could be sold in the mall for approximately 60 million. After deducting the spiritual power cost, he would net a profit of 30 million. This profit margin was quite satisfactory to Chen Mo. Having witnessed the effects of the mana absorption aura skill, He was no longer troubled by insufficient spiritual power. He observed the skeletal chef busily at work and decided not to linger. He left 2 silver-grade skeletal soldiers stationed at the cave entrance and climbed out, now fully prepared to unleash his full potential. With a wave of his hand, he opened the summoning space, conjuring forth all the skeletal soldiers into the clearing outside the cave. Witnessing the legion of skeletal warriors emerge from the inky vortex of the summoning realm, they aligned themselves dutifully around Chen Mo, excluding the 3 that remained within the cavern. There were a total of 25 skeletal soldiers present. Among them was a reinforced golden elite skeletal soldier, comprising 1 skeletal archer, 1 skeletal tank, and 1 skeletal mage. Additionally, there were 3 bronze-level skeletal workers, 7 ordinary silver-level skeletal soldiers, and 13 golden-level ones. Moreover, there was 1 legendary skeletal soldier, its eyes ablaze with crimson soul flames. Chen Mo retrieved the prepared weapons from his backpack, equipping the skeletal soldiers accordingly. He also discarded the armor acquired from recent monster slaying, allowing them to divide it amongst themselves. However, the armor was scarce, and most of them were unable to don any. Yet, it mattered little. Weapons were sufficient for the time being. After all, with the blood-sucking aura in place, their sturdy frames would prevent them from perishing easily. Once all preparations were complete, Chen Mo, accompanied by his ragtag band of skeletal warriors, ventured into the depths of the West Zay forest to commence a thorough sweep. Indeed, it was a sweep. A matter of reciprocity. This time, he intended to obliterate these insectoid creatures without leaving a trace. Chen Mo held unwavering confidence in his skeletal army. Eventually, the skeletal soldiers detected the lurking aberrant insects in the distance. Chen Mo stationed the skeletal tank and skeletal mage by his side and commanded the remaining 20 skeletal soldiers to disperse into squads and engage the monsters independently. Observing the skeletal archer wielding a blood-red longbow and the legendary skeletal soldier, its eyes aflame, lead the charge into the thicket, Chen Mo remained at his post, awaiting the outcome. Soon, the forest resonated with notifications of kills. Slain a level 12 bronze black-armored aberrant insect, gained 48 experience points. Slain a level 15 silver aberrant insect leader, gained 120 experience points. Bronze-level equipment 1 piece. Slain a level 13 black iron abyssal aberrant insect, gained 26 experience points. The notifications of consecutive kills flooded in. Chen Mo communicated with the skeletal soldiers in the front, gauging their status. Thanks to the golden-level blood-sucking aura, the skeletal soldiers engaged in combat without sustaining a scratch. Chen Mo felt a sense of reassurance wash over him. He accessed his panel to check his mental power value. Astonishingly, it had reached an impressive 6,610 points, now completely full. The effects of the dark gold level mana siphon aura were truly formidable. It was imperative to continue strengthening his abilities. Chen Mo opened his profession panel and chose to enhance the strong strike aura skill. As a pivotal skill in augmenting his skeletal squad's offensive capabilities, it naturally took precedence. Without hesitation, he expended 4,800 points of mental power to upgrade the strong strike aura skill from dark gold to epic level. Strong strike aura, epic, activates an aura that can enhance allied units' attack power by 1280. It can be further strengthened, requiring 6,400 points of mental power. Having completed the enhancement of the strong strike aura skill, Chen Mo was utterly astounded by the epic level skill's effects. An increase of over tenfold in attack power? If such an amplification were applied within a large-scale army, the overall strength would multiply by several dozen times. The advantages conferred by such potent offensive capabilities were immense. What had begun as a dynamic exchange of blows had now transformed into a one-sided slaughter, where each strike was fatal. The opportunities for injury became exceedingly rare. Each member of the team evolved into an unparalleled warrior. The overall combat effectiveness was not merely elevated by a tenfold increase in attack power. Their survivability would also experience a significant enhancement. With reduced soldier losses, the collective strength of the army would undoubtedly grow by several magnitudes. Of course, epic-level skills were exceedingly rare and difficult to acquire. Their scarcity was beyond imagination. Should an epic-level skill book ever surface, the news would undoubtedly draw out the reclusive old-timers hidden in the mists of obscurity who would rush forward in a frenzy, disregarding their dignity to seize it. Even if they could not utilize it themselves, they could pass it on to the younger generations of their families, provided their innate talents were sufficient. An epic-level skill book could undoubtedly cultivate an extraordinary prodigy. As Chen Mo examined the introduction of the epic-level strong strike aura skill, it was during this brief moment that his mental power replenished once more. He perused the skill list and expended 3,200 points of mental power to elevate the skeletal summoning spell to epic level as well. The enhancement radiated with golden light, merging into the runes of the skeletal summoning spell within the panel. Skeletal summoning spell, epic, consumes 3,840 points of mental power to summon a skeletal soldier, epic, to fight for you. It can be further enhanced, requiring 6,400 points of mental power. Chen Mo had successfully completed the enhancement of his second epic level skill. Chapter 90, Epic level skeletal soldier. He opened his panel to examine his status. Name, Chen Mo. Profession, Necromancer. 9-colored Supreme Bone, Divine Level Enhancement. Level, 11, 5069. Physique, 56. Divine Soul, 116. Summoning Space, 2866. Skills, Skeletal Summoning Spell, Epic. Strong Strike Aura, Epic. Necromantic Symbiosis, Passive. Blood-Sucking Aura, Golden. Skeletal Summoning Spell, Epic. Consumes 3,840 points of mental power to summon a skeletal soldier, Epic, to fight for you. It can be further enhanced, requiring 6,400 points of mental power. Description: the attributes of the skeletal soldier are influenced by the necromancer's attributes. Sacrificing corpses can save 2/3 of the mental power cost. Reducing the tier of the summoned skeletal soldier can decrease the mental power consumption. Strong Strike Aura. Epic activates an aura that can enhance allied units' attack power by 1280. It can be further enhanced, requiring 6,400 points of mental power. Necromantic Symbiosis. Passive: the necromancer shares health and mental power with their summoned entities. As long as there are summoned beings present, the necromancer cannot perish. Blood-Sucking Aura. Golden activates an aura that allows allied units to siphon 160 health points from damage dealt to restore their own life force. It can be enhanced, requiring 800 points of mental power. For most, the prospect of acquiring epic-level professional skills would be a distant dream, yet Chen Mo now possessed two. He noted that his mental power value continued to rise rapidly. With the Mana Siphon Aura skill in play, as long as the skeletal soldiers inflicted damage while battling monsters, their inflicted damage would swiftly replenish Chen Mo's mental power. Naturally, this damage was calculated based on actual damage dealt. This meant that if a skeletal soldier attacked a monster with merely 100 health points, even if the skeletal soldier inflicted 1,000 points of damage, under the effects of both the Blood-Sucking Aura and the Mana Siphon Aura, the maximum they could recover would be 100 health points in mental power, as the remaining 900 points constituted overflow damage, not genuine harm. With such a multitude of skeletal soldiers engaged in combat on the front lines, Chen Mo's rate of mental power recovery was nothing short of terrifying. Since transitioning to his profession, he had never fought such a bountiful battle. The sensation of freely utilizing mental power was simply exquisite. Upon completing the enhancement of the skeletal summoning spell, Chen Mo sensed a stir among the aberrant insects ahead through the perception of his skeletal soldiers. It appeared that these abyssal aberrant insects had become aware of the presence of Chen Mo's skeletal squad. He distinctly felt the increase in the number of insect assaults directed at his skeletal soldiers. What had once been a rapid advance now slowed considerably. Chen Mo advanced with his skeletal tank and skeletal mage, intending to assess the battle conditions ahead. Under the effect of the necromantic symbiosis skill, his shared health had reached an impressive 45,000 points. Faced with such a situation, he remained entirely unperturbed. With the amplification provided by the epic-level Strong Strike Aura skill, the combat prowess of his skeletal soldiers ensured that their retreat would be relatively effortless. Not far along, Chen Mo beheld a dense swarm of black insect creatures in the distance. They had undoubtedly detected the presence of the skeletal squad. In the far background, more of these insect entities were converging from all directions towards their location. Despite the skeletal soldiers' attack power being exceptionally high under the influence of the Strong Strike Aura, capable of dispatching several of the aberrant insects with a single blow, the sheer number of foes was overwhelming. Their rapid assault rendered it nearly impossible to fend off the relentless tide of attackers. Fortunately, Chen Mo had significantly increased his vitality after leveling up, affording him a sufficient buffer against being swiftly overwhelmed by the insect onslaught. Moreover, with the golden level lifesteal aura skill providing an impressive 160 lifesteal effect, their regeneration rate had long surpassed expectations. After all, their attack potency was augmented by the epic level Strong Strike Aura, with an attack power boost reaching as high as 1,280. Their offensive capabilities far exceeded their total health. As long as they were not annihilated in a single blow, even a sliver of health remaining would instantly replenish their vitality with just one strike. However, the numbers of the insect creatures were daunting, and despite their formidable combat strength, the skeletal soldiers, only numbering 20, struggled against the onslaught of the swarming insects, gradually being forced to retreat. Observing this predicament, Chen Mo swiftly commanded the skeletal tank to join the fray. Upon receiving the order, the skeletal tank advanced towards the massive creatures. As it moved, the Earth Armor skill activated, causing a robust layer of earthen elemental armor to surge forth from the ground, enveloping its form. The skeletal tank raised its shield and charged forward, crashing into the throng of insects. The golden level Taunt Aura skill was activated, casting a blood-red aura that spread across a vast area amidst the insect swarm. Those aberrant creatures ensnared by the taunt immediately altered their course, rushing towards the skeletal tank. Before long, they coalesced around it, forming a dark mound of insects, alleviating the pressure on the skeletal soldiers nearby. At Chen Mo's command, the skeletal mage raised both hands, invoking the Flame Storm skill. Above the black mound of insects that had amassed around the skeletal tank, terrifying fire elements began to coalesce rapidly, swirling violently. In mere moments, A crimson tornado of flames formed, howling downwards to engulf the insect mound. The damage output was explosive: 3, 509, 3, 211, 3, 735. In an instant, numerous insect creatures were incinerated by the ferocious fire vortex, accompanied by the crackling sounds of their demise. However, the fallen insects were swiftly replaced by others rushing in. The black aberrant insects, drawn in by the skeletal tank's taunt aura, charged heedlessly into the fiery storm, akin to moths drawn to a flame, undaunted and gallantly rushing toward their doom. The air soon filled with the tantalizing aroma of roasted meat. With the skeletal mage's powerful output, Chen Mo's mental energy remained at full capacity. Noticing the dwindling numbers of skeletal soldiers ahead, he decided to bolster their ranks. He expended 840 points of mental energy to invoke the epic-level skeletal summoning spell. The summoning array activated, and a skeletal soldier, towering and robust with glowing, translucent bones, emerged from the swirling black void, its eyes ablaze with orange soul flames. It seized the weapon Chen Mo had prepared and charged forth into the fray. Chen Mo opened his panel to inspect the attributes of the epic-level skeletal soldier. Bone General. Quality level, epic. Talent, none. Level, 11. Health, 7, 760. Attack, 7, 811, 5, 667, 245. Description: an epic skeletal soldier, regarded as a premier combat force within the necromantic army, representing an invaluable resource of power. Targets can be enhanced. Requiring materials: 15 kilograms of legendary creature bones. Chapter 91. The summoning space is finally full. Is this all I can possess at present? Chen Mo gazed at the attributes of the epic-level skeletal soldier, exhilarated. This top-tier combat strength, even without any innate skills, was formidable enough that only a professional of level 30 or above could contend with it. Observing the epic skeletal soldier wielding a long blade, Chen Mo noted how easily it dispatched swathes of insects, as effortlessly as one might reap wheat. He yearned to fill the summoning space to capacity immediately. With a moment's reflection, Chen Mo's mental energy had fully replenished. He directed his attention to the heap of insect corpses before him and opted to use the skeletal summoning spell once more. The summoning array opened above the mass of insect bodies, and several corpses were sacrificed, transforming into ash that merged into the array. The black void opened again, and another epic-level skeletal soldier, eyes glowing with orange soul flames, emerged. It accepted the weapon handed to it and turned to charge into the front lines. Noticing the skeletal soldier's departure, Chen Mo quickly checked the mental energy expenditure. Indeed, it had only consumed 280 points. So this is how the skeletal summoning spell operates? It allows for the simultaneous sacrifice of multiple lower-tier monster corpses to offset the mental energy cost? Previously, Chen Mo had believed that only sacrificing corpses of monsters of the same tier as the skeletal soldiers would reduce the mental energy cost to 1/3. Had it not been for the overwhelming number of lower-tier monster corpses present, he might never have discovered this aspect of the skill. However, it was not too late. He was determined to summon enough epic skeletal soldiers to fill the summoning space. With the newfound understanding, Chen Mo significantly reduced the mental energy cost of summoning skeletal soldiers. Moreover, by sacrificing the insect corpses, he could also clear away the mountain of bodies that had begun to accumulate. The skeletal soldiers in front had already retreated several meters, impeded by the sheer volume of insect corpses obstructing their combat space. Soon, one after another, epic-level skeletal soldiers emerged from the black vortex of the summoning space, arming themselves and rushing into the battlefield. With such a substantial influx of top-tier combatants, the skeletal soldiers finally stabilized their defense. Observing the overwhelming pile of insect corpses surrounding the skeletal tank, Chen Mo retracted the summoning space and commanded the 2 recently summoned epic skeletal soldiers to lift the skeletal tank and hurl it towards another group of creatures. Encased in its heavy earthen elemental armor, the skeletal tank descended from above, crashing into the heart of the dense black insect swarm. The powerful shockwave from its impact toppled numerous aberrant insects in the vicinity. The red taunt aura activated once more, quickly drawing a multitude of black aberrant creatures, forming a surging mound of insects. The skeletal mage's flame storm followed suit, igniting and violently churning atop the mound of insects, the devastating flames swirling and scorching all in their path. With every passing second, a multitude of monstrous insects perished. The explosive output of damage was staggering. Chen Mo's mental energy had remained steadfast, never once diminishing. He incessantly employed the skeleton summoning technique, conjuring epic skeletal soldiers to join the fray. The only hindrance to his summoning capabilities now lay in the casting speed of his skills. As he observed the expanding ranks of skeletal warriors, a wave of exhilaration surged through him. A golden light illuminated the surroundings. Chen Mo had ascended to level 12. He allocated all his attribute points to his constitution once more. The attack power of his skeletal soldiers was now more than sufficient, and he possessed ample mental energy. The sole shortcoming was their relatively low health. Positioned at the forefront, The skeletal soldiers faced the peril of being overwhelmed and swiftly eliminated by the monstrous insects. By enhancing his constitution, he could bestow additional health bonuses upon the skeletal soldiers, thereby bolstering their survival capabilities. Chen Mo opened his status panel to review his attributes. Name: Chen Mo. Class: Necromancer. 9-colored Supreme Bone, Divine Enhancement. Level: 12, 317. Constitution: 70. Mental Energy: 116. Summoning Space: 5078. Skills: Skeleton Summoning, Epic. Power Strike Aura, Epic. Necromantic Symbiosis, Passive. Life Drain Aura, Golden. Skeleton Summoning, Epic. Consumes 3,840 points of mental energy to summon a skeletal soldier, Epic, to fight for you. Can be enhanced, requiring 6,400 points of mental energy. Description: the attributes of the skeletal soldier are influenced by the necromancer's attributes. Sacrificing corpses can save 2/3 of the mental energy cost. Reducing the rank of summoned skeletal soldiers can decrease mental energy consumption. Power Strike Aura, Epic activates an aura that increases friendly units' attack power by 1280. Can be enhanced, requiring 6,400 points of mental energy. Necromantic Symbiosis, Passive. The necromancer shares health and mental energy with summoned entities. As long as a summon exists, the necromancer cannot perish. Life Drain Aura, Golden activates an aura that allows friendly units to absorb 160 health per attack, restoring their own life. Can be enhanced, requiring 800 points of mental energy. Upon allocating his attribute points, Chen Mo had successfully increased the health bonus he could provide to his skeletal soldiers to 700 points. After a period of diligent effort, the number of skeletal soldiers had risen to 50, an impressive doubling. Moreover, as the battle raged on, it was only a matter of time before he filled his summoning space. This was the true essence of wilderness monster hunting, an exhilarating experience indeed. Just days prior, Chen Mo had been fleeing in desperation from the monstrous insects. Today, he felt a profound sense of vindication. He closed the panel, his hands moving swiftly as he continued to utilize the skeleton summoning technique, dispatching one epic skeletal soldier after another to the front lines. Finally, as twilight descended, the intense battle reached its concluding phase. The two sides had clashed for the better part of the day, and it seemed the insects had begun to recognize Chen Mo as a formidable adversary. Displaying signs of retreat, Chen Mo chose not to pursue. After a long day of exertion, although his spirit remained high, he was physically fatigued. Both sides began to retreat in unison. Chen Mo disregarded the insect corpses strewn across the ground. Collecting them at this juncture would undoubtedly provoke the insect commander. Through several encounters, Chen Mo had confirmed that these abyssal insects were under the command of a leader. Otherwise, the previous retreat of the insect tide and the current mutual ceasefire could not be easily explained. Chen Mo led his skeletal soldiers back to the cave. After the day's battle, he had completely filled his summoning space, 7,878. The newly summoned 53 skeletal soldiers were all of the epic variety, their eyes ablaze with orange flames. Observing the assembled skeletal army surrounding him, Chen Mo felt a profound sense of accomplishment. Chapter 92, The Skeleton Craftsman. Upon returning to the cave, he found the skeletal cook still diligently roasting sweet potatoes by the campfire. A quick glance revealed that it had produced approximately 30 kilograms of extraordinary sweet potatoes today, a commendable pace. It was essential to note that extraordinary professionals expend mental energy to activate and sustain the extraordinary essence within the ingredients they craft. Some high-tier foods even require professionals to infuse extraordinary energy into the ingredients to enhance their effects. Unlike ordinary meals, the production of extraordinary food cannot be achieved in bulk, as each crafting process necessitates precise control over extraordinary energy. The skeletal cook's ability to produce such a substantial quantity of silver-grade magical sweet potatoes in a single day was quite impressive. Crafting silver-grade extraordinary food is inherently challenging, requiring considerable effort from the professional. Thus, the higher the tier of the item, the more difficult it is to create, naturally rendering it rarer. This unique trait of the skeletal cook allows it to work tirelessly year-round. As long as it has a supply of mental energy, it can continue to produce. In contrast, a typical silver-grade professional might consider producing around 10 kilograms a day to be a remarkable yield. To expect them to craft 30 kilograms of roasted magical sweet potatoes in a single day would be nothing short of exhausting. Such an endeavor would require an extraordinary level of commitment. Chen Mo gazed contentedly at the industrious skeletal cook. After all, this particular skeletal chef was merely a test subject he had summoned at random. As long as it proved profitable, he was satisfied. Sitting nearby, he took a roasted magical sweet potato, peeled it open, and began to eat. He opened his backpack space, intending to tally the spoils from today's battle. The combat had primarily involved low-tier insects, which did not yield any rare items, mostly consisting of low-tier equipment. Approaching the cave entrance, he held a magical sweet potato in one hand and waved the other in the air, casting all the equipment from his backpack space outside the cave. With a resounding crash, a multitude of equipment tumbled from the sky, like discarded refuse. scattering across the ground outside the cave and stirring up clouds of dust. After discarding the equipment, Chen Mo instructed the skeletal soldiers outside to collect and equip the items. There were approximately over 100 pieces of equipment, which was insufficient for the number of skeletal soldiers. Most of them were adorned with only 1 or 2 pieces. Looking rather shabby, as night descended, Chen Mo commanded several skeletal soldiers to stealthily gather the insect corpses, accompanied by skeletal laborers. Immediately after the battle, he had refrained from collecting the bodies for fear of inciting the insect commander. Now, with both sides having retreated and darkness enveloping the land, Chen Mo planned to send the skeletal soldiers to survey the battlefield and collect what they could, for he would not permit waste. Upon inspecting his backpack, he noted that the skeletal laborers had already gathered a considerable amount of insect shell materials, which had yet to be utilized and were occupying space in his inventory. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Mo summoned a silver-grade skeletal soldier. He opened the universal marketplace and purchased a fire spirit crystal. Then, he retrieved the newly acquired fire spirit crystal and a golden-grade bear bone from his backpack and selected to enhance the silver-grade skeletal soldier before him. Choose enhancement direction, speed enhancement, constitution enhancement, mental enhancement. He opted for mental enhancement. A golden light enveloped Chen Mo as the fire spirit crystal and the powdered form of the golden-grade beast bone ascended and fused into the skeletal soldier's bones. The mental enhancement of the fire attribute was complete. Chen Mo opened the attribute panel to verify the skeletal soldier's skill slots. He observed that this skeletal soldier had unlocked 2 skill slots. With that, he proceeded to access the universal marketplace and delve into the skill book category. Before the skeletal soldier, 2 skill books were selected. Flame Control, bronze level, enables the manipulation of fire's intensity for scorching attacks or item crafting, and Fundamentals of Forging, black iron level, grants basic forging capabilities, allowing the creation of black iron level extraordinary items, contingent upon possessing the relevant blueprints. Chen Mo presented the 2 skill books, which transformed into 2 skill runes that soared into the air, merging with the skeletal soldier's azure soul flame. Chen Mo expended 1,300 points of mental energy to elevate both skills to the golden level. A flash of golden light signaled the completion of the enhancement. The skeletal forge master was now ready. Chen Mo opened the panel to examine the attributes of the skeletal forge master. Spirit Bone Warrior of Fire. Root Bone Qualification, golden level. Talent trait, Mastery of Flames. Level, 12. Health, 1610. Attack, 3,464, 251, 3213. Skills, Flame Master, golden level. Forging Master, golden level. Mastery of Flames, enhanced control over fire. Increasing the potency of fire-based spells by 20 and reducing mental energy consumption by 30. Flame Master, golden level, enables control over the intensity of flames. Applicable for scorching attacks or item crafting. Forging Master, golden level, possesses advanced forging techniques, capable of crafting golden level extraordinary items, requiring pertinent blueprints. Description: this is a golden level forging master, exceptionally skilled in controlling flames, achieving remarkable efficiency in forging endeavors. With the skeletal forge master at his disposal, the materials collected by the skeletal laborers from the insect shells could finally be utilized. Chen Mo accessed the interworld marketplace, purchasing a set of blueprints for bronze-level armor and a bronze-level longsword. He also acquired a silver-level forging furnace. He instructed the skeletal forge master to study the blueprints for armor and weapon crafting, and then, following the instructions detailed in the blueprints, he procured various forging materials. Subsequently, he directed the skeletal forge master to utilize the forging furnace and commence the forging process, particularly to melt down the insect shells. The aim was to create an abundance of equipment and weaponry for the skeletal soldiers outside, who, as epic-level warriors, should not be left without proper gear, exposing their bony frames and lacking any semblance of dignity. Unable to bear the sight, Chen Mo, after enhancing the skeletal forge master, settled down to rest, refraining from any further enhancements. He needed to conserve his mental energy to support the crafting endeavors of the 2 domestic skeletal soldiers. Within the cave, one side featured the skeletal chef, crouched beside a campfire, roasting sweet potatoes. The glow of its skills intermittently illuminated the magical sweet potatoes, infused with arcane energy as they turned in the flames. On the other side sat the recently enhanced skeletal forge master, seated beside the forging furnace, one hand controlling the intensity of the fire within, while the other frequently tossed forging materials into the furnace, fully concentrated on the task of crafting equipment. The 2 skeletal soldiers were diligently at work, and Chen Mo's mental energy continued to dwindle. Observing that the skeletal soldiers had found their rhythm, he chose to divert his attention elsewhere.